Chapter 1, Taking the First Blood of a Big Star. Tianhai International Hotel, in the top suite. Lying on the luxurious 1.8-meter tall bed, Xiaobing looked at Lin Lei beside her, feeling a little speechless. I just drank a little bit of wine yesterday, but I fainted for no apparent reason. When I woke up this morning, I found myself sleeping with Lin Lei. Seeing the bright red spots on the bedsheet, she almost collapsed. What has even more speechless is that their photos were posted online. The news that popular female star Xiaobing spent a night in a hotel with an unknown man was enough to cause a sensation in the entertainment industry. While Xiaobing had a complicated expression on her face, Lin Lei was so excited that he almost jumped up. The reason for his excitement was not because he got the first blood from Xiaobing, but because of the super entertainment exchange system that suddenly appeared in his mind. Lin Lei was originally a stuntman on Earth. He had been in the entertainment industry for nearly a decade but hadn't made a name for himself. Even more tragically, during a filming, an accident occurred on the crew and he was burned to death in a fire. When he woke up, he found himself traveling to a parallel world that was highly similar to Earth. Lin Lei, who had read many online novels and watched time travel dramas in his previous life, didn't feel much about the fact that he traveled through time and quickly accepted it. Lin Lei in this world has the same profession as in his previous life, a third-rate stuntman. There is not much difference between here and Earth, but the development of entertainment culture is a little behind. Many popular TV series and movies will not appear until a few years later. With the memories of his past life and his own rather handsome looks, Lin Lei believed that he would be able to make it big in the entertainment industry, so he set his sights on those film and television crews that were about to become big hits and used various methods to participate in their auditions. But reality slapped him hard in the face. Because of his mediocre acting skills, he was rejected in every audition. Even if he could stay, he could only be a supporting role. In the end, even if the drama really became popular, he would still remain unknown. After repeated failures and setbacks, Lin Lei completely gave up hope. He had originally planned to just eat and wait for death in the film and television city, but he didn't expect to be ambushed last night. When he regained consciousness, he had lost his virginity that he had maintained for more than 20 years. Because of the photo of the two, Lin Lei, who was previously unknown, became completely famous. In less than 2 hours, his social media account exploded, with Xiaobing's fans cursing him crazily in the comment section, and some even left direct threatening messages. Because of this, his number of fans skyrocketed to tens of millions, and the Super Entertainment Redemption system was automatically activated. According to the system introduction, as long as his number of fans reaches a certain value, he can redeem various skills in the system. Ding, since the host's number of fans has reached 10 million, the system has been successfully activated and a newbie gift pack is included. Do you want to claim it? Receive. Lin Lei was straightforward, simply clicking to receive the gift package. He also wanted to know what kind of skills the system would give him. The system interface flashes for a few seconds. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Best Actor Level Performance Skill card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-notch martial arts skill card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the King-level singing card. Ding. The first draw event will give you a host inner strength pill. Following a series of system notification sounds, Lin Lei excitedly jumped out of bed. Xiaobing stepped back in shock, wrapped in the blanket and staring at Lin Lei warily. What are you going to do? Of course I have to put on my clothes. We can't stay like this forever, right? Lin Lei coughed lightly. The bonus the system had just given him was so overwhelming that he almost forgot there was a beautiful woman beside him. The important thing is that the naked appearance of this beauty is really tempting, and he is afraid that he will not be able to control himself. How do you plan to resolve this matter? Xiaobing frowned and looked at Lin Lei coldly. I'm just a stuntman. Whatever people say doesn't matter to me. But you're different. If you don't handle this properly, your career will be severely impacted. Lin Lei thought for a moment and said, whatever you want me to do, I'll fully cooperate as long as it's within my control. After all, she was the woman he had a relationship with, and Lin Lei didn't want to see Xiaobing end up in disgrace. Moreover, it was obvious that someone had deliberately set up this matter to deal with Xiaobing. Xiaobing was a little surprised to hear Lin Lei's words, but she also felt a little relieved. Think about it carefully first. I'm leaving now. Let me know when you've made up your mind, Lin Lei said. After saying that, he put on his clothes and was about to leave. Wait a minute, you can't leave yet. Xiaobing said suddenly. What do you mean? Linley was stunned. There are paparazzi everywhere outside now. You will be photographed as soon as you go out. None of us can leave here before my agent comes. Xia Bing frowned. If she had a choice, she would have slipped away quietly long ago. Linley was helpless. Alright, I'll go take a shower first. Locking himself in the bathroom, Linley immediately opened the system gift pack. The best actor level skill card first turned into a golden light and rushed into his mind. Linley instantly felt that he had absorbed an incomparably rich amount of acting experience. He could easily grasp every detail of the performance, and his acting skills reached a level of ease and freedom. His acting skills are truly worthy of being an Oscar-winning actor. Linley immediately clicked on the king-level singing skills card and the top-notch martial arts card. Suddenly, the essence of various martial arts appeared in Linley's mind again, and his vocal cords also changed. Linley was ecstatic. Linley learned Kung Fu for a few years when he was young, so he was able to work as a stunt double in the film and television studio. Now with the upgrade of his top-notch martial arts card, he can easily defeat even a dozen Kung Fu masters. He also has superb singing skills, so he can develop in the music industry. With those classic songs from his previous life on Earth, I believe he can become a big star here. Alright, there's also an inner strength pill. Without a second thought, Linley tilted his head back and swallowed the inner strength pill. After a while, his face suddenly twisted and his whole body felt as if all the bones were crushed and in excruciating pain. But the severe pain soon disappeared, and a warm airflow appeared in his body, gathering in his dantian. Is this internal energy? I feel like my physical strength has increased a lot. Feeling the current, Linley couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, a property interface appears in the system. Host, Linley, male, 23 years old. Fan value, 10 million. Achievements, best actor level acting skills, superb singing skills, top-notch kung fu, first-class internal strength. Items owned, none. Looking at his current attributes displayed on the system, Linley couldn't contain his excitement. The system is awesome. I will strike back from today. Thinking of this, he quickly washed himself clean, changed his clothes and walked out. At this time, Xiaobing's agent Wang Rui had already arrived. Seeing Linley coming out of the bathroom, the two women looked at him. Xiaobing didn't care at first, but suddenly her gaze fixed. Linley at this moment seemed to have undergone some kind of change. He looked more energetic and handsome, and was filled with a sunny temperament. Especially his eyes, which are clearly black and white, are clear and deep, as if they are full of many stories, which makes people attracted to him. It would be nice if this man were my boyfriend. When this thought popped up in Xiaobing's mind, her face turned red and she quickly looked away. She cursed herself for being a bit of a nympho and looked to the side, only to see Wang Rui also staring blankly at Linley, unable to move for a long time. Apparently, she wasn't the only one who was infatuated with him. Wang Rui was also surprised. She recognized Linley. He used to be a supporting actor in their crew. He looked quite handsome, but not outstanding. Now it seems that a radical change has taken place. Xiaobing and Wang Rui didn't know that after the transformation of the NEI gene Dan, Linley's change was from the inside out, and that invisible temperament was amazing. Have you guys come to a conclusion? Linley pulled up a chair and sat in front of the French window. The sunlight shone on him, making him look even more handsome. Wang Rui glanced at Xiaobing, who hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. Mr. Lin, you've seen the current situation. The paparazzi have posted your photos online. No matter how we handle it, the situation will continue to escalate. The only way is for you to become Xiaobing's boyfriend. Wang Rui looked at Linley with a strange expression. Chapter 2 Contract Boyfriend. Be Xiaobing's boyfriend? Linley was a little surprised, but soon nodded calmly. Okay, how long will it take? Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, Linley already knew the rules. With Xiaobing's identity, it was impossible for her to be with an unknown little stand-in like him. The decision they made was nothing more than to use his and Xiaobing's boyfriend-girlfriend relationship to block the public opinion storm. Seeing Linley's calm expression, Xiaobing and Wang Rui were secretly surprised. This man was completely different from what they had imagined. Wang Rui coughed lightly and said, Mr. Lin, since you understand everything, I won't say much. You just need to pretend to be Xiaobing's boyfriend for 2 years. Of course, we will pay you. How much? Linley asked. 1 million per month, are you satisfied? Xiaobing spoke first without waiting for Wang Rui to speak. Lin Li frowned. Mr. Lin, this kind of compensation is something an ordinary person could never earn in their entire life. I hope you can think it through. Also, you can join Xiaobing's studio. With her influence in the entertainment industry, she can get you into many high-quality productions. While it's unlikely you'll be able to play the leading male role, you can definitely land other high-quality supporting roles. Seeing Lin Lei's hesitant expression, Wang Rui's face suddenly turned cold, thinking that he was about to ask for an exorbitant price. Before she could finish, Lin Lei interrupted her. I understand, but I think you misunderstood. Although I am also a victim in this incident, the attack I suffered is nothing compared to Xiaobing. I can pretend to be Xiaobing's boyfriend. But there's no need for compensation or resources. I, Lin Lei, am not so despicable as to use such a thing to blackmail a girl. Xiaobing and Wang Rui were both shocked to hear Lin Lei's resolute words. During the previous discussion, they had all thought that Lin Lei would take this opportunity to threaten them. After all, with Xiaobing's status in the entertainment industry, as long as they relied on her connections, they could obtain countless resources. What's more, Xiaobing offered a monthly salary of 1 million, which most men could not refuse. Lin Lei's performance truly exceeded their expectations. A hint of appreciation could not help but appear in Xiaobing's cold eyes. Wang Rui was a little skeptical. Can we sign a guarantee agreement? No problem. Lin Li nodded. Not long after, Wang Rui pushed an agreement in front of Lin Lei. Lin Li picked up the agreement and took a look at it. Most of the above requirements were that he must fulfill his confidentiality obligations while pretending to be Xiaobing's boyfriend, and he must not have any scandals with other women. As for the rest, there weren't too many important clauses, and Xiaobing wouldn't restrict Lin Lei's freedom. He can choose to join Xiaobing's studio and make use of her resources, or he can go out and find roles on his own. After a quick glance, Lin Li quickly signed. After confirming that the agreement was correct, Wang Rui and Xiaobing both breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Lin, I apologize for my attitude just now. We misunderstood you. Wang Rui said sincerely. At this moment, she couldn't help but look at Lin Lei with admiration. That is fine. Things have come to this point, and this is indeed the only way to resolve them. Lin Li said, if there is nothing else, I think I can leave now, right? It's not that he is not tempted by the conditions offered by Xiaobing, but that he wants to prove himself through his own efforts. With his current Oscar-winning acting skills, he will soon be able to make a name for himself in the film and television industry. Wait a moment. My crew is at the Film and Television City right now. If you want to film, I can help you arrange an audition. Xiaobing looked up at Lin Lei, a strange look in her eyes. Audition? Upon hearing this, Lin Li suddenly remembered something and jumped up. I almost forgot. A production crew has asked me to audition for a role today. I have to leave right away. Xiaobing was surprised when she heard this. Which crew? What role are you trying out for? Zhang Yimou, director Zhang's shadow. I've made an appointment with them to audition for the role of the military commander Tian Zhan. After Lin Li finished speaking, he immediately left the room. Shadow, directed by Zhang Yimou, was a huge hit in its previous life, with both the leading male role and the second male role receiving rave reviews. Lin Lei had gone through great pains to secure the role of General Tian Zhan in this audition. Before this, Lin Lei did not have much confidence in the audition and just signed up for the crew with the mentality of giving it a try. But now that his acting skills have improved to the level of an Oscar-winning actor, as long as the role has not been decided, he is confident that he can get it. I've also heard that director Shang's crew is recruiting people for auditions. They've all scheduled it for 10 a.m. It's already 9:41 a.m., and there are less than 20 minutes left until the auditions. I'm afraid it's too late for you to go there alone. Wang Rui took out her car keys and walked over. I'll take you there, but before that, you need to post an official Weibo announcement at the same time as Xiaobing. Good. Lin Lei didn't have any objection to this matter, and immediately opened Weibo at the same time as Xiaobing. The two of them met each other, then posted a picture of a heart shape with their hands, and added some content expressing their love for each other, and an official announcement was released. Within a few minutes, both of their Weibo accounts exploded. Fans commented and forwarded crazily. Oh my god. Xiaobing is really with that guy. It seems that the news about them entering and leaving the hotel last night is true. Xiaobing is the white moonlight in my heart, and now she belongs to someone else. I'm so heartbroken. Lin Lei stole my goddess. I will never forgive you. Many people were outraged, and as messages were forwarded one after another, the number of fans on Lin Lei's Weibo skyrocketed. But those fans were all yelling and cursing, shouting that they wanted to kill him. There are a lot of keyboard warriors on the internet right now. Just ignore them. Xiaobing consoled Lin Lei, worried that he couldn't handle the online abuse. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Lin Lei smiled. Looking at the comments online calling for killing, he felt encouraged. Black fans are also fans. The more people curse him, the faster his popularity grows. Only when the number of fans continues to grow will he continue to redeem skills in the system. After checking his watch, he said to Wang Rui, "The audition is almost time. Can we go now?" "Okay, I'll take you there now." Wang Rui nodded. "By the way, Xiaobing, try not to show up in public for the next few days. Don't accept any interviews. We can talk about it later." Before leaving, Wang Rui did not forget to give Xiaobing some instructions. "I know." Xiaobing nodded calmly, staring at Lin Lei's back, a trace of emotion in her eyes. A large group of media reporters gathered at the hotel entrance. As soon as Lin Lei and Wang Rui walked out, cameras and microphones were pointed at them. "Lin Lei, is that official Weibo post you and Xiaobing just posted true? When did you start?" "Lin Lei, I heard you're just a stuntman. What qualifications do you have to be with a famous star like Xiaobing?" "Mr. Lin, are you aware that your official Weibo announcement will have a significant impact on Xiaobing's career?" The questions asked by the reporters were tricky and sharp. Looking at the reporters swarming around him, Lin Lei knew that if he didn't answer their questions, he might not be able to leave today. However, he had anticipated such a scene and immediately announced loudly, "Everyone, I can answer 3 of your questions. After that, I will not accept any more interviews. You may ask questions now." "Mr. Lin, someone took a photo of you and Miss Xiaobing kissing in the hotel last night. What do you want to say about this?" A female reporter with a Star Entertainment label on her body stepped forward and passed the microphone to Lin Lei. "There's nothing much to say. Xiaobing and I are in a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. It's not strange for us to get a room in a hotel." "Mr. Lin, how long have you and Xiaobing been together? Have you and Xiaobing been hiding your relationship? Is it because you were photographed entering and leaving the hotel yesterday that you announced it officially?" Another microphone was handed to Lin Lei. "I'm sorry, this is a private matter between Xiaobing and me, so I can't answer it. I have one last question. Do you have anything else you want to ask?" "Mr. Lin, I heard that you are just a supporting actor in the crew. What is the reason that made Xiaobing choose a nobody like you as her boyfriend?" "That's a very good question." Lin Lei looked at the reporter who had asked the last question. Chapter 3: Superb Acting. I am indeed a minor character in the crew, but I firmly believe that everyone who works hard will be rewarded. As for why Xiaobing chose me, time will tell. The 3 questions have been answered. Please let me go." After Lin Lei finished answering the reporter's questions, he quickly rushed out of the crowd. Wang Rui hurried to follow. The reporters chased after him unwillingly, but fortunately the hotel security stopped them. After this interview, Wang Rui couldn't help but have a higher opinion of Lin Lei. "I thought Lin Lei would be at a loss under the siege of reporters, but I didn't expect him to be neither humble nor arrogant," and responded calmly, answering all 3 questions perfectly, which not only blocked the reporter's public opinion, but also protected Xiaobing well. "Lin Lei, you stole my goddess, I want you dead." Just as Lin Lei and Wang Rui opened the car door and were about to get in, a man in black wearing a baseball cap and holding a dagger rushed up. This scene scared everyone, and the female reporters nearby exclaimed in surprise. "Security, stop him quickly!" Wang Rui shouted in horror. But it was too late. The man had already rushed in front of Lin Lei, and the gleaming knife was about to pierce his body. At this moment, Lin Lei suddenly turned around and grabbed the man's knife-wielding arm with a grappling move. Bang! Lin Lei easily knocked the dagger away. At the same time, he raised his foot and kicked the man in the abdomen, sending him flying into the air. Lin Lei twisted his hand again and threw the man over his shoulder. His movements were smooth, swift, powerful, and impeccable. The man fainted on the spot. Now that Lin Lei has improved his martial arts skills to a superb level, it is effortless for him to deal with such ordinary brainless fans. Wow! Chinese Kung Fu! I never knew Lin Lei was such a skilled fighter. No wonder Xiaobing chose him. My boyfriend is so strong. Everyone was completely amazed by Lin Lei's skills. The female reporters even screamed with their eyes shining and took out their cameras to take pictures. Seeing the attacker being subdued, the hotel security rushed over and took him under control. Wang Rui standing by opened her mouth wide in disbelief. She had never imagined that Linley would be so powerful. Linley opened the car door and said calmly, "Let's go." He didn't want to delay the audition because of these things. Wang Rui came to her senses and immediately asked the security guard to carry the man away and call the police, then drove quickly to the film and television city. In the hotel suite, Xiaobing also saw the scene through the live broadcast. This person is very special. I wonder if he'll be able to successfully audition for director Zhang's role this time. You know, director Zhang is known for his strict selection process. But if he fails the audition, that would be a good thing. Then I can extend an olive branch to him. He probably won't refuse again, right? Looking at the scenes playing in the video, Xiaobing curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. Through various manifestations, she found herself becoming more and more interested in Linley. Tianhai International Hotel is some distance away from the film and television city. Even though Wang Rui overtook all the way, she was still 2 minutes late when she arrived. After getting out of the car, Linley immediately headed towards the studio. But Wang Rui also followed. Lin Leidun was surprised. "Sister Wang, are you going to the crew with me too?" "Yes, I'll go in with you. After you finish the audition, you have to go back with us. This incident has caused quite a bit of trouble, and we need your cooperation to deal with it," Wang Rui said. Hearing this, Linley smiled wryly and nodded. Soon the two arrived at the audition site. As soon as they entered, they saw more than a dozen people queuing outside. Needless to say, these must be actors who came to audition. Lin Lei took out his audition notice and told his name to the crew. A man wearing black framed glasses and a work badge around his neck glanced at Lin Lei's audition notice and said impatiently, "We agreed to meet at 10 a.m. The audition has already started, so why are you here so late?" Lin Lei? Are you the boyfriend Xiaobing just officially announced? The stunt double? The man wearing black framed glasses was halfway through his words when he suddenly looked up and looked at Lin Lei in surprise. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Lei. What? He is Xiaobing's boyfriend? Yeah, he's quite handsome. Did you all watch the live video just now? This guy is not only handsome, but also knows Kung Fu. I admire him so much. TSK, so what if you know Kung Fu? You're still a gigolo. What's wrong with being a gigolo? We can't even eat him if we want to. Besides, with Xiaobing's ability, it would only take a few minutes to make him famous. Maybe we will have to look up to him in the future. The people around were talking about it, and their eyes on Lin Lei were somewhat complicated. Lin Lei didn't pay much attention to their conversation. He simply smiled at the man wearing glasses and said, "I'm very sorry. I was a little delayed when I got here. Can I audition now?" The man with glasses looked him up and down, said nothing more, and told Lin Lei to wait in the lounge. Lin Lei was not impatient. He went to the lounge, closed his eyes and rested, recalling every detail of Shadow he had watched in his previous life, especially the character of Tian Zhan. About 20 minutes later, the man with black-framed glasses emerged from the backstage area and waved toward Lin Lei. "Lin Lei, it's your turn." Upon hearing this, Lin Lei hurriedly followed in. The audition studio was spacious, filled with various props. When Lin Lei walked in, he saw several people sitting there discussing something. Lin Lei recognized one of them as the director of Shadow, Zhang Yimou, and the other was the male lead, Deng Zhao. The rest are investors and producers of the crew. "Mr. Lin, I heard Xiaobing is filming a big-budget drama. Given your relationship with her, why don't you go and act in her drama, but come to my place instead?" Director Zhang had heard the man with black-framed glasses talk about the relationship between Lin Lei and Xiaobing before. When he saw him, he asked with a smile. Lin Lei was a little surprised by Director Zhang's words, but his expression remained unchanged as he answered truthfully, "Xiaobing's role is a youth idol drama, which is not what I want to develop into. I want to be a real actor, not a traffic idol." Zhang Yimou laughed heartily, showing some admiration for Lin Lei. He said, "A real actor. Good, very good. My crew always only wants talented people." Lin Lei nodded. "Don't worry, Director Zhang. I'll do my best." Zhang Yimou had the script brought to Lin Lei. "Many people have auditioned for the role of Tian Zhan, but so far, only Wang Qianyuan has satisfied me. Whether you can get this role depends on whether you can surpass his ability. Taking the script, Lin-Lee began to study it carefully. The content is not complicated and there are not many lines. It tells the story of Tianzhan meeting with the governor in a small room and planning with him to conquer Jingzhou. What Lin-Lee needs to do is to perform without props and be able to portray the character's psychological emotions in order to be considered successful. After reviewing the script and the details of the film he had watched in his previous life, Lin-Lee was filled with confidence. Director Zhang, we can begin. Good. Zhang Yimou nodded and immediately asked each group to prepare. Lin-Lee quickly got into the groove, miming the motion of taking off his cloak before slowly sitting down and reciting his lines accordingly. Zhang Yimou had been paying close attention to Lin-Lei's every move. When he saw the deep and calm emotion in his eyes, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Director Zhang, this kid is quite something. Deng Zhao, who was standing next to him, was also attracted by Lin-Lei. Keep watching. Zhang Yimou smiled slightly. Many people came to audition during this period, but apart from Wang Qianyuan, there were only a few who really impressed him. Even fewer could be as immersive as Lin-Lei in every move. At this point, Lin-Lei's scene had already entered into a conversation with the governor. He made a gesture of pouring tea for the governor. Although it was a non-proprietary performance and there was no one in front of him to act with him, his movements and lines were meticulously detailed. At the same time, his eyes fully reflected the shock, complexity and disbelief that Tianzhan felt after seeing the real governor. Every detail of emotional change is captured perfectly. Absolutely amazing. When Zhang Yimou saw this, he couldn't help but applaud. This kind of performance is truly unique. Chapter 4 Forced to Sign. The audition didn't take long. After 10 minutes, Lin-Lei finished his performance. However, the studio was quiet at this time. Director Zhang, I'm done. Lin-Lei said. Director Zhang was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses and praised repeatedly, excellent, wonderful, young man, you acted well. Just now, I was so immersed in Lin-Lei's performance that I couldn't extricate myself. Lin-Lei said modestly, Director Zhang, thank you for your compliment. I wonder if I can get this role. Of course, this role is yours. Director Zhang laughed and said, Shaolin, your acting is very mature. I've auditioned so many people, but so far, you're the only one who can impress me like this. Want to know what I think of you? Lin-Lei's heart stirred, and he quickly thanked Director Zhang. Then he smiled and said, Director Zhang, please continue. That scene you just performed was truly great. The emotions and movements were perfectly captured, without a trace of forced acting. Your acting is practically at the level of an award-winning actor. Director Zhang gave a thumbs up and said, I can guarantee that there are no more than 20 people in the entire film and television industry who can reach this level of acting skills. Indeed, your acting skills are indeed superb. Not to mention playing the character of Tianzhan, you can even play the second male lead without any problem. Young man, you will surely become a big star in the future. Deng Zhao nodded and praised sincerely. Thank you Director Zhang and Brother Zhao for the compliments. I will definitely work hard. Lin-Lei was neither arrogant nor impatient. He had not yet established a firm foothold in the entertainment industry, and he was already satisfied to get the role of Tianzhan. Okay, then you'll officially join the crew tomorrow, and I'll arrange for you to act again, Director Zhang said. Okay, thank you, Director Zhang. Lin-Lei thanked him again. Next, Lin-Lei successfully signed a contract with the crew. Since he was only a supporting role, he didn't have many scenes, and the schedule only took 2 months, with a salary of 700,000 yuan. This treatment is already very high for Lin-Lei, who is still a newcomer. Outside the corridor, Wang Rui watched Lin-Lei and the crew sign the contract in a serious manner, feeling incredulous. She immediately called Xia Bing. What? He got Director Zhang's role? How is that possible? Listening to Wang Rui's voice on the phone, Xia Bing was stunned. Director Zhang is famous for his strict casting. It is almost impossible for ordinary actors to get a role from him. How could Lin-Lei pass? It's absolutely true. He has now signed the contract with Director Zhang's crew. Wang Rui said. Xia Bing fell silent. After a long time, she nodded and said, Okay, I understand. Take him back to the hotel first. I have something to say to him. After hanging up the phone, Xia Bing sat alone on the sofa with a complicated expression. I didn't expect him to get the role of Director Zhang. I underestimated him before. Being recognized by director Zhang, it seems his acting skills are pretty good. I have to have him join my studio no matter what. Xiaobing thought to herself, a strange look flashing in her eyes. Lin Lei followed Wang Rui back to the Tianhai Hotel, where reporters were still waiting outside. Lin Lei didn't pay much attention to this and directly got on the elevator with Wang Rui, avoiding them. Entering the top suite, Xiaobing smiled at him. Lin Lei, congratulations. Getting a role from director Zhang is a testament to your ability. It's just luck, Lin Lei said calmly. Xiaobing looked at him without saying a word. After a moment, she took out a contract and placed it in front of Lin Lei. What is this? Lin Lei asked in surprise. The contract signed with our studio. Xiaobing said, after signing it, you will be a member of our studio. By joining us, you can get more resources. Lin Lei frowned and was about to push the contract back when Xiaobing interrupted him. You must sign this contract. What do you mean? Lin Lei's face darkened. Xiaobing said, first, if you join my studio, you will get a broader stage. Secondly, we are boyfriend and girlfriend now. If you refuse, it will easily arouse suspicion. Wang Rui also hurriedly advised, Lin Lei, Xiaobing is right. If you join us, you will get more and better roles in the future. This will be of great benefit to you. Lin Lei mused in silence. He had made it clear before that he could agree to pretend to be Xiaobing's boyfriend, but would not join her studio. Now it seems that he really has to sign this contract. Okay, I can sign the contract, but I have conditions, Lin Lei said. You say. Xiaobing nodded. Lin Lei said calmly, I can join your studio, but only for the time I'm pretending to be your boyfriend. Also, you can't restrict my freedom. I have the final say on everything, whether it's filming or endorsements. Hearing this, Xiaobing hesitated. But in the end she nodded, okay, I agree to your terms, but you'd better think it over carefully. If you want freedom, forget about the resources. My people must obey my arrangements. Lin Lei shrugged and said, whatever. After that, he picked up the pen and signed the contract. Xiaobing's chest heaved with rage. She glared at Lin Lei and said, do you know that many people have begged to join us but were ineligible? They even tried every possible means to create scandals with me. Now you have this opportunity, but you refuse it. What are you thinking? To be honest, most of the people signed by your studio are traffic idols, and I don't want to be like them. Lin Lei said calmly. Anyone else would have been eager for such an opportunity, but Lin Lei had the super entertainment exchange system. He believed he would soon be able to make a name for himself in the entertainment industry, so he naturally didn't want to be bound by anyone. Okay, in that case, you'd better not regret it. Xiaobing snorted. This guy was really infuriating. Lin Lei ignored Xiaobing's attitude, signed the contract, left the hotel, and returned to his residence to pack his things. In order to avoid arousing media suspicion, Lin Lei had to live with Xiaobing according to the agreement and show their affection in social circles from time to time. Although it was troublesome, given the current situation, Lin Lei had no choice but to agree. After Lin Lei left, Xiaobing gritted her teeth and said, this guy is absolutely outrageous. We have so many people vying for a job in our studio, and I'm rushing to sign him, and he's not happy about it? I think Lin Lei is different from the others. Wang Rui smiled, a different color in her eyes. Sister Wang, you're not attracted to him, are you? Xiaobing suddenly looked at Wang Rui. She herself didn't notice that her eyes were a little sharp at this moment, as if someone was staring at her most precious thing, and her eyes were full of vigilance. It looked like it was declaring its sovereignty. Wang Rui was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. What are you thinking? After all, he's still your boyfriend in name only. If I'm interested in him, what does that mean? At this point, she poked Xiaobing and said, looking at you, you're not really in love with him, are you? Honestly, I think Lin Lei is a good guy. If you don't want him, don't blame me for snatching him away. Xiaobing rolled her eyes and said, how could I possibly like him? You can snatch him away if you want. Wang Rui covered her mouth and smiled. Others didn't understand Xiaobing, but didn't she? Wang Rui has known her for so long, but she has never seen her care so much about someone. Okay, let's get down to business. Wang Rui coughed lightly and said sternly, I know you're angry at Lin Lei's attitude, but think about it carefully. Doesn't his rejection of your offer simply mean he doesn't want to benefit from your connections? This alone speaks volumes about his trustworthy character. Xiaobing's eyes flickered but she didn't answer. In fact, after hearing what Wang Rui said, she felt much calmer. After a moment, she looked at Wang Rui suspiciously again. Sister Wang, you are praising him so much, are you really in love with him? Yes, I do like him. Wang Rui said with a smile, but it's not that kind of like. I admire him. Xia Bing was speechless for a while. Just hearing Wang Rui's words, she felt uncomfortable for no reason. That evening, Lin Lei officially moved into Xia Bing's villa. After the two had dinner together, they went out for a walk. As a popular star, Xia Bing was always surrounded by reporters taking pictures, and for a while, photos of the two of them were once again on the front page of news. The popularity remains high. Lin Lei is popular again. Chapter 5 Change. Night. Xia Bing had just come out of the shower, her body damp with moisture. She spoke shyly, let me make this clear first. Although we're boyfriend and girlfriend now, it's only in name only. So you have to stay in another room. Although she had feelings for Lin Lei, he was only her boyfriend in name only. She would only consider it if he could become her official boyfriend someday. Lin Lei nodded in agreement. I agree with that. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Hearing this, Xia Bing's brows twitched imperceptibly. What did she mean by not interested in me? She was such a big star, with countless suitors, yet she wasn't interested in Lin Lei? Doesn't that mean she's not pretty? She snorted coldly, turned around and went back to her room. Lin Lei looked at her in bewilderment from behind. He really didn't understand what he had said wrong to offend this big star. He lived with Xia Bing for several days. In front of others, they were very affectionate, but behind the scenes, they would talk about all kinds of trivial matters in life. Maybe it was because Xia Bing was a big star, the two of them always had many small frictions in their living habits. The next day, Wang Rui came with a pile of documents in her arms. Seeing the two of them still leisurely eating breakfast, she complained. You still have time to spare, the outside world is in chaos. Xia Bing put down the bowl in her hand and walked straight towards Wang Rui. She took the document from her hand and quickly flipped through it. What else could be going on out there that would make Sister Wang come to my place so early in the morning? When Xia Bing saw one of the folders, his expression suddenly changed. This is. Yes, because you and Lin Lei announced your relationship, this wave of unscrupulous media probably feared that the matter was not big enough, so they kept hyping it up. Your upcoming drama will also be affected. Wang Rui rubbed her aching temples. She had not slept all night since she saw this folder last night. Xia Bing seemed a little annoyed, but she suppressed her anger and asked, what did the producers say? The production company's stock has plummeted, and they're saying there's a high chance they'll reduce your pay or replace the female lead. What do you think? Xia Bing was even more worried than Wang Rui. If she lowered her pay this time, she was afraid that her partners would treat her like a soft persimmon in the future. These bastards. Don't lower it. If it happens once, there will be a second time. If you give in this time, those capitalists will definitely seize the opportunity to severely suppress your pay. Just as Xia Bing was worried, Lin Lei, who had been sitting at the dining table, suddenly spoke. Xia Bing looked at Lin Lei in surprise. He usually remained silent when she and Wang Rui discussed matters. If I disagree, I'm afraid they'll force me to change the female lead. Don't worry about that. You're a top star in the industry, and you have a huge fan base to back you up. If they really dare to replace you, you won't be the one to be blamed. Lin Lei analyzed the situation for the two people in front of him. Wang Rui nodded repeatedly. Yes, Lin Lei is right. Although this celebrity relationship is public, it is ultimately your private matter. Fans will definitely target the producers, saying they shouldn't interfere too much with your personal relationships. Xia Bing pondered for a while and thought that this seemed to be the case. Those money-hungry bastards are probably testing you. What if you agree? Before Wang Rui could finish her words, her stomach suddenly growled, which seemed extremely abrupt among the three of them. This. Wang Rui blushed in embarrassment. I rushed over here before I had anything to eat, so I'm a little hungry. This is urgent, and I'm worried about you. Xia Bing looked at the dining table beside her. She and Lin Lei had already eaten most of the food on the table. The cook left after finishing the meal and never stayed. You can't let your agent eat leftovers. Although there were plenty of ingredients in the villa, neither Xia Bing nor Wang Rui knew how to cook. They both looked at Lin Lei and asked, "Can you cook?" Lin Lei smiled, as if he had known that neither of them could cook. That's easy. Just wait. After saying that, Lin went into the kitchen and rummaged through the refrigerator to find some ingredients that could be combined together, intending to make a few home-cooked dishes. Ding! The host is detected to be cooking. Since the host's fans have reached 10 million, the third-level cooking card has been activated. Do you want to claim it? Lin was amazed at the effectiveness of this system. He had never expected that it could even detect something like cooking. Receive. He clicked the Receive button without thinking, and then opened the system homepage to check how the cooking skills were divided. Cooking page. It turns out that cooking skills are divided into 5 levels, and the conditions required for each promotion are different. Lin original cooking skill level was level 4. To be promoted to level 3, one must have 500,000 fans. After announcing his relationship with Xiaobing, Lin fans increased rapidly, and 500,000 was no problem at all, because he was immediately promoted to level 3 in cooking. Before coming to this parallel world, it's not that Lin couldn't cook, but the taste was hard to describe. Not only was the food not fragrant, it didn't even have any flavor. It's simply because you can't eat it to death. Now that he had this universal systems cooking card, Lin could cook with ease, and even the dishes he was least good at could be cooked with good color, aroma, and flavor. It wasn't long before the aroma wafted from the kitchen, and Wang Rui's stomach growled even louder. Xiaobing leaned against the door, staring intently at her nominal boyfriend, with whom she had only announced her relationship a few days ago. The person is still the same person, but I always feel that something is different. In just half an hour, Lin had prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Wang Rui's eyes lit up when she saw them. While Lin was back in the kitchen, she nudged Xiaobing with her elbow and said, "Look at this, he's such a good cook." "What a good man." Xiaobing sniffed the aroma, revealing a hint of intoxication. She pursed her lips, but said with a straight face, "It looks good, but it has to be edible. Otherwise, it would be a waste of ingredients. This table of ingredients is very expensive." Wang Rui didn't say much, knowing that Xiaobing had wanted to eat for a long time but was just being stubborn. Then she quickly pulled out a chair, sat down, and started eating. Seeing this, Wang Rui stood up again, pulled the chair next to her for Xiaobing to sit down, and handed the chopsticks to her. "Come on, try the food your nominal boyfriend made. If it doesn't taste good, we'll kick him out." "I heard everything. Don't worry, Sister Wang, it will definitely taste good." Lin finally came out of the kitchen and served the last dish of sweet and sour fish. Hearing that Lin only called Wang Rui and not herself, Xiaobing felt even more unhappy. She picked up the chopsticks and fiercely picked up a piece of fish and put it into her mouth. Lin couldn't help but tremble, as if he was the piece of fish that Xiaobing had just picked up. "How is it?" Wang Rui looked at Xiaobing expectantly. Xiaobing tasted the fish. The moment it entered her mouth, the wonderful taste was indescribable. This is better than any other restaurant. If Lin doesn't become a chef, it would be a waste of talent. As a celebrity, she had tasted every kind of delicious food. But compared to Lin, the food made by those top chefs was garbage. Seeing her expression, Lin was very proud. Now that he had reached the 3rd level of culinary skills, the dishes he cooked would definitely be delicious. Maybe after he left the entertainment industry, he could even apply for a job as a chef in a 5-star hotel. "It tastes good," Xiaobing said in a low voice, but her chopsticks were eagerly picking up other dishes, as if she was afraid that someone would snatch them from her. Seeing this, Wang Rui couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks. After taking just one bite, she slammed the table and stood up. "It's so delicious." Chapter 6 Best Actor. Wang Rui's eyes lit up as she picked up her chopsticks and started eating, praising Lin cooking. "What a pity. She is such a good cook. Why did she go into the entertainment industry? She could have made a fortune as a chef." Xiaobing glanced at Lin and picked up the rest of the dishes and put them in her own bowl, fearing that Wang Rui would eat them all. "How could that be possible? If I became a chef, wouldn't I have met you and Sister Wang? Someone else might not be as cooperative with you as I am." Lin also sat down and accompanied the two of them for dinner. Don't push your luck. Even if you don't want to cooperate that day, I still have a way to make you cooperate." Xiaobing was a little angry. She is a top figure in the industry, and many people are eager to cooperate with her, but Lin has no interest in working with her at all, and only wants to make his own way. She wanted to see what Lin could do in the entertainment industry on his own. Seeing that something was not right between them, Wang Rui was busy trying to smooth things over, and the meal was over. Afterwards, Wang Rui and Xiaobing continued to discuss various precautions for the upcoming filming, while Lin Lei also started to busy himself with his own things. Hello? Director Zhang? Lin Lei was familiarizing himself with the script of Shadow when his cell phone suddenly buzzed. He was so focused on the script that he didn't see who was calling until he heard a familiar voice from the other end. Upon hearing the name Director Zhang, Xiaobing and Wang Rui stopped what they were doing and looked towards Lin Lei. Out of town? Okay, I understand. I'll go prepare it right away. Thank you, Director Zhang. Lin Lei hung up the phone after just 2 or 3 minutes. When he turned around, he found Xiaobing standing behind him. Xiaobing brushed her long hair and leaned against the wall. It seems like you are planning to go out of town to film? Lin Lei nodded, then turned and went upstairs to pack his belongings. Yes, Director Zhang said he's going to Guiyang to film a movie. He'll probably be gone for about 2 weeks, so you'll need some quiet time. Hearing this, Xiaobing frowned in dissatisfaction. What did she mean by getting some peace and quiet? Although Lin Lei lived with her to hide his identity, Xiaobing still felt a little sad when she thought about not being able to see Lin Lei for more than 10 days. Well, in order to prevent those unscrupulous media from making wild guesses, I'll take you to the airport, otherwise Weibo will definitely be paralyzed again. Thinking back to when they announced their relationship a while ago, even Xiaobing herself couldn't open the Weibo page. Lin Lei thought what she said made sense, so he took a ride directly to the airport. Airport, the crew of Shadow. When everyone saw Lin Lei coming, the expressions on their faces were extremely interesting. Some were happy, while others were disdainful. However, when they saw the person behind Lin Lei, they all showed surprise. It's Xiaobing. Xiaobing had actually personally escorted Lin Lei to the airport to meet up with them. Seeing the tender and affectionate look Xiaobing gave Lin Lei, everyone felt a mixture of jealousy and envy. The person involved, Lin Lei, seemed not to notice their expressions. He walked up to greet Director Zhang and the leading actors. Director Zhang shook Lin Lei's hand and jokingly said, "You're so lucky, kid. Celebrity Xia personally delivered it to you. What a grand occasion." Director Zhang, what are you talking about? Lin Lei and I are boyfriend and girlfriend, so it's only right that I send him here. Xiaobing immediately picked up Director Zhang's words, and her sweet smile made the hearts of many men present feel excited. Lin Lei understood Xiaobing's intentions and had to put on a good show in front of others. He stepped forward and patted her shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. I'll be back from this business trip in half a month. I'll be sure to keep in touch. The people around were all amazed. Xiaobing's heart moved slightly. Then I'll wait for you at home. Okay, the first thing I'll do when I get back is go home to see you. Listening to the two people's sweet conversation, not only the male actor, but even the female actor began to envy Xiaobing. Xiaobing seemed very satisfied with her love for Lin Lei. After watching Lin Lei board the plane, she returned home with a bit of disappointment. Guiyang. The crew quickly ate something to fill their stomachs as soon as they got off the plane. According to Director Zhang's plan, they started filming as soon as they arrived on the ground, and they could not be careless at all. Along the way, in addition to the leading actor Dang Zhao, Lin Lei also met the other actors, producers and investors under the introduction of Director Zhang. They all praised Lin Lei in front of Director Zhang, but it is unknown what they really thought behind the scenes. Especially those investors. When one of the investors learned that Director Zhang had chosen a newcomer as the leading actor, his face turned ugly on the spot and he whispered to Director Zhang in private. I heard that this guy got to where he is today thanks to his relationship with Xiaobing. Director Zhang, you're a famous director in the industry, so why did you choose a gigolo? While Lin Lei was talking to other people, the investors started complaining to Director Zhang. Director Zhang seemed to have known that some would question his casting, and replied, Are you still unsure of my choice? This guy is capable, and he's not necessarily a gigolo. His acting skills were worth considering during the audition. I hope the facts are as Director Zhang said, and I don't think he is really a vase that only knows how to live off others. The investor threw away the cigarette but in his hand with an impatient look. If it weren't for Director Zhang's face, he would probably give Lin Lei a warning on the spot. This scene happened to be witnessed by Lin Lei, who had just returned. He brushed past the investor and their eyes met. The investor seemed to wish he could sweep Lin Lei away. As if they could smell the tension between the two, those who disliked Lin Lei using Xiaobing to boost his popularity joined in the chit-chat, their tones often unfriendly. If you ask me, what Mr. Yuan said just now is right. He is just a gigolo. Without Xiaobing's support, how could he have gotten the role? What a joke. A supporting actor suddenly had a burst of acting talent? Exactly. He's clearly riding on Xiaobing's coattails. I really don't know what my goddess sees in this bastard. Listening to them blatantly cursing beside him, Linley did not lose his temper as they wished. Instead, he glanced at them lightly and walked towards Director Zhang as if he had not heard anything. Director Zhang, which scene is the first one today? Zhang Yimou had obviously heard their conversation, and he felt a little embarrassed when he saw Lin Lei approaching. The first scene is Deng Zhao's. Don't take what they say to heart. Prove yourself with your strength. I believe I, Zhang, made the right choice. Lin Lei's eyes were firm as he nodded. Don't worry, Director Zhang. You won't make the wrong choice. To prove my ability, can I be the first to perform? Yours? Zhang Yimou was a bit surprised. Originally, he had considered Lin Lei's newcomer status and postponed his role. Now that many people on the crew were dissatisfied with him, he agreed. Okay, the first scene will be yours. Zhang Yimou immediately arranged for a makeup artist to do Lin Lei's makeup, and filming began as soon as Lin Lei came out of the dressing room. Lin Lei plays the role of Tianzhan in Shadow. Tianzhan is a general of Pei State. The scene performed by Lin Lei is the one where Tianzhan summons his assassins. According to director Zhang's idea, this scene requires rain, and Lin Lei walks slowly in the rain, and an assassin will come out from the side to stop him. Lin Lei went over the details of the scene from his previous life, Shadow, in his mind before beginning his performance. He quickly got into the groove, delivering his lines in a timely manner and expressing himself with perfect emotion. Zhang Yimou and the investors watched his every move as if they had seen a treasure. I told you I wouldn't choose the wrong person. Very good, cut. Lin Lei walked out of the photo studio. The group of people who had been dissatisfied with him earlier were staring at him in amazement. Is this really a newcomer who plays a supporting role? His acting skills are comparable to those of contemporary movie kings. Chapter 7, Speaking Out. Everyone was stunned. Even the makeup artist who had originally planned to make a fool of himself with Lin Lei was a little bit incredulous and gradually began to look at this newcomer with a new respect. Although President Yuan was still a little unconvinced, Lin Lei's acting skills were still there, so he couldn't afford to refute Zhang Yimou again. He clapped his hands and responded to Director Zhang, well done. As expected of Director Zhang's choice. Well done. After the first scene, the entire crew treated Lin Lei differently. The previously cold and aloof man was now extremely enthusiastic, which made the atmosphere on the crew much better. The second scene was the rivalry between Lin Lei and Deng Zhao. Everyone wanted to see how badly Deng Zhao would beat Lin Lei, but Lin Lei was able to catch all the tricks Deng Zhao threw at him, and he didn't look like a novice at all. Cut. After the scene, Deng Zhao, the male lead, couldn't help but step forward and put his arm around Lin Lei's shoulder, saying excitedly, "That's great, brother. I didn't realize you were a newcomer. You must have been overlooked by those ignorant people before. With director Zhang's film, I guarantee you'll be a huge star." Deng Zhao wasn't complimenting him with these words, but was genuinely impressed by Lin Lei's acting skills. He has never liked to follow the script, and Zhang Yimou also knew Deng Zhao's way and let him go. Before filming began, no one told Lin Lei about this man's unconventional ways. They just wanted to see some jokes, but unexpectedly, there were no jokes at all, and they were surprised again and again. Lin Lei smiled modestly. Thank you, Brother Zhao. You are my senior when it comes to filming. I will need your guidance from now on. Lin Lei hadn't expected such acting skills to remain calm and composed, which immediately won Deng Zhao's favor. Sure. After filming, let's go to the farmhouse inn at the foot of the mountain with the brothers for dinner. It's my treat. Don't refuse, or I'll be upset. Being able to get Deng Zhao to take the initiative to show goodwill, many people in the crew cast envious and jealous glances at Lin Lei. God knows what luck this guy has. First he officially announced his relationship with superstar Xiaobing, then he starred in Zhang Yimou's movie, and now even Deng Zhao has started to actively invite him. Lin Lei, naturally, didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Since Brother Zhao has said so, wouldn't it be a disappointment if I didn't go? I must go. After finishing filming Deng Zhao's scene, the two said goodbye to Zhang Yimou and hurried to the farmhouse hotel. Deng Zhao ordered a table full of dishes. Honestly, brother. As long as you take good care of yourself and don't mess up your cards, you'll be famous sooner or later based on your acting skills. Maybe once director Shang's movie is broadcast, your net worth will increase several times. Deng Zhao came up and poured Lin Lei a glass of wine, and the people around him were jealous. There was no way Lin Lei would just sit there and watch Deng Zhao pour him a glass. He grabbed another bottle from the counter and poured Deng Zhao a glass, passing it to him. "Thank you, senior. I, Lin Lei, will drink this first as a gesture of respect." "Good." As everyone was chatting and laughing, a table next to them suddenly collapsed with a loud bang. Lin Lei was forced to put down the spoon in his hand and look in the direction of the sound. All I saw was a pretty good-looking man standing next to the collapsed table. He was probably about the same height as Deng Zhao, holding a pair of chopsticks tightly in his hand, and looked like he was about to explode at any moment. Seeing that something was amiss, everyone stood up and stepped aside, reminding Deng Zhao and Lin Lei to stay away from this person. "What do you mean by red to purple?" It's clearly the man began to speak in a very low voice, as if he were just mumbling. Then he suddenly raised his voice, grabbed the chopsticks in his hand and stabbed them at Lin Lei's eyes. He's clearly a gigolo who relied on Xiaobing to get to the top. What acting skills can he have? Deng Zhao exclaimed in surprise. From the moment the noise was heard, he stood up and stood behind the others. Only Lin Lei was slower and still stood in front of the group. "Lin Lei, be careful." Seeing the chopsticks about to pierce his eyes, Lin Lei chuckled inwardly. With such skill, he actually dared to attack him in front of him. He calmly raised his left hand, which was accumulating strength, and with one force, he knocked the man's hand holding the chopsticks away. Then he quickly stepped forward, grabbed the man's shoulders with both hands, and used the force to throw him backwards. The man's throw over the shoulder was so powerful that the ground couldn't help but shake a few times when he fell. Deng Zhao and others were stunned by what they saw. He is so good at fighting? Could he be a martial arts actor? The logistics staff standing behind Deng Zhao couldn't help but ask. It's hard to say. Didn't you see the live stream from a few days ago? Lin Lei's boyfriend is incredibly charming. He might actually be a martial arts actor. Lin Lei pinned the man to the ground, and the support staff reacted and called the Public Security Bureau. "Who are you? Our crew just came here to have a meal and don't want to cause trouble." Deng Zhao squatted down and looked at the man in black who was knocked down. The man was well dressed. Looking at the brand name clothes, Deng Zhao guessed that he must be a young man from a wealthy family. The man glared at Deng Zhao, then struggled a few times on the ground. Finding he couldn't break free, he began to yell and curse, "Lin Lei, don't be so complacent. I'm telling you, don't let him fool you. He's only interested in Xiaobing's money and fame, and he's with her. He's basically exploiting her resources." Hearing this, Deng Zhao more or less understood something and sneered. "I thought he was some kind of character, but it turns out he's just a hater." Although he had just come into contact with Lin Lei today, Deng Zhao sensed a strong sense of justice in him. He was definitely not someone who would willingly rely on a woman to get to the top. Lin Lei exerted a little force to restrain the man on the ground. "Then you're wrong. I'm not complacent, nor did I lie to Xiaobing. I'm sincere to her." Except for the last 7 words, Lin Lei was absolutely right. If he really intended to use Xiaobing's resources, he would have threatened Xiaobing from the night he woke up in the hotel instead of cooperating with Xiaobing. You're talking nonsense." The man tried his best to raise half his face to look at Lin Lei. "You look like a pretty boy, how can you be worthy of Xiaobing? I'm afraid Xiaobing must have been drugged by you. You must have used some despicable tricks, ouch." Before he could finish, Lin Lei increased the force of his grip, causing the man to scream in pain. Deng Zhao was shocked to see this and quickly grabbed Lin Lei. "Little Lei, don't break any bones. It will be hard to explain to us later." Lin Lei finally relaxed a little. "Lin Lei, do you dare to bet with me? If you lose, you will break up with Xiaobing." The man lying on the ground was obviously unwilling to give in. "What do you want to bet on?" The man smiled sinisterly, as if he was sure to win the bet. "Let's bet on your and Xiaobing's future. If you achieve the same success as Xiaobing in the future, I will admire you from the bottom of my heart and wish you all the best. But if you remain a bitchy, you should break up with Xiaobing." Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes. Lin Lei curled his lips. "All right, let us bet." Chapter 8: The Envy of Others. Seeing Lin Lei agree without hesitation, the anti-fan leader was stunned. Even Deng Zhao and others looked stunned. After the mess was cleaned up, Deng Zhao couldn't help but hold his head and asked helplessly, You really dare to gamble? This is your lifelong event. Don't tell me that your feelings for Xiaobing are fake and you don't have any feelings. Otherwise, why would you agree so readily? He was fake towards Xiaobing from the beginning and was just acting in front of others. Despite this thought, Linley didn't say anything like that when he spoke. I believe in my own abilities. From the moment I officially announced my relationship with Xiaobing, I decided to become a man worthy of her. It's just like saying one thing to one person and another thing to another. Good boy, you are worthy of being chosen by the famous star Xiaobing. I am optimistic about you. Deng Zhao patted Lin Lei's shoulder heavily, his face showing a look of admiration from the bottom of his heart. After this unpleasant incident, no one had the appetite to eat anymore and they all rushed back to the crew to start filming. Perhaps it was because of Lin Lei's shocking words that day, coupled with his own considerable abilities, the crew became much more polite to him, and most of them praised him behind his back. Soon, more than 10 days passed and the scenes were almost finished. After Lin Lei's last scene was finished, there was a wrap-up party. But before Lin Lei had the chance to go out and celebrate with the crew, he received a call from Wang Rui. Before he could even ask, Wang Rui's anxious voice rang out from the other end. Lin Lei, are you done filming? When can you come back? Xia Bing's in trouble. What did you say? Don't be impatient, talk slowly, I'll book a ticket back right away. Although Lin Lei was only Xia Bing's boyfriend in name, he still felt uneasy when he heard that Xia Bing was in trouble. You don't need to book a plane ticket. Xia Bing is also filming in Guiyang, but she didn't notify you because of work. I'll send you the address if you dare to come over. After saying that, Wang Rui hung up the phone and sent Lin Lei the location of Xia Bing's crew on WeChat. After Lin Lei and Zhang Yimou explained the situation clearly, they drove to Xia Bing's crew. Because Weibo was paralyzed when he and Xia Bing made their official announcement, everyone in the crew recognized him as Xia Bing's boyfriend as soon as they saw him. Sister Wang, how is Xia Bing? Lin Lei was let in by the staff without even showing any relevant documents. When he saw Wang Rui, he began to ask about Xia Bing's condition. Her ankle is injured. It's strange, no one fell when we walked by, but she fell when Xia Bing passed by. She was resting in the RV. Wang Rui led Lin Lei into Xia Bing's RV. Inside, Xia Bing was lying on the bed rubbing her feet. Her entire ankle was bruised and even a little swollen. Seeing this, Lin Lei stepped forward to comfort her and then asked how Xia Bing fell like that. Xia Bing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she spoke with a hint of coquettishness. How should I know? I don't know what happened to that wooden board today. Usually they don't fall during filming, but it happened to fall today when I had a scene. There's no scene for them today? No, I've been doing all my scenes this morning. Hey, where are you going? Before Xia Bing could finish her words, Lin Lei left her and ran out. Seeing this, she couldn't help but pound the bed, blaming Lin Lei for always ignoring her status as a big star. Sister Wang, I want to go to the place where Xia Bing is filming today. Is it taken care of? After hearing what Xia Bing said, an idea popped up in Lin Lei's mind, forcing him to go and verify it. Wang Rui shook her head, not understanding why Lin Lei asked this at this time, but she still took him to the scene to check. Because Xia Bing injured her foot and could not continue filming, the venue was left empty and no one has cleaned it up yet. Under Wang Rui's guidance, Lin Lei found the place where Xia Bing fell today. No one had fallen in these days, so how could it be such a coincidence that Xia Bing fell? He doesn't believe that there are so many coincidences in this world. As Lin Lei had expected, the wooden board was incredibly smooth and slip-proof. Anyone who stepped on it would surely fall. Lin Lei squatted beside the wooden board, put his hand to it and sniffed it. It's peanut oil. Someone smeared it there. No wonder Xia Bing fell. What did you say? Wang Rui was so shocked that she couldn't help but squat down and imitate Lin Lei's rubbing. It's really oil. Lin Lei glanced around and found a camera. He suggested to Wang Rui not to tell anyone about this matter for the time being, and secretly notify the director and several senior executives to send in surveillance. Upon hearing Lin Lei's guess, the director looked a little embarrassed. Only after Wang Rui repeatedly assured him that it was not a fabrication did he agree to retrieve the surveillance footage. What made you want to go back to the scene? The director asked Lin Lei while reviewing the surveillance footage. It's very simple. Sister Wang and Xia Bing both said that so many people had been standing there for so many days and no one fell, but she did. Many coincidences in this world are sometimes man-made. I thought it would be best to go back and take a look. I didn't expect there would be a clue. Lin Lei didn't dare take his eyes off the screen for even a moment, fearing he'd missed any details. Check the surveillance footage from the night before Xia Bing's filming. Maybe there will be some clues. Many people thought it was just a coincidence, but after Lin Lei's analysis, they realized how meticulous his thoughts were and couldn't help but secretly admire him. The screen was completely dark, but the next moment, a sneaky figure came over with a small bucket and a wooden brush. After looking around cautiously, he began to apply oil on the wooden board. That's him. Zoom in, can you see his face clearly? Lindley grabbed the monitor and gradually zoomed in on the image, the man's face gradually emerging. This is. When the director saw the man's face clearly, his expression became a little unnatural. Asshole, this is someone from our logistics team, a die-hard fan of Xiaobing. How is this possible? Maybe fans have turned against them. Wang Rui continued. She had guessed this day would come from the moment Lin Lei and Xiaobing made their official announcement, but she didn't expect it to happen on the set. Lin Lei also agreed with Wang Rui's statement and hoped that the director would cooperate with them to remove the culprit from the crew to prevent Xiaobing's personal safety from being endangered in the future. The director thought for a while and then agreed, okay, I'll have someone find a reason to fire him. Thank you and Xiaobing for your hard work this time. Everyone in the monitoring room cast admiring glances at Lin Lei and began to envy Xiaobing for having such a smart and reliable boyfriend. After receiving the director's accurate response, Lin Lei and Wang Rui returned to the RV to see Xiaobing. Where have you been? I haven't even finished what I was saying. Xiaobing glared at Lin Lei in dissatisfaction. In order not to affect Xiaobing's reputation, Wang Rui did not close the door of the RV, so the situation inside could be seen clearly from the outside. Lin Lei squatted beside Xiaobing, rubbing his hands together to warm them before massaging her injured ankle. I'm going to take care of things for you. Don't move, or the blood clot won't heal and it'll delay your progress. Little did he know how much Lin Lei's behavior would make him hateful. The opposite sex outside saw the whole scene and gritted their teeth in envy. Damn it, such a nameless pretty boy actually had physical contact with their goddess. Chapter 9 Sing Out Loud. The two of them were not affected at all by the jealous atmosphere outside. Only Wang Rui could not help but smile. She kicked Lin Lei out and then told Xiaobing the whole story. I didn't expect this, Sister Bing. This kid is quite capable. We all thought it was an accident, but he went against us. It turns out it wasn't an accident after all. Wang Rui praised Lin Lei to the skies in front of Xiaobing. Xiaobing boasted, but in reality, she was somewhat impressed by Lin Lei's observational skills. What do you mean by specialized? It's clearly just a clever trick. Even without him, others would have noticed it was the grease. I didn't expect this silly boy to be so thoughtful. Even Xiaobing herself thought she was unlucky. Others? Sister Bing, we all thought it was an accident. Only Lin Lei returned to the scene. Wang Rui added a touch of wit to her words at the end. Hearing this, Xiaobing's face turned red and white. This. I will go back tomorrow too. How is the logistics staff? The director fired him and said he would give the crew a good lecture this afternoon to prevent any further incidents. Xiaobing nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. I never thought this would happen to me. Because the filming of the Shadow Crew has been filmed, Lin Lei has been waiting for Xiaobing's crew in the next few days to help take care of Xiaobing. The two of them would sprinkle dog food when they had nothing to do, which made everyone in the crew envious and jealous, and they wanted to beat Lin Lei on the spot. But with Xiaobing present, they couldn't do anything. Soon, Xiaobing's crew finished filming and the two returned to the villa together. That night, Lin Lei dug out some blood-dissolving medicine from the villa's medicine box and applied it to Xiaobing's foot. The injury had shown signs of worsening from the exhaustion of filming over the past few days. You're quite considerate. I thought you'd forgotten everything after returning home. Xiaobing started teasing him upon seeing this. In front of others, I am your nominal boyfriend, but behind the scenes, you are my boss. It is only natural for me to care about my boss. Otherwise, if you fall down, everyone in our studio will be out of luck. Lin Lei lowered his head, rubbed his hands together to warm them up, and then began to massage Xiaobing's feet, not noticing the implication of Xiaobing's words. Is it just fulfilling the responsibilities of an employee? Can't it be something else? Xiaobing felt a little sad. She forced herself to suppress the urge to ask and started to get angry with herself. She doesn't want such a silly boy. Then there was a silence between the two, and no one spoke. After applying the medicine, Lin Lei suddenly remembered something. When he first came, the system seemed to have given him a superstar singing card. He had been so focused on filming these days that he almost forgot about it. Lin Lei quickly took out his phone, opened a music app, and picked out a song with high notes that he had never been able to sing before. Hearing the music coming from the background, Xiaobing looked at him curiously. Are you planning to sing? Lin Lei nodded slightly. Yes, I want to record it and listen to it. He just wanted to see if his singing skills had improved after obtaining the card. Xia Bing couldn't help but burst out laughing. She lifted her long hair and looked at Lin Lei curiously. Record it? Are you sure? Your acting is okay. Although acting classes also involve vocal music, we can't compare to music students. Singing requires vocal skills and technique. By the way, have you taken professional acting classes? Lin Lei had never taken any professional acting classes. He started out as a supporting actor and relied on his dreams to get through it. His acting skills were all honed by playing supporting roles and improving his acting skills. He shook his head at Xia Bing. No, that doesn't affect the fact that I have acting skills. Xia Bing felt a little dissatisfied. Lin Lei never asked her for advice on acting, but the acting skills of a supporting actor had now caught up with hers. However, this person was not willing to join her studio and was even indifferent to her. This made her feel a little frustrated. She was a top star in the industry, and no matter how many people tried their best, they might not have the opportunity to sign a contract with her. Now that Lin Lei had gotten this opportunity for free, he was actually so disdainful. Performing requires skill, and so does singing. You haven't taken acting classes, which means you haven't learned the relevant music theory. The piece you chose has some tenor vocals, can you sing it? If you overuse your voice, you might not be able to speak tomorrow. Xia Bing looked at Lin Lei with a hint of sarcasm. In reality, she hoped that Lin Lei would take the initiative to ask her for some professional knowledge, rather than waiting for her to explain it to him. I'll know if I can sing it or not if I give it a try. Lin Lei was full of confidence. He had loved this song when he was on Earth, but he had never been able to sing it. Looking at his appearance, Xia Bing's dissatisfaction was almost piled up like a mountain, and she was about to explode in front of him. She took the phone and pretended to be chatting with someone else, but in fact she secretly turned on the recorder. She had to trick Lin Lei so that he would ask her for advice. As soon as the record button was pressed, Lin Lei on the other end played the accompaniment. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Suddenly, he found that the accompaniment that he could not understand before was now understandable to him. He even knew how to sing it as soon as he heard it. Gradually, his voice began to fill the entire villa. His singing was ups and downs, sonorous and powerful. The high notes were as strong as a dragon, and the low notes were as deep as morning mist. Xia Bing was stunned listening to this. She never expected Lin Lei to sing so well, even surpassing the original singer. How is it possible? Although she was not a music student, she did have some knowledge of music theory. Now that Lin Lei was speaking, her level was clearly on par with that of famous music students. Xia Bing suppressed her inner shock, fearing that even a hint of it would show on her face and make Lin Lei feel proud. You really underestimated this guy who started out as a supporting actor. Just as she was lost in thought, Lin Lei finished his song, and the excitement within him couldn't help but burst out. I didn't expect it to be like this, he sang it. Yeah. I sang it. I'll record it tomorrow. Lin Lei suddenly said, startling Xia Bing, who was distracted. Seeing Lin Lei so happy, Xia Bing was worried. Thinking that he was going to record a song tomorrow, an idea suddenly came to her mind. She secretly posted the recording on Weibo with the caption, "Looking forward to tomorrow." Xia Bing herself didn't know how good the recording was. She posted it online without even listening to it again. Soon, the comments on that Weibo post exploded. Oh my god, this is such a beautiful song. How can Sister Bing's boyfriend know everything? What boyfriend? Sister Bing didn't say it was her boyfriend. Maybe he's a newly signed idol. It's good enough that he can act. There were both positive and negative comments, and it became a hot search immediately. Chapter 10 First Live Broadcast. Lin Lei planned to relax when he returned to the villa, so he didn't check his phone and didn't notice the trending searches about him on Weibo. Weibo had already started to get heatedly debated over whether the singer was Lin Lei or not. Xia Bing sat on the sofa lazily scrolling through Weibo, enjoying herself immensely. By the time Lin Lei discovered that he had inexplicably become a trending topic again, it was already the morning of the next day. The singer must be Lin Lei. Oh my god, he's a great actor and singer, no doubt Xia Bing's choice. Bah, how did you know he was the gigolo? What good is the play? He's just a bit player. Lin Lei watched as the floor began to argue with each other, but unexpectedly Xia Bing's recording and Weibo post actually helped him out. If he had posted it on Weibo himself, who knows how many insults he would have received. But on Xiaobing's Weibo, at least he would have seen fewer comments. Lin Lei scrolled down the comments again and found some interesting ones. You sang very well, especially that high note. I really want you to sing the whole song. I'll push you up. This comment quickly jumped to number 3, and Xiaobing had obviously seen it too. The two of them sat together at the dining table. Lin Lei shook his phone and said, "It's trending." Xiaobing lowered her head like a primary school student being scolded for doing something wrong. I know. They don't believe you sang it, do they? I'll go and clarify for you right away. Do you want to sing the whole song? Xiaobing opened her Weibo account and commented, "Who else could sing this? Of course it's my Mr. Lin." Then she tagged Lin Lei. Seeing this, Lin Lei came online to reply to Xiaobing, and the two of them showed off again. The fans were furious again. Some expressed disbelief and mocked Lin Lei for not being able to sing that well, while others believed him completely and asked him to finish singing the whole song. Xiaobing showed Lin Lei her phone. How's it going? Do you want to sing? Where do you want to sing? Lin Lei had a rather smug smile on his face. Sing. Why not? They've already said so. If I don't sing, they'll probably accuse me of spreading rumors and start making up gossip again, right? It's the end of the month, and we editors have to meet our sales targets. He also took this opportunity to show off his superb singing skills in front of the majority of netizens. Where's the singing? How about this, we do a live broadcast, it'll be more credible. If we record it, they'll definitely say it cost $1 million to edit the sound. Lin Lei said as he took out his phone and started downloading a live broadcast app. After the live broadcast room was ready, Lin Lei shared it on his Weibo, and Xiaobing then forwarded it to let everyone watch Lin Lei sing live. Now that's great, Weibo almost fell into paralysis again. 80% of the comments under Xiaobing's forwarded post were from haters, intent on slapping Lin Lei in the face. The comments below were nothing more than $1 million sound engineers, live broadcasts aren't necessarily real, hype, etc. Lin Lei just glanced at them and didn't say anything. Before long, the number of people in the live broadcast room gradually increased, but there were very few people supporting Lin Lei. I guess most of them were black fans. Giorgio Linley. Leave our goddess alone. Still singing? I'm afraid it's going to go haywire. Is there $1 million sound engineer on the scene? Oh my god, this looks like Sister Bing's villa. Seeing this, Linley pulled Xiaobing over and pointed at the comment, "They all recognize your house." Xiaobing's face looked a little unnatural. After all, she was just like other female stars and loved to give out houses. When she was renovating the villa, she did post on Weibo, which is why some fans remembered her. Seeing that more and more people were coming and the cursing was getting louder and louder, seeing that the time had come, Lin Lei found the accompaniment, softened his throat, and threw himself into the singing, completely ignoring the cursing from the audience below the live broadcast. People with ability only need to prove themselves through internships, and there is no need to argue with them. Xiaobing sat behind Lin Lei, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the singing very much. She never thought that one day she would be so obsessed with the voice of a boy, and that boy was only her nominal boyfriend. Gradually, the comments from black fans in the live broadcast room were gradually suppressed, and were replaced by various praises. Oh my god. I swear from today on, Lin Lei is my idol. It's almost as good as the original singer. Mr. Liu, the original singer, is going to have to sit on the bench. Lin Lei couldn't help but smile. He had a super singing card given by the super invincible system. How could he possibly let his haters get what they wanted? When he sang a part, Lin Lei suddenly turned off the accompaniment, just when he reached the high notes. At this part, the entire live broadcast room, including Xiaobing, could only hear his a cappella voice. Lin Lei sang this high note completely a cappella, and the comments below immediately exploded. Xiaobing was browsing her phone in the back. She actually used a secondary account to enter the live broadcast room for the purpose of spying. At the beginning, when the black fans came in droves, she felt a little secretly happy in her heart. After all, she was one of the few people who supported Lin Lei here. But as Lin Lei sang further, the trend of the situation changed. More and more people supported him, and Xiaobing's trumpet became just one of the many. The situation in the live broadcast room gradually became clear, and even some of the original black fans turned from black to fans, saying that they could not continue to criticize. I become a fan. He's so talented. Why did he have to act as a supporting actor before? If he was an idol, he would have debuted long ago. What idol? This guy's strength is way better than those guys who only have a face. He's comparable to a modern superstar. The style of the live broadcast room suddenly changed. Lin Lei became a hot topic again, and his Weibo fans increased again. Gradually, some people began to think that Lin Lei was worthy of their Xiaobing. Xiaobing felt both happy and a little disappointed. She tossed the phone to Lin Lei and said, "Look, now you've earned their approval." Seeing this, Lin Lei recalled the black fan leader he encountered while filming for the film Shadow and the bet he made with him. He had not mentioned that incident to Xiaobing. "It doesn't matter whether they recognize me or not. What I need them to recognize is my strength." Lin Lei ended the live broadcast and began to pack up his things. It was obvious that he did not really understand Xiaobing's true meaning. Xiaobing sat on the sofa in frustration, even browsing Weibo carelessly. She blocked and reported all users who insulted Lin Lei, not realizing that her behavior was just like that of a little fan of Lin Lei. Is it really enough to just recognize one's ability? Chapter 11 Reshoot. With nothing to do, Lin Lei has been live streaming in Xiaobing's villa these days. Although the shows have been packed these days and the whole nation has shown a strong curiosity about him, except for the first day, his number of fans has grown explosively. Not only have there been more people making noises in the live broadcast room these days, but there has also been constant verbal abuse. In other words, the admiration for Lin Lei himself does not necessarily mean a recognition of his strength, at least not entirely. Xiaobing had been using her secondary account to observe Lin Lei's livestream these past few days, and was also trying to help Lin Lei with her own strength. However, when I see those insulting words, I still feel inexplicably irritated. This is the biggest impact of fame. The more famous you are, the more abuse you will endure. Xiaobing looked at Lin Lei and thought of herself when she first debuted. She couldn't help but tell him what she had said to herself. But Lin Lei just nodded, looking somewhat ungrateful. "Don't try to persuade me, I understand all these things." Xiaobing rolled her eyes in anger. "After all, I am also a top star. If you ignore me, I am too lazy to serve you." Xiaobing walked aside angrily, picked up the apple at hand and started to eat it. Because of Xiaobing's injury, Lin Lei has been by her side during this period. Now she has finished filming, but Shadow is far from over. After the live broadcast, Lin Lei received a call from director Zhang Yimou. "Director Zhang? I understand. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow. Bye." After a brief conversation with Zhang Yimou, Lin Lei hung up the phone. This call also made him come to his senses a little. Singing was just a skill he had, and acting was his main job. Now all public opinions are unfriendly to me, so now I must seize the opportunity to show myself in various occasions. I have to go filming again tomorrow, and this time it's not in Guiyang. Watch your ankles and be careful not to get hurt again. Lin Lei put down his phone and looked up at Xiaobing, who was standing beside him. Xiaobing said and ignored him, walking aside. Lin Lei didn't understand. After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out how he had offended this ancestor. In fact, Lin Lei was not completely uninterested in Xiaobing. He had lived once, and the failure in his previous life had already planted the seeds of cause and effect in his heart. Now he is more eager for these opportunities. There are indeed some problems with the way he presents it, but given his current relationship with Xiaobing, this is all he can do. After packing their luggage, the two fell into a deep sleep without saying a word all night. It wasn't until the next morning, when Lin Lei had prepared breakfast, that Xiaobing uttered her first words. "As usual, I'll see you off." "Good." Lin Lei did not refute anything. He did not have much capital at the moment. Since Xiaobing cared so much about him, he had no reason to refuse. Xiaobing rolled her eyes, finished her breakfast, and the two drove to the crew. As per their prior agreement, the paparazzi took out their cameras and pointed them at the two of them when they saw Xiaobing's car approaching the set. As soon as he got out of the car, Lin Lei put his arm around Xiaobing's waist, making her instantly nervous. "I don't know what you're sulking about, but I'm doing this just to help the two of us have a better future." Lin Lei's harmless appearance touched Xiaobing's heart. Without waiting for her to speak, Lin Lei walked in quickly. When he arrived at the crew, Zhang Yimou had just finished the filming plan and was planning to end it right away, but he didn't expect Lin Lei to come back so soon. "Director Zhang, let's get started. I will catch up as soon as possible." Zhang Yimou nodded. This was more than just professionalism, and he rarely saw this kind of spirit in young actors. This behavior undoubtedly attracted the attention of other actors present, including the male lead Deng Zhao and the female lead Sun Li. This young man is quite interesting. Sun Li looked at Lin Lei and touched his chin. Everything is ready. In this scene, he plays the role of Tian Zhan, who asks the emperor for permission to recover the lost territory in court. As soon as the camera was pointed at Lin Lei, he instantly switched himself into the character, and his eyes became unusual. Lin Lei's expression was smooth and precise, whether it was the momentum or the urgency to recover the territory. When Zhang Yimou shouted cut, the entire crew burst into applause. This was a compliment that came from the heart. Lin Lei finally received recognition from others. Lin Lei felt a little embarrassed. He shook hands with the actor he had just acted opposite and prepared for the next filming plan. Time slowly approached the 10 o'clock dinner hour. Thanks to Lin Lei's outstanding performance throughout the afternoon, all the filming was completed in one take, which not only saved a lot of time, but also impressed the other actors present. There was a 2-hour break during dinner time. Lin Lei took off the heavy hat on his costume and was about to take a break when another actor came up to talk to him. Your acting in these few scenes is so superb, it's a textbook demonstration. Your characteristics now are really no different from those of the veteran actors. That's amazing. Everyone praised Lin Lei lavishly, and only then did they begin to understand why Xia Bing had chosen such a man. Lin Lei, these few performances have been really good. Two people were walking over from a distance. They were Deng Zhao and Sun Li. Brother Zhao, you're too kind. I'm far inferior to you. Lin Lei immediately stood up, nodded to the two of them, and greeted Sun Li. Given your current state and your innocent heart, it's only a matter of time before you surpass me. Don't forget, I'm still a few years older than you. As soon as Deng Zhao said this, everyone present burst into laughter. Just when I was about to chat with Deng Zhao for a while, I noticed a commotion at the door. It was Xia Bing who came to visit with dinner. The two of them were so sweet that not only did they confirm their relationship as lovers, but because of this incident, everyone around them was fed a lot of dog food and envied them. Seeing that it was Xia Bing, Lin Lei reacted instantly. Brother Zhao, I'll go take care of it first, and we'll talk later. Deng Zhao nodded in understanding and waved his hand, letting Lin Lei get back to work. This young man is truly a promising talent. His future is bound to be even brighter. If you have the chance, spending more time with him will definitely be beneficial. Deng Zhao and Sun Li are well-known actors who have been in the entertainment industry for many years and are a model couple that everyone envy. They must both have outstanding qualities. I can tell that this kid will be something special in the future. Deng Zhao looked at Lin Lei walking towards him, his eyes slightly narrowed, a faint smile playing on the corners of his mouth. Chapter 12. Xia Bing visits the set. Sister, I brought dinner to see you. Are you touched? Xia Bing, holding a lunchbox, spoke to Lin Lei with a smug look on her face. I dare not move, I dare not move. Lin Lei smiled and took the exquisite lunchbox. The praise from the actors around him just now made him a little excited. Xia Bing made a tisk sound and watched him open the lunchbox. There was a plate of fried rice with egg and some side dishes, which looked pretty good. I never thought you had this skill. Lin Lei picked up the dish with his chopsticks and examined it carefully. Eat quickly. Even if there's food available, can't you shut your mouth? Xia Bing said unhappily. In order to encourage Xia Bing, Lin Lei deliberately took a big mouthful of fried rice, but the next second, he had the urge to faint. The egg had a slight burnt smell, the rice was undercooked, and most importantly, it was too salty. Next to him was Xia Bing's expectant gaze, which looked like stars. Lin Lei was stunned for a second, then swallowed the food in his mouth. It tastes pretty good, he said as he ate. I can't believe you made this. Really? This is my first time cooking something, and no one in my family has ever eaten it. Xia Bing said with some surprise. Admittedly, before, when she was hungry, she would order takeout or eat out. Although Xia Bing was not spoiled, she had never worried about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. After saying these words against his will, Lin Lei picked up the water beside him and drank it in big gulps. Lin Lei drank water continuously throughout the entire night, barely suppressing the burnt taste in his mouth. Is everything okay? I see you drank a lot of water. Deng Zhao asked with concern. It's nothing, just that dinner was a little salty, and I felt a little tired in the afternoon. At 8 o'clock in the evening, with director Zhang Yimou's call of Call It a Day, the entire crew's filming for the day came to an end. Let's go shopping with me. Xia Bing looked at her phone nonchalantly, not caring at all about Lin Lei's filming all afternoon. How am I feeling today? Lin Lei wanted Xia Bing to praise his acting skills, but Xia Bing just nodded perfunctorily, which made him a little unhappy. The car started and drove from the film and television city to the city. The surrounding buildings gradually became prosperous. Don't you have a lot of clothes? Why do you need to buy more? Lin Lei was a little confused. He only had a few pieces of clothes, and they didn't have much impact on his life. Many of them were gifts from sponsors, and they've barely been worn. Besides, what girl would refuse to have more clothes in her wardrobe? Xia Bing is wearing glasses tonight, and she has an indescribable intellectual beauty. If the two of them were to dress up and be recognized here, unnecessary trouble might occur. What's more, they are now at the center of public opinion and have to be on guard. Walking into the mall, the dazzling array of goods temporarily blinded Lin Lei's vision. Whether in his previous life or now, such places had basically never occurred to him. Xia Bing skillfully took his arm, and in public, the two looked more and more like a couple. Following Xia Bing's lead, the two slowly walked towards the luxury goods counter. This was a big foreign brand, and both its design and price were top-notch. Lin Lei nodded. This was completely different from his previous world. Welcome, both of you. The dignified salesgirl looked at them with a smile and introduced the new products to them. Xia Bing shook off Lin Lei's arm and walked into the fitting room, introducing herself. The salesgirl then skillfully poured Lin Lei a glass of red wine. It was obvious that she had spent quite a bit of money here. This kind of time is always boring. Lin Lei looked at the number of his fans, wanting to see if he could redeem anything else. Things didn't develop as well as I imagined. The growth was negligible and the comments section was still terrible. After randomly reading a few posts, Lin Lei turned off his phone. His current fans were basically all from his official announcement with Xia Bing and the popularity he had accumulated during his live broadcasts. Apart from that, there was nothing else that could be exposed. He sighed, he still had a long way to go if he wanted to truly succeed. He took a sip of red wine and looked at Xia Bing appearing in front of him with different appearances. He actually felt very dreamy for a moment. My taste is just like this, and I can't give Xia Bing any good advice. After paying the bill, Lin Lei suddenly had a lot of bags in his hands. Just as he was leaving the luxury store, he was suddenly bumped by someone walking towards him. This wasn't a big deal to Lin Lei, so he didn't take it to heart. Unexpectedly, the man turned around in an instant and cursed loudly, "You blind dog, you bumped into me and you want to pretend nothing happened?" Lin Lei was bewildered. It was clearly this man who bumped into him, so why was he the one who was complaining first? The woman beside the man saw Xia Bing standing next to Lin Lei and instantly recognized her. She called out, "Xia Bing? Why are you here?" They both said in unison. Know them? Lin Lei thought the two of them had a special relationship. Even though Xia Bing was dressed like this, he could still recognize her. More than just knowing her? This woman is my enemy, so be careful. Xia Bing said quietly. The woman's name is Xinyu, and she has indeed had a long-standing grudge against Xia Bing. Since their debut, the two have been famous enemies in the industry. As Xia Bing's popularity has increased, their status has long been unequal. I didn't expect to meet you here, Ms. Xia Bing. Xinyu slowly took off her glasses, her eyes filled with a hint of anger and mockery. Lin Lei instantly understood the situation. Long time no see, you have a new boyfriend? Xia Bing also took off her mask, revealing her lips, and the two of them started to engage in a verbal battle. Kid, I asked you to apologize, didn't you hear me? The man next to Xinyu was still yelling at the two of them, but when he saw Xia Bing next to Lin Lei, his eyes instantly became much hotter. Xia Bing looked disgusted. The man was not good looking, even ugly. She knew clearly why Xinyu fell in love with him, it was for his money. The guy next to you is the boyfriend you announced a few days ago, right? He's really good, a genuine gigolo, but he's still a long way from our Mr. Han. Xinyu smiled and put her arm around the man, but he pushed her away. Hello, Mississippi. My name is Han Baoquan. I wonder if I can get to know you. Han Baoquan's smiling face made people even more disgusted. The smile on Xinyu's face froze instantly. She pulled Han Baoquan's hand, but he reacted strongly. Don't bother me meeting a pretty girl, you disgusting bitch. Xia Bing couldn't help but sneered. Just as Han Baoquan was about to take another step forward, Lin Lei stepped in front of him and said, Who do you think you are? You actually want to lay your hands on my woman? Chapter 13, Mr. Han. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Xinyu's face had already turned a deep red. Han Baoquan's expression instantly darkened. He said to Lin Lei, "You little brat, I haven't dealt with you yet for bumping into me. Now get out of the way. I'll deal with you later." Lin Lei was just about to show off his boyfriend prowess when Xiaobing suddenly spoke. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in men like you, and I'm especially sorry about your taste." Xiaobing's words were very clever. She directly scolded Xin Yu as well. Xin Yu's face became even uglier. After all, she was just a plaything of capital. Han Baoquan directly shook off Xin Yu's hand and stopped the two people who were about to leave. "I saw the news about you and this guy. He's just a small-time actor, poor and useless. I have billions of assets to my name. As long as you promise me, I can meet all your demands. How about it?" If these requests made by Han Baoquan were placed on an ordinary woman, she would have been confused long ago, but Xiaobing could do all of this without a man. "I'm really not interested in you. I only like Lin Lei. Even if I'm broke, I can still support him for the rest of his life." "Forget it." Xiaobing was obviously irritated and spoke in a very harsh tone. Lin Lei's heart seemed to be touched, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xiaobing's angry face. As the two groups confronted each other, more and more people gathered around. Some of them recognized that the protagonists were Xiaobing and Lin Lei, and started taking pictures non-stop. "Let us go." Xiaobing tugged at Lin Lei's shirt, urging him to leave. "You stinky bitch, do you really think you're such a good thing? I'm telling you, I can see dozens of guys like you in one night." Han Baoquan was a little angry and embarrassed. This was the first time he felt so embarrassed in front of a woman. It was a huge blow to him. "Mr. Han, let's just leave this matter alone. If it doesn't work, let your subordinates handle it. There are too many people watching here." Shen Yu began to think about her acting career. To be honest, if Han Baoquan wasn't rich, Shen Yu wouldn't have bothered to pay any attention to him just because of how he treated her. "Shut up. If you say another word, I'll kick you." Han Baoquan was indeed very angry. He would not listen to anyone and just wanted to save face in front of Xiaobing and Lin Lei. "You're going too far. Try to keep pestering me." Lin Lei was also a little agitated. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with him, but now not only was he implicated, but Xiaobing was also in danger. "I'm talking to her. What does a pretty boy like you have to do with me?" As Han Baoquan was speaking, dozens of bodyguards in black suits rushed in from the entrance of the mall. It seemed that he had been prepared for any emergency. The head of the bodyguard stood beside Han Baoquan, very respectful. "Break this pretty boy's legs and cripple him. Take the woman next to him away and deal with her carefully." Han Baoquan looked at the two of them viciously, with a sneer on his lips. Xiaobing was about to take out her cell phone to call Wang Rui, but was pushed aside by Lin Lei. "It's too late to call for help now. Stand aside so no one gets hurt. These people came at the right time." Lin Lei had long wanted to try out the things exchanged by the system to see how effective they were. The bodyguards had obviously practiced, and their moves were different from those of ordinary people. The fists of the leading few were swung, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind. Lin Lei's physique had been strengthened by the system, so he didn't take these few people seriously at all. He was seen dodging and moving among the dozen or so people. In just 3 seconds, Lin Lei passed through the crowd, and none of the bodyguards on the opposite side could touch him. "You useless bastards! Why should I keep you here? Hurry up and beat this guy to death." Han Baoquan was getting restless. He wouldn't allow anyone to act arrogantly over him. "This kid is a little weird, be careful." The head bodyguard was clearly a martial artist with some combat experience. Just from the brief encounter just now, he knew that Lin Lei was no ordinary person. "But then I thought, with so many people around me, why would I be afraid of one person?" Putting aside his worries, he ran towards Lin Lei again. Lin Lei's original intention was to protect Xiaobing first. If a real fight broke out, these people would be no match for him. Fists swung out, and to outsiders it seemed that Lin Lei would definitely not get any good results, but to him, these people's fists seemed to have slowed down and were full of flaws. This was also the result of the system's strengthening. Finding the perfect moment, Lin Lei punched the leading man in the chest. A resounding sound echoed, and his ribs broke, his diaphragm bled, and he flew backwards. The onlookers were shocked. How could Lin Lei's slight movement have such strong explosive power? The remaining bodyguards were also stunned and didn't know what to do. "What are you standing there for? Capture this kid and I'll reward you 500,000. Han Baoquan shouted loudly with veins popping out of his neck. A huge reward always brings out the brave. These bodyguards became restless again, wanting only to have the free 500,000 yuan hit them on the head, but all they were greeted with was Lin Lei's fist. Until the last person was kicked 3 meters away by Lin Lei, no one present could stand and look him in the eye. With this level of strength, I've only just finished warming up. Lin Lei rolled his shoulders, expressing his disdain for these people. You kid. Han Baoquan clenched his fists. Now these bodyguards made him even more suffocated. He was clearly about to explode, but he was helpless. Didn't you want to settle the score with me just now? I'm right here. Lin Lei came in front of Han Baoquan in an instant, and the finger bones in his hand cracked as he squeezed them. I'm warning you not to come over here. This matter has nothing to do with us. It's all Xiaobing's own fault. Han Baoquan didn't say anything, but Xinyu beside him actually spoke first. She must have seen Lin Lei's skills and was worried about being dragged down. I'm telling you, I'm the eldest son of the Han group. If you dare to touch me, you will surely die. Han Baoquan smiled smugly. Although he failed to defeat him, he had managed to get back at Lin Lei by pissing him off. Besides, Lin Lei was just a pretty boy, so how could he dare to touch him? The only regret at the moment is that I didn't get the contact information of the beautiful woman behind him. Han Baoquan made up his mind to kick Xinyu out as soon as he got back, and was ready to win this stunning beauty with all his strength. Just as he was fantasizing, a crisp sound interrupted him, followed by a burning pain on his face, and then another sound. How many times have I told you? Don't put any thought into my people. I don't care who you are, I'll beat you up. Lin Lei's eyes were filled with anger. He was the one who had slapped the person just now. Han Baoquan was stunned on the spot. No one had ever treated him like this since he was a child. Just when he was about to stand up and get angry, Xinyu stopped him. Master Han, even so many bodyguards can't stop him. Let's go first and discuss this matter later. Chapter 14 First Recording. Lin Lei's eyes were like those of a killing god, gazing fiercely at everyone present, as if anyone who dared to move would fall into an endless hell. Han Baoquan gritted his teeth. He really wanted to get back at his lord, but he was also not completely blind. In this situation, he would only be in greater danger. Sitting up, Han Baoquan said viciously, "Just wait for me, kid. You're already on my blacklist. You can do whatever you want. I'll give you 10 seconds to get out of my sight." Lin Lei showed no sign of weakness, their eyes met, sparks seemingly about to fly. Han Baoquan turned around and left with a gloomy face. The bodyguards behind him also got up from the ground and followed the embarrassed Xinyu, staggering away. At this moment, he did not notice that Xiaobing behind him had stars in her eyes. Before the last audition, Xiaobing was not present when she and Wang Rui were attacked. She didn't know that Lin Lei had such good skills. She originally wanted to call the police, but before she could make the call, Lin Lei had already knocked down all the bodyguards. "Hello, miss, are you still there? Please describe your current location in detail." The operator from the police station on the other end of the phone was still talking to Xiaobing, implying that something dangerous had occurred here. "I'm fine, thank you." Without waiting for the operator to speak, Xiaobing hung up the phone. "Isn't that scary?" Lin Lei walked up to Xiaobing and looked at her carefully. "I'm fine. How do you have such skills?" Xiaobing was a little incoherent for a moment. Lin Lei's skills really scared her, and her mind went blank. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get out of here first." Lin Lei reached out to put the mask on Xiaobing and pulled him away. Thanks to Han Baoquan, the place where the few people had just stood was now surrounded by people. Some people had recognized Lin Lei and the others one after another, and from time to time some people were even filming videos with their mobile phones. The two rushed back to the car and prepared to return to the villa. "Now that's good, you might even become a trending topic because of me." Lin Lei took off his mask and said indignantly. "What's the big deal? As long as no one actually takes a picture of our faces, we can let Sister Wang Rui handle the rest. Even if the worst happens, we're not the ones who started it first, and it will definitely help direct public opinion towards them." Xiaobing looked very proud, and the scene just now came to her mind again, and she couldn't help asking. "I used to be just a bit player in martial arts movies, don't you know this?" Lin Lei rolled his eyes at Xiaobing, his eyes focused on the real-time trending searches on his phone. "He knows music, martial arts, and acting. He is going to be rich." Xiaobing stretched out her fingers, calculating the profits that Lin Lei could generate like a money grubber. After returning to the villa, Xiaobing received a call from Wang Rui. What's wrong with you? Why did you let Lin Lei fight in public? Have you forgotten the most basic principles of being an entertainer? Wang Rui came up and started yelling. Xiaobing usually listened to her agent and didn't dare to refute anything. After Wang Rui finished her outburst, Xiaobing said cautiously, "It's not that no one has noticed it yet. Besides, we were just being picked on and we were just fighting back. No one saw us this time, but what about next time? Are you going to pick fights with me just because I put you two together? If something like this happens again, don't give me leave." Wang Rui's voice was very angry and she hung up the phone. Actually, we can't blame Sister Rui. After all, if this matter is exposed, it will become a stain. Lin Lei put down his phone and said earnestly. You're thinking of teaming up with someone else now? Xiaobing was speechless. She was clearly defending Lin Lei, but he turned the tables on her. Didn't you want to increase your fame through singing? There will be an opportunity tomorrow. I will take you to the recording studio to try it out. Xiaobing raised her head and said with some pride. Tomorrow? Okay. Since there were no filming assignments tomorrow, Lin Lei simply accepted Xiaobing's invitation. The next morning, the two arrived at the recording studio early. They heard that other singers would be auditioning later. Hello, my name is Lin Wanqing, you can just call me Wanqing. I'm Xiaobing's best friend. I heard you're a good singer, so I'll be looking forward to seeing you. Lin Wanqing has a very fresh makeup and a smile, giving people a capable feeling. It wasn't until Lin Lei walked into the recording studio that the smile on Lin Wanqing's face disappeared. She said to Xiaobing, "Is this your extra boyfriend?" I'm not saying anything bad about you, Xiaobing, but you've always had terrible taste in men. As expected, best friends always hit the nail on the head. Don't talk about me, don't you have a man yourself? Xiaobing retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Because Lin Lei came at short notice, there was no accompaniment, so the tuner asked Lin Lei to sing a cappella. Just listen to it, it will definitely make your jaw drop. Xiaobing raised the corners of his mouth proudly and put on headphones. Lin Wanqing pouted and put on headphones as well. The two had not communicated before, and Xiaobing thought he would sing the song he sang in the last live broadcast. After a brief pause, Lin Lei began to sing, this time a different song. The slightly long chorus made Lin Wanqing a little impatient. It might be because of the song, which was a bit bland and did not highlight her singing skills. Xiaobing obviously noticed Lin Wanqing's irritation and said into the microphone, "Just sing the climax, without all this unnecessary preparation." Lin Li was stunned for a moment, holding his breath and concentrating. In an instant, his vocal cords opened up, and the heavenly sound that emanated from his throat instantly attracted the ears of everyone present. The tuner covered his headphones instantly. Lin Wanqing opened her eyes wide and exclaimed wow in surprise. 30 seconds later, the singing ended and Lin Lei came out of the recording studio swiftly. The tuner clapped his hands excitedly, as a recognition of his singing skills. Since this was his first time in a recording studio like this, he wanted to ask for advice on some technical matters, so Lin Lei discussed it enthusiastically with the tuner. How is it? I said it's okay, right? Xiaobing patted Lin Wanqing's shoulder. She was also very surprised by Lin Lei's performance today. She didn't expect that he had another song he was good at. At this level, he is simply a genius. Lin Wanqing said as she took off her headphones. She was even more shocked after hearing that Lin Lei didn't come from a professional background. Lin Lei then conducted a complete recording, this time including accompaniment and tuning, all of which were of the highest level in the recording studio. 10 minutes later, Lin Lei walked out of the recording studio. The entire song had been completed and was only one step away from being released. Your voice is truly moving, Mr. Lin Lei. I really look forward to working with you next time. The tuner exclaimed in sincere admiration as he looked at the finished recording. I'm almost done here. I've already sent a message to all the major platforms. Lin Lei's song will be online at noon sharp. Chapter 15 2 hours. Lin Wanqing is not only Xiaobing's best friend, she also has another identity, that is, the behind-the-scenes promoter of online songs. She has a lot of resources at her disposal. As long as Lin Lei can produce some works, she can get the media to turn him into the hottest singer. The resources are there, now it's a matter of choice. I've already listened to your audition for them, and they gave it very good reviews. The only thing left is the selection. Lin Wanqing looked at her mobile phone. The competition for quotations among various platforms was very fierce. She hadn't seen such a marketable singer for a long time, which made her more confident in her vision. There's still the issue of copyright, so just choose the same platform that the singer authorized. The entertainment market in the previous life attached great importance to copyright. This was a classic old song, so Lin Lei simply chose the music platform under Tencent and let Lin Wanqing negotiate the copyright issue. I owe you a favor first. I'll treat you to a meal next time I have time. Xiaobing smiled cunningly and exchanged the favor for an agreement. Just remember it next time. Lin Wanqing pinched the flesh on Xiaobing's waist, and the two of them laughed and fought. It's almost time. The copyright issue has been settled. The price for the single is 300,000, minus 50,000 in copyright fees. Lin Wanqing showed Lin Lei the accounts. The full 250,000 was about to be deposited into Lin Lei's account. No need for that. This time, it's all thanks to Ms. Lin and your studio. I hope we can continue to cooperate next time. Lin Lei lowered his head and extended a hand of friendship to Lin Wanqing. Your man is a good person, but a little stupid. Lin Wanqing whispered to Xiaobing. After leaving the recording studio, Xiaobing was a little confused. 250,000 isn't much, but it's an income after all. That is certainly a lot of money, but I think opportunity is more important than money. I'm sure I'll make more than 250,000 in the future. Lin Lei was very calm, his deep eyes difficult to read. In order to cater to the publicity, Lin Lei announced the news that he was going to release a song on his social platform, and his fans were instantly excited. Is my idol finally going to release a song? Looking forward to it. I hope you can perform better this time than last time. You gigolo, stop borrowing my wife's resources and get out of the entertainment industry. The comments section has mixed reviews, but many people can't wait to listen to Lin Lei's new song. Combined with Lin Wanqing's promotion, the news of Lin Lei's new song has become a hot topic as usual. At exactly 12 noon, Lin Lei's song was released on time. This song did not receive much publicity. Although Lin Wanqing mobilized a lot of resources, it was a spur-of-the-moment idea after all, so the impact was still a little lacking. Once it was released, those curious fans who came to watch the fun were all impressed by Lin Lei's heavenly voice, and his reputation instantly changed. The voice is so pure, it's a moving voice. This song is such a classic, especially when performed by Lin Lei. His explosive vocals and emotions are absolutely amazing. Although there were some negative reviews, everyone was impressed by Lin Lei's singing. The sudden singing voice quickly spread among the crowd and became popular. Most people who didn't know much about the entertainment industry also came to listen to Lin Lei's heavenly voice. The popularity generated by this sudden release of the song in a short period of time is even greater than that of some first-line singers releasing albums. The song has received good reviews this time. Wanqing said that more than 10 million people have listened to it, and the number is even growing. Xiaobing looked at his phone and said with interest, "How could there be so many people?" Lin Lei was a little surprised. Although being sought after by tens of thousands of people was something he had expected, the instantaneous attention he received still made him feel a little dizzy. This time it's all thanks to Wanqing. If she hadn't been the one pushing you behind the scenes, how could you have received such high attention? Xiaobing said. Lin Lei pondered slowly, his mind filled with his current state and what he could achieve on his own. This song is simply a classic. Through Lin Lei's singing, I really feel like I'm back to the feeling of those days. More and more people resonated with this old song and began to appreciate Lin Lei's singing style. Most of these people didn't know what happened between Lin Lei and Xiaobing and were just listeners. Thanks to these people, Lin Lei's name began to spread like mushrooms after rain, and more people became aware of his strength. 2 hours after the song was released, it had been listened to by over 50 million people, firmly securing the #1 spot on the charts. It received unanimous praise, and everyone thought that Lin Lei's rendition of the song was more classic than before. Especially on social media, Lin Lei's interaction with the original singer pushed the popularity to a climax. It was already noon when Lin Lei returned to the villa. As soon as he got home, he opened his phone to see how much his number of fans had increased. Strangely enough, the number of followers only increased by 300,000. Lin Lei was a little depressed. Despite the high popularity this time, he only had such a small number of fans, which was not enough for him to exchange anything in the system. You know, his skills are all related to attention. Forget it. It's only been a month since we got 10 million fans. We can't rush into increasing the number. The most important thing right now is to do the things at hand well. This time, we will increase the popularity first so that more people know about Lin Lei's existence, and it won't be too difficult to increase the number of fans in the future. While still thinking about the number of fans, Lin Lei received a call from the crew and had to start filming again in the afternoon. He rushed all the way to the crew, but he didn't expect that the staff had already heard his songs and praised him for his good singing. The singing sounds good, but right now I still have to focus on my acting skills. I can't just act with my hands and look down on others. Zhang Yimou is worthy of being an experienced film worker. He pointed out some problems that Lin Lei had at work. This is not just his problem, but a problem that many young actors are facing nowadays, but many people cannot handle it well. I understand, director. This was just a small experiment on my part. I'll pay more attention to it next time. Lin Lei nodded. The filming continues. This film based on ink painting is a brand new attempt in film history. Zhang Yimou is indeed experienced and able to conceive this form. This is also a new attempt for him. For the next few days, Lin Lei was preparing for the battle at Lost Land. This consumed a lot of his physical strength, and the rain made filming even more difficult. Lin Lei already had a foundation in martial arts, so he didn't need to practice the physical movements, he just needed to show himself. After a short 10 days, the new film Shadow was finally completed. Chapter 16 Yellow-Haired Youth. Between the completion of filming for a new film and its final release, there will be a period of editing and preparation for publicity and promotion. To celebrate the successful completion of the filming, director Zhang Yimou prepared to treat all the main actors to a meal as usual. Of course, some people were unable to come due to schedule issues, so a small-scale celebration was held. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Lei attended the celebration in a restaurant. Deng Zhao was also there coincidentally, and he also had a role in the last scene. In addition to exchanging film-related knowledge with the director, I also exchanged acting skills with Deng Zhao. Everyone, we were able to finish filming successfully this time thanks to your help. Thank you. Director Zhang Yimou cleared his throat, and the noisy scene instantly quieted down. Then, he drank the red wine in his glass to express his gratitude. The director has a really good alcohol tolerance. After all, I should be the one thanking you for giving me this opportunity. Lin Lei came to Zhang Yimou and started toasting, speaking compliments. No, you really helped me a lot this time. Next time I have the chance, I will arrange a new male lead position for you. Do your best. Director Zhang Yimou was indeed experienced. He waved his hand and told Lin Lei to skip the formalities. Lin Lei expressed his gratitude again and again. This was his first step in the film and television industry. After 3 rounds of drinks, the young people prepared for the next round of revelry, and Lin Lei was among them. Brother Zhao, why don't we go find a place to have some more drinks and chat about something else? Lin Lei tried to persuade Deng Zhao to stay as he watched him prepare to leave. No, I still have work to do tomorrow. You guys can have fun. We'll have a chance to work together again next time. Deng Zhao stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. After sending Deng Zhao out the door, Lin Lei discovered Xiaobing's car parked on the corner of the street. Why are you here? If you have anything, just call me. Xiaobing opened the car door, motioned him to get in first, and then placed a document in front of him. This is the script for the audition tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't play too late tonight. Xiaobing accepted an advertisement and will be on a business trip for a while tomorrow. Now she is almost like Lin Lei's agent. She has to control his daily life and work. Lin Lei opened the script, which was a science fiction movie called Sea Fortress, which was adapted from a novel. Making this kind of movie requires taking certain risks. There will always be people comparing it with the original work. There are 1,000 Hamlets for 1,000 people. It is impossible to make the filmed scenes completely consistent with what everyone has in mind. At times like this, it is always the actors who are criticized. The character's name is Jian Yang, and his personality is quite suitable for Lin Lei. There will be a war scene in the middle of the script, which is very suitable for the current Lin Lei. The script is good, I took it. Lin Lei glanced at the script and replied thoughtfully. Of course. This is a movie that's just started casting. I think it's perfect for you, so I recommended you to try it. What's the difference between me and your agent now? I really should find someone for you. Do your best and don't embarrass me. Xiaobing sighed, gave Lin Lei a few more instructions, and then drove away. Lin Lei returned to the restaurant, explained the situation to the person in charge, and left the celebration. After all, he had an audition tomorrow, and he had to cherish every opportunity he had. After studying the script for most of the night, Lin Lei's actor-level acting skills were indeed well-deserved. He quickly figured out the character's emotions, and the next step was to design the lines, actions, etc. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin Lei set out on time and arrived at the audition. There weren't many people there, and Xiaobing's information and recommendations were indeed very useful. People in the industry knew very little about this movie, so it was considered a special channel. In this audition, in addition to the producer and director, the original writer will also watch it and point out any problems with Lin Lei's understanding of the character. There were only 3 people in the room. Knowing that the visitor was Lin Lei, the director was a little worried. He agreed to the audition this time for Xiaobing's sake. What if this person was really a gigolo as rumored by the outside world? The director was in a dilemma, but he had no choice but to move forward. Hello, director. I'm the actor auditioning for this role. My name is Lin Lei. Lin Lei looked quite calm after his skillful self-introduction. He was not nervous at all and was very confident in his acting skills. After asking a few simple questions, immediately get into the role. Lin Lei spoke completely without a script, which left a very deep impression on the director. Nowadays, not many people will memorize their lines during the audition, and basically they just read from the script. Everyone also watches the actor's emotions. As the words deepened, Lin Lei's emotions gradually reached their peak. As he spoke the last sentence, tears welled up in his eyes. 3 minutes after the performance, the director and producer were speechless for a long time. The superb acting skills were totally beyond the reach of people of this age. At this moment, everyone present except Lin Lei had only one thought in their minds: where on earth did this Lin Lei come from? If you're not satisfied, I can order something else. Lin Lei looked at the director's dazed expression and thought that his acting skills were not up to their expectations, so he proposed to perform again. No need. Your acting skills are a bit shocking to me. The director couldn't come back to his senses for a long time and was still stuck in the situation just now. Do you two have any other questions? The director looked at the original author and producer beside him. Lin Lei's acting skills were too shocking. Everyone was amazed at such acting skills. No one of the same age had such acting skills. The author asked some prepared questions, and Lin Lei's answers were perfect, very consistent with the image in the author's mind. After several questions and answers, the author nodded with satisfaction. Well, we'll have more auditions later. Why don't you wait a while? We'll screen them strictly. The director put away the script and signaled Lin Lei to leave first. As soon as he walked out, a young man with dyed yellow hair appeared in front of Lin Lei, followed by a large group of people. He looked very imposing. Seeing a new auditioner, Lin Lei came up and greeted him politely. What? I didn't expect he was just a gigolo who relied on women to get ahead. Is there really no one in the entertainment industry now? Do I need to compete with such a person? The man spoke directly to Lin Lei without hesitation. Lin Lei looked bewildered, not knowing how he had offended him. Forgive me, this actor usually talks like this. He's very arrogant. He even changed the script when he last worked with the director. I heard there's a lot of power behind him. A staff member who had been with the director for a long time told Lin Lei to relax. Lin Lei nodded. He wouldn't lose his composure in such a situation, but he still felt uncomfortable after being badly spoken of. Even until the yellow-haired youth entered the audition room, he never took his eyes off him. Chapter 17. The role was taken away. The staff outside poured Lin Lei a glass of water and asked him to be patient. Half an hour later, the yellow-haired young man came out, put on his coat, and before leaving, he looked at Lin Lei with a provocative expression. This person is quite interesting. It's okay. I don't think you need to worry. His acting just now is nothing compared to yours. The staff member took the paper cup away and praised Lin Lei. While the two were talking, the director walked out of the audition room. Mr. Lin, your acting skills are still vivid in my mind. We are still in the selection stage. If there is really an opportunity to cooperate, we will contact you as soon as possible. Don't worry. The director shook hands with Lin Lei warmly. He was not worried at all. On the one hand, it was because of Xiaobing, and on the other hand, he was very confident in his acting skills. As he was about to leave, Lin Lei noticed that the director's eyes were a little dazed. He could sense that something was wrong, But he didn't think much about it and returned to the villa. A week later, Xiaobing came back from filming the commercial, and coincidentally at this time, Lin Lei also received the audition results. "Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry. I regret to inform you that you were not selected for this audition. It's not because your acting skills are not good enough. We took many factors into consideration." The producer said this in an apologetic tone. Lin Lei thanked the producer and hung up the phone. "It took me a lot of effort to get the news of this audition. How was the result? Did anything unexpected happen?" Xiaobing said excitedly. "Failed." "It failed? How could that be?" "I clearly informed the production team." Xiaobing was a little puzzled and continued to ask. "I'm not really surprised. This is a movie that didn't have a very good reputation. But I didn't expect there to be such a powerful force behind it." Lin Lei muttered to himself, recalling the director's flickering expression, the staff member's words, and the attitude of the yellow-haired young man. He finally understood what was going on. In the previous life, it was also a movie exactly the same as this one, except that the actors were different. At that time, the reputation of the movie dropped to a historically low level and was generally regarded as a bad movie. "What are you saying? I don't understand." Xiaobing looked at Lin Lei's face, somewhat puzzled. Under Xiaobing's further questioning, Lin Lei told her the details of what happened that day. Yellow-haired young man? With just this one characteristic, Xiaobing couldn't find such a person in her mind. Among all the people she knew, there were dozens of people who met the requirements. "Don't even think about it. It's just this one role. There will definitely be better ones in the future." Lin Lei shook his head. He had almost let the cat out of the bag by mistake just now. Lin Lei didn't mind watching the movie carefully, as it didn't mean he would be a loss to their crew, and once again became the worst movie in history. "No, even with such a role, no one can snatch the things I like from me." Xiaobing gritted her teeth. She was really unwilling to accept it. In fact, even Xiaobing didn't notice that she was unknowingly speaking for Lin Lei and standing on his side. Regardless of Lin Lei's obstruction, Xiaobing began to ask people who had previously stolen their roles. This was how Lin Lei got his specific information. Half an hour later, Xiaobing finally learned that the yellow-haired young man was named He Chong, who is currently a popular wandering young actor with 50 million fans on social platforms. Although he couldn't be compared to Xiaobing, as the staff member said before, he did have some power behind him, which was why he was able to get the role before Lin Lei. "I've met He Chong once before at an event, and I've heard the people behind him are no pushovers, but I never expected them to be so powerful that I couldn't even touch them." Xiaobing said this with some annoyance, raised her hand and made a fist and hit the sofa hard. The power behind this He Chong is the biggest boss behind his media company, Zhao Jinlan. She is a real rich woman, and most of the popular actors in the company have some relationship with her. This time, He Chong must have reached some kind of agreement with Zhao Jinlan, which is why she helped to provide a role for He Chong. Although Xiaobing is very famous and influential, her power is still insignificant when facing the people behind the scenes. "What are you going to do this time?" Lin Lei asked. "What else can we do? We can only let it go. I asked Sister Wang Rui, and she said it's best not to get involved with these people." Xiaobing sighed, looking unhappy. "Just let it go like this? That won't do." Lin Lei rubbed his chin. His interest suddenly perked up, and he wanted to have some fun with these people. Lin Lei had not intended to take action before, simply because he did not want to get into trouble. This time, he finally realized that now that things had come to this, he could no longer remain in the dark. "Since you can't, why not just play with them? Let me make a call." Lin Lei took out his phone. He was going to call director Zhang Yimou, whom he had just parted ways with some time ago. "Hello, director. How have you been lately?" Lin Lei said with a smile as the call went through. "I'm fine recently, but I'm afraid you haven't been doing well recently, otherwise you wouldn't call me." Director Zhang Yimou immediately understood Lin Lei's intention. "Ha ha ha, it's the director after all. There's such a thing." Lin Lei was brief and to the point, and he talked to Zhang Yimou about the entire audition process, including the incident where someone else took the role away from him. "I understand. What do you want me to do?" Zhang Yimou said. "I don't have any other intentions. I just want the director to come out and let me play with them." After hearing this, Zhang Yimou pondered for a moment on the phone, then said, "Well, I can help with this." Whatever the director asks of me, I will do it without hesitation. I have an idea recently, and I want to make it into a movie. I will organize my thoughts and write a script soon. You can't refuse me. Director Zhang Yimou is indeed very shrewd and has taken everything into consideration. I understand. I'd love to work with the director again. That's good. These people are having lunch. You still have time to go now. The two exchanged pleasantries and hung up the phone randomly. Who did you ask for help? Xia Bing was a little curious. She didn't know that Lin Lei knew any big shots in the film and television industry. Director Zhang Yimou, let's not talk about this for now. They're having lunch. Aren't you upset? Let's go over and vent our anger. Director Zhang Yimou? Xia Bing was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Because in his impression, Zhang Yimou is not a nosy person. Before, someone spent a lot of money to plead with him, but Zhang Yimou just refused with a cold face. He is a well-known ruthless person in the film and television industry. Chapter 18 Helping. Xia Bing couldn't understand why director Zhang Yimou would help a young man who was just starting out. In the final analysis, it was only because of Lin Lei's Oscar-winning acting skills and Zhang Yimou's simple love for money that helped him. The two of them took a car and rushed to the place where the production team was having dinner. This is a very high-end restaurant. There are more than a dozen people sitting in the private room, and they look very happy. Mr. Zhao, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to cooperate with you. The producer of the movie Sea Fortress held a wineglass and looked at the man in a suit with a flattering face. The man's name is Zhao Jincheng, and he is Zhao Jinlan's younger brother. What's the big deal? This is our own business. Our biggest goal is to achieve a win-win situation. The man in the suit clinked his glass together and took a casual sip. Director, thank you for giving me the opportunity this time. I will definitely not miss it, please rest assured. He Chong, who was standing by, held a glass of red wine and handed it to the director. The director just smiled bitterly. The Zhao siblings had given him so many benefits that he had no choice but to give up Lin Lei, who had such good acting skills. Thinking of this, he felt heartbroken. In China, the director is not the center of the entire creative team. Here, only producers who can control more financial power have the right to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I suggest that we raise a toast to Mr. Zhao to thank him for giving us this opportunity. The producer stood up and said very flatteringly. Everyone stood up. Zhao Jincheng put on a pretentious smile and said, this time we're going for a win-win situation. Cheers to our more prosperous tomorrow. Zhao Jincheng knows nothing about movies. With the help of Zhao Jinlan, he has his own company and has some money. This time, it is because of He Chong that Zhao Jincheng invested just for fun. Just as Zhao Jincheng was about to drink, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. Excuse me, everyone. This gentleman insisted on barging in. I'll let them go right away. The waiter outside the box looked apologetic, and Lin Lei was standing next to him. What are you waiters doing? Hurry up! The producer shouted loudly. This opportunity was very rare and no mistakes were allowed to happen. Wait, it turns out it's you, the pretty boy. He Chong, who was standing aside, saw the man and reacted instantly. Don't be too surprised. I just wanted to ask about the characters this time. Lin Lei asked. Looking at the people present, he immediately realized that things were definitely not that simple. He had heard of Zhao Jincheng a long time ago. This person himself had no talent and it was only thanks to his sister that he was able to gain a foothold in the investment world. What? He Chong, this is a friend? Zhao Jincheng had a blank expression on his face, sitting on the chair as firm as a mountain. Friend? I'm not qualified. This is the pretty boy who had a scandal with Miss Xiaobing some time ago. How can I possibly be able to marry such a person? He Chong sneered, his words full of sarcasm. Another man who relies on women to get to the top. I despise such people the most in my life. If there is nothing else, I think you can leave first. We are having a party, and it is extremely impolite for you to do this. Zhao Jincheng took a sip of red wine without raising his head, and then added. What an uneducated thing. I really don't know how that woman could be so blinded by him. He completely ignored He Chong, who was standing next to him and looked unhappy. The atmosphere was extremely cold. The entire place was unfriendly to Lin Lei, and no one dared to say anything in front of Zhao Jincheng. Lin Li had known this would happen, so he just smiled and continued speaking. I heard some of your conversation just now, Mr. Zhao, right? I wonder if everyone is toasting you, but you're the only one not standing up. Is that considered polite? These words left Zhao Jincheng speechless for a moment. You pretty boy, what are you talking about? He Chong, who was standing by, saw that Zhao Jincheng's face was not right and hurried to support him. Can't wait to see your master being scolded? Fine, I'll scold you again. Don't think that just because you're a gigolo, everyone in the world is a gigolo. There's a fundamental difference between you and me. At least I didn't get the role through others. There was nothing wrong with what Lin Lei said. Xia Bing had only provided him with the channel. To truly get the role, he still had to work hard on his own. I thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be you. I've seen too many people like you who come to trouble us because they didn't get the role. You're just angry out of shame. The producer also began to protect the face of his financial sponsor and began to mock Lin Lei. I'm angry out of shame? Don't you see what a useless crew you have, a useless brother, a useless butler, and a useless producer like you? How is this movie going to make money? Lin Lei was so aggressive that the producer was speechless. Then he received a call. Zhao Jincheng didn't want to say anything to Lin Lei. In his eyes, these actors were the most despicable profession and they could be played with however they wanted. It was just a matter of money. 100,000 is enough to buy this character, right? If not, I'll add another 100,000. Can that shut you up? Zhao Jincheng pulled out 2 stacks of cash from the box and threw them heavily at Lin Lei's feet. Lin Lei sneered, picked up a bundle of money and threw it back to Zhao Jincheng. Do you really think that little bit of money of yours can do anything? Stop embarrassing yourself. You are not good enough. Zhao Jincheng was obviously angry. He stood up and was about to say something when he was interrupted by the producer. I understand. Then he hung up the phone. Mr. Zhao, this cooperation may be a bit. The producer said hesitantly with cold sweat on his head. Zhao Jincheng looked at the producer coldly, leaving him speechless. Don't forget, you can't make any money without me, said Zhao Jincheng. I know, but this time it's directed by Zhang Yimou. I'm sorry, but I have to end it. The producer finally finished his words tremblingly. Okay, very good. I should have known earlier that you would never have come here if you didn't have a stronger backer. Okay, let's just leave, but remember, this isn't over yet. Zhao Jincheng smiled and clapped his hands, knowing that things would not get any better, so he did not insist. The veins on his neck were exposed, which was a sign of his rage. Brother Zhao. He Chong stammered. This was the role he had earned by accompanying Zhao Jinlan for a week, and he didn't want to give it up in vain. Shut up, aren't you embarrassed enough? Actors like you are the most disgusting. Zhao Jincheng's cursing became louder and louder, and he cursed everyone present. Although everyone was angry, no one dared to say anything. Mr. Zhao is so angry. I do have a suggestion. Why don't you listen to it? Lin Lei smiled and looked at Zhao Jincheng and He Chong. Chapter 19 Betting Agreement. After leaving the restaurant, Xia Bing and Lin Lei chatted and laughed. It was really awesome this time, but it made those people feel really sick. Xia Bing laughed heartily, all her previous unhappiness gone. I'm still talking about this. You weren't there, you only heard the sound. At that time, Zhao and He Chang's faces turned as pale as spinach. Lin Li spoke excitedly, feeling relieved. It turned out that before entering the restaurant, because of Xia Bing's special identity, she tried her best to let Lin Lei make a phone call and carry his cell phone with him at all times so that he could provide support at any time if he was in danger. After the two of them finished laughing, Xia Bing began to feel worried again. These people are in cahoots with each other. I'm a little worried about what adverse effects they might have on you. What's the big deal? I already knew what was going on. As long as I maintain a good relationship with director Zhang Yimou, I won't be afraid of them doing anything bad to me. These people, after all, are just bullies who only care about the strong and bully the weak. Lin Lei had figured it out long ago. The fact that they were frightened today showed that Zhang Yimou was in a very high position, so there was no need to be afraid for the time being. What are your plans for this bet you made with them? Xia Bing asked. Just when Zhao Jincheng was about to get furious and leave, Lin Lei said this. If you don't mind, I can put it this way. He Chong and I will shoot 2 movies at the same time. When they are finally released, Whoever has the highest box office and good reputation will win. Lin Lei narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Jincheng with confidence. Interesting, how do you bet? As soon as Zhao Jincheng heard about the gambling, he immediately became interested. He was a little addicted to gambling and lost a lot of money on a daily basis. Since we're betting, let's make it big. If you lose, He Chong just has to quit the entertainment industry. If I lose, I'll apologize to you and quit the entertainment industry. How about that? Lin Lei spread his hands, looking nonchalant. Okay, I'll follow you, but I'll add one more thing: if you lose, I'll let you do whatever you want with your people. Zhao Jincheng's face was grim. Lin Lei's sudden intrusion today had made him lose face, and he was determined to get it back from Lin Lei. No problem, it doesn't matter if you lose. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I hope you can fulfill your promise when the time comes. Lin Lei turned around and left gracefully. Seeing this, the director hurriedly chased after him. Mr. Lin, please forgive us. It's not that I don't want to be elected this time. It's just that the power of capital is too strong. The director sighed and complained bitterly. I understand. You don't need to explain it to me. Just do your job and trust the actors. Lin Lei patted the director's shoulder, got into the car without stopping for a moment, and drove away. Xiaobing knew that Lin Lei was an excellent actor, but these people were always unscrupulous, and she was worried that something might happen to Lin Lei. Don't worry, this isn't something we should be thinking about right now. I still have some money, so I'll treat you to a nice meal. Before he finished speaking, a voice suddenly echoed in Lin Lei's mind. Ding! It's detected that the host's fans have reached 15 million. There are new rewards available. Do you want to claim them now? Lin Lei was instantly overjoyed, even more excited than if he had slapped those people in the face, and he immediately chose to exchange it. Things you can get for the 15 million include a world-class piano master playing card and a racing driver driving skills card. What? Just these? Lin Lei felt quite disappointed. Driving and playing the piano did not bring any substantial improvement to his career or personal life. System, can you give me something good, like becoming a billionaire or something? Lin Lei began to talk to the system. Sorry, host, please be more rational. The system can help you become awesome, but it doesn't include creating wealth out of thin air. The system's cold voice brought Lin Lei back to reality. Well, okay, these two things are not useless, exchange them. Ding, congratulations to the host for the successful redemption. Please keep up the good work and accumulate more fans. Back to reality, Lin Lei originally wanted to ask Xiaobing to switch with him so that he could try out the racing driver skills he had just exchanged for, but then he thought that this would look too strange, so he had to give up. When they arrived at the restaurant, Xiaobing had already booked a table on the way. It was easy for her with her status to book a table. The interior of the restaurant was magnificent and exuded an upper-class atmosphere, which invisibly put a sense of pressure on Lin Lei, who had never been here before. There was a band playing in front, and the melodious jazz music was flowing, which was very elegant. Are you sure I can afford what's here? I only have a little money on me. Lin Lei asked Xiaobing in a low voice. Although he had been working all this time, he hadn't received any compensation yet. He only had a few tens of thousands of yuan saved from his previous stint as an extra. It's okay. I'm your sister here. Stay calm. Xiaobing smiled and sat down at the dining table. She seemed very familiar with the place, knew the seasonal specialties, and even asked the waiter to greet the chef. Lin Lei sighed a little, thinking that life was indeed unfair. Miss, this is the wine Mr. Liu gave you. He said he has been waiting for you for a long time. Suddenly, a waiter came up to the two of them, holding a glass of amber champagne in his hand, and pointed to the man playing the piano on the stage. Okay, I get it. Xiaobing's expression suddenly changed, and she said with some disgust. Is this also a friend? Before Xiaobing could say anything, the song ended and the man came down from the stage. Bing Bing, long time no see. Seeing you still as beautiful as before, my heart is about to melt. The man was talking incoherently, and Xiaobing looked like she was about to vomit. Lu Chenyang, can you please stop pestering me? I told you that there is no possibility between you and me. I know, but I want to try everything. I won't give up until I reach a conclusion. I know you are special, and that's who I fell in love with. The man called Lu Chenyang started his offensive without paying any attention to the people present. Mr. Lu, you seem to have forgotten me? Lin Lei smiled and looked at the man. I don't think I need to know you, please don't get in my way, thank you. He is my current boyfriend, Lin Lei, please stop bothering me. Xia Bing pushed everything onto Lin Lei. It's you are that pretty boy? Lu Chenyang's face suddenly turned cold and his tone became less polite. I'm not saying anything bad about Bing Bing, but you still want to support such a useless pretty boy? Who knows if he just crawled out of the sewer? You're not afraid of getting sick. What can such a person do? He doesn't have any skills and can only rely on others to support him. Lu Chenyang looked disdainful. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Li spoke. You can play the piano, right? Well, how about we have a piano competition? We'll play the same piece and let everyone judge. Chapter 20. You disturbed us. Lu Chenyang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. His major in college was piano, and he won numerous awards, big and small. He was also the youngest person to become a pianist in the most prestigious theater abroad. This young pianist who should have shined internationally chose to retire when he should have made further progress, and the reason he chose all this was for Xia Bing. They met in this restaurant. Lu Chenyang couldn't walk when he saw Xia Bing for the first time. After trying to get her contact information several times but failing, he chose to join the band here just to pursue Xia Bing. Xia Bing hated this kind of behavior the most, and he never came to this restaurant again after that. It wasn't until Lin Lei offered to treat her that she remembered this place. Boy, do you know who I am? Lu Chenyang took off his glasses and wiped them while smiling. I don't care who you are, but you've disturbed us, and this is the only way to make you submit, Lin Li said. Just as he had exchanged for a new skill, this kid appeared immediately, saving Lin Lei some time. Not so good. This guy can't stand losing. Last time someone pointed out his mistake, he walked off the stage and beat that person up without saying a word. Xia Bing felt sick when she thought about what happened between her and Lu Chenyang. It's okay. I'm not afraid that he will hit me. Lin Lei patted Xia Bing's shoulder and walked onto the stage. Bing Bing, he's such a jerk. I can beat him in minutes. Just wait and see. Lu Chenyang looked at Xia Bing affectionately and walked off the stage. Since you want to compare so much, why not choose the wedding of your dreams? Lu Chenyang suggested. The song Wedding in the Dream is the most classic piece of music. Lu Chenyang took this opportunity to show his charm in front of Xia Bing. Lin Lei extended his hand, motioning for Lu Chenyang to go first. Lu Chenyang snorted coldly and sat in front of the piano. The other members of the band looked at the two of them with an attitude of watching the fun. They all knew that Lu Chenyang was highly skilled and had a tricky personality. Lin Lei was caught in the crossfire, and things were becoming more and more interesting. Lu Chenyang shook his clothes and tapped the piano keys with his slender fingers. Beautiful sounds rang out and spread throughout the restaurant. The diners turned their heads to look over here with expressions of enjoyment on their faces. This is a display of superb skills. As the piece continued to be played, Lu Chenyang invested more and more emotion, and was as serious as if he was participating in a world-class competition. He didn't take Lin Lei seriously. He wanted to convey his feelings to Xia Bing through this song. Unfortunately, Xia Bing was not interested in all this. Her eyes were always on Lin Lei. Lin Lei, on the other hand, was not affected at all by the piano music all around him. He continued to stare at his phone. 3 seconds after the song ended, the crowd burst into warm applause. The sound of the piano seemed like warm sunshine enveloping everyone, and moving emotions lingered in their hearts. Lu Chenyang stood up with his usual elegant smile on his face. Judging from the expressions of the audience, he was sure to win the competition. Now it's your turn. I hope you can perform at your best. Lu Chenyang looked at Lin Lei with a smug look. Lin Lei took out his cell phone and placed it on the piano stand. On it was the piano sheet of the song. There was no way. Lin Lei only exchanged the skills of a top pianist from the system, but did not inherit the memory. From childhood to adulthood, let alone piano sheet music, he had never even touched a piano many times. When the rest of the band saw this scene, they all had meaningless sneers on their faces. When Lu Chenyang saw the piano score, he burst out laughing. He was just a simple-minded loser who was obsessed with women and didn't even know piano music. But now he actually felt a little sympathy for Lin Lei in his heart. When the diners in the audience saw Lin Lei come on stage, their interest instantly dropped by half and they looked down at their plates. He played the first note wrong, and the band members burst out laughing. Lu Chenyang covered his face and looked at the ground, unable to accept this embarrassing scene. Xia Bing was worried about Lin Lei from the bottom of her heart. Lin Lei stood up, opened the back of the piano and adjusted it. The sound didn't change much. Lin Lei tried it and adjusted it for a long time. Brother, if you really can't play it, forget it. The worst that can happen is that you'll lose face. Lu Chenyang said loudly to Lin Lei, and the diners in the audience burst into laughter. Don't talk. Lin Lei's expression was very serious as he adjusted and tested the sound. You're still being stubborn. Let's see how embarrassed you'll be later. Lu Chenyang bit his back teeth, feeling a little unhappy. 3 minutes later, Lin Lei sat back down in front of the piano, finally smiled, and began to play while looking at his phone. When the first note sounded, the faces of the band members changed. This was different from the sound Lu Chenyang played before, and it was several scales higher. The music continued to play, slightly different from Lu Chenyang's previous performance, but Lin Lei's playing was more beautiful and added a solemn feeling. How could that be? Lu Chenyang suddenly felt like doubting himself. Lin Lei's playing of several notes was clearly incorrect, so how could it be that he played better than his own? The music continued to play as the diners in the audience turned to look at Lin Lei, their minds blank and their eyes filled with nothing but shock. Faintly, they seemed to see a graceful figure slowly walking towards them. Everything seemed so elegant and dreamy. Tears slowly fell from the corners of their eyes. No one had the heart to come back to their senses from such a scene, even though they knew it was an illusion. After the music was over, everyone had a strange expression on their face, a mixture of smiles and tears, and they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. The band members had dazed expressions on their faces. They had never heard such a song that could actually affect people's mood. Xiaobing's mouth was slightly open, her face flushed, tears streaming down her face to her chin, and she only came back to her senses when she felt something cool. What on earth is this man from? Lin Lei now possessed such charisma that it was hard to believe he had only been a minor character before. The people around also felt the chill on their faces, and thunderous applause broke out in the restaurant, accompanied by whistles of cheers. It was really worth it for those who came here today, as they were able to enjoy a master-level performance. Lin Lei imitated Lu Chenyang's actions just now and thanked the audience. A female audience member even rushed up to give him flowers. Lin Lei looked at Lu Chenyang with a playful look. This is impossible, impossible. How can you play better than me? You were clearly like that before. Lu Chenyang roared loudly. Lin Lei was obviously a beginner who didn't even know the music sheet. How could he play better than himself? You're not the only one who plays the piano in this world, and you're definitely not the only one who understands piano, Lin Lei said with a smile, his gaze quickly shifting to Xia Bing. Chapter 21 Career Ruined. Bastard. Lu Chenyang was furious. He had been learning piano for so many years, but no one had ever dared to let him lose so badly. He had to pay the price. Lu Chenyang raised his leg and kicked, and the people in the audience burst into exclamations. Seeing him lose his composure, no one came up to stop him. Lin Lei was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed Lu Chenyang's legs and immediately pulled him off the stage, throwing him sprawled on the ground. The band members couldn't help laughing, and Lu Chenyang's face turned red. Come again? Lin Lei frowned. He knew Lu Chenyang couldn't afford to lose, but he didn't expect this man to be so extreme. If I don't kill you today, I'm not a human being. Lu Chenyang stood up in embarrassment, which was very different from his previous elegance. Lin Lei raised his fist to block Lu Chenyang's reckless attack, and swung it directly at his face, sending him flying backwards. Lu Chenyang covered his chest and rolled on the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his back. I advise you not to try. You can't beat me. Lin Lei was a little annoyed. He didn't want to have anything to do with this kind of person. I'll kill you. Lu Chenyang coughed violently, his eyes were red, and he already had murderous intent. He smashed the plate on the table and swung the shards at Lin Lei, completely ignoring his bloodshot hands. Seeing that Lu Chenyang's eyes were red with anger, Lin Lei also felt a little murderous. He kicked Lu Chenyang's hand, not caring at all whether the glass shards would affect his hand. The glass fragments pierced Lu Chenyang's hand, and blood gushed out instantly. He temporarily stopped moving because of the pain. My hand, my hand. Lu Chenyang roared loudly, and the restaurant manager also slowly came over. Sir, what is going on here? The manager asked Lin Lei aggressively. Today's incident was quite serious, and with so many witnesses, even the manager would have a hard time handling it. As the restaurant's cash cow, he would definitely come forward to hold Lin Lei accountable. This matter has nothing to do with me. Why don't you ask your employees? Lin Lei shrugged, pursed his lips, and pointed at the band members. After learning more about it, it turned out that this matter really had nothing to do with Lin Lei, and was at most a secondary responsibility. Let's take him to the hospital first. I'm so sorry to interrupt your meal with your wife. Please leave the expenses to us. The manager said very embarrassedly that he had mistaken Xiaobing for Lin Lei's wife. Madam, please continue your meal? Lin Lei looked at Xiaobing with a wicked smile. Xiaobing's face flushed red, and she looked annoyed. By the way, how did you manage to play better than him? Xiaobing asked, picking up a small piece of steak. To put it simply, he is not the only one in the world who can play the piano. To put it more complicatedly, I have absolute pitch, and he doesn't tea. Lin Lei smiled and looked down at the vegetables on his plate. Absolute pitch? I always thought it was something from movies. This time it was Xiaobing's turn to be confused. The pianist skills that Lin Lei had acquired from the system were not only technical, but also made his ears much clearer. The moment I touched the piano, I knew that the tone of this piano was not that accurate, even though it was a very valuable piano. A person who relies solely on practice to succeed will be defeated when competing with a talented person who possesses the most superb skills in the world. To Lin Lei, this was just a minor incident. After dinner, Lin Lei tried out his newly acquired racing skills once again. As soon as he grabbed the steering wheel, Lin Lei felt that the entire car had become one with him. In Xiaobing's hands, this car could not perform to its maximum potential. Driving all the way home, drifting and turning, Lin Lei used all the skills he could, which caused Xiaobing to almost vomit in the car. It's almost time. Get ready to contact me about the script. You don't want me to lose, do you? Lin Lei handed the key back to Xiaobing. Yeah, I'll take a rest first. Xiaobing covered her head and walked into the inner room. Today is destined to be the end of the world for Lu Chenyang. He looked at the diagnosis spread out on his lap and felt that the whole world had become much darker. He has been diagnosed with a ruptured ligament in his palm, and recovery will take at least 6 months, and doctors cannot guarantee that his hand can fully recover. For a pianist, his hands are everything, and this undoubtedly sentenced his piano career to death. His eyes were confused, and no one knew what he was thinking. A man in a suit walked in from the ward door, walked up to him and looked at him with some pity. If you are here to laugh at your little brother, then you can leave. Lu Chenyang said listlessly, his hands wrapped in thick gauze. If I remember correctly, I should have told you a long time ago that women are trouble. Now you are in this situation because you have never listened to me. You finally paid the price for your stupidity. The man stared at Lu Chenyang's face with a half smile on his face. Alright, take good care of yourself during this time. I'll find the best doctor in the country to treat you. I'll go back and take care of this kid's matter. The man waved his hand, whispered a few words to the nurse at the door, and then left the ward. With the help of Xiaobing, I finally found a suitable script. This is a main theme movie, the name of which has not yet been determined. It is based on real events. Lin Lei plays an undercover agent. This role is more suitable for Lin Lei than the previous Jian Yang, and it fits the tough guy image he has always pursued. Most importantly, this could help Lin Lei salvage much of his extremely negative reputation and restore his image to normal. That is pretty good. When is the audition? Lin Lei asked. No need for an audition. The crew will start filming on the southern island the day after tomorrow. Just join the crew directly. I didn't expect your connections to be so useful this time. Lin Lei said jokingly. Xiaobing rolled her eyes at him, then said worriedly, this Lu Chenyang, I'm always worried that he'll take revenge. This person isn't the most terrifying. He has the entire Lu family behind him, and the one in control is his brother, Lu Ji. What are the origins of this Lu family and the Han family? Lin Lei suddenly remembered Han Baoquan and asked curiously. Xiaobing herself was not clear about this. After all, she was just a person in the entertainment industry. She didn't take any of those who pursued her seriously. If it weren't for Lin Lei's sudden appearance, she would still be busy with work. Forget it, let us talk about these things later. The most important thing now is work. Lin Lei comforted Xiaobing. But he didn't know now that he was about to be involved in a conspiracy against him and almost lost his life. Chapter 22 Trap. In the next few days, Lin Lei and Xiaobing met many people. The new movie was about to start shooting, and there were many things that needed his attention. I'm very familiar with director Zhang Yimou. He told me about you when we were chatting before, and he also showed me your audition. I think you're great, which is a big reason why I chose you. The director of the new film is from the coast and doesn't often care about what happens in the mainland entertainment industry, so he doesn't know what happened to Lin Lei. The ability to work with him this time is also thanks to Xia Bing. Many years ago, Xia Bing had a brief collaboration with him. This time, the filming location is on an island in our country, and we will also collaborate with several neighboring countries. The conditions there will be quite difficult. Can you bear it? The director asked with some concern. The popular young actors he had worked with in recent years were basically those who had no acting skills but were arrogant. Although Lin Lei had good acting skills, there was no guarantee that he was different from others in some aspects. Don't worry, director. The fact that I'm here today shows that I'm confident that I can complete the filming tasks you requested, Lin Lei said. The director nodded. Now anyone can do it verbally, but whether it can be done in the end depends on Lin Lei. At the same time, in a building, Lu Ji was sitting in the office, looking at the scenery outside, with a charming woman standing behind him. How's the investigation going? Lu Ji said lightly. That guy named Lin Lei is planning to go to the island to film a movie soon. Our plan can be carried out there. The woman lowered her head, her voice very pleasant. Come here and rub my shoulders. Lu Ji moved his fingers slightly, and the woman came over slowly. The woman pressed slowly, and Lu Ji had an expression of enjoyment. It's best to make this an accident and not let the public know about your existence. After a long time, Lu Ji spoke again. Even now, you are still only interested in this kind of thing and not me? The woman's voice was small, but full of temptation. Lu Ji said nothing, just looked at the scenery outside the window. Lin Lei was preparing to leave the villa the day after tomorrow. It's very hot over there, so bring some light clothes. Don't stay there for a few months, or you'll come back turned into charcoal. Xia Bing joked with Lin Lei. The director has instructed that my skin should be darker this time, so that it will better fit the story background. Lin Lei's serious expression drew countless rolls of eyes from Xia Bing. Be careful this time when you go out. Don't get hurt. If you get hurt, you won't be able to sell for a good price. Xia Bing acted coquettishly, pointing a finger at Lin Lei's arm. Lin Lei quickly dodged as if he had been electrocuted. I was just joking with you. Why take it so seriously? Forget it. I have something to do tomorrow. Xia Bing was speechless. She packed her clothes and went back to the room. How could Lin Lei be so tactless? But he understood the meaning of the contract, and he would definitely not touch Xia Bing. The next afternoon, after several hours of flight, Lin Lei arrived safely at the island airport. Although I have joined the crew, my plan for the next few days was to shoot some empty shots. Don't worry, you have other tasks these days, so you will be scheduled to appear later. The director knew that Lin Lei wanted to shine, but he still needed some training before filming began. For the next 3 days, in addition to normal fitness training to make his body more upright, he would also be exposed to fluorescent lights for several hours every day. After a few days, Lin Lei's muscles became more toned, his skin had turned a healthy bronze, and his overall demeanor became even more manly than before. The male lead of this drama is not Lin Lei, but the well-known actor Zhang Hanyu. Lin Lei has been training these days and has not met other actors yet. Tonight, under the leadership of the director, all the main creators sat together. After a day of training, everyone arrived and it was only Lin Lei who was left. Let me introduce this person to you all, Lin Lei. He's one of the best young actors I've seen so far. Everyone here should be considered your senior. Say hello to everyone. As soon as they entered the door, the director pulled Lin Lei over and introduced him to everyone. He greeted these people politely, and the director arranged for him to sit next to Zhang Hanyu. After all, they were the two protagonists, so they needed to get to know each other. Hello, Brother Hanyu, I'm Lin Lei. Lin Lei was the first to extend his hand. The young man has a good figure and it seems that he has worked hard these days. Zhang Hanyu also stretched out his hand, showing the charm of the oldest actor present. Everyone, to wish our film a smooth start, cheers. The director suggested that all the actors raise their glasses together. The drinking party ended quickly and the official filming would begin tomorrow, so no mistakes were allowed. Although it was late at night, there were still people secretly watching Lin Lei. In a luxurious villa, a graceful woman was holding Lin Lei's personal information in her hand, as if she was talking to someone. This Lin Lei is a bit strange. Despite the scandal with Xia Bing, he wasn't banned. Instead, he gained more favor and more resources. The woman was the one who had been in Lu Ji's office before. She was wearing a nightgown and sitting on the sofa. Who cares what he is? We're going to kill him before he gets any momentum. If he gets more attention after a while, it'll be even harder to deal with. How are things going over there? The person on the other end of the phone was Lu Ji, and the woman came to the island to carry out a mission on his behalf. Not yet. This is not the Lu family's sphere of influence. It will take some time to arrange things and smooth over relationships. Don't worry, I will complete the task. That's good. After saying that, Lu Ji hung up the phone. Linley, I'm actually a little interested in you. The woman looked at Lin Lei's information on the computer and touched her nose with interest. The films were not shot in sequence, especially this movie, which had very few scenes set in China, and Zhang Hanyu had a relatively larger role. Lin Lei has been on the set these days, either filming or studying his role, communicating with the director and his opponents. His acting skills were as outstanding as ever, and all the staff present were amazed. Especially after the director experienced his acting skills on the spot, he was so excited that he wanted to book him as the male lead in the next play. It's a pity for the director. The role in the next movie has been taken by director Zhang. Lin Lei was a little shy, which was unusual for him. This morning, the last scene was filmed in China, and it was the most intense explosion scene. The entire crew attached great importance to this scene. If there was any mistake, unexpected things would happen. Lin Li hadn't realized at this moment that he was about to step into a trap. Chapter 23 Explosion. In the villa, the woman was taking care of things. He only brought a few people with him for this operation. Lu Ji asked her to make it an accident, so there was no need for so many people. Be careful, this is a new type of explosive. Just a little bit is enough to blow us all away. The woman warned her men. This was the explosives they wanted to use to kill Lin Lei. It took them a week to bring it back. The phone rang, it was Lu Ji. How are the preparations going, Linglong? The woman called Linglong took a quick inventory and replied, everything is almost ready, but I just received news that they'll only be filming in China for a week and will be leaving tomorrow. To avoid any further complications, I plan to start this afternoon. It took us a week to plan our trip to the island, and going abroad would only take longer. It's up to you. I just want news of his death. Lu Ji said in his usual calm tone. After hanging up the phone, Linglong pulled up a table on the computer. It was the task schedule for Lin Lei's crew, with all their tasks and times clearly marked on it. It is very simple to find out their time. You just need to spend some money and give some money to the greedy logistics team leader, and they will directly infiltrate the crew. Although the venue rental time was very short, the entire crew had been filming all night for the past few days. In the whole week, Lin Lei only slept for less than 24 hours. Strange. I used to feel terribly sleepy even if I didn't get enough sleep. What's wrong now? Lin Lei could sense the changes in his body, but he didn't fully understand them. He asked the system in every possible way about the changes in his body, but found nothing. This was all thanks to the pill he had taken earlier. It had transformed Lin Lei's body into something completely different, at least much stronger than a normal person. This morning there was a scene where he was chasing the murderer in a nightclub, and there was a fight scene, followed by the biggest scene of the whole play, where the building was blown up. How are you? Can you still hold on? The assistant director handed Lin Lei a bottle of water and asked him with a smile. It's okay, I can hold on for a while. Lin Lei said he felt no pressure at all. Everyone thought Lin Lei wouldn't last more than 3 days after all, his image was that of a kept gigolo. However, his actions surprised the staff. Not only did he complete the filming task brilliantly, he also conquered everyone with his acting skills. Everyone was shocked, and they admired Lin Lei even more. This scene is still the same. The background of this scene is that Lin Lei's girlfriend was indirectly killed by this man. It was in the nightclub that Lin Lei tracked down the clues and followed the trail here, and the two began to fight. The camera turned on, and the expression on Lin Lei's face changed. He had already put himself into the role, feeling the complex emotions of his girlfriend being killed and now his enemy being right in front of him. The first line of dialogue was not very emotional because the actor who played the opponent was a young actor. However, as Lin Lei roared, he seemed to wake up and followed Lin Lei's rhythm. What an actor is required to do is to be subtle and immerse himself completely in the role, with emotions layered and layered so that the audience can empathize with him. Lin Lei just made everyone present feel this outburst of emotions. Cut. Great, it's exactly the character himself. The director stared at the monitor and shouted excitedly. This was his usual behavior on the set. Attention all teams, evacuate the scene immediately. We are preparing to start the explosion scene. The executive director and assistant director issued tasks to each link through the walkie-talkie. As he was preparing, many eyes were fixed on Linley. Hurry up, place explosives at every node to ensure the integrity of the scene and don't delay the progress. The prop master was instructing Linglong and his men, who were dressed as staff members, to take bundles of explosives and place them in the set. When there was no one around, Linglong took out a small bottle from her arms and quietly placed it among the explosives. Of course, it is impossible to actually blow up the building in the explosion scene. The director plans to use small-scale explosions and then use post-production to synthesize the final big scene. The entire crew withdrew to a safe distance. This scene did not involve Lin Lei, so he only needed to stay behind the camera and watch. But in order to save time, he set up the scene with the staff. Get ready, the director's voice came over the intercom, and Linley withdrew to a safe distance. Mr. Lin, the director wants you to stand a little forward and help us set the camera position. A man wearing a black baseball cap walked up to Lin Lei and said in a low voice. Lin Lei was a little puzzled. The camera settings were designed to prevent mistakes, but the director should have done all these things. He didn't think too much about it, he just thought that the scene had changed and the director needed to reset it. Based on the principle of professionalism, Lin Lei did it. The man fiddled with his baseball cap and walked back. With so many people around, no one noticed that Linley had walked forward more than 10 steps. Prepare for explosion. The director gave an order, the camera started working, the prop master's countdown was completed, and the sound of the explosion roared from the set. Something was wrong. The explosion was much louder than previously expected. The sound and vibration reached the director, who was staying in the back. Looking at the huge flames on the monitor, the director asked loudly, "What's going on? Why is the explosion so big?" The prop master was also stunned. How could the gunpowder he prepared have such a great effect? The photographers and other staff in front were all affected. Many people fell to the ground due to the heat wave and roar. The moment the explosion occurred, Linley sensed something was amiss. He had seen explosives before, and it was impossible for them to have such an effect. When the first explosion came, Linley subconsciously jumped back, but the flying debris and heat wave still affected him. The setup suddenly split open, and a large piece of curtain rushed directly to Linley's side, wrapped him up, and flew backwards with him. Linley was instantly pushed several meters away and fell to the ground with the photographers. His head hit the ground and he instantly fainted. Blood gushed out of his body, which was quite horrifying. Director, Linley was hit by the explosion. When the assistant director came up to check on the injuries, he found Linley lying unconscious on the ground, with shocking scars on his body. The scene immediately became chaotic, and an ambulance rushed to take Linley to the hospital. Linglong, who was hiding in the shadows, saw everything at the scene. It was obvious that she had asked Linley to stand forward just now. Now Linley was doomed to die. The matter has been resolved. Linley will most likely never wake up again. Linglong smiled faintly, but her eyes were filled with viciousness. Chapter 24 Super Recovery. Linley's world was filled with darkness. At this moment, scenes from his previous life kept appearing before his eyes like a kaleidoscope. He was still that small supporting role, looked down upon everywhere. Although his consciousness wanted to resist all this, his body could not move, as if he was imprisoned. He wanted to struggle, but his body couldn't move. Cold stares, ridicule, mockery, all kinds of voices began to ring in Linley's ears. Anger and chilling heart burst out in his heart, but he could do nothing. The last scene was of him being burned to death in the fire in his previous life. Linley cried out in surprise, waking from his dream. His eyes were hazy, and the dazzling light shone into his pupils. For a moment, he didn't know whether it was reality or an illusion, and he couldn't remember what had happened before. He slowly turned his body and felt a heart-wrenching pain. Linley frowned and stretched his body. She should be in the hospital now. The heart rate monitor was beeping, and there was a ventilator next to her mouth. He opened his mouth, trying to make some sound, but no words came out. System, what the hell is wrong with me now? Linley muttered to himself, summoning the system. System monitoring indicates the host is in very poor physical condition. He has 3 broken ribs, multiple ligament strains, multiple burns, severe back muscle damage, a moderate concussion, and torn vocal cords. Estimated recovery time, 3 months. The system report stated that Lin Lei's injuries sounded horrific. After the system reminded him, his memory returned to the time before the explosion. 3 months? Isn't my body already incredibly strong? Why would it take so long? Lin Lei questioned the system. He kept thinking that it would take 3 months to recover, so he would have to find someone else to play the role in the movie. In fact, for him to recover from such a serious injury in just 3 months was already an incredible physique, but even so, Lin Lei was still not satisfied. The host has been detected to be seriously injured. The system automatically grants a trial period of super recovery ability, which can help the host recover within 3 days. Do you want to claim it? The system is really amazing, anything can be exchanged here. Exchange. Lin Lei was eager to do so and hurried to exchange. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to experience the super recovery ability. This service will expire in 3 days. As soon as the system notification sounded, Lin Lei felt much better, and the dull pain in his abdomen stopped. It really worked. The injury was temporarily relieved, and Lin Lei began to recall the explosion. No matter how you think about it, this incident doesn't seem like a simple accident, especially the man in the baseball cap and the powerful explosives. Lin Lei was still thinking when a nurse came in from outside pushing a cart. He made a little noise, which really scared the nurse. You have to know that when Lin Lei was first sent in, there was no intact part of his body. According to the doctor's diagnosis, Lin Lei's injuries would take at least a year to recover, and there was a possibility that he would never wake up. Now Lin Lei was lying on the bed with his eyes open, and some of the scars on his face had healed. How could the nurse not be afraid? Doctor, doctor. The nurse staggered out, holding the stretcher. Soon, people gathered around Lin Lei's bed. Miracle, this is simply a miracle. The doctor exclaimed as he looked at Lin Lei's medical report. A person who was on the verge of death is now lying awake on the hospital bed. If this is not a miracle, what is? As more and more people gathered, the ringing in Lin Lei's ears grew louder and louder. Suddenly, his eyes went dark. No matter how the people around him shouted, he did not respond and then fainted. This time he was truly unconscious, and when he came to his senses again, it was already noon the next day. You're finally awake. You've been in a coma for 12 hours, and you were almost declared critically ill. The nurse was giving Lin Lei an 4 drip. When she saw him awake, she quickly called for a doctor. How are you feeling now? Are you feeling particularly uncomfortable? The doctor asked after checking Lin Lei's vital signs. It's okay, I still feel a lot of pain. Lin Lei's voice was hoarse. He hadn't had a sip of water since yesterday and was feeling a little thirsty. That's normal. You suffered such a serious injury. If you could just recover so easily, it would be incredible. The doctor pushed his glasses and continued, I'm also curious about how you woke up. Lin Lei simply said that he had a nightmare and suddenly woke up, and he knew nothing else. Even if he told the doctor about the system, he probably wouldn't believe him. Okay, just take good care of yourself during this period and don't move for now. The doctor said this and left the ward. Of course, Lin Lei would not listen to the doctor. First, he was different from other ordinary patients. Second, doctors could not always make accurate judgments based on the system. Now his condition has recovered about 30%, and his arms can be raised slightly, but once the range of movement is too large, his muscles will still be torn and painful. Lin Lei's story has spread like wildfire in the outside world. Now everyone knows that he was injured in the explosion and may become a vegetable. No way, such a thing happened to my idol at such a young age. It's really unbelievable that he's so talented. Oh my God, this is so pitiful. Please accept my condolences to the family. So cool? It's really satisfying. See? This is karma. Honey, here I come. The news about Lin Lei's accident was filled with such comments, and the matter quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys. Xia Bing finished her work and received a call from Wang Rui. Something happened to Lin Lei. He was injured in an explosion while filming a movie. The moment Xia Bing heard that he was in trouble, her heart instantly sank. After learning that he might not wake up, her eyes even turned red. It must be the Lin family. They must have done it. Xia Bing told Wang Rui everything that happened with Lin Lei in the restaurant that day. After hearing this, Wang Rui sighed deeply. I'll do my best to handle this matter. You just stay home. If you're not sure if their target is you, I'll have someone guard your villa 24 hours a day. After saying that, he hung up the phone. In Guang building. Looking at the overwhelming news about Lin Lei becoming a vegetable and various rumors, Lu Ji smiled. I admit that you are talented to a certain extent, even more talented than Lu Chenyang, but unfortunately, you met me. This task has been completed very well. Come back quickly and don't leave any clues. Lu Ji talked to Linglong on the phone. He was very satisfied with this mission. As long as Lin Lei is not allowed to wake up, Lu Chenyang's revenge will be achieved. At the same time, it wasn't just the Lu family and Xia Bing who were concerned about Lin Lei's life or death. There was also Han Baoquan, who had suffered a setback at the hands of Lin Lei before. Chapter 25 Double Return. Han Baoquan had been in a bad mood the past few days since being slapped a few times by Lin Lei. Since he was born, no one has dared to hit him, not even his father. He has been depressed these days, spending his time drinking and having a very bad temper. He often beats the bodyguards around him and scolds them for their incompetence. Mr. Han, have you watched the news? Xinyu walked in from outside the door with a very surprised expression on her face. I told you not to come into my room. Ever since he last saw Xiaobing, his mind had been full of Xiaobing's image, and he was planning to defeat Lin Lei and snatch Xiaobing back from him. Something happened to Lin Lei. He has become a vegetable. Xinyu was very excited and didn't care what Han Baoquan said at all. Who? At first, Han Baoquan thought he had misheard, until he opened his sleepy eyes and saw the news. The news of Lin Lei's accident had indeed spread, and many people were still speculating whether Lin Lei had died. This is truly God's will. Han Baoquan almost laughed out loud. Xinyu was even more excited. It was really embarrassing to be slapped in public by Lin Lei that day. Now that he was in trouble, she didn't know how happy he was. In the past few days, Han Baoquan has been searching for information about Lin Lei, but the intelligence personnel around him are all villains who can only cheat him of his money and then give him some irrelevant information. It was only recently that Han Baoquan learned that Lin Lei had gone to the island to film a movie. This is really good news for us. We don't have to do anything at all, which saves us a lot of time. Xinyu twisted her waist and moved closer to Han Baoquan, and the two hugged each other. Since she has been around for so long, her intelligence must be much better than that of ordinary people. The most urgent task now is to quickly please Han Baoquan, so as to prevent Xiaobing's intrusion from shattering her dream of marrying into a wealthy family. But the fact is, no matter how much Xinyu tried to please Han Baoquan had already made up his mind to kick her away. For the next 3 days, Lin Lei was constantly drifting between unconsciousness and wakefulness. This was a side effect of the super recovery system. Lin Lei had a trial version of it. The system automatically mobilized Lin Lei's body's self-healing factor, continuously exerting its super powerful effects. This effect could only be exerted when Lin Lei fell into a coma. Today was the 3rd day. When Lin Lei woke up, the director was standing by his bed. How do you feel? The director asked hastily, a serious look on his face, seeing Lin Lei regain consciousness. Thank you for your concern, director. I'm fine. Lin Lei said. He didn't lie. He had recovered in the past few days and his body had already recovered. However, in front of the director, he still had to pretend that his injuries were still very serious. You should have a good rest. Don't worry, I won't change your role. As long as you are not feeling well, this film plan will be put on hold. The director's expression was very serious. Originally, he took all the blame on himself, even thinking that Lin Lei's situation was his fault. It's okay, director. I'll be back in a few days. This incident has nothing to do with anyone else. It was a momentary error in judgment. Please don't blame yourself. Lin Lei did not disclose what happened on the set. Without any basis or evidence, he did not dare to make any rash conclusions. In short, take good care of your health. The entire crew will be waiting for you. The director left this sentence and then left. After the director left, Lin Lei sat up from his bed and stretched his muscles, which hadn't been moved for a while. His bones crackled. Awesome! Lin Lei felt a comfort he had never felt before, especially the warm current in his dantian that was flowing back and forth in his body. While the nurse was away, Lin Lei pulled out the needle from his hand and retrieved his cell phone from his belongings. He first called Xiaobing and explained his situation. What are you doing? Why haven't you called back in such a long time? Xiaobing was very anxious and questioned Lin Lei in a reproachful tone. Big sister, I'm injured too. Can't you be a little understanding? Lin Lei looked displeased. Even after recovering from his injury, Xiaobing scolded him like this. Isn't this all your own fault for being careless? You can get injured while filming. Xiaobing yelled at Lin Lei in annoyance. The two argued for a while, and finally returned to the topic of who did it. Who do you think is most likely this time? After learning what happened on the set, Xiaobing instantly realized that this matter was not simple. Who knows? I've offended a lot of people recently, so it could be anyone. Are there any unfamiliar people around you? Lin Lei asked Xiaobing. Sister Rui has already placed a lot of people around me. Don't worry, they are all trustworthy people. The two of them repeatedly exchanged views on their situations. Before hanging up, Xiaobing reminded Lin Lei to pay attention to his own safety and to check in every few hours to confirm his safety. Just after hanging up the phone, Lin Lei received a call from Wang Rui. Lin Lei? Thank God you can still answer my call. What's the situation over there? Wang Rui said in a somewhat anxious voice. Lin Lei told Wang Rui about what happened on the set. The current situation was indeed tricky. I think you should stay out of the public eye for the time being, preferably now. I'm going to send some people to protect your safety. In this matter, Wang Rui was like the security captain, protecting the safety of Xiaobing and Lin Lei at all times. I know my limits on this matter. This incident has taught me a lesson, and I will pay attention. Lin Lei said, then hung up the phone. Lin Lei actually already had a rough idea of who did this, but there were still some things he couldn't figure out. For the next few days, Lin Lei was recuperating in the hospital. The crew had already filmed all the previous segments, and now they were in a stagnant stage. 7 days later, Lin Lei was discharged from the hospital, officially returning to health. The director, in particular, was somewhat surprised to see Lin Lei's sudden return. Are you okay? Have you recovered? Of course, but we have to be more low-key now, otherwise it will attract more attention. Lin Lei said to the director with a smile. Regarding this incident, Lin Lei watched the surveillance footage and discussed it with the entire logistics team for a long time, but no one knew where those men in baseball caps came from that day. Forget it. These people are probably hired. After so much time, it's impossible to track them down. So let's just let this matter go? Xiaobing asked on the other end of the phone. I definitely can't let this go. Whatever I endure, I will make them pay back tenfold. Lin Lei finished his words, his eyes gleaming with fire. Chapter 26 Story. The entire crew came abroad to start the second phase of filming. Because of the attack, Lin Lei could not show up in public for the time being. That afternoon, the director took the entire crew away, and Lin Lei went there by boat alone. Wang Rui has not been idle these days. She has been investigating the Lin Lei case. Her hard work has paid off and she has finally figured out some things. It should be someone from the Lu family, the brother of Lu Chenyang. I found signs of their activities on the island, and the time coincides with when you were injured. I'm still investigating the rest, but I don't have any clues yet. The Lu family. Lin Lei bit his back teeth hard. Lu Chenyang had been the first to blame him, but the Lu family not only ignored him but even did these things to him. He must be angry. Wang Rui assured Lin Lei that she would go back and investigate the rest, and told him not to act rashly. Lin Lei felt a little disappointed. He wanted revenge very much, but with his current strength, he was no match for the other party. Although he had some kung fu skills, he was facing an entire family. I understand. I'll focus on filming in the near future. I'll leave it to you, Sister Rui. Lin Lei thanked Wang Rui and hung up the phone. The ship was still sailing on the sea, but Lin Lei's heart could not calm down. There are too many factors that could be unfavorable to him now. Any family he met almost killed him. This made him very unhappy and also caused some changes in his initial mood. He felt a little anxious. The seawater was hitting the hull, and a swish sound came to his ears, but Lin Lei was completely calm. System, is there anything I can exchange for now? Lin Lei asked the system from the bottom of his heart. The host will open a new exchange when the number of fans reaches 20 million. Please be patient and keep up the good work. The system's icy voice struck Lin Lei in the heart. Lin Lei now felt like the brave hero in the game who was about to take his first step out of the novice village, but was beaten back by a powerful monster. He had no choice but to be patient. Previously, the gifts given by the system were gifts that came with reaching a certain level. Starting from 20 million fans, Lin Lei could slowly start to redeem things. After sailing on the sea for 4 hours, Lin Lei finally arrived at the port. The director arranged a car to take Lin Lei to the crew without revealing his whereabouts along the way. Today is the first day of filming in a foreign country. The director did not arrange any tasks, but just communicated with the partners in advance to confirm that there were no suspicious people in the crew. As night fell, the actors in the crew were all excited about the completely different exotic customs and atmosphere, but Lin Lei showed no interest. The director held a welcome party in a local restaurant. On the one hand, it was to celebrate Lin Lei's return after recovering from his injury, and on the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate the shadows of everyone's previous relationship and bring everyone together again. Lin Lei was the last to arrive. In order to ensure his safety, the director team and Wang Rui put a lot of thought into it. The director did not mention this to the staff until Lin Lei appeared in front of them. The crew members were a little surprised. Many of the crew members who had suffered minor injuries in the explosion had not yet recovered from their injuries, but Lin Lei, who was the most seriously injured, had already been discharged from the hospital and there was not even any sign of injury. Lin Lei used the same rhetoric he had used against the director before to cover up the matter. The doctor gave me an ointment that worked really well, which is why I recovered so quickly. Now that he was able to come back, the staff had some doubts but put them aside. So quickly, how's your recovery? Acting is important, but health is more important. Zhang Hanyu was also very surprised to see Lin Lei appear at the welcome party, and advised him as an elder brother. Brother Hanyu, you're worrying too much. I know my own health. I hope you won't go easy on me when we're filming our scenes together later. After Lin Lei finished speaking, the two of them burst into laughter. For the next period of time, Lin Lei used his Oscar-winning acting skills to the best of his ability, and basically passed the test in one take every time. His bursting vitality and blood-pumping hormones made all the female staff present salivate, and some even named him Walking Hormone. Lin Lei has been a little too dedicated to his work lately. He basically doesn't sleep at night. When he has free time, he's either studying characters or practicing songs. He only takes a break when the staff urges him repeatedly. Everyone else thought that Lin Lei was working so hard to catch up with the previous progress, and they all gave him approving glances. However, in the entire crew, only the director noticed Lin Lei's abnormality. After the filming ended that day, Lin Lei had a quick bite to eat and then went back to the gym downstairs in the hotel to train for a while. Just as he was about to leave, the director suddenly called him. I want to go to the city tonight. I heard there's a very famous restaurant there. I've been working all day here, so I need to relax for a while. Without waiting for Lin Lei to refuse, the director dragged him into his car and urged the driver to leave. Director, I've been feeling like I haven't grasped the role very well lately. Could you explain this part to me? Lin Lei pulled out his phone and the script he'd read hundreds of times. Unexpectedly, the director smiled and patted Lin Lei's hand. I'm just here to relax tonight. We're not talking about work. Lin Lei was a little confused as to what the director was up to. Arriving in the city, Lin Lei found that the local customs and practices were indeed very different from those in China. There were small stalls everywhere and people with smiling faces. It seemed as if he had not been to such a lively place for a long time. The director took Lin Lei to the restaurant. Various kinds of seafood were displayed in the aquarium outside. This place is very close to the sea, and seafood is the specialty here. I have already made arrangements for tonight. Just think about those lobsters and oysters. Wow, it's really exciting. The director said with excitement on his face. The director is at least 40 years old this year, but I didn't expect that he would be happier about food than Lin Lei. Sitting on the floor, this restaurant is very unique. It has the approachability of a street vendor, but it is not as simple and elegant as a high-end restaurant. Watching the waiter place plates of food on the table, Lin Lei's long-awaited appetite was aroused. Hurry up! It won't taste as good if it gets cold. The director didn't give Lin Lei a chance to speak, but simply told him to eat quickly. Lin Lei nodded, and the two of them spent about half an hour eating. Director, why did you call me out today? What on earth do you want? Lin Lei spat out the fish scales from his mouth, still feeling confused. Besides coming out to relax today, I want to tell you a few stories. The director curled his lips slightly and smiled mysteriously. Chapter 27 Return. Story? What story? Lin Lei was a little surprised. A long time ago, a film I directed won an award for the first time, earning me my first pot of gold. Everyone praised me as a genius, and that film also went down in film history. At that time, I was full of energy and felt that no one in the world could be more amazing than me. Because I'd been dealing with social media for so long, I gradually realized I didn't have the creative ability I once had. My friends around me at the same time were all moving towards more advanced creations, but I was the only one who was stuck. During that time, I didn't know how to break through. I felt like I was stuck. Fortunately, I was also trying to break through during that time. I read a lot of books during that time. Many of my current ideas came from that time. I found that if you want to break through, you must first put yourself outside of your comfort zone. In addition to the necessary motivation, the most important thing is rest and patience. The director talked a lot about himself, and Lin Lei could hear it at least a little. The director was using his own story to give him some advice. In some ways, you're very similar to me before, full of energy and talent. But I want to tell you that life is definitely not always smooth sailing. Everyone experiences ups and downs. Some people get through it, some don't. The key lies in the choices you make. The director stopped talking abruptly. He had said too much tonight and was a little tired. Lin Lei is not the kind of person who is stubborn and self-willed. Every word the director said tonight echoed in his mind. The director's general intention was to let Lin Lei combine work and rest in order to get through this stage. After the two of them finished their meal, Lin Lei accompanied the director to the largest local market to buy some things, and they did not return to the hotel until late at night. During the remaining days, Lin Lei's heart gradually opened up and became cheerful. Although he still felt a little anxious when thinking about the Liu family, at least he was no longer so blind. As soon as I had a question, my mind immediately recalled what the director had said that night. After more than 3 months, the crew finally completed the filming, and now it was time for Lin Lei to officially return. This time, the bet between Zhao Jincheng and He Chong turned out to be a good one. Lin Lei gained a lot this time. In addition to consolidating his inner state of mind, he also met so many like-minded companions through movies. Follow your heart, even if it's wrong, do it to the end. This was the last sentence the director said to Lin Lei at the wrap-up ceremony. After bidding farewell to his fellow actors and staff, Lin Lei returned to the hotel and received a call from Wang Rui. The matter has been investigated. There is a woman named Ling Long under Lu Ji. She was the one who was behind this incident. She first infiltrated your crew and then added more powerful explosives, which led to your serious injury. God knows how Wang Rui found out so clearly. She almost found out what Ling Long said. It really was the Liu family who did it. These people are so sinister and vicious. The main reason is that you were too cruel. You know, Liu Chenyang is the biggest face of their Liu family. Now his career has been ruined by you. The Liu family will definitely regard you as their biggest enemy. Wang Rui said. He brought this upon himself. Even if he dies, he can't blame anyone else, Lin Lei said coldly. Let's not talk about that for now. I've found you an agent and some bodyguards. When you come back tomorrow, we'll hold a press conference. These people I've chosen will protect you 24 hours a day. They're all trustworthy people. Lin Lei nodded. Now the most basic thing was to increase exposure and the number of fans. The next afternoon, Lin Lei arrived safely at the Binhai City Airport. As soon as she got off the plane, Wang Rui's car was already waiting there. Let me introduce you. This is your new agent, Shang Lin. She's one of the best in our agency. I feel more at ease having her around. Wang Rui said, pointing to the baby-faced woman next to her. Lin Lei and Shang Lin nodded to each other, which was considered a greeting. This is Lu Qing. You can consider him the head of your bodyguards. He's very agile and can easily defeat 10 people by himself. The sturdy man remaining in the car waved calmly at Lin Lei. Your press conference is tonight. Mainly, you'll need to explain your situation to your fans. There's still some work to do, which I'll send to you in the form of documents. Wang Rui sent the document to Lin Lei, which contained recent work. In addition to some advertising invitations, auditions and the like, the most important one was the roadshow for the movie Shadow. As one of the actors with a very important role, Lin Lei must be present. The car sped forward and soon arrived at the venue. In this world, when actors have something serious to announce, the most common means of publicity is still a press conference. In order to make Lin Lei appear in the public eye again this time, Wang Rui did not put in any effort and invited dozens of news media, intending to directly make this news occupy the headlines of today. Don't be nervous when you go on stage. Unless a reporter asks you a question, don't say too much and maintain a certain sense of mystery. Before going on stage, Wang Rui instructed Lin Lei. The press conference started on time at 7 p.m. Dear colleagues, I'm delighted that you could attend Mr. Lin Lei's homecoming ceremony. As you all know, Mr. Lin Lei was seriously injured while filming a movie some time ago, and he has finally recovered and returned. Wang Rui is worthy of being an ace agent. In just a few words, she explained Lin Lei's recent experience clearly and created some good impression for him. Next, those who have questions can ask them. Mr. Lin, I'm asking you a question on behalf of Entertainment World. You haven't interacted with Miss Xiaobing for a long time. Does this mean that the relationship between you two is just for fun? I can tell you responsibly that it's not. Next question, Lin Lei said firmly. There are many people asking questions, but none of them are important. They are mainly for gossip and entertainment to attract attention. Time is almost up, last question. Wang Rui looked at her watch. It was almost time, and this press conference should not last too long. Mr. Lin Lei, what are your next plans after your return? Will you continue filming or do you have other plans? That's a good question. I have a lot to do next. I hope my media friends can report well. At least I will be worthy of my fans. Thank you all for your support. After saying this, Lin Lei bowed and walked off the stage, marking the end of the press conference. Lin Lei's announcement of his return not only caused a stir in the entertainment industry, but also sent shockwaves through the Liu family. Chapter 28 New Questions. What's going on? Didn't you say everything was foolproof? Lu Ji looked at the news on his phone with an extremely ugly expression. Linglong knelt in front of Lu Ji with her hands tied behind her back. The doctor did say before that he might never wake up again. When he was injured, everyone saw the injuries on his body and no one thought he could wake up. Linglong's face was pale. She had been kneeling for 3 hours since the news about Lin Lei was released. Woman, you are a little dishonest. Lu Ji's face was gloomy. He picked up the belt next to him and whipped Linglong directly on her body. The sound of breaking air continued to ring out, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Linglong's forehead. Although it was very painful, she did not make a sound, but just endured it silently. After 20 agonizing minutes, Lu Ji sat down on the sofa, breathing slightly. This person must die. What do you think we should do? I will find an opportunity to attack again, and he will definitely not wake up next time. Linglong's body trembled slightly, and the pain made her almost faint. This is the only chance. You know what kind of person I trust the most. Lu Ji said coldly. This implies that the dead are the most trustworthy people in this world. After saying that, Lu Ji left the room, leaving Linglong covered in scars. That night, when Lin Lei returned to the villa, he was startled by the pungent smell coming from the kitchen. When I got closer, I found Xiaobing busying around, sweating profusely. What are you doing? Lin Lei frowned, looking at the dark brown object in front of him. Xiaobing had obviously not expected Lin Lei to return, and was startled, causing the plate in her hand to fly out. Lin Lei was quick to catch it. You're trying to scare me to death. Why didn't you tell me before you came in? Xiaobing was really frightened. She patted her chest and blamed Lin Lei. Didn't I tell you I'd be back today? Are you cooking? Lin Lei asked, picking up the burnt eggs on the plate. Yeah, didn't you say last time that what I made was okay? It just so happened that you came back this time, so I wanted to make something to replenish you. Who knew that the heat was a little off this time, and it was a little off. This is not just a little bit worse. If Xiaobing sits down again, he will set the kitchen on fire. I appreciate your kindness. Let me do it. Lin Lei said as he took Xiaobing outside, threw away the ingredients she had wasted, and glanced at the messy kitchen. 40 minutes later, Lin Lei came out of the kitchen carrying a plate. This is not much different from what I made. Although Xiaobing said it toughly, she was still like a child when she ate it. While eating, Lin Lei asked Xiaobing a question. Tell me, what does true success mean in our line of work? Did the explosion blast your brain? What made you ask that question? Xiaobing looked at Lin Lei with a strange expression. Seriously. I think the greatest success is not having to work so hard and no longer using my youth and looks to make money. Following up on Lin Lei's question, Xiaobing talked to him a lot. She wanted to open a studio of her own. This dream had existed since the day she debuted. She had been accumulating capital for so many years until Lin Lei appeared. Just be a good actor now, and we'll worry about the future later. Xiaobing spat out the bone and said to Lin Lei. Lin Lei had only recently realized that the only way to defeat capital was to become a part of it and achieve something that none of them could reach. But it's too difficult. Xiaobing has only thought about this matter for so many years. Shan Lin's call pulled him back from his thoughts. Tomorrow was the first roadshow in Binhai City. I understand. I'll discuss this with the director tomorrow. Lin Lei hung up the phone. The lights are just coming on in an office building. This is Zhao Jinlan's media company. All the employees are here. Working overtime until midnight is the most common thing here. In the office, He Chong was sitting in front of Zhao Jinlan. Boss Zhao, how's the Lin Lei issue going? The person who was most nervous about Lin Lei's return was He Chong. He had thought that with Lin Lei's coma, the bet agreement between the two of them would be over, but he didn't expect Lin Lei to suddenly announce his return. What's wrong? Are you anxious? Zhao Jinlan smiled and reached out to touch He Chang's face. That's not the case. Mr. Zhao is so powerful, he must have the ability to drive Lin Lei out of the entertainment industry. I just want to see it for myself. He Chang's voice changed instantly, and the nasty voice sounded very disgusting. Of course. According to intelligence, he will have a roadshow in Binhai City tomorrow. Just wait and see how I ruin his reputation. Zhao Jinlan smiled, her eyes full of viciousness. The next morning, Binhai University. This is the venue for the film's first roadshow. There will be 2 more roadshows like today's, held in different places in Binhai City. I didn't expect to be able to return to school after so many years of graduation. I really miss it. Lin Lei said with a smile. Although he only had a high school diploma in his previous life, those memories were what he missed the most. Lin Lei? Are you okay? I was really shocked when I saw that news. Deng Zhao saw Lin Lei appear and hurriedly asked about his recent situation. Thank goodness, brother Zhao, you're lucky. Lin Lei said with a smile. Because the first show was too early, director Zhang Yimou was unable to attend, and several leading actors also interacted with the students and hurriedly left Binhai University. The second scene was in a movie theater, where director Zhang Yimou had been waiting for some time. Xiao Lin, I heard about your situation from director Lin. You are really lucky this time. Director Lin is the director of the previous play, whose real name is Lin Chaoxian. Thanks to the director, it's no longer a big deal. The roadshow started soon. The director first showed a few minutes of trailers. The audience responded very well after watching them, especially the 2 roles played by Deng Zhao. Most people thought that his performance was very powerful. Lin Lei, many people say you're not up to the task this time. What do you want to say to them? During the question and answer session, a fan representative said, I don't need to say anything. These things will naturally become clear when the movie is released. Lin Lei smiled and said to the person who asked the question, these people will naturally not give up if they don't hear the right answer. Suddenly, a man stood up and spoke in a voice that could be heard by the whole audience. Lin Lei, as a minor actor, you're relying on your girlfriend Xiaobing's connections to get on stage. What makes you think you're qualified for this role? I'm starting to doubt what kind of relationship you have with Xiaobing. Chapter 29 Perfect Answer. The man's sudden appearance caught Lin Lei off guard. The man's questions were very sharp and aggressive, and the atmosphere in the venue instantly became cold. Sorry, we refuse to answer this question. Next one. The host on the side saw that something was wrong and quickly stopped the man and instructed the staff to take the microphone away from his hand. Wait a moment. Lin Lei stopped the host. Regarding this question, first of all, regarding this play, I want to say that although I don't have similar experience before and can say that I am definitely qualified for this role, but everything is always a trial, and in the short film just now, my performance is obvious to everyone. The reason he answered was because Lin Lei knew that if he simply evaded the issue, not only would the media present have a bad impression of him, thinking he was being a big shot, but they would also write nonsense about it in their reports, which would only make things more troublesome. Admit it, the relationship between you and Xiaobing is purely one of exploitation. You relied on her resources to get to the top, but there's no telling what she needs from you. The man said to Lin Lei with a lewd smile on his face. That's just now. Although I can't be compared with Xiaobing right now, please rest assured that I will work hard to act well. I also want to thank all the fans who support us. I will definitely take good care of Xiaobing. After saying this, Lin Li bowed to the audience. The audience present all thought that the situation would develop into a bad direction, but Lin Lei resolved it perfectly and even protected Xiaobing. This is what is most admirable. In fact, when the two were first officially announced, most of the audience didn't know Lin Lei. The two were not a good match, which naturally aroused the jealousy of many people. But later, Lin Lei showed his abilities, whether in singing or acting, and people's impression of him gradually changed, which is why his fans gradually increased. Lin Lei's response caught the man off guard. He didn't deny it, but answered generously. His sincerity was recognized by many people. If there are no other questions, you can proceed to the next person. Lin Li smiled and continued with the next part. The man sat down angrily, his face looking as if he had eaten a fly. The scene became lively again because of Lin Lei's perfect answer, and fans asked many questions to other leading actors. Half an hour later, the second roadshow also came to an end. That was a close call just now. I almost kicked him out, the host said apologetically to Lin Li. The host's job on stage is to protect the actors, and he really didn't do that today. It's okay. I've been mentally prepared for these things for a long time. I have to face them eventually. Lin Lei waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. From now on, you can ignore audience members like this. You can't answer them, and even if you do, it's just a waste of time. Deng Zhao walked up to Lin Lei and reminded him. He nodded. In today's society, news spreads so quickly that some things certainly don't need to be said over and over again. The man had left the scene before the roadshow was over. Walking out the door, he dialed a number and said to the other end. The job wasn't done. This person didn't answer my questions directly, but instead let me dodge the issue. The media can write whatever they want about it, but I don't think it will have much impact. The man is a reporter for a domestic entertainment tabloid, whose newspaper is known for its unrealistic and sharp tongue. He was the person Zhao Jinlan had mentioned, the one who would give Lin Lei a hard time. Zhao Jinlan's original plan was to make Lin Lei lose his composure, get angry and lose his temper, and then ruin his reputation through this irresponsible tabloid. But unexpectedly, Lin Lei's answer disrupted their plans. This was just an accident, a test. He won't be so lucky next time. The man said and hung up the phone. In fact, before going on stage for the interview, the new agent Shang Lin had already explained the details to Lin Lei. Especially when encountering such things, he must never act on impulse and must resolve the problem slowly. When an actor reaches this level, the attention and caution he or she must exercise are directly proportional. If he or she is not careful, he or she will become the target of criticism. The third show was actually a small premiere ceremony. The director invited some film critics to watch the movie and asked them to express their views. The director also explained the concept of the movie. After the movie screening, the rest of the process was exactly the same as the roadshow. Director Imo, the film is excellent. This is another major attempt on your part. We also noticed that you made some attempts in casting. Can you explain these two aspects to us? The questions from the film critics were indeed different and more specific than those asked by fans before. Regarding the film, ink and wash style films are indeed rare. Since we have our own characteristics, why not incorporate them into the work? As for the actors, I don't think I need to explain in detail. Director Zhang Yimou smiled and said, indeed, everyone can see that Lin Lei's acting skills are indeed outstanding. The protagonist of this movie is not Lin Lei, so the critics' attention is basically on Deng Zhao and his wife. The premiere ended at around 10 o'clock in the evening. The main actors had a meal together and then left. Today has been really tough, Lin Lei said with a sigh as he sat in the car. There will be many more things like this in the future. Most actors have gone through this stage, so take it slow. Although Shang Lin is not very old, he speaks maturely. Have you ever dealt with this kind of problem before? We've dealt with it. Last time, an artist encountered the same thing and almost smashed the camera on the other side. Later, he apologized and the matter was settled. Through their conversation, Lin Lei learned that Shang Lin had been in this industry for almost 10 years, which was a relatively long time for an agent. You've been in this business for quite some time. It seems like Sister Rue has really put a lot of thought into me. Yes, from now on we are in the same boat. Whether I can make it in the future depends entirely on you. Shang Lin, a smart little boy, gave Lin Lei a sly smile. Before returning to the villa, Shang Lin briefly explained her itinerary for the past few days to Lin Lei. Tomorrow is the first day of the movie's release. Lin Lei will send out some announcements related to the movie promotion, and then randomly give out some benefits to fans to thank them for their support during this period. These past few days have basically been spent on film promotion work. Lin Lei understands that only by taking this step well can he become more successful in the entertainment industry in the future. Chapter 30, 20 million. In the following days, Lin Lei put all his attention on the movie and did not dare to neglect it at all. Whenever he was needed, he would definitely be seen. The movie has grossed over 1 billion in just 1 week since its release, which means the film has strong box office potential and is one of the best among films of the same period. The audience has given extremely high praise to director Zhang Yimou. In addition to the ink painting style scenes, the story is also very good. The acting skills of Deng Zhao and his wife are still online, which adds a lot of color to the film itself. The most surprising character is Tian Zhan, played by Lin Lei. Before this, some media conducted a survey on the film industry, asking whose acting skills they were least optimistic about, and Lin Lei was surprisingly at the top of the list. But after the movie came out, the audience suddenly discovered that Lin Lei's acting skills were so outstanding that he even had the potential to steal the limelight from the protagonist. Is this Lin Lei? I didn't realize it. Really good acting. You must watch this idol's movies. His acting is even better than Deng Zhao's. I support him. The audience's evaluation was surprisingly good, and Lin Lei's reputation began to improve. In addition to the acting skills given by the system, it was also related to his own efforts. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching 20 million followers. The system will give you a marrow cleansing pill. Do you want to claim it? That day, Lin Lei woke up and was about to check his number of followers when the system sent a notification. Receive. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue pill appeared in Lin Lei's hand. Just as he was about to take it, the system spoke again. Because the host has reached 20 million followers, tasks and redemptions are now open. The host needs to complete the tasks assigned by the system to obtain points, and use the points to redeem items. Exchange? See what's available. Lin Lei's mind flickered, and something resembling a shelf appeared before him. On it were many things, ancient books, elixirs, and even weapons. Tang Bikwen is a traditional Chinese martial art. A master can unleash his strength at will, rendering his opponent powerless. The Jade Scorpion, according to legend, was used by the greatest assassin of ancient times. As its name suggests, the dagger is incredibly sharp, with not a single drop of blood stained on the blade. It glows faintly in the moonlight. There were so many things that Lin Lei was a little dazzled. There was a word 2000 above that attracted him. This is what the system calls points. The host currently has 20 million fans, so there are 2,000 points. The faster the host's fans grow, the more things they can redeem. The system took a long time to explain to Lin Lei the tasks and points. Only 2,000 points. How can that be enough? The system 1T, give me more. Lin Lei sighed as he looked at the colorful items at the back of the shelf. Basically, these items required tens or even millions of points to redeem them. Now he could only look at them. After looking at it for a while, Lin Lei discovered a small problem. It seems that the redemption system can redeem anything. 100,000 yuan only requires 10 points, which is very cheap, while the last red flame sword requires 3 million points. It seems the more valuable something is, the more points it's worth, Lin Lei thought to himself. Yes, Lin Lei really needs money now, but the first thing he needs right now is not money. Thinking back to the previous explosion, what Lin Lei urgently needed now was an increase in strength. System, I want to redeem super recovery. Sorry, not enough points. Damn it, 2,000 points weren't even enough. Lin Lei felt helpless. After searching the shelves for a long time, he found a low-level recovery technique. Low-level recovery, growth type. A knife scratch can heal in just 5 minutes. A must-have in the martial arts world. It can be upgraded through points and tasks, reaching the highest level of super recovery. ISNT, this exactly what he needs. Without a second thought, Lin Lei exchanged 500 points for a low-level recovery item. There were still 1,500 points left. After careful consideration, Lin Lei exchanged them for Wing Chun Kung Fu, a Jade Scorpion, and 5 million in cash. In addition to self-defense, you still need to carry some cash. Exchange successful. The item has arrived at the system's dedicated bank. Please go and claim it. Unexpectedly, the system also has a dedicated bank. Lin Lei put on his clothes and was about to go out when he was stopped by Xiaobing. Where are you going so early? Aren't the promotions for the movie already over? Something is going on. I need to go to the bank. Lin Lei told the truth, except for the system issue. Earned money? That's great, go buy me something. Xiaobing mentioned some of Binhai City's more famous snacks. Now that Lin Lei was rich, she naturally wouldn't be polite anymore. After leaving home, Lin Lei got into the car, unaware that he was being watched. A few days ago, during the promotion of the movie, Lu Ji had assigned Linglong an assassination mission. Lin Lei will be traveling to various locations in Binhai City for a roadshow in the next few days. I think there's no need for me to explain anything to you. Prepare yourselves, and you don't have to come back until you're done. Linglong lowered her head and responded. He had been preparing for the past few days. When he was in Binhai City some time ago, Lin Lei was always guarded by bodyguards and agents, so Linglong didn't find a suitable opportunity. Before the movie was released, Lin Lei was not in Binhai City, but went to another city to promote it. During those days, not only was he exhausted, but Linglong was also very tired. After Linglong followed Lin Lei back home, she stayed nearby, waiting for him to reveal his flaws. Until today, Linglong finally seized the opportunity. At the corner of the street, she got into a taxi. Driver, follow the car in front. In order to facilitate movement, Linglong deliberately wore tight combat clothes. Along the way, the driver's eyes were always on her in the back seat, and he almost bumped into the car next to him several times. Concentrate on driving. If you look again, I will dig your eyes out. Linglong said viciously. After hearing these words, the driver immediately became much more obedient. There were more and more cars on the road, and there was a traffic jam. The location given by the system was in the city center, and the bank there was accessible only to very powerful people. After a long wait, Lin Lei finally arrived at the bank the system mentioned. One word to describe this place is magnificent. The entire bank adopts Western architectural style, and even the pillars outside are carved from stone. As soon as he walked in, the security guard at the door stopped Lin Lei. Go away, where did you come from, beggar? Get out of here quickly. Don't you think this is a place you can come to? The security guard had a bad attitude and wanted to chase him away based on the way Lin Lei was dressed. How dare a security guard yell like that? I'm here to withdraw money. Seeing the other party's bad attitude, Lin Lei didn't hesitate. What's wrong with being a security guard? We security guards also work with our own hands. Look at the way you're dressed. You look so poor. The two started shouting in the lobby and soon attracted the bank staff. Chapter 31 Ambush. What happened? A young woman came over and asked the security guard. Here comes a stinky beggar. Judging by the way he's dressed, he says he's here to withdraw money. Who knows what he wants to do in the bank? The security guard pointed at Lin Lei beside him with a look of disdain. Lin Lei was so angry that his nose almost turned crooked. He had simply arrived in a hurry and hadn't changed his clothes. I see. You go ahead and do your work. I'll take care of him. The woman sent the security guard away and then gave Lin Lei a professional smile. Hello, sir. I'm very happy to serve you. I wonder what business you would like to conduct in our bank. I'm here to withdraw money. Lin Lei was not in a good mood. He felt that everyone here was a bit snobbish. Could you please tell me your card number? I don't have a card, but I have this one here. Lin Lei took out a black card from his pocket. It was the one the system had given him along with the address. Black card? The woman was shocked. This seemingly young man in front of her actually possessed the symbol of the bank's highest level customer. I'm sorry for the delay. I'll go get the manager. The woman wasn't qualified enough, so this kind of business could only be handled by the manager. 3 minutes later, a man in a suit and tie stood before Lin Lei. Hello, sir, could you please tell me your name so I can check it for you? The manager already knew everything about Lin Lei, but what puzzled him was that the card was indeed correct, but he could not remember such a young member. Lin Lei gave his name, and the manager checked and found that he indeed had something here, stored in the highest level safe. Everything is fine, sir, I'll take you there. I followed the manager to the basement of the bank and passed through countless locked rooms. The security here is one of the best in the whole of China. This bank is indeed very safe. After going through several authentication steps, Lin Li successfully arrived at his safe. Although it is called a safe, this place looks more like a large warehouse, which is as big as the room in Xiaobing's villa. Wing Chun Kung Fu and the Green Scorpion were on display in a case, and 5 million in cash was neatly laid out on a shelf. If Lin Lei hadn't been prepared, he would have fainted. To be honest, he had never seen so much cash. I'll take everything with me. Please deposit the cash into my card. Lin Lei suppressed a trembling voice and placed the 2 items in his bag. Okay, sir, you don't seem to have a card from our bank. Can you provide me with a card from another bank? The manager said respectfully. No need, I'll just apply for a card here and deposit all the money into it for me. Lin Lei also had other plans. The manager went to the front desk with Lin Lei and changed the card given by the system into a bank card. After doing all this, the manager placed the card respectfully in his hand. Mr. Lin, thank you for your support of our bank. We will definitely live up to your expectations. Lin Li nodded, then suddenly noticed the woman who had greeted him. He glanced at her name and then said, I'm quite satisfied with your bank service, especially Miss Qin Shuang. She's a bit of a snob, and a bit disgusting. The sound was so loud that the whole hall could hear it. The security guard's face turned red, but he didn't dare say anything. Hearing Lin Lei praising him, Qin Shuang quickly bowed. She is a graduate of Binhai University. She came here for an internship because of her family connections. Today is her first day at work. Mr. Lin, you're welcome. If you need anything, how about letting this person be your exclusive customer service representative? The manager pointed at Qin Shuang and said to Lin Lei. Just do what you said. Lin Lei said goodbye to the manager and returned to the car. Outside the door, Ling Long had been staring at Lin Lei for a long time. She didn't dare let her guard down. There were so many people here, and she was worried that she would lose him if she wasn't careful. As soon as she saw him go out, Ling Long quickly followed him. In the car, Lin Lei played some music, which was rare. He was in a really good mood today. He had already seen the things and knew they were genuine. I wonder how low-level recovery works. Lin Li suddenly became interested. He pulled out a dagger from his bag and cut a tiny gash on his hand. The pain was transmitted very clearly to the brain. This green scorpion sword was indeed worthy of its reputation. There was no blood on the blade. Lin Li held his hand to the wound and held it there for a few seconds. After a few seconds, the pain subsided and the wound healed. That was great. It wasn't in vain. Lin Li laughed heartily as the car started up with a roar. He continued driving towards the city to complete the task assigned to him by Xiaobing. Along the way, Ling Long was looking at Lin Lei in the car in front. She didn't know his real purpose and just thought he was here to withdraw money. As they drove out of the city, the traffic gradually became less congested. Xiaobing's request was very strange. Several pastries were not in the same location. Lin Lei almost visited the entire Binhai city. This is an ancient monument, and the restaurant Xiaobing wanted to eat at was right inside. Lin Lei parked the car and prepared to go in. There was a small alley on the road he had to pass through, and there happened to be not many people there. Ling Long immediately decided to ambush him there and kill him by surprise when he came out. Seriously, what is so good about this thing? Lin Li muttered as he looked at the beautifully packaged pastry in his hand. Walking into the alley, Lin Li suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. Before he could react, a flying sword suddenly appeared in front of him. He subconsciously turned sideways and dodged it narrowly. Seeing that it didn't work, Ling Long quickly appeared and stabbed him in the heart with a dagger. Lin Li was horrified. Before he could prepare himself, the woman was already in front of him. Judging from where she stabbed him, he knew she was going to take his life. He had no choice but to retreat. The dagger happened to miss and cut a hole in his shoulder. Blood flowed down his arm. Who are you? Lin Li panted slightly. The other party had already enraged him. You don't have to worry about this. You just need to know that I'm here to send you away. Ling Long said coldly and moved again. Lin Lei didn't care about anything else and threw everything in his hand out. Ling Long was unable to dodge and the box was smashed open, and the contents were scattered all over the floor. You want to kill me? Why don't you first check if you have the strength to do it? Lin Li snorted coldly, aiming at Ling Long's hand holding the dagger and pushing it away with a palm. Ling Long hadn't expected Lin Lei to be so strong. The dagger fell to the ground, and Lin Lei punched her again. After all, she was a woman, so her strength was still a little lacking. In a few moments, she was captured by Lin Lei and could not move. Tell me, who sent you here? Lin Lei pressed Linglong's hand downwards, and all he could do was make a crackling sound. Chapter 32 Linglong. Linglong was being pinched so hard that she broke out in a cold sweat. She hadn't expected Lin Lei's strength to be so great. She had originally thought that Lin Lei had only been lucky to escape the disaster last time. He was just a small-time actor, and even if he was a martial arts stuntman, so what? She herself had received professional training. She was wrong. Lin Lei was no longer an ordinary human being. Who sent you here? Lin Lei pressed on, the force in his hands growing stronger. Kill me, kill me. Linglong was in unbearable pain. She knew that the mission could not be completed and it would be difficult to end it if she went back. So she simply asked Lin Lei to kill her and put an end to it. Kill you? You wish. Lin Lei exerted force suddenly, and Linglong's arm instantly went limp. He then used his skill to dislocate it. This was so painful that Linglong began to struggle continuously. Just as her arm was dislocated, she broke free from Lin Lei's control. There were waves of pain in her joints, Linglong's face turned pale and she was gasping for breath. I didn't realize you could hold out this long. Lin Lei looked at Linglong, his eyes narrowed slightly. He was also enraged. Linglong's kung fu was extremely vicious, and each attack targeted Lin Lei's vital points. Linglong said nothing, clutching her dislocated arm. She staggered to pick up the dagger she had dropped, then rushed toward Lin Lei again. Lin Lei sighed, grabbed her wrist, and tore the dagger from her hand to the ground. He raised his hand and struck her on the back of the neck. Linglong rolled her eyes and fainted instantly. Lin Lei just happened to catch Linglong, and only then did he realize that the woman in front of him was beautiful and had a great figure. She was completely different from Xiaobing. What a hassle. Lin Lei looked at the mess on the ground with a helpless expression. He didn't know who was trying to harm him, so he could only take Linglong away first and then make plans. After cleaning up the scene, Lin Lei had no intention of going out again. Taking the person back rashly would only arouse Xiaobing's suspicion. Moreover, this woman was very skilled, and if anything went wrong, he would not be able to explain. With a sudden inspiration, Lin Lei rented a cheap hotel in a remote area of Binhai City and left Linglong there. Time soon turned to afternoon, and the setting sun slowly disappeared into the horizon. Linglong slowly woke up, feeling dizzy. Lin Lei had used too much force just now, causing her to wake up only now. You're awake. Did you sleep well? Lin Lei was lying on the bed, watching the TV with snowflakes floating in the air. When he saw Linglong wake up, he stood up and walked towards her. Linglong moved around a bit, but found herself tied to a chair with her hands behind her back, unable to move. She struggled a few times but found the rope on her hands was getting tighter and tighter, and her dislocated hand had no strength at all, so she gave up. Now that you're awake, answer the question from before. Who asked you to come? Lin Lei pulled the jade scorpion from his bag and toyed with it in his hands. Linglong snorted coldly and turned away, completely ignoring Lin Lei's threats. You're quite temperamental, but I wonder if you'll confess if I slash your face a few times? Lin Lei grinned grimly, reaching out to grab Linglong's hand and rubbing the dagger in his hand against her face a few times. Unexpectedly, Linglong didn't buy it at all and looked at him with eyes full of anger. Lin Lei acted for a while, then collected the jade scorpion and walked to the window. Forget it. Even if you don't tell me, I know who sent you. It was Lu Ji, right? Linglong's eyes trembled slightly, and although they quickly returned to normal, Lin Lei still caught this tiny movement. Stop pretending, it's really boring. I really don't understand why you are so determined to kill me. Weren't you the ones who killed me last time on the island? Lin Lei yawned. He had clearly used his best acting skills, but Linglong was still not scared. This was enough to prove how much these people wanted to kill Lin Lei. Seeing Linglong remain silent, Lin Lei was furious. He truly had no experience in this kind of interrogation. After waiting for a long time, Linglong slowly spoke. Forget about that. You can't scare me. Linglong had already made up her mind at this moment. No matter what Lin Lei did to her, she would not say a word. I never thought that Lu Ji actually had such a loyal subordinate. Okay, then you just stay here. Lin Lei was so angry that he didn't care whether Linglong lived or died. He just laid her on the bed and tied her hands and feet together so that she couldn't move at all. After doing all this, he left the hotel. As Lin Lei returned under the cover of night, he became angrier and angrier. These people were truly difficult to deal with. He had already done everything he could, but he hadn't expected this woman to be so stubborn. It seems that I have to bring Lu Qing with me tomorrow. No matter whether you tell me or not, I will torture you first. Lin Lei had already started to imagine how to interrogate Linglong tomorrow when Xia Bing called. Where have you been? Come back quickly. Have you bought the things I asked you to buy? There's so much stuff, and you didn't tell me I had to go through such a long procession. I'm on my way now and will be there soon. Lin Lei stepped on the accelerator to the floor, and the car roared as it sped along the streets of Binhai City. How did you get dressed like this? Did you get into a fight with someone? Upon returning to the villa, Xia Bing was shocked by Lin Lei's messy appearance. His clothes were wrinkled, covered in dust and blood. The worst part was that his left shoulder had been cut by a sharp weapon, exposing his skin. Well, I was in a hurry while shopping and dropped it. The clothes got scratched, it just scraped a little, nothing serious. Lin Lei smiled. If Xia Bing knew that he was out there again, it would only bring him more trouble. You're such a grown-up, yet you're still so careless. Can I help you put some medicine on you? Xia Bing kept rummaging through Lin Lei's clothes, trying to find where the wound was. Lin Lei was standing on the carpet, trying to avoid Xia Bing's pursuit. He said he was fine while walking towards the room. He was not paying attention and knocked Xia Bing to the ground. The two of them fell on the sofa. The scene at this moment was somewhat ambiguous. Lin Lei fell directly on Xia Bing, and the two of them could feel each other's breath without being very close. Looking at Xia Bing's slightly trembling eyelashes, Lin Lei couldn't help but think of the night before. Xia Bing's heart was also beating very fast. After this period of filming, Lin Lei's figure became more and more perfect, and his aura became heavier. For a moment, she was a little distracted. Lin Lei slowly approached Xia Bing, his breathing a little rapid. Xia Bing also closed her eyes in time, probably knowing what would happen next, and her body trembled slightly. Time seemed to stop, and the air around the two of them became a little hot, making them want to get closer to each other irresistibly. Chapter 33 Heartbeat Moment. Just when their lips were about to touch, Xia Bing's cell phone rang. They were struck by lightning and reacted instantly. Lin Lei stood up, straightened his clothes, and cleared his throat. Xia Bing, blushing, answered the phone. 5 minutes later, Xia Bing hung up the phone and said to Lin Lei. It's Lin Wanqing calling, asking if you have time recently. He wants to discuss recording a song with you. Xia Bing's face was still red, and she didn't dare look Lin Lei in the eye when she spoke. To be honest, although she has been in the entertainment industry for such a long time, she has no time to deal with emotional issues due to her busy work schedule. Even though she was determined, she couldn't help but feel a little tempted by a man like Lin Lei who suddenly appeared and was full of hormones. I'm fine. The movie promotions have recently concluded. I guess the hype will die down after a while. Xia Bing lowered her head and nodded, and both of them fell silent. The scene was very awkward for a while. Lin Lei stood up and was about to speak when he saw Xia Bing also stand up. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. I'm going to take a shower. I've been running around outside all day and I'm a little tired. Lin Lei explained, and Xia Bing nodded. Then she continued, I mean, if there's nothing else, go to bed. Don't forget to meet up with Wanqing in the next few days. After saying that, Xia Bing stroked her neck, and the two fell into silence again. 30 seconds later, Lin Lei decided to break the deadlock and headed to the bathroom. Halfway through the walk, he seemed to remember something, turned around and came behind her and whispered, since it's so awkward, why don't we finish what we just did? Xia Bing's mood, which had just calmed down, was once again stirred up. Her face instantly turned red. She pushed Lin Lei away with her hand and walked straight back to the bedroom. Isn't this a bit too abrupt? Lin Lei thought to himself as he returned to his bedroom. Lin Lei wasn't exactly a romantic expert. The two, who hadn't experienced much, were speculating about each other's feelings. The wounds on his body had long since healed, and the skin on his left shoulder was as tender as new skin. Low-level recovery is really useful. Basically, even a minor injury can be healed after a while. Lin Lei looked at his upper body in the mirror with satisfaction, showing off his muscles. After sitting for a while, he returned to the bathroom door with the clothes in his hands, satisfied, but found Xia Bing drinking water in the living room. Seeing Lin Lei's naked upper body, Xia Bing excitedly spit out a mouthful of water. The lines on his body were even sexier and more exaggerated than last time. Linley instinctively clutched his chest and stammered, "Didn't you go back to the bedroom? This is my home. Do I need to tell you where I want to go?" Xia Bing said intermittently with a red face. Linley opened the bathroom door and was about to go in when he found Xia Bing walking towards him. Before he could react, Xia Bing quickly kissed him on the face and then ran back to the bedroom. Linley hadn't expected Xia Bing to do this. He stood there in a daze, still wondering what Xia Bing meant. Xia Bing threw herself on the bed, leaving only her two eyes exposed. She was extremely embarrassed by what had just happened. She hadn't intended to kiss Linley, but his aura was so strong that she couldn't help herself. Plus, Linley had teased her before, so there was also an element of anger involved. Now she regrets it so much that she wants to punch herself twice. Are you stupid? He's just your boyfriend in name only. How could you not help yourself? Xia Bing was a little annoyed with her behavior, but there was still a hint of joy in her heart. Linley didn't take this matter to heart, but he felt much better knowing that Xia Bing was not angry with him. He remembered the marrow cleansing pill the system had given him that morning. Linley's mind moved, and the blue pill appeared in his hand again. It looks similar to the previous pill, but I don't know what effect it has. Linley didn't suspect anything and swallowed the pill directly. The system couldn't possibly deceive him about such a thing, right? As soon as the pill entered his stomach, Linley felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. His legs gave way and he fell to his knees. Fuck, why does it hurt so much? Linley cursed inwardly. A sharp, persistent pain shot through his lower abdomen, and the pain even began to spread to other parts of his body as the blood flowed. Linley's eyes felt dizzy, and black spots appeared on his retina. For a moment, he couldn't be sure where he was, and the sense of touch in his hands became blurry. If I keep going like this, I'll definitely die. No, I have to live. God didn't give me a new life just to let me die in such a pathetic way. Thinking of his rebirth, Linley's faith became much stronger. He stood up despite the pain and continued to roar in pain. Fortunately, the bathroom was well soundproofed, otherwise Xia Bing would have been attracted here long ago. After about half an hour, the pain in his body finally subsided. Linley slowly stood up and felt that the warm current in his lower abdomen seemed to have grown considerably, and could even move within his body according to his thoughts. He wanted to see what he looked like now, but was shocked by what he saw in the mirror. The people inside were covered in mud that stuck to their skin and gave off a foul odor, as if they had just crawled out of a quagmire. He couldn't keep his clothes anymore, as they had been ripped to shreds by Linglong anyway. Linley took them off and quickly washed himself. It took Linley an hour to clean himself up. The mud on his body was so sticky that it almost blocked the sewer. System, check my body. Linley still felt a little uneasy and asked the system to check his body. Ding, after testing, the host's physical signs are normal in all aspects, and the internal strength level is the 5th level of physical training. Level 5, what is that? Linley asked, somewhat puzzled. The system explained for a long time before he finally came to his senses. The inner strength pill the system had given him before, as well as the marrow cleansing pill this time, were both pills that could increase Linley's own strength. The warm current in his lower abdomen came from this. The inner strength pill had opened the way for Linley, while the marrow cleansing pill had made Linley different from everyone else. The black filth just now was the toxins in the host's body that were forced out. Now the host's strength is much stronger than before. The system explained. Linley nodded. It turned out that the system had been watching him the entire time he was in danger. The host can redeem the corresponding skills in the points exchange. Please keep up the good work. I haven't figured out how to use the system yet, and yet another path of cultivation has appeared. Linley sighed. Wasn't the situation happening to him just like the novels he had read in his previous life? Chapter 34 Signing. After cleaning up the garbage in the bathroom, Linley stood in front of the mirror again and examined himself. I feel stronger again, and my skin seems to have become a lot whiter. Linley clenched his fists, and the strength in his body continued to flow into his arms. I still need to study slowly what the system gives me. Just as Linley was about to leave the bathroom, the door handle was unexpectedly twisted off by him. He frowned and sighed at the door handle in his hand. It seems that his strength has increased more than a little. I have to be more careful next time. Linley put the doorknob aside, threw away the trash, and returned to his room. Everything today seemed like a dream. Linley looked at his arm. It had first received a very strong improvement today, and then was attacked by Linglong. Even movies wouldn't dare to shoot it like this. Lying in bed felt a bit uncomfortable. For some reason, ever since taking the marrow cleansing pill, the energy in Lin Lei's body seemed to be continuously flowing out from his lower abdomen. Suddenly, Lin Lei remembered the Wing Chun manual he had exchanged that morning. He quickly took it out of his bag and began to practice according to the steps on it. It was very strange. The whole book looked very old, and the paper seemed to turn to ash if touched. But no matter how hard Lin Lei tore it, the whole book did not move at all. Apart from the main principles, the rest of the book consists of some diagrams, which are simple and easy to understand. Many of the things in it are what I learned in my previous life, and they have something in common, so it is not difficult to learn. Lin Lei followed the instructions in the book and practiced until 3 in the morning, when the feeling of energy he had felt before gradually faded. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Lin Lei woke up. This time, he felt different from before. He no longer felt drowsy, but instead felt refreshed. Remembering that Linglong was still locked up in the hotel, Lin Lei got dressed, planned to have something to eat, and took Lu Qing with him to check out the situation. Just after finishing breakfast, he heard a sound behind him. Turning around, he saw Xiaobing sneaking towards the living room. Xiaobing felt a little embarrassed when she saw that she was discovered. "Good morning." "Good morning. I just made breakfast. You woke up just in time." Lin Lei weighed out the freshly fried eggs from the pan and said to Xiaobing. As Xiaobing walked to the dining table and sat down, she recalled what happened last night and her face turned red instantly. "What's wrong with your face? It's so hot?" Lin Lei was a little puzzled. Although it was May, it was only a little after 7 in the morning and it wasn't that hot at all. Xiaobing gritted her teeth and cursed straight man, then buried her head in eating breakfast without saying another word. After eating, Lin Lei was about to go out when Xiaobing stopped him. "Where are you going? Didn't I tell you Wan Qing wants to see you today?" "Today? So soon?" Lin Lei was caught off guard. "I want to get this done quickly so you and Wan Qing don't have to go through me anymore." "Let's go." Xiaobing drank the milk in the cup in one gulp, then stood up and prepared to go out with Lin Lei. Linglong is still in the far suburbs, so it would be a bit rash to let Lu Qing go there alone. It would be safer to wait until they have dealt with their business and then go together. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Lin Wanqing's studio. "Are you here?" "Just in time. This is the contract I drafted. Can you see if there's anything that needs to be revised?" Lin Lei walked into the recording studio and Lin Wanqing showed him a stack of papers. Lin Lei looked at Xiaobing with some confusion. Seeing her evasive gaze, he instantly understood what had happened. Good man, he sold himself out as soon as he went out. It didn't matter. Although there was an agreement when he signed the contract with Xiaobing, Lin Lei didn't have any good choice now. Since the opportunity was right in front of him, he might as well take it. After looking at the contract, he found out that Lin Wanqing's studio had signed a contract with him and that he had to pay a contract fee of 3 million every year for a period of 5 years. All rights of Lin Lei to release songs had to be handled by Lin Wanqing's studio, including the selection of platforms and copyrights. Only 3 million, isn't that too little? A singer of Lin Lei's level should be worth at least 10 million. Lin Lei didn't have any objections, but Xiaobing started yelling behind him. This price is already very suitable. How about this, 5 million is fine. Lin Wanqing said with a frown. 7 million. 6 million. Make a deal. Before Lin Lei could say anything, the two women had already agreed on his signing fee, which was double the previous amount. Lin Wanqing discussed the other details of the contract with Lin Lei. After confirming that everything was correct, she placed the new contract in front of him. While Lin Lei was signing, she quietly walked over to Xiaobing. You've got a good plan. You've gotten a hefty signing bonus for your boyfriend, and you've left your best friend behind. You've prioritized women over friendship. After saying that, Lin Wanqing pinched Xiaobing's waist hard, which was completely fat-free. Don't worry, this is just Lin Lei. Don't you still not believe in his abilities? Your studio will definitely prosper in the future. Believe me. I don't care. You already owe me 2 favors. You have to pay them back today. Lin Wanqing refused to give in and asked Xiaobing for many more things before she gave up. Lin Lei signed the contract. After both parties confirmed it again and again, they signed their names at the end of the contract, and the contract came into effect. You don't have anything to do right now, right? There's a singer in our studio who wants to find a group of singers to cover his own work. I want you to try it first. Lin Lei nodded, and Lin Wanqing asked the tuner to open the list of all the songs to be covered. Lin Lei came very early, so he was allowed to choose the songs. In the end, Lin Lei chose a song that was less passionate and more lyrical. I didn't expect that this song doesn't match your personal temperament at all. Lin Wanqing said jokingly. Don't worry, this song can be performed well. As he was saying this, Lin Lei noticed that there was a piano in the recording studio, and his interest suddenly perked up. Can I use this piano? Let me try it out first. Piano? Can you play it? Lin Wanqing was a little skeptical. This piano was the most expensive piano in the world. It was notoriously difficult to play and ordinary players simply couldn't adapt to it. This was something she had spent a lot of effort to get. It's okay, just watch this. Xia Bing smiled. She knew what Lin Lei was capable of. After looking at the entire score, Lin Wanqing became even more confused. If you can't, don't play it. This piano isn't for most people. If you want, there are other options. Lin Lei shook his head and said, that'll do. While Lin Wanqing was still confused, a pleasant voice came from the headphones. Chapter 35 Chen Mo's Appreciation. The piano began to make beautiful sounds. This piano was not at the same level as the one that was played in the restaurant before. This piano was much more precious than that one. Under Lin Lei's training, he could produce pleasant sounds without exerting much effort. Lin Wanqing was instantly shocked. She had obtained this piano from overseas when the studio was first established, using many connections. After all, a music studio must have the necessary equipment. However, after getting it back, she found that almost no singers around her could play it, so it became a decoration in the studio. Now Lin Lei could actually play the piano, and the sound was so pleasant that it really surprised her. I've only played this piano no more than 3 times since I bought it. Who on earth is your boyfriend? How could he have such talent? He's such a wasted actor. Lin Wanqing looked at Lin Lei in the recording studio, her eyes full of complexity. What, are you moved? It's too late, he's already mine. Xia Bing said somewhat proudly. Lin Lei started singing. After only watching the song a few times, he memorized it completely. He was able to achieve this level just by relying on the touch of his fingertips. Xia Bing hadn't realized it yet, but she was already feeling genuinely happy for Lin Lei. Although this song was a ballad, it perfectly matched Lin Lei's emotions. He played the piano slowly, and the sound from his body in the piano flowed slowly, striking the hearts of the 3 people present. By the time Lin Lei finished singing, Lin Wanqing was already somewhat mesmerized. Her eyes were full of longing and her mind was blank. Neither she nor Xia Bing noticed that the door of the studio had been pushed open. Chen Mo is 59 years old this year. He is one of the few singers in the entire Chinese music scene who is well known to every household. He can be regarded as one of the living fossils of the music scene. What Lin Wanqing was talking about today was a cover song project held to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Chen Mo's debut. It was a way to regain a wave of attention and also to give some opportunities to newcomers who came up later. He came here just to see what it would feel like to have someone else sing the song he wrote, but he didn't expect to hear Lin Lei singing the first thing he did. This song was written 10 years ago. He wrote it for his wife, using the song to express her companionship over the years. Originally, it was an old song. Younger people would not understand this kind of emotion, let alone sing it out. However, Lin Lei expressed it clearly, which made Chen Mo unable to bear to stop the singing of the song. 3 minutes later, Lin Lei's singing ended. Xia Bing and Lin Wanqing were still immersed in the mood of the song when they heard a burst of applause from behind them. They turned around and found Chen Mo standing behind them with a smile on his face. Teacher Chen, why didn't you tell me before you came? Lin Wanqing said coquettishly, and Xia Bing nodded to Chen Mo. I saw that you two were quite engrossed, so I didn't have the heart to disturb you. By the way, what about that young man inside? Chen Mo greeted the two of them, pursed his lips, and pointed at Lin Lei inside. It just so happens that I'd like to introduce you to this singer, Lin Lei, who's just signed to our studio and is considered an up-and-coming talent. This is Mr. Chen Mo, who enjoys a great reputation in the music world. Lin Lei happened to walk out of the recording studio, and Lin Wanqing introduced him to Chen Mo. Hello, Teacher Chen Mo, I'm Lin Lei. I've heard of you for a long time. Although Lin Lei had no impression of the singer, he was covering someone else's song after all, so he still knew how to say some nice words. playing and singing by yourself? I didn't expect you to be so good. I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on this song? Chen Mo shook hands with Lin Lei and got straight to the point. After all, this song was not written by Lin Lei himself. With his singing skills, he could only vaguely feel it. He poured out all his thoughts, and Chen Mo nodded. I like this young man very much. I'll give this song to you. You can sing it however you want. Now it was Lin Wanqing's turn to be surprised. Her eyes, which were not small to begin with, almost popped out of their sockets in shock. In her impression, Chen Mo has always been very strict with his own works, and especially does not like others to change his works. This time he gave Lin Lei such great power, which was enough to show how much preferential treatment he gave to Lin Lei. Under Chen Mo's guidance, Lin Lei roughly understood the mood of this song. He once again walked into the recording studio and started his second attempt. This performance was even more moving than before. Not only were Xia Bing and the others deeply moved, but even Chen Mo himself had an intoxicated expression on his face. After the singing ended, Chen Mo was the first to start applause. This time is better than the first time. I have never seen such a talented young person in music. He even does better than me in all aspects of details. I really am getting old. After saying that, Chen Mo sighed. It's mainly thanks to teacher Chen's guidance. We are all just plants growing under your protection. Ha, you're quite nice to talk to. Do you have time recently? I'd like to invite you to my concert. Chen Mo looked at the boy in front of him, and for some reason, he sought his younger self. Ding, the host has triggered a mission to attend Chen Mo's concert as a guest. The mission reward is 20 points. Do you want to accept the mission? As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, the system sent a message instantly. This was the first time the system had assigned a task to Lin Lei. When he heard that he could be rewarded with points, his eyes lit up instantly. Why not earn points? Lin Lei readily agreed, and Chen Mo nodded. Just wait for news during this time. I'll let you know before the concert. Then we can sing this song together. After explaining some things to Lin Lei, Chen Mo left the studio satisfied. You're quite the Lin Lei. You know, teacher Chen Mo is notoriously strict with his juniors. Last time, a male singer in the studio secretly altered his song, and he was severely scolded by him. He then retired from the music industry. Not only do you now have the power to change the song, but he's even personally invited you to his concert. I really don't know why you're so popular. Lin Wanqing was completely shocked. She had a vague feeling that Xia Bing pushing him under her own studio name would be the beginning of his meteoric rise. Maybe I'm too popular. Lin Lei smiled and said nothing on the surface, but he began to complain in his heart. He finally understood why the entertainment industry in this world was not developed. If everyone was like the male singer before, the entertainment industry would not develop in another 30 years. Near noon, Xia Bing asked Lin Wanqing to go out for a walk. Lin Lei communicated with the tuner for a while and finally finished recording the song. Chapter 36, Discussion. It was already past 3 in the afternoon when Lin Lei left the studio. Ling Long's affairs had not yet been dealt with, so Lin Lei briefly contacted Lu Qing and the two of them headed over there together. When Lin Lei arrived, Lu Qing had already been waiting there for a long time. Boss, what happened? On the phone, Lin Lei didn't tell Lu Qing what had happened, but just asked him to come quickly. He thought something had happened to Lin Lei again and he came in a hurry. It's nothing, come up first and I'll explain it to you. Lin Lei didn't say anything. He just parked the car and hurried to the room upstairs. He opened the door, but there was no one inside. There was only a piece of rope left on the bed. She still ran away. Although you had expected her to do so, Lin Lei, you still feel unhappy when she ran away like this. Boss, what happened? Lu Qing was confused and had no idea what was going on. Lin Lei told Lu Qing everything about the explosion that had occurred on the set and his encounter with Ling Long in the alley. Although Lu Qing was introduced by Wang Rui, he is serious about his work and is a trustworthy person. So, you are sure this person was sent by Lu Ji? Almost. Today I want you to interrogate me. I think you might have more experience than me. Lu Qing was a retired Special Forces soldier who had received training in this area before. At least his mental state was much stronger than Lin Lei's, so his intentions would not be directly seen through. What are your plans now? Lu Qing asked. Nothing is happening right now. Now that they VE escaped, I think they VE gone to tip off the other side. Be prepared. Lin Li sounded slightly distressed. The two of them walked around the room, looking for any signs of missing items. After searching for a long time, Lin Lei suddenly sat down and said to Lu Qing, "I want to test your skills. Let's have a sparring match." Lin Li wanted to test the results of last night's sparring session to see if his exchange was actually worth so many points. Lu Qing naturally didn't dare to fight with Lin Lei. After constant persuasion, he finally agreed to the request, but he was the boss after all, so he still didn't dare to do anything. The two of them moved the bed away, cleared a space, and laid a sheet on it to avoid injury. After one night of study, Lin Lei is now able to reach the entry-level strength of Wing Chun. Judging by the limits of ordinary people, Lin Lei's performance is already astonishing. You know, it takes an ordinary person at least a year and a half to learn the basics of Wing Chun, and he may not be able to fully meet the requirements. Lin Lei did it in just a few hours. It wasn't entirely a matter of talent. Lin Lei's current strength was already much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Lu Qing didn't know about this. He just thought Lin Lei was an actor who knew some kung fu. No matter how strong he was just an ordinary person. He simply stood before Lin Lei without making any unnecessary movements. "Just come when you're ready." Lu Qing nodded and said to Lin Lei, "You don't think I'm your man? Then be prepared to underestimate me." Lin Lei smiled, his eyes changing instantly as he charged towards Lu Qing. Although Lin Lei's aura had changed significantly, Lu Qing didn't take it seriously. He simply stretched out his hand, ready to take the punch. Something he didn't expect happened. Just as Lin Lei's fist was about to touch him, his elbow suddenly extended. In just a moment, Lin Lei's figure appeared inside Lu Qing's body. With a push of his shoulder, Lu Qing flew backwards and fell heavily on the bedsheets. He was too careless. He didn't expect that such a powerful force could be emitted from Lin Lei's body. Although he was prepared, he still fell out. When he got up again, his expression turned into shock. "Don't treat me like an ordinary person. I'm quite capable too." Lin Lei took his stance and said to Lu Qing, "In that case, I'm sorry." Lu Qing's expression changed and he stretched his shoulders. He would not take it lightly this time. The two men looked at each other warily, trying to find each other's weaknesses. After about 30 seconds, Lin Lei moved first, raising his hand and approaching Lu Qing. Lu Qing was indeed a seasoned veteran in combat. He knew that Lin Lei would begin his attack with his fists, and his upper body was already sufficiently guarded, so Lin Lei's initial attack didn't have much of an effect. Even with his defenses in place, Lu Qing's hand still felt painfully shaken by Lin Lei's fist. This was only because he couldn't perfectly control his strength. Wing Chun Kung Fu not only involves boxing, but also leg skills. Seeing that he could not find any flaws in Lu Qing's boxing, Lin Lei began to use his legs, looking for flaws in Lu Qing, but he was able to resolve them one by one. As the battle progressed, although Lu Qing did not exert himself to the point of exhaustion, Lin Lei seemed to be getting more and more excited, and his control over his strength also improved. Lu Qing knew that it was absolutely impossible to fight an endurance battle with Lin Lei. He had to quickly find his weakness and subdue him with one move. Lin Lei launched a punch at his face. Lu Qing pushed it back with both hands, preparing to grab his shoulders and pin him down. But by then, Lin Lei was also prepared, gathering strength with his other hand and preparing to strike back. In a split second, Lu Qing grabbed Lin Lei, but Lin Lei's fist also struck Lu Qing. Just like that, the energy and blood in Lu Qing's body surged instantly, his throat felt sweet, and he almost vomited blood. What he didn't know was that Lin Lei had only exerted 30% of his strength. Lin Lei patted the ground and said in frustration, "It was just that close. What a pity." Letting go of Lin Lei, Lu Qing quickly sat down to the side, trying hard to suppress the surging feelings in his body. Although he won this match, it could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. Lin Lei sat on the ground, sweating profusely. This was more tiring than any exercise he had done before. Although Lu Cheng won, he looked even worse than Lin Lei. "Brother Cheng does have more experience than me, what a pity." Lin Lei got up from the ground, a look of regret on his face, and said to Lu Qing. After a long moment, Lu Qing finally recovered. His face pale, he said to Lin Lei, "This battle was merely a matter of luck, and my experience gave me a slight advantage. Boss, if you had more combat experience, you could easily surpass me, and even many special forces soldiers. Lin Lei's current technology still has many flaws. If it can be improved, fighting one-on-many will basically not be a problem." Although he had just expended a great deal of energy, Lin Lei still felt unsatisfied and pulled Lu Qing to guide him in the battle. "I can't do it today. Let me rest for a while. Lu Qing's face looked very bad. He just wanted to rest now. An hour later, Lu Qing gradually recovered. The sheets beneath him were soaked. Among all the opponents he had fought so far, Lin Lei was the most difficult to deal with. Chapter 37 Secretly. As night fell, Lin Lei and Lu Qing practiced for a while before leaving the hotel. At the same time, Ling Long, who he had always been concerned about, did not return to Lu Ji after escaping from the hotel, but hid in an apartment. No one knows the existence of this place. It is Ling Long's secret base. Not long after Lin Lei left, she broke free from the ropes and reattached her dislocated arm, which consumed a lot of her energy. There are few furnishings in the house, and although it looks like no one lives there, it is very tidy. Ling Long returned to the room in the dark. It was far away from Binhai City. In order to prevent Lu Ji from knowing where she was, she walked for a long time. The room was dark, but Ling Long chose not to turn on the light. She walked into the living room and took off her tights. In the moonlight, the clothes slowly fell off, but what appeared on her back was not smooth skin, but a hideous-looking scar. Obviously the scar has healed, it was from a previous injury. Ling Long's life story is somewhat dramatic. Lu Ji's family is not from Binhai. His real name is Lu Changwang. He ran away from home at the age of 16 and later changed his name to Lu Ji. Before leaving, his mother gave him several million to invest. With this money, Lu Ji was able to thrive in Binhai because he was smart and young. However, he was sensitive and cruel by nature, and his competitors basically had no good ending. Therefore, he had no friends, and only some thugs were willing to take on his commissions. One year, in order to restore his reputation, his company organized a charity event, and Ling Long was the recipient of her sponsorship. At that time, Lu Ji was 22 years old and Ling Long was only 8 years old. As soon as he saw Ling Long, Lu Ji was attracted by her appearance. He felt that this child had the potential to be a killer, so he took her to his side to train her. To a certain extent, Lu Ji gave her a second life, and Ling Long obeyed his every word. Lu Ji became more and more arrogant in Binhai. Some forces could not stand it anymore and implemented some extreme measures. That was how Ling Long got the injury on her back. It can be said that if it were not for Ling Long, Lu Ji would have died without a doubt. Ling Long also had a near-death experience and barely woke up after 3 months. During this period, Lu Ji never came to see her once. In the end, Lu Ji merged these companies. In fact, it was not because he was so powerful. In the eyes of the big men behind Binhai City, he was just more useful. His power grew daily, his mood became more erratic than before, and he became more brutal towards his subordinates, especially Ling Long. This departure was actually Ling Long's premeditated plan. The debt has been settled, and now Lu Ji has nothing left for him to linger on. As for why Ling Long did not expose Lu Ji, it can be said that she was doing it to show her last bit of friendship, and she also wanted to enjoy the show. If Lin Lei hadn't appeared, her plan wouldn't have been advanced so far. Lin Lei's strength and charm in all aspects attracted her more than Lu Ji. While Lin Lei was at the hotel, Lu Ji was also looking for Ling Long's whereabouts. Hasn't found it yet? Lu Ji asked, turning his back to the person behind him. Not yet. Since she lost contact yesterday, we have no way of knowing her exact location now, said the man behind him. A bunch of trash, Lu Ji said coldly. Judging from the current situation, Ling Long should have been captured. What he didn't know was that all these things were planned by Ling Long, with the purpose of using Lin Lei to get rid of Lu Ji. She was already prepared to leave. Lu Ji never thought that Ling Long would betray him one day, so he never thought about it. Increase the intensity of the search. If you can't find him, keep an eye on that little actor. How can a living person disappear in Binhai out of thin air? Lu Ji said sternly. The man in a suit behind him nodded and walked out of his office. I didn't expect that dealing with a small actor would be so troublesome. What a bunch of rubbish. Lu Ji turned around and looked at the group of thugs standing at the door, and he was furious. The next afternoon, when Lin Lei was still looking for her in the hotel, Ling Long had already treated her wounds. She called her subordinates, who were the connections she had accumulated over the years and had nothing to do with Lu Ji. Any instructions? Asked the man in black standing beside her. Has there been any movement from Lu Ji recently? He's looking for you, but he probably won't be able to find you here. The man replied respectfully. These people were all Lu Ji's subordinates before. They couldn't stand working under him, so they were simply recruited by Ling Long to be by his side. That's good. Now that we've laid out the basic security, please keep an eye on Linley's situation. Report anything that happens to me. Linglong nodded and then spoke to the man behind her. Linley trained with Lu Qing for a while and then left the hotel. When they checked out, the front desk clerk looked at them with a very strange look. As soon as I went out, Xiaobing called. Where are you? I just separated from Wan Qing, and the studio said you've left. I don't have anything to do this afternoon, so I'll go out with Lu Qing to move around. Give me the seat, and I'll come find you. In order to prevent Xiaobing from knowing Linglong's affairs, Linlei quickly made up a lie and winked at Lu Qing. When they arrived at the city center, Xiaobing was still not satisfied and dragged Linlei shopping for another 2 hours before leaving the mall with a lot of bags. So you asked me to come here just to be your follower? Linlei's face darkened, his expression displeased. Don't be unhappy, this is for you, Xiaobing said, taking out a tie from her bag. In fact, this was just a free gift from the store when she made her purchase. As soon as the two got in the car, Shang Lin called. What's up? An investor wants you to shoot a commercial. I called to ask if you would like to take it. Because of the release of the movie, Linlei has been very popular, so the investors took a fancy to him and wanted him to shoot a car commercial. I understand. Please send the details to my email. After Linlei finished speaking, he hung up the phone and the two of them returned to the villa. After helping Xiaobing pack up, Linlei opened the contract. This was a car contract, and the location was set at the racetrack in the nearby city. The specific requirements were that Linlei should perform a few actions and speak some lines. Ding, host, do you accept the car advertising mission? The mission reward is 5 points. Only 5 points? Never mind. Even a small thing is still meat. After much deliberation, Linlei decided to accept the assignment for this commercial shoot. Chapter 38 Trouble at the Door. The contract signing time is set for tomorrow morning at Wang Rui's agency, and Linlei must be present in person. At the same time, in Lu Ji's company, his office was still brightly lit. A woman stood behind him, constantly massaging his shoulders. Lu Ji had a look of enjoyment on his face. The woman kept moving, trying to please the man in front of her. A man walked out of the elevator in a hurry and walked straight into Lu Ji's office. How is it, did you find anything? Lu Ji opened his eyes and looked up at the man at the door, but the man shook his head with a helpless look on his face. This is really strange. How could a small actor have such great power to disappear without a trace? Lu Ji touched his chin with a playful expression on his face. He even suspected that Linlei might have killed Linglong to silence her and then hidden her in his own residence. There is news that he is going out tomorrow. Do you think we should take action? The man said to Lu Ji with his head down. Well, tomorrow you take some people and ambush him wherever he's going. It's best to get rid of him and find out Linglong's whereabouts. You know what I want. I don't understand, why do you have to look for Linglong? The man looked at the woman behind Lu Ji and asked with some confusion. Linglong is just a dog I raise. She won't pose a threat to me when she's around me, but if she gets caught, that's not going to happen. Lu Ji meant that Linglong was indeed very loyal to him, but no one could guarantee whether she would betray Lu Ji after leaving him. After saying that, Lu Ji waved his hand and asked the man to leave. Linlei didn't know about these things yet. He had learned a lot from Lu Qing today, so he took this opportunity to consolidate his knowledge. Because he was too focused, he didn't realize it was dawn. Since he had to shoot the next day, Linlei simply didn't sleep, but he didn't feel sleepy at all. He was full of energy in every aspect. Just in case, Linlei put on a pair of sunglasses before going out. Lu Qing looked in very bad shape today. To be honest, he had never done such high-intensity training since his retirement, so he looked a lot shorter. How did you sleep last night? You looked a little under the weather. Linlei patted Lu Qing's shoulder and said. You also said that if you hadn't practiced with me for so long yesterday, my chest would still hurt. After the two of them went back and forth yesterday, the unfamiliarity between them had disappeared. The car started, and Shang Lin summarized the other party's requests into a document and gave it to Linlei. The requests were not excessive, but Linlei, who had just started working in advertising, felt a little shy. The director will give you instructions when the time comes, it's pretty much the same as filming a movie. With Shang Lin's words, Linlei felt much more at ease. The three of them took a car and rushed to the agency. At the same time, Lu Ji's men learned that Linlei had already set out, and they also organized a large group of people to intercept him. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the advertising company sent the contract. After finalizing it, Lin Lei signed his name. This contract is not the most important thing. I heard from Xiaobing before that this company was opened by Wang Rui herself. I didn't expect that this company was actually opened by you, Sister Rui. It looks really good. Lin Lei looked at the staff outside through the glass. Everything in front of him seemed very interesting. Ever since the explosion, Lin Lei had considered starting his own company, but he was just starting out, and the capital still needed to be accumulated. It looks good, but I have so many people waiting for me to make a living, and there are even more messy things. Believe me, if you have the chance, don't start a company. You will never regret it. Wang Rui placed the coffee in front of Lin Lei. She was indeed very caring towards this man who suddenly appeared. Lin Lei smiled helplessly and took a sip of coffee. Wang Rui came here today not just to sign the contract, she wanted to design Lin Lei's future path. It would be a waste of energy to get involved in every field now. Right now, your most important priority is your acting career. Xiaobing's studio will provide you with resources, but you need to discuss this with Shang Lin to see what's best for you. You have to know that the entertainment industry is more about your image. Wang Rui looked at the document she had made and said to Lin Lei and Shang Lin, I've received invitations for several scripts, but I don't think any of them are very suitable for your temperament, so I turned them all down, Shang Lin explained. The path Lin Lei is taking now is definitely different from that of the average traffic star. He possesses strength and a starting point that some people don't have, and he will definitely develop better than them in the end. I don't think this requires much planning. In fact, I have a general idea in mind. The rest requires us to work together. After finishing the work, Lu Qing drove and was about to take Lin Lei back when a group of people came from the company parking lot in the distance, carrying things and approaching them aggressively. As soon as Lu Qing backed the car out, those people had already approached. There's something wrong with these people. Don't move. I'll get out of the car and take a look. Lu Qing's expression instantly became serious. He opened the car door and came to these people. Brothers, we are all gangsters, please make way for me. Lu Qing smiled and looked at the other side to see if there was any room for conversation. Who do you think you are? Let the one inside come down. We need him for something. The leader was a man wearing sunglasses and his shirt was worn crookedly. He didn't look like a serious person. So there's no room for talking? Lu Qing had a serious expression, his hands clenched tightly, and he thought to himself, in his current state, how many people can he knock down? The people on the other side were all armed with baseball bats and other weapons, so he didn't have much chance of escaping unscathed. However, the most important thing was to protect Lin Lei, and he didn't care about anything else. While the two sides were still talking, Lin Lei got out of the car. Before Lu Qing could say anything, Lin Lei spoke. I just heard a little bit. What do you want to tell me? The leading thug looked Lin Lei up and down, then, revealing his yellow teeth, smiled and said, the young actor is indeed quite good looking. If he hadn't offended the wrong people, he would probably have found a rich woman and lived out the rest of his life in peace. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't have time for you. Lin Lei interrupted the man and said coldly. Someone asked me to ask you, what did you do to the woman you met a few days ago? Does this have anything to do with you? You should worry about yourselves. Lin Lei frowned, a big question rising in his mind. Linglong didn't go back, so where did she go? Chapter 39 Warning. This pretty boy is really arrogant now. He even dares to talk to us like that? If we cripple him, I wonder if he will still be stubborn. Brothers, take action. The gang leader was really angry at Lin Lei's attitude. He had been working with Lu Ji for such a long time and had met many second and third tier stars, but no one had ever dared to treat him like this. In fact, those people were doing it for Lu Ji's sake. Otherwise, who would look at him straight in the eye as he was just a gangster? You're not in good shape today, so take less. Lin Lei patted Lu Qing in front of him, and before he could react, a figure suddenly ran forward. These thugs in front of him have been hanging around on the streets for a long time. Their attacks are based on physical instincts accumulated over time and there is no pattern to them. Although Lin Lei wasn't a very skilled grandmaster, he still had no problem dealing with these unskilled foes. The thug who came up with a baseball bat was punched out without even seeing Lin Lei's face. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Lei's fist only hit his baseball bat, and he flew out exaggeratedly. The people who flew backwards delayed the attack behind them, and none of them noticed the baseball bat that had fallen to the ground and was already bent. Your physical strength is good, but your power is still a little lacking. I guess we need to hurry up and train. Linley shook his hand. He had endured such a huge force without even a scratch on his skin, and he didn't even feel any pain. Fortunately, Linley's attack frightened the people behind him, and the aftereffects of the punch made all the thugs feel burdened. Fuck, whoever can cripple this pretty boy for me, I'll reward him with 100,000 yuan. The man who was in the lead saw that everyone was scared, so he immediately stood in the crowd and shouted orders to them. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. Although this 100,000 yuan is nothing in Linley's eyes, it is a huge sum of money in the eyes of these thugs hanging around on the streets. The crowd began to stir. Linley knew he couldn't delay any longer. Before they could act, he decided to seize the opportunity. There were about 30 people in front of him, and Linley attracted more than 20 of them. They surrounded him, and he flew up and down in the crowd, dodging and twisting. Lu Qing endured the pain and fought with several people. Although he was hit by several punches, he was still a former Special Forces soldier after all, and his strength was still very strong. 3 minutes later, the only person left of the group of 30 was the hoodlum wearing sunglasses, who stared at Linley in shock. There was news before that this Linley was a martial arts actor. In addition, Linglong's whereabouts are unknown, so his strength must not be underestimated. He's just a pretty boy. He should focus more on staying in the room. I don't believe he can still stand and talk to me even if I bring dozens of people with me. The gang leader was extremely disdainful and never thought that he would end up like this. His legs were shaking uncontrollably, and the sweat on his forehead flowed down his neck to the ground like a spring. For some reason, the Linley in front of him gave him an extremely strong pressure, and he felt like turning around and running away. There were many footprints on Lu Qing's body, which were kicked by those people who took advantage of the chaos. There was no other way. It was very difficult to fight against many people in this situation. How are you? Are you all right? Linley came to Lu Qing and dusted him off. Lu Qing shook his head. While the two were still talking, the leading man suddenly had the urge to escape. He had taken only 2 steps when he was stopped by Linley behind him. Did I let you go? Linley's words were like thunder from the sky, instantly striking the man's legs and causing him to stop running. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Lu Ji who asked you to come, right? Linley walked up to the man and grasped his shoulders. Yes, big brother, it's him. He made me do everything. Please let me go. He made me ask all the questions. This man was too spineless. Before Linley could do anything to him, he sold out Lu Ji and planned to use the information in exchange for his own life. This is no wonder. Lu Ji was not very nice to him usually, so it was normal for him to do such a thing. Linley smiled. It was not difficult to tell from the man's tone that what he said now should be true. Regarding the previous incident about Linglong, she should not have returned to Lu Ji. Since you've told me so much, you can walk, but not with your legs. The man looked at Linley's smiling face and felt relieved. It seemed that selling Lu Ji was the right choice. He didn't care what would happen next. At worst, he could just leave Binhai. He had many ways to prevent Lu Ji from finding him. But after hearing Linley's subsequent words, he was somewhat puzzled, and a very bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Linley, still smiling, swung his fist at the man's face, who was wearing sunglasses. The man flew backward, his sunglasses shattering into pieces, and a line of blood formed from his nose as he flew. Linley is not so stupid. He can betray Lu Ji without hesitation and put Linley in danger. There is no way he can let him go back safely. After dealing with these matters, Linley first called Wang Rui and explained the situation. Are they those same people from last time? They're so arrogant, it seems like it's time to teach them a lesson. To be honest, after these attacks, not to mention Linley, even Wang Rui is a little fed up. If nothing is done, not only Linley, but all the artists will be implicated. After quickly sending Linley away, Wang Rui called the police and reported Lu Ji and his group. At 10 o'clock in the afternoon, the man who had appeared in Lu Ji's office before hurried into the office, only to find that Lu Ji was answering the phone. I know, I understand. A similar situation will never happen again next time. Please rest assured. Lu Ji spoke with a smile, but the moment he hung up the phone, his face instantly turned gloomy. Give me an explanation. The man in front of him lowered his head instantly. Lu Ji had already known about the report. He was a little nervous and waited for Lu Ji's next move. Why couldn't you handle this matter properly? It even reached the higher-ups. What on earth can you losers accomplish? Lu Ji suddenly yelled and threw the phone to the ground, shattering the glass. The man said nothing and didn't dare to speak at all. In fact, it's not the fault of the people around him that their abilities are limited. It's just that Lin Lei is now stronger, and every move of Lu Ji's has been blocked. The room fell into silence. Lu Ji glared at the man, and he didn't dare to breathe. I just don't believe that I can handle a small actor like this. I'll be stuck in Binhai. Lu Ji said word by word with a fierce look in his eyes. Chapter 40 Advertising. For the next 3 days, Lin Lei was driving to familiarize himself with the car. The brand owner gave him the right to use the brand's top-level car for 5 years. During these days, he was either driving around Binhai City or training. Wang Rui had handled the previous incident very well through her connections, so they will not be so arrogant for the time being. On the 3rd day of filming, Lin Lei personally drove Shanglin to Lin City. Although the geographical location here is not as good as Binhai City, it has one of the best racing tracks in China, and many professional drivers come here to train. If it weren't for taking care of Shanglin, Lin Lei would have flown away long ago. Because the journey was quite long, by the time Lin Lei arrived, the entire crew was already waiting for him at the racetrack. For filming purposes, they had come early to clear the area. Hello, director. Following the guidance of the staff, Lin Lei came to the director. What he didn't expect was that the director was actually a man of the same age as himself. Thank you for all the hard work along the way. I saw the play a while ago, and to be honest, the acting was really good. The director took the opportunity to chat with Lin Lei. In just a few words, Lin Lei found that this director's understanding of the entertainment industry was not much worse than his own. After half an hour of communication with the director, the staff began to put on makeup for Lin Lei. While they were still preparing, a noisy sound came from the door. Who is so arrogant that he can even take over my place, young Master Han? A familiar voice was about to ring out. Lin Lei turned around and saw Han Baoquan walking in from the door, accompanied by the manager who kept explaining things to him. Lin Lei was shooting a commercial today, and the arrangement to clear the venue was made months ago. The brand had paid him a very generous fee, enough to book the venue and still allow the manager to make some money. Han Baoquan suddenly came out to disrupt the situation, making it very difficult for him. Mr. Han, it's really not convenient for us today because there is a film crew coming to shoot today. Next time I will definitely take Mr. Han to have some fun. The manager tried to explain to Han Baoquan while smiling apologetically, but he wouldn't listen to anything at this moment. It's just the film crew. Let them find a time to come and film. I brought such a beautiful sister with me today. You won't let me down like this, right? Han Baoquan was surrounded by women on both sides. The women beside him were not Xinyu, but 2 women who looked very charming from their clothes to their makeup, and they were almost sticking to Han Baoquan. He hasn't had much contact with Xinyu these days. He knows that she is just after his money. The advantage of this cold approach is that Xinyu can't take anything away. The 2 were still talking when they arrived at the reception room where the film crew was preparing. Sorry, we are filming here and cannot enter. The staff stopped the group of people and thought Han Baoquan would stop, but he raised his eyebrows, and several people came out from behind him and started punching and kicking the staff. Who do you think you are? How dare you block my way? Han Baoquan looked at him with disdain. Ever since he suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Lei last time, Han Baoquan replaced all his bodyguards. Now, the people around him are only slightly inferior to Lu Qing in rank. The loud noise attracted everyone's attention, and the director also walked out and confronted Han Baoquan and others. Can't you hear that we're not allowed in here? Or are your ears clogged with oil? Han Baoquan looked very disgusting, and his bodyguards beat up a staff member for no reason, so the director naturally disliked this group of people. Another nosy person shows up. How interesting. Han Baoquan became a little impatient and signaled the bodyguard to deal with the director. Just as the bodyguard's fist was about to hit the director, a hand blocked it tightly. Mr. Han, how are you? I didn't expect to see you here. The owner of the hand was naturally Lin Lei. He had already seen Han Baoquan and his men coming over. He didn't want to intervene at first, but when he saw that the situation was getting a little out of control, he quickly stood up. Is it you? Han Baoquan's pupils trembled slightly. The last failure cast a shadow on his mind. He had never expected to meet Lin Lei here. Master Han, you're not being very particular about this matter. It seems you've been feeling itchy again lately. Lin frowned as he looked at the badly beaten staff member lying on the ground. Do you think I will still be afraid of you this time? Han Baoquan was a little scared, but he had to go ahead anyway. Seeing that another dispute was about to break out, Shang Lin trotted over to Lin Lei, completely ignoring the tension of the situation. You can't fight. Have you forgotten what Sister Wang Ruwei said? When Wang Ruwei went to the company a few days ago, she told Lin Lei that they should not do anything in public that is not in line with the behavior of an artist. Fighting is already a very bad thing. Lin Lei really wanted to speak out on this matter, but there were indeed rules. Many forces were watching him, and he couldn't let anyone with ulterior motives catch him. Looking at the racetrack outside, Lin Lei suddenly had an idea and thought of how to solve the problem. He slowly walked over to Han Baoquan. Han Baoquan was startled by Lin Lei's stroll. He stammered, "What do you want?" "Don't come over here. Don't be anxious, Mr. Han. I just want to talk to you about something. Since you're here to have fun today, I'll accompany you." Lin Lei knew that Han Baoquan was here to have fun today, and since he also happened to be going to the racetrack, he thought they might as well have a racing competition. Hearing that Lin Lei wanted to compete with him, Han Baoquan couldn't help but laugh. "You're quite interesting, kid. Okay, then let me see what you can compare with me. Don't worry about anything else. Let me make this clear, if you lose, get out of here right now. I still need to film. Your filthy money can't pay for the lost time. Also, apologize to all the staff. Okay, if you lose, just kneel down and apologize to me. Let me smack you in the face, and that'll be the end of it, okay?" Han Baoquan sneered, and the bet between the two came into effect. "Or call the police. I think you should stay out of this for now." Shang Lin was very worried about Lin Lei's reputation and asked him quietly. "If you call someone here, it will only make things more difficult." "Don't worry, I wouldn't dare to compete with him if I didn't have some strength." Lin Lei smiled indifferently. "With the ability of a top racing driver, are you still afraid that you won't be able to outrun Han Baoquan?" Han Baoquan went to the side to prepare. When he heard that Lin Lei was going to compete, the director came over to ask with some concern. "Is that okay? If I can't handle this, I'll report it and let the company handle it." "Don't worry, if this gets out, it will only damage your reputation. I know what I'm doing. I'm definitely going to defeat him in this match." Chapter 41 Gambling. There were special personnel nearby to help Lin Lei put on special clothing. The equipment was very complete and was prepared to prevent accidents. Lin Lei was dressed in red, holding his mask and helmet in his hands. Next to him, Han Baoquan was dressed in blue, looking at him from a distance with a sneer. This guy doesn't even know who he's about to race against. He doesn't even realize that racing is something a poor idiot like him can afford. When Han Baoquan heard that Lin Lei wanted to race cars, he almost laughed out loud. He had learned to drive at the age of 16, and had obtained a professional driver's license at the age of 20. He had performed very well in countless domestic and international competitions. Learning racing is the only true hobby in his life. Although he has not participated in a race for a long time and only comes here occasionally to familiarize himself with the track, he still spends more than tens of millions on his car every year. "Mr. Han, the car is ready for you. How about a couple of laps?" The coach here smiled and said to Han Baoquan that he was an old customer and must be served well. "All right, then I'll show off a little bit and undermine the other party's confidence." Han Baoquan stretched lazily. He had been neglecting practice recently, so it would be a good idea to show them his true strength. When he walked to the track, his car was already waiting nearby. Its appearance was very bold and cool, which was very consistent with his nature. While pursuing beauty, he also maximized safety performance. Han Baoquan got into the car skillfully and held the steering wheel, which he was very familiar with. He started the car and enjoyed the roar from the engine as the sound waves swept across the entire racetrack. Han Baoquan stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away in an instant. "It's quite impressive, but whether we can win is still uncertain." Lin Lei found Han Baoquan's arrogant look quite interesting. Lin Lei planned to use the car sponsored by the sponsor today. On the one hand, it was too late to modify the car, and on the other hand, it could be regarded as an advertisement for the sponsor. After making temporary safety measures, the coach explained the precautions to Lin Lei. He was a little listless. He felt in his heart that there was no way Lin Lei could defeat Han Baoquan, and that it would be the end of him if he could only save his own life. At this moment, Han Baochuan's car came speeding from one end of the track, the brake pads made a sound, and the tires emitted a puff of smoke on the ground. Break your own record again? The coach was just explaining this to Lin Lei when he looked up at the counter screen. His eyes were filled with shock, and he hurried over to Han Baochuan. Master Han, I didn't expect you to break your own record again. Even though you haven't competed in such a long time, you're still as skilled as ever. Are you interested in returning to the arena? The coach licked Han Baochuan, which made him very comfortable. Today he was in very good condition following the car, and his braking choices in several corners were perfect. He is now full of confidence. The entire track is more than 3,000 meters long. It takes a professional athlete about 2 minutes to complete a lap. This time, Han Baochuan ran 2 minutes and 9 seconds, just a little bit short of surpassing the professional athletes. Racing cars are completely different from ordinary cars. I can tell this kid has never even been on a track. Young Master Han will definitely beat him. The coach looked at Lin Lei with disdain and said disdainfully. Lin Lei only glanced at the counter screen and then put on his helmet. He didn't care about Han Baochuan's results at all, which made him a little annoyed. It's okay, just watch me make this kid kneel down and beg for mercy. Han Baochuan drove the car onto the track again, and everyone watched the duel with bated breath in front of the big screen. If we lose later, I hope you can be more disciplined in fulfilling your promise. You've already wasted a lot of my time. Before entering the car, Lin Lei said to Han Baochuan. Don't be so absolute. I hope you can see my taillights during the competition later. Han Baochuan refused to give in and hurled harsh words at Lin Lei, slamming the car door shut. The two people stopped at the same starting line, with red, yellow and green indicator lights above their heads. When the light turned green, the race could begin. A hot woman came between the two cars, waving a black and white flag. The indicator light started flashing, and the two men started the car at the same time. It was obvious that Lin Lei's engine was not as powerful as Han Baochuan's. The roaring sound resounded through the sky. Han Baochuan's blood was boiling and his heart was beating faster. He was very excited. On the other hand, Lin Lei's fingers were strong and his breathing was steady. He was obviously much calmer. The indicator light kept changing colors, and Han Baochuan's rear tire was smoking, waiting until the indicator light turned green. The flag in the woman's hand fluttered faster and faster. As the flag was waved down heavily, two cars sped out in an instant, raising clouds of smoke. Lin Lei's start was slower. After all, his car wasn't prepared for the race, so he was already a little behind at the beginning. Han Baochuan's car took less time to accelerate, and by the time Lin Lei's car reached its maximum speed, he had already opened up a car-length's distance between him and Han Baochuan. Eat my exhaust! Han Baochuan shouted in the car mountain. This exciting feeling was really great. Lin Lei drove at a leisurely pace. His car had an automatic transmission, which made it easier to drive, but it couldn't reach the extreme speed that Han Baochuan's car pursued. Both of them were driving at top speed. Han Baochuan wanted to shake off Lin Lei, but Lin Lei was clinging to him and he couldn't get rid of him. What a dog skin plaster. It doesn't matter. The competition will end soon. As long as I maintain this advantage, you will definitely kneel down and beg me. Han Baochuan looked excited, and the gear changes in his hands became faster and faster. Soon, the first bend arrived. Han Baochuan was the first to pass the bend, but he didn't expect that because the braking point was not chosen well, the car turned a bit too far. It's okay. I'm in this state, so he must be having a hard time too. Because the speed was too fast at the beginning, Han Baochuan did not have good control over the car. Just as he was about to look at the miserable state of Lin Lei behind him, he found that Lin Lei had appeared beside him. How is this possible? Han Baochuan roared. There was only one way for Lin Lei to appear here, and that was that his braking point was more perfect than his own, instantly shortening the distance. He knew that only professional players could do better than him at that point. All of this was due to Lin Lei's skills as a top racer. After passing a corner, the two of them were back on the same starting line. Chapter 42 God-Level Operation. Han Baochuan's hands were shaking slightly. He couldn't accept what was happening now. His heartbeat was over 120 beats per second. This must be a coincidence. He can't do better than me. Han Baochuan kept repeating it, trying to stabilize his confidence, but at the moment, his heart was in turmoil. There was a straight road ahead, and it was impossible to increase the distance. Han Baochuan could do nothing here. Lin Lei used both hands to change gears, becoming even faster, and even showing a tendency to surpass Han Baoquan. The onlookers watched the two race and let out thrilling cheers. This race was even more exciting than some professional racers' races. Coach, this game. The coach was surrounded by several professional players, watching the game with some trepidation in their hearts. That guy is obviously a beginner judging by his clothes. He is no match for young Master Han in every aspect. Although his choices are slightly better than young Master Han's, I don't think he can win this game. Although the coach spoke toughly, he felt a little nervous inside. It is obvious that from the perspective of driving skills, Mr. Han is a little more immature in all aspects. Soon we come to a series of bends, which is the second part of the track, and the last part of the straight for acceleration. The focus of the track is in front. The two men rushed through a bend at the same time. Han Baoquan's car was in the outside lane. Because he was nervous, his choice of braking point was a little off again, and the car body had a long tail. Lin Lei, on the other hand, remained composed, and his men moved more steadily, allowing the car to smoothly navigate the curve once again. Fuck it! Han Baoquan stepped on the accelerator hard. Lin Lei's outstanding performance kept rubbing his nerves, making him feel a little anxious. He felt like a volcano that was about to erupt at any time. The second bend would soon come, and there would be two more bends. If Han Baoquan maintained this state, he would never be able to catch up with Lin Lei. He refused to believe it and focused on the second bend. He did everything perfectly, but his speed slowed down. By then, Lin Lei had already passed him by half a car length. Han Baoquan knew that if he didn't take action, he would be the only one to lose. At this moment, a very bold idea came to his mind. Lin Lei's car was just an ordinary car. Both the material and the structure were far less solid than his own car. If Han Baoquan hit his car at a bend, at worst Lin Lei's car would be destroyed and he would die. He did what he said. At the third bend, Han Baoquan deliberately reduced his speed so that his car was steadily behind Lin Lei's car. Just as he was turning the corner, Han Baoquan took action, twisting the steering wheel hard, and his car suddenly crashed into Lin Lei's car. At the moment of the collision, Lin Lei's car tilted, and he was only a few steps away from the track. The airbag instantly popped out, covering Lin Lei's face. When the onlookers saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel worried. The coach couldn't help but close his eyes when he saw this scene. It seems that Han Baoquan already knew that he was bound to lose, so he took this action. It is not difficult to understand. He only hoped now that Lin Lei would not die here. Shan Lin exclaimed as she watched what was happening on the track. The rear of Lin Lei's car had been dented, and the entire car looked like it was about to fall apart. Lin Lei was in great danger. Just when everyone thought the game was over, something happened that no one could believe. Although Lin Lei's car was already in pieces, the moment Han Baoquan hit him, it spun around on the track due to inertia and knocked Han Baoquan's car off the track. Lin Lei performed all of this while blinded by the airbag, relying solely on muscle memory. From the time he was hit to the moment this happened, only 7 seconds had passed. The onlookers were stunned, their minds went blank, and they couldn't understand what was happening on the field for a moment. The coach, in particular, almost fainted at the sight before him. Oh my god, does Lin Lei have a balance bar in his head? He could actually perform such a maneuver even in the event of a collision. He was simply possessed by the god of driving. Han Baoquan's car ran off the track and hit the guardrail on the side, while Lin Lei turned around, drove off the track again, passed the last corner, and came to the straight. By the time he drove across the track, the entire car was in a terrible state. The rear end of the car was on fire and black smoke had begun to emerge from the car. As soon as Lin Lei stopped, a group of people surrounded him and put out the fire completely with fire extinguishers. Fortunately, Lin Lei's clothes were made of a special fireproof material, so aside from some black marks on his face, he was unharmed. The moment they saw Lin Lei, the crew erupted in cheers. Han Baoquan, who was on the track, was hit and knew that he could no longer catch up with Lin Lei. He could only watch him cross the finish line. He got out of the car, threw his helmet to the ground, and cursed fiercely. Soon, the coach organized people to go to Han Baoquan and take him back quickly. I didn't expect that you are such a good actor and an even better driver. I really admire you. The director said to Lin Lei in admiration. In his eyes, Lin Lei was now an idol-level figure. No, this game was more about luck. Han Baoquan returned to the waiting room with his head down. This match made him very upset. He didn't understand why he lost to a beginner like Lin Lei. Master Han, the competition is over. Can you fulfill your promise with peace of mind? Lin Lei took out his cell phone and checked the time. You bastard, you want me to apologize? Do it! Han Baoquan was a little hysterical because he lost the game. Everyone saw it. This wasn't my fault. Young Master Han lost the match and tried to deny it. Everyone saw it. Lin Lei said to the people around him. Even a few cameras were pointed at Han Baoquan. Seeing that the situation was not right, the bodyguards quickly blocked Han Baoquan and shouted to stop the film crew. Several bodyguards wanted to cover him and let him leave first. Want to leave? Did I let you go? Lin Lei saw Han Baoquan trying to leave and quickly walked forward. The bodyguards tried to stop Lin Lei, but he grabbed their fingers and knocked them to the ground. Seeing their brother being knocked over, the remaining bodyguards instantly rushed to Lin Lei, surrounded him, and attacked him. Of course, Lin Lei was extra cautious. He definitely did not take the initiative to attack. The camera behind him recorded it, which is evidence of his self-defense. Although these bodyguards were much stronger than before, their level was already more than one level lower than Lin Lei's. They were knocked to the ground one after another by Lin Lei, unable to get up again. Chapter 43 Suppression. In just 3 minutes, all the bodyguards blocking Han Baoquan's way were knocked to the ground by Lin Lei, leaving only him and his two pale-faced female companions. They were just playing with Han Baoquan, and they couldn't take these risks. Han Baoquan was sitting on the ground, almost scared silly. He knew the background of these bodyguards. None of them was not a mercenary of high birth. They were much stronger than the previous bunch of rubbish. But now, all they could do was lie on the ground and groan. Lin Lei was a bit stronger than before. I advise you to apologize sincerely. You should know what will happen if you anger me. Lin Lei pressed his hand bones until they cracked. The female companion next to Han Baoquan was so scared that she couldn't even speak. Are you sure you want to do this so thoroughly? Aren't you afraid that my Han family will retaliate against you? Han Baoquan suppressed the trembling of his body and played his last trump card. His greatest reliance was his family. Of course I am afraid. Lin Lei's unexpected words made Han Baoquan feel relieved, but before he could react, a big foot stepped directly on his calf, and he cried out in disgrace. I'm even more worried that trash like you will ruin the reputation of the entertainment industry. Apologize to me now. Lin Lei's words were full of wisdom, and anger could be heard in his voice. The strength of his feet grew stronger and stronger, causing Han Baoquan to grimace in pain. He struggled continuously, but his calf felt like it was being bitten by a wild beast. He was in unbearable pain but could not move. I was wrong, I apologize, I apologize. Han Baoquan's voice could be heard throughout the hall. Lin Lei slowly loosened his legs, and Han Baoquan pulled back his calves, breathing heavily. During this time, Lin Lei pulled the staff member who was treating the wound over to Han Baoquan. Okay, you can start now. Han Baoquan's eyes were filled with anger, but none of these bodyguards were up to the task, and he had no way to deal with Lin Lei. Sorry. These 3 words were almost squeezed out of Han Baoquan's mouth. His voice was very small, and there was a strong sense of dissatisfaction. No one cares about your attitude, so speak louder. Lin Lei kicked Han Baoquan hard on the butt, and he fell to his knees in front of the staff. The staff couldn't bear to watch and wanted to stop Lin Lei, but he turned a deaf ear to them. Han Baoquan's eyes turned red, and he wanted to get rid of Lin Lei as soon as possible. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you. Han Baoquan took a deep breath and spoke solemnly to the man in front of him. The man waved his hands, indicating that the matter was over. The main reason he calmed down was that he was frightened by Lin Lei's attitude. That's respectful, but now you can go. Lin Lei looked at Han Baoquan, a cold chill emanating from his eyes. The bodyguards on the ground instantly stood up, carried Han Baoquan, and prepared to leave. Lin Lei, the feud between us has been forged. Regardless of the others, I swear, I must kill you. Han Baoquan said viciously. His lips had been bitten and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. I've already apologized, but why are you still so stubborn? You better touch me first. Lin Lei chased after him and slapped Han Baoquan several times with such force that Han Baoquan fainted instantly and lost consciousness. The scene was completely silent. No one had expected that Lin Lei, who appeared so friendly, could actually be so heartless in private. When the bodyguards around Han Baoquan saw their master being beaten, they didn't even dare to fart and carried him out of the racetrack. During the process, Han Baoquan was so nervous that he hit his head on the pillar next to him. The scene remained silent until all these people left. Okay, the trouble is over, we can start filming again. I have a request, no one can tell anyone about what happened today, otherwise. Linley clenched his fists, and everyone present began to get busy. As professional players, the coaching staff would definitely not get involved in these matters for Han Baoquan, and the crew would keep their mouths shut because of Lin Lei's threats. The most unlucky person is the manager here. He has offended both Han Baoquan and Lin Lei, and he is not a human being to either side. Lin Lei came to the director, only to see him looking at the monitor with an excited look on his face. Great! We've captured all the footage just now. After editing it, this is the most realistic advertisement. The director raised his arms and shouted. It turned out that these were the shots of Lin Lei competing with Han Baoquan just now, all of which were deliberately filmed by the director. As luck would have it, these shots were more suitable for the advertisement than the shots the director had previously envisioned. What's more valuable is that this kind of competition can only be filmed once, and it can also be used as an opportunity to promote the durability of brand cars to people. Lin Lei watched the footage of his own match and realized how thrilling the scene just now was. The remaining filming was just about the pre-prepared advertising slogans. Lin Lei changed into his prepared formal attire, smiled skillfully, and passed the filming in one take. Although Han Baoquan delayed the filming for some time, Lin Lei's acting skills saved the day and the crew completed the filming many hours ahead of schedule. Before leaving, Lin Lei apologized to the manager and compensated for the losses he had caused. The staff member thanked Lin Lei profusely. In fact, ordinary people did not care about their own interests, so if they were beaten, no one would care. Remember next time. Don't back down when something like this happens. Fight him to the end. Lin Lei consoled the man with a smile. The celebratory banquet was paid for by the crew. During the banquet, the director talked to Lin Lei about his ideals for the film. Listening to the director's ideas, Lin Lei was deeply moved. The two of them became more and more excited as they talked, completely ignoring Shang Lin's cold face. We agreed, Director Wang Hai, if you have a good script next time, remember to give it to me and I will invest in you. Before leaving, Lin Lei made an appointment with Director Wang Hai. Watching Lin Lei get into the car, Wang Hai felt like he had met a lifelong confidant. Did I do well in today's game? While driving, Lin Lei asked Shang Lin beside him proudly, but she didn't respond. After repeated questioning, Shang Lin just said him lightly. What? Are you angry? Lin Lei asked, noticing something wrong in Shang Lin's tone. I'm telling you, you didn't take my words to heart at all. I don't think I'm suitable to be your agent. Shang Lin said firmly. Even though Shang Lin didn't say anything, Lin Lei could roughly guess something. The car suddenly became quiet and both of them were silent. I have reported this matter to Sister Rue. I guess she will contact you after she handles it. There was a coldness in Shang Lin's tone, and one could tell she was a little angry. Just as the car turned a corner, Lin Lei's cell phone rang. Chapter 44 Accident. The entertainment industry has been abuzz these days, because in 2 days the biggest festival in China will be here, and a large number of movies will be released during this time, including the movie starring Lin Leigan and He Chong. In the past few days, Zhao Jinlan and her brother have been worrying about this matter a lot. Although they did not take the bet with Lin Lei seriously, after all, He Chong's movie cost their Zhao company a lot of effort, and they must treat it well. Half a month before the release, in a 4-star hotel in Binhai City, He Chong and Zhao Jinlan were lying together in a messy room. Zhao Jinlan's face was rosy, while He Chang's face was pale and he was obviously lacking in energy and blood. He Chong didn't rest much throughout the whole night. It was precisely because of this improper relationship between him and Zhao Jinlan that he was able to get the role in the movie The Sea Fortress. In fact, He Chong knew it very well in his heart. He knew that he could not hold on for a few years. There were many people in the company who had relationships with Zhao Jinlan, and sooner or later he would follow in their footsteps. In this case, both sides can just take advantage of each other. Sister Zhao, now that our movie is released, shouldn't we arrange for the new songs to be released as soon as possible? He Chong, lying aside, said to Zhao Jinlan in a flattering tone, his voice full of greasiness. Still calling me Sister Zhao? When He Chong heard this, he buried his head in the quilt shyly. Zhao Jinlan took the opportunity to pinch his thigh hard, and He Chong screamed. An hour later, Zhao Jinlan looked at He Chong lying exhausted on the bed and said to him with a smile. Don't worry, I've arranged everything for you, including what happens after the movie comes out. You can just rest here now. After that, she left the hotel. In the past few days, the promotion of the movie Sea Fortress has begun. Posters can be seen everywhere, and there is Yi Chang's face that is so sweet that it makes people want to vomit. As the first science fiction film in this world and in China, the general public's expectations for it far exceed those of films of the same period. Because it is adapted from the original novel, there are still a large number of fans of the original novel waiting for the release of the movie. For a time, the movie The Fortress at Sea had reached its highest level of expectations, and people were eager to see how it performed. The Zhao Group has put a lot of effort into this movie, otherwise how could a small traffic star play the male and female protagonists with the international queen Shu Qi? Although Zhao Jincheng doesn't like celebrities, he still acts like a bootlicker when he can interact with Shu Qi. In comparison, the crew of the Sea Fortress is much more generous than Lin Chaoxian's crew. Director Lin Chaoxian has encountered some problems recently. Due to the various support of the Zhao siblings for the Fortress of Sea, there is now very little attention and investment in his film on the market. Although the film has been completed, without post-promotion and the number of screenings, no matter how good the film is, it will not be known to the audience. Lin Chaoxian showed his finished film to investors, but only received 2 million in sponsorship. It was destined that the promotion of this film would not be as popular as The Fortress at Sea. There is no way. The film has already been made. Before it gets the audience's approval, I have to go ahead with it. The investment issue here has not been resolved yet, but Zhao Jincheng somehow found out that director Lin Chaoxian is raising funds to prepare for the promotion and marketing work before the film is released. No one expected that the Zhao siblings even had a certain say in investment. Many small companies that had invested in the film withdrew their investments and urged director Lin Chaoxian to pay back the money. There are also a few old-fashioned investment companies that made money from director Lin Chaoxian, so they ensured that the movie could be released normally. Even so, the large amount of investment withdrawal still caused director Lin Chaoxian a headache. In the past few days, Lin Lei has been staying in the villa to recuperate. He has been so idle that he can only exercise every day to release his energy. Since the filming of the advertisement was completed, his career has entered a short period of hiatus. He calculated the date. It was approaching the festival, and the movie he had previously filmed with director Lin Chaoxian should be released soon. However, the director had not contacted him yet. He was a little puzzled and chose to take the initiative to contact him. "Director, didn't you say it would be released during the film festival? Why hasn't there been any news for so long?" Lin Lei asked. Director Lin Chaoxian sighed and told Lin Lei everything in detail. If this continues, not only will the film not be able to make money, but even its release date will be a problem. Hearing the director say this, Lin Lei immediately thought of Zhao Jincheng and Yi Chang, with whom he had previously made a gambling agreement. Oh my god, I almost forgot about these two people. Lin Lei also discussed the previous gambling agreement with the director. He felt that it would be his fault if the movie could not be released as scheduled. Alright, you can't be blamed for this. It's all caused by the unhealthy competition between them. I'll think of a solution. Seeing the director in such a difficult situation, Lin Lei felt a little sorry for him. Director, don't worry, just leave the rest to me. Previously, the salary for Shadow had been received. The box office of the entire movie was 3 billion, and Lin Lei received a total of more than 10 million. In addition, he had previously exchanged several million from the system. He wanted to give it all to the director for publicity and promotion activities. This is far from enough. Adding all the expenses, it will probably cost 50 million. The director's voice on the phone seemed even older. The director has been devoted to art in recent years and has spent most of his savings on the film industry. Now he has very little money. Wait a moment. Lin Lei took the phone from his ear. He winked at Xia Beng, who was sitting on the sofa. The latter looked at him strangely. What happened? The situation is a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you later. First, I'd like to borrow some money to make ends meet. Lin Lei said to Xia Beng in a low voice. Xia Beng only hesitated for a moment, then continued, "As for the money, I can give it to you, but you have to agree to my conditions." Okay, I'll agree to any condition. Hurry up. Xia Beng picked up her phone and quickly transferred the money. A few minutes later, she showed the entire record to Lin Lei, who gave her a gesture of gratitude. After handing over the work to the director, Lin Lei told Xia Beng about the movie. The current film market is really not doing well. Although the competition is not fierce, there are too many unhealthy habits. That's why I rarely make movies now. Xia Beng said to Lin Lei. She really agreed with Lin Lei's approach of taking responsibility. You have to take responsibility, but you have to do what you promised me. What is that? Lin Lei finally remembered that he had agreed to Xia Bing's terms. The contract that was not signed before can be signed now, right? Xia Bing blinked and smiled cunningly. Chapter 45 Scandal. Only then did Lin Lei realize what Xia Bing meant. The contract that Lin Lei and Xia Bing had signed before was just an abridged version. Although there was no doubt that Lin Lei was Xia Bing's boyfriend, he was still free after all. In this way, Xia Bing legitimately became Lin Lei's boss. You've really calculated this move well. Lin Lei was so angry that his teeth were itching. Although he reacted, it was too late. He had already fallen into Xia Bing's trap. Don't worry about the contract. Just wait for me to arrange a job for you. Xia Bing patted Lin Lei's shoulder and laughed loudly. There was no other way. The director's affairs were also quite urgent. He had no choice but to do this for now. Besides, given his current relationship with Xia Bing, he didn't think she would harm him. Wait a minute, read this news first. Xia Bing looked at her phone. She was smiling happily 1 second, but in the next she frowned and stared at the phone screen. Lin Lei leaned over and saw several pictures on it, which turned out to be photos of himself dating an unknown woman. The latest news is that the recently famous actor Lin Lei was photographed having a late-night tryst with an unknown woman. He didn't leave the hotel until very late. This actor had previously announced this to actress Xia Bing, but Xia Bing has not yet responded. Please stay tuned. This was clearly a scandal. Lin Lei rolled his eyes and tried to look away, but Xia Bing scrolled down the comments, which made him very angry. This Lin Lei is obviously not a good person. He is shameless and does not behave like a human being. Oh my god, is this true? I feel so sorry for my goddess Xia Bing. I suggest this kind of bad artist get out of the entertainment industry. The following comments do not understand the truth and start cursing with extremely harsh words. Don't these people have brains? This is obviously fake. Lin Lei looked at his phone, feeling helpless. He looked up and found Xia Bing looking at him with a strange look. Why, do you also think I did something wrong? Xia Bing stared at Lin Lei for a few seconds, then looked away in an instant. Forget it, I know you're not that kind of person, and I don't think you have the guts to do that. Xia Bing curled her lips. For so long, she had subconsciously regarded Lin Lei as her boyfriend, so her starting point for speaking had also become Lin Lei's girlfriend. It's obvious that someone is behind this. Look at the accounts commenting, they're all low level. It's likely someone fabricated this fake news and then used a large number of online influencers to spread the word. Xia Bing expressed her guess. It was not a new tactic she had not seen before. It could not be said to be a common tactic, but it was not uncommon. Who else could it be? It must have been the Zhao siblings. Considering what happened to director Lin Chaoxian recently, it is not surprising that Lin Lei encountered such a thing. This kind of news is totally unfounded, so you don't have to worry too much. Xia Bing said this, then picked up her phone and edited a paragraph of text. The general meaning was that some rumors were nonsense and could not be trusted at all. In the end, she also tagged Lin Lei. Lin Lei only sent 2 simple words, I love you. The interaction between the two directly ignited the entire entertainment industry and fans, and the information about their interaction instantly rushed to the top of the hot search list. They thought this matter would develop in the direction they expected, but the fans' comments left them dumbfounded. These two people suddenly made such comments, which clearly shows that they are trying to cover up their own guilt. I used to think Lin Lei was pretty nice, but I never thought he was such a traitor. More and more negative news flooded in, and the comments sections of the two people seemed like a garbage dump, enduring the unwarranted abuse from fans. Before the two could respond, Wang Rui called. Lin Lei, stay next to you. Turn on speakerphone. I have something to tell you too. What's going on today isn't right. Both of you should stop saying anything on social media. The online trolls are quite powerful this time. I'm dealing with this matter now. Wang Rui also knew about the affair between the two. Instead of blaming them for what they did, she took the initiative to share the responsibility with them, which shows the strength of her agent. Xia Bing, you have an award ceremony in 2 days. Take Lin Lei with you. Actions always speak louder than words. Lin Lei, aside from normal movie promotions these days, try not to respond to this question. If a reporter asks you this, you should know what to say. Wang Rui assigned tasks to the two people separately. The nature of this matter is very bad. If you are not careful, you will be caught in a storm of public opinion. It's really suffocating. These photos are obviously fake. How could I do such a thing? Lindley pounded the sofa hard, extremely angry. Artists are like this. They have to endure more than the average person. The more praise you receive, the more criticism you'll endure. Don't read the comments. If you have that time, you'd better focus on your work. Xiaobing was calm and composed. She turned off her phone and lay down on the sofa. Under Wang Rui's instructions, the two handled the scandal coldly. The economic company also hired some internet trolls to slander the two. The dark room was very messy, with garbage scattered everywhere and a very unpleasant smell emanating from time to time. A man was sitting in front of the computer screen, grinning foolishly at it. Just as he was typing, his cell phone rang. He pressed his finger on the greasy screen and answered the call. The mission is almost complete. Whether these two people respond or not won't affect public opinion at all. Just watch Lin Lei's movie rot on the streets. The man said with a smile, and the scandal between Lin Lei and Xiaobing appeared on the computer. The man was a well-known leader of a cyber troll army. The person who had just called was none other than Zhao Jincheng. Under his instructions, the man cooperated with the entertainment media to fabricate this scandal to frame Lin Lei. There won't be anything wrong with the photo, right? This composite photo isn't very convincing. Zhao Jincheng was worried that things would change and asked with some uneasiness. Don't worry, the focus of the issue won't be on the photo after a while. They'll start to doubt Lin Lei's character. The man showed his yellow-brown teeth and had a lewd smile on his face. That's good. The rest of the aftermath is up to you. The balance has been transferred to your card, and there's also a 100,000 yuan thank you fee. The man checked his bank balance through his mobile phone and found that the money had indeed arrived. He hung up the phone. It seemed that tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. Chapter 46 Special Mission. When he woke up the next morning, everyone knew about Lin Lei and Xiaobing's affair. There are many versions of the story on the internet, including that Lin Lei went out with multiple women, that Lin Lei was in cahoots with the crew, that Lin Lei joined the shadow crew just to please the director, and even worse, that Lin Lei had a criminal record. Their voices were filled with emotion, as if they had actually seen it with their own eyes. If it weren't for Lin Lei's special identity, he would have believed what these people said. What the hell is this? Lin Lei looked at his phone, feeling helpless. I just saw a news report saying that you went out to dinner with a rich woman a few nights ago and didn't come back until very late, but you were clearly with me that day. Xiaobing looked at the message on her phone and couldn't stop smiling. You're still laughing. Do you think these things don't mention you? Lin Lei took out his phone and showed Xiaobing the news about her. Who cares? We both know it's not true. It must be said that in this regard, Lin Lei's state of mind is still very different from Xiaobing's. After all, Xiaobing has been in the entertainment industry for so many years and has seen these bad reviews devour artists. She has developed step by step to her current level and is no longer surprised by these things. Lin Lei felt somewhat discouraged. To be honest, possessing the memories of 2 lifetimes, he had no idea what to do with all this time. This cannot be blamed on him. In his previous life, he was not able to sit in this position now, and he did not have a system. Although water army was very common in his previous life, the current situation is somewhat different from the previous life. Ding, the host has triggered a special mission to resolve the crisis. Mission content: resolve the recent crisis. Mission reward: over 500 points and a mysterious item. Hearing the system's prompt, he was instantly attracted by the fact that this was the first time the system had issued him such a special task, and there was also a special mysterious prop. Because this was a triggered quest, it was automatically accepted, leaving Lin Lei no chance to evade. Please note that although this type of special mission has generous rewards, there will be penalties for mission failure. Please do your best to complete the mission. The mission failed. All items and points will be cleared. The host will automatically die. What the system said next truly shocked Lin Lei. The consequence of failing this mission was death. It seems that this mission must be completed, and judging from the rewards, this mission probably won't be too easy. Xiaobing spent the entire afternoon preparing her outfit for the award ceremony tomorrow night. This award ceremony is a relatively large event and most practitioners will be present, so she has to look decent. Xiaobing drafted the contract and watched Lin Lei sign it. After the contract was signed, Lin Lei was completely working for Xiaobing. Now there's a problem. There's a reality show that wants to invite a guest to be on the show. It just so happens that you've signed a contract, so go ahead. Xiaobing looked at the contract with satisfaction and said with a smile. I don't want to go. You want to sell me out right after I signed the contract? Lin Lei didn't have the energy to deal with these things right now. The current comments were making him extremely anxious. Xiaobing could see that Lin Lei was a little distracted because of the water army matter, which made her a little angry. In a fit of anger, Xiaobing grabbed Lin Lei by the collar and kissed him fiercely. This left Lin Lei a little confused. Before he could understand what was going on, Xiaobing had already let go of him and sat back on the sofa. Don't forget, you are my boyfriend now, even if it's just in name only. But you need to have a little confidence in yourself, otherwise how can you be competent for this job? Xiaobing's face turned a little red and her voice became smaller and smaller. She regretted her impulsiveness. This kiss completely changed Lin Lei's mentality. He felt that he was now capable of doing anything and no longer worried about the online comments. I have to say that Xiaobing is very clumsy when it comes to coaxing people, but she is very useful. At the same time, Zhao Jinlan found many tabloid reporters through her own channels. These people received bribes from Zhao Jinlan and wanted to disrupt director Lin Chaoxian's film roadshow. These tabloid reporters are after money, they don't care about the truth and just make up stories. Remember, you must embarrass the entire crew. Zhao Jinlan instructed these people. Zhao Jinlan has put a lot of effort into He Chong. After all, He Chong has been with her for such a long time. She wants to take this opportunity to let He Chong earn more money for her and make the most of his value. She really didn't care that much about He Chong himself. After Xiaobing's special encouragement, Lin Lei became less cautious. The current situation is not the worst. What Zhao Jinlan did was just from the perspective of the movie. She didn't know any other details about Lin Lei. This person seemed to have appeared out of thin air on his resume and suddenly embarked on the path of film and television. As long as the rumor can be dispelled, the rest can be easily solved. That evening, Lin Lei and Xiaobing boarded a flight and went to the award ceremony in advance. They had a rehearsal the next day, and according to Wang Rui, he and Xiaobing needed to increase their exposure time together. Arriving at the hotel, Lin Lei and Xiaobing, unusually without any disguise, walked directly to the hotel front desk and booked 2 rooms. Although they wanted to show their affection, Lin Lei still cared about Xiaobing's innocence. The hotel receptionist was desperate to take a photo with the two of them. News spread quickly in the entertainment industry, and gradually, many people knew that Lin Lei and Xiaobing had booked a room in the hotel together. It doesn't matter. Even if the two of them really attend the event together, we have the ability to turn black into white. Let's wait and see. Zhao Jinlan looked at her phone and said to He Chong beside her. In fact, He Chong didn't want things to get so serious. It was just that he did not like Lin Lei before. Apart from filming, everything else that happened afterwards was done by the Zhao siblings. Since Zhao Jinlan has this intention, he can't say anything. The next day, Lin Lei and Xiaobing arrived at the appointment on time. After getting out of the car, they put their hands together in tacit understanding, walked across the red carpet, and came to the host. Hello, both of you. Thank you so much for coming to our award ceremony. We know that Mr. Lin Lei has a new film coming out soon. Could you tell us about your experience making this film? Although the protagonist was Xiaobing, the host asked Lin Lei a few questions first in order to divert the topic, without mentioning the hot search at all. The host should be polite and not ask such private questions casually. The two answered a few questions and walked into the venue hand in hand. Chapter 47 Unexpected. This was Lin Lei's first time attending such a large-scale event. It was obvious that the organizer had received a lot of sponsorship, the venue was very large, and those sitting in the audience were all well-known figures in the entertainment industry, with extremely prominent reputations. Although Lin Lei was secretly amazed at the size of the venue, he did not look around. After all, he came with Xiaobing, so he still had to save face. The organizers knew that Lin Lei would be accompanying Xiaobing, so they thoughtfully arranged seats for them to sit next to each other. Because of Xiaobing's status, her seat was very close to the front. Are you nervous? Lin Lei suddenly asked Xiaobing, looking at the stage. It's okay. After all, it's not the first few years since my debut, so I've won quite a few awards. Xiaobing said with a little pride. In fact, Xiaobing lied. Every time at this time, she would still be a little nervous when going on stage. But this time she came with Lin Lei after all, and she didn't want to show her timidity. The two of them arrived relatively early and were only now slowly entering the venue. There were many of Xiaobing's acquaintances sitting around them, many of whom had worked with her before. Xiaobing could tell that Lin Lei was a little restrained, so she kept introducing her friends to him to help him avoid appearing so awkward. Seeing their close relationship, these people also seemed to understand a little bit. As actors continued to arrive, the entire venue began to become lively. This was an event exclusively for the entertainment industry, where everyone basically knew each other, and it was like a large party. Can we win the prize this time? Lin Lei leaned over to Xiaobing's ear and whispered. How can I guarantee something like this? I'm not here for the award. There was a smile on Xiaobing's lips. She was really happy to be here today. She temporarily forgot the purpose of this award ceremony. You speak so officially, you're truly a celebrity. Lin Lei quipped. Xiaobing rolled her eyes at him, and the camera above her head suddenly started moving, indicating that the award ceremony was about to begin. About 5 minutes later, music came from the venue and everyone's eyes began to look towards the stage. Four hosts slowly came up from backstage and greeted everyone. The process was actually no different. The awards were handed out, and the winners were applauded and congratulated in the same old way. If there hadn't been so many cameras in front of him, Lin Lei might have fallen asleep out of boredom. Perhaps it had nothing to do with him, but Lin Lei felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, as if there was some unspeakable gap between him and these people. Next up is the Best Actress Award. But before that, we'd like to invite our special guest, Lin Lei, to the stage to present the award to our winner. Welcome, Mr. Lin Lei. Lin Lei's eyes widened as all the cameras turned to him. The organizers hadn't told him anything beforehand, so he was quite shocked. Xiaobing didn't expect the organizer to play it this way, and she looked a little panicked for a moment. The actors on the scene began to applaud. Lin Lei stood up and walked towards the stage step by step with a calm demeanor, but the journey was somewhat difficult. Hello everyone, I'm actor Lin Lei. Lin Lei stood on the stage, first expressing his respect to the actors sitting below, then stood up. He felt all the muscles in his body tense up, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. First of all, I didn't know I'd be the guest of honor presenting the award to the winners today, but I feel incredibly honored to have the opportunity to be here. Secondly, I want to express my respect to all my fellow actors and seniors in the audience. You will always be my role models. One day, I will definitely stand here as an actor. At the beginning, the actors in the audience laughed, but as they listened further, everyone could hear what was in Lin Lei's heart, and they were deeply moved and began to applaud him. The surprising thing was that Lin Lei had already prepared himself for no response, but seeing the thunderous applause, he suddenly felt deeply moved, and his confidence was also greatly increased. As Lin Lei's predecessors, they all understood exactly what he was thinking. They had similar experiences, so when they heard Lin Lei's heartfelt words, they applauded without hesitation. Lin Lei cleared his throat and bowed again. Next, it's the Best Actress Award. Let's congratulate her, Xiaobing. The camera switched back and forth between 4 different people, and Xiaobing suddenly had an indescribable feeling. The host placed the envelope in Lin Lei's hands. He opened it and even looked doubtful when he said the winner's name. The camera locked on Xiaobing's face, and she was even more at a loss. At this time, the actors in the audience reacted one after another, with smiles on their faces and a burst of meaningless cheers. Now, let's invite the Best Actress winner, Xiaobing, to the stage to receive her award. Just as the audience began to boo, the host suddenly spoke, and the etiquette lady came up from backstage again, carrying the trophy to Lin Lei's side. In a daze, Lin Lei saw the host and the director with a smile of unknown meaning on their lips. At that moment, Lin Lei finally understood that today's unexpected events were all arranged by the organizers. They had already known that Xiaobing would be the winner of the Best Actress Award, so they deliberately asked Lin Lei to go on stage to present the award. The etiquette lady stood beside Lin Lei, and Xiaobing greeted the audience. Best Actress was one of the biggest awards at tonight's ceremony, and it was her honor. For some reason, Xiaobing was a little shy in front of the camera, and the two of them didn't know what to do. It was only after the host reminded them that Lin Lei remembered to hand the trophy to Xiaobing. According to the agreement, the award presenter must take a photo with the winner. Don't you know about these things? Lin Lei whispered in Xiaobing's ear. Xiaobing blinked innocently. No one present knew about this matter except the organizer. Although they couldn't hear what the two were saying, the actors present all showed understanding expressions when they saw their intimate behavior. After the group photo, the last award was presented, and about half an hour later, the final departure ceremony began. While walking on the red carpet, Lin Lei naturally took Xiaobing's hand and waved to the reporters around him. "Mr. Linley, I heard that tonight's events were a spur-of-the-moment decision by the organizers. What are your thoughts on this?" After leaving the previous interview, the reporter asked Lin Lei. "I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to stand on a stage like this, and especially to present an important award to an important person," Lin Lei said with a smile. The intimacy between the two directly dispelled those rumors. "Your speech is quite celebrity-like." Xiaobing teased Lin Lei again. Chapter 48: Yearning for Life. Just as Lin Lei and his friend were being interviewed by reporters, Deng Zhao and his wife came over from behind, saw that they were being interviewed, and walked over. When the reporters saw Deng Zhao and his wife coming forward, they also swarmed over to them. Lin Lei only noticed the two people later and greeted them. "Mr. Deng Zhao, could you please comment on Mr. Lin Lei's award presentation?" The reporter started asking questions to Deng Zhao. Just as the interview time for Lin Lei and his wife was almost over, they started interacting with Deng Zhao and his wife. "I really think Lin Lei is good. His on-the-spot reactions are also good. Most importantly, his acting skills are very good." Deng Zhao praised Lin Lei lavishly in front of the media, which made him feel a little shy for no reason. After the question time ended, Lin Lei and his friend took a photo with Deng Zhao and his wife. "I know what's been going on with you lately. Don't worry about it. Keep going. You'll definitely achieve greater success." While taking the photo, Deng Zhao stood beside Lin Lei and whispered to him. The two of them had only been collaborating for a short time, and even Lin Lei's status was not very high, but Deng Zhao ignored those things and was willing to help Lin Lei, and the relationship between the two gradually deepened. Now, in Lin Lei's heart, Deng Zhao was like an older brother. The four of them exchanged pleasantries for a while before Lin Lei and Xiaobing boarded the car back to the hotel. "I never thought that I could win this award tonight." Xiaobing felt a little emotional. Several very promising actresses appeared this year, and she thought that someone would surpass her this time. "Why, aren't you happy about winning this award?" Lin Lei asked, looking at Xiaobing's face. "If the people behind me can't surpass me, how can this circle develop?" Now Xiaobing's perspective is not just that of an actor, but more like that of a practitioner, and she looks at the problem more comprehensively. Lin Lei was silent for a while. Admittedly, what Xiaobing said was correct, but in this world, wanting to develop on one's own might be a little unrealistic. He had thought many times why the system wanted to be reborn in this world. He thought about it for a long time and came to only one conclusion, that is, he was the only answer to change the status quo. Why did the entertainment industry in this world develop so slowly before him? You could say that the system gave Lin Lei a chance to become stronger, but he thought that since he was reborn here, the system must want Lin Lei to change everything in this circle. Now, he is following the route set by the system, becoming stronger step by step. Along the way, he fell into deep thought because of this problem and didn't speak from then on. Lin Lei believes that what he needs to do most now is to eliminate the sense of mystery between the media and the public and to show himself more in front of the camera. Before, he was indeed a little too cautious and did not handle these things properly. It seems that he has to go to the show that Xiaobing asked him to go to. Lin Lei probably thought about his own development in his mind. There were a lot of things going on in the past few days, and his brain was a little insufficient. The ones who are even more stupid are Zhao Jinlan and her internet trolls. The entire team didn't expect that tonight's award ceremony would end in such a dramatic way. Zhao Jinlan always believed that public opinion could completely obliterate a person. Even if Lin Lei barely made it through this hurdle, his popularity would definitely be much less than before. But unexpectedly, the organizers ruined Zhao Jinlan's plans completely due to some mistakes. Although his internet troll army is powerful, the trend they stir up can only lead those brainless fans and those inexperienced spectators. Although there are overwhelming bad reviews, they still pale in comparison to the real facts. Xiaobing won the Best Actress award, which once again proved her strength. She and Lin Lei were also enviably close on the podium and when reporters were asking questions. These rumors were really hard to believe. The problem is not serious. We will continue to increase our efforts. At this point, Zhao Jinlan had no choice but to go ahead with it. She ordered her online trolls to intensify their efforts to smear Lin Lei. Since Lin Lei did not respond, public opinion was now on her side. The promotion of the film Sea Fortress is underway. Due to the initial investment and the strong praise from some film critics, the film has received huge attention before it was released, which makes Zhao Jinlan very pleased. After attending the event, Xiaobing and Lin Lei did not stay in the hotel for long and returned to Binhai City the next day. Director Lin Chaoxian has a lot of things to do these days. In order to ensure that the film can be released smoothly during the National Day holiday, he not only has to deal with investment issues, but also has to get it approved. After a movie is completed, it must be reviewed and approved by a professional organization before it can be successfully released. Director Lin Chaoxian also encountered some resistance in this regard. Fortunately, he is also a well-known director in the mainland and knows a lot of people who can handle some problems. Because of all these messy things, the director delayed preparing for the release date and did not contact Lin Lei. It just so happened that the reality show that was signed before was about to start filming. In the last world, reality shows emerged in an endless stream and were very diverse, but this world is completely different. This reality show is actually one of the few projects. This program is called Longing for Life. It is a life reality show. The background of the program is in a residential house in the deep mountains. It shows the other side of the artists through the simplest and most rustic lifestyle. The program claims to show the most daily side of the artists, and each process is carefully designed to strive for authenticity. In his previous life, Lin Lei had watched a similar program and was familiar with the program process, but when it came to actually participating in the program himself, he was still a little overwhelmed. After all, this is his first time participating in a reality show, which is completely different from his previous filming. After accompanying Xiaobing back to Binhai City, Lin Lei had already received an invitation from the program crew, and he had to rush to the recording location the next day. The members of the program team include Cheng Kai, a hot figure in the current hosting industry, and some fellow actors from the same period. Lin Lei plans to get to know them one by one when the time comes. Don't be nervous then. If anything comes up, please communicate as soon as possible. This is also part of your training. Shan Lin will accompany you and be responsible for filming and other matters. When you arrive at the location tomorrow, the production team will hand over to you. Xiaobing told Lin Lei some key points about recording the program. After all, Lin Lei was now an employee under her, and it was his first time participating in such a program, so she definitely had to teach him something. After packing his luggage, Lin Lei rushed to the program recording location, Yun City, located in the southwest of China. Chapter 49 Reality Show. Yun City has a pretty good geography. Because there are several large mountains in the area, the local tourism industry is well developed, and tens of millions of tourists come here every year. When Lin Lei and Shan Lin got off the plane, the program crew's special car had been waiting outside the airport for a long time and took them to the filming location. Mr. Lin Lei, our program is based on reality, so there's no so-called routine. It will generally proceed based on 3 meals a day, with some other activities taking place as well. Don't be too nervous. The production team knew that this was Lin Lei's first time participating in a reality show, so they specially sent an assistant director to liaise with him and explain the plan in detail. The assistant director said a lot, but to sum it up, he told Lin Lei not to worry and to let nature take its course. In the end, he didn't even know what he was doing. Soon, the car entered a village and stopped in front of a house. The assistant director signaled Lin Lei to get out of the car with his things. At this time, there were already many cameras surrounding Lin Lei and starting to film. Because they were filming, as soon as he saw the camera, Lin Lei immediately became formal and his steps became steady. After packing his things, Lin Lei walked into the residence. It was around 9 o'clock and the people in the house had already woken up. Cheng Kai and other guests were having breakfast when Lin Lei suddenly barged in, surprising them greatly. Lin Lei first greeted a few people. Since it was the first time Lin Lei met them, he seemed a little reserved. Shaolin, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Sit down first and I'll make something for you. Cheng Kai was indeed a gold medal host, his control over the language and the entire program was very good. Lin Lei nodded and surveyed the layout of the entire room. This is a very simple residential area with complete facilities, but it is not as advanced as those in the city. Lin Lei misses all the things here. In my previous life, I was also born in a small place like this, so I feel somewhat familiar with this place. The 3 people in front of him were all guests, namely Wang Hai, Gu Liangtian, Su Si, 2 men and 1 woman. Lin Lei had heard of these people. Except for Su Si, who was a singer, the other 2 were actors. While Lin Lei was still reminiscing, Cheng Kai walked up to him with porridge. It must have been a tiring journey. Come and eat something. For some reason, Cheng Kai had an extremely attractive and approachable aura. From the moment Lin Lei entered the room, they had only exchanged a few words, but he already had Lin Lei's complete trust in him. After eating something casually, Chang Kai kept chatting with Lin Lei, and the other 3 people were also interacting with Lin Lei. It didn't seem like they were in a tense filming situation, but rather like a simple conversation, very relaxed. Did the production team tell you what to do? Chang Kai suddenly said to Lin Lei in a somewhat mysterious tone, and the others also smiled at Lin Lei. I don't know. The production team didn't tell me anything. That's right. Here, everything requires labor. You just had breakfast, so you can work with us later. Several people burst into laughter. It turned out that they had heard the news of Lin Lei's arrival a long time ago, but pretended not to know and put on this show. Lin Lei was stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly. He blamed himself for not thinking too much and fell into the trap set by those people. There's nothing I can do about it. It's my fault that I have no experience in this area. The so-called labor is some farm work, such as weeding, cleaning the house, loosening the soil and so on. This can be considered a real part. Lin Lei has done these things a lot before, so he went to the fields with a few people. Everyone was waiting to see Lin Lei's unbearable scene. After all, how could an actor who lived a life of luxury in the city and had no experience in this area accept such labor? But no one expected that Lin Lei was so agile and quick, even faster than the 3 people who had arrived a few days earlier, and finished the work in a short while. Chang Kai also secretly admired this young man. Lin Lei is usually quite quiet and doesn't have much sense for variety shows. Chang Kai also noticed this and kept talking to Lin Lei while working, asking him some questions. That's what we call a sense of reality. Lin Lei was sweating profusely. Looking at the land he had delivered, he felt more relaxed than ever before. Wang Hai and Su Shi were a few years younger than Lin Lei, and could be considered his younger siblings. In them, Lin Lei saw the innocence of his childhood that he had lost for many years. The whole scene looked very heartwarming, and Lin Lei couldn't help but smile. With the efforts of 5 people, they quickly completed the work and returned to their previous residence. It was noon, time for lunch. Lin Lei volunteered to take charge of lunch for the group. After all, his cooking skills had been specially enhanced by the system, so he was very confident. Although this was Lin Lei's first time showing other aspects of himself in front of the camera, Chang Kai's previous preparations made him look very familiar with the process, and he didn't want to be participating in the show for the first time at all. Although there were no expensive ingredients here, as soon as the dishes were served on the table, several people were attracted by the smell. Before Lin Lei had even finished serving the dishes, several people began to devour them. As soon as the chopsticks touched the food, everyone's eyes lit up. It was not only because they were hungry after working so hard, but also because of the high level of Lin Lei's culinary skills. I never thought you were so good at filming and cooking. This is the best meal I've had in the past few days. Wang Haibian praised Lin Lei's cooking skills while eating, but he ate too fast and his voice was a little unclear. Everyone laughed at Wang Hai's expression. After lunch, Gu Liangtian's program recording ended and several people saw him off. Maybe it was because Lin Lei's previous image was too aloof, and the contrast in him at this time surprised everyone. In this variety show, Lin Lei appeared in front of people in a more friendly way. In the afternoon, Lin Lei helped Chang Kai clean up the room. Whenever there was work to do at the scene, you could always see Lin Lei. His honesty impressed everyone present. Lin Lei cooked dinner again, and it was a sumptuous meal. Chang Kai joked, "If you don't film anymore, you can definitely become a chef and support yourself." Lin Lei just smiled and said nothing. Dinner time was also very pleasant. After a few hours of interaction, Lin Lei had become very familiar with Wang Hai, Su Shi, and others. They chatted about their respective work, and Wang Hai also asked Lin Lei about acting. Halfway through dinner, the next guest arrived. What Lin Lei didn't expect was that this guest was actually Xia Bing's mortal enemy Xinyu. Hello everyone, my name is Xinyu, and I'm here to promote my new movie. Xia Bing's studio is a cooperative, but Xinyu was forced into the program by her company begging the program team. Otherwise, if Xia Bing knew that Xinyu would come, she would definitely not let her company participate. After all, it was just work, so Lin Lei didn't say anything, but just deliberately kept a distance from Xinyu. Chapter 50 Uninvited Guests. Xinyu's purposeful frankness made Chang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. The concept of this program was completely different, and this was the first time he had such a bad impression of someone. But he was a guest after all, so he followed Xinyu's words and entertained him warmly. Chang Kai introduced the others to Xinyu one by one. When it came to Lin Lei, he just nodded slightly to Xinyu. "Mr. Lin, this isn't the first time we've met, why are you so reserved?" Xinyu acted as if she was familiar with Lin Lei and greeted him. They had only met once, but she acted like old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. This made Lin Lei feel a little resistant. As she spoke, Xinyu sat down. The scene suddenly became a little awkward. The sudden appearance of an uninvited guest like Xinyu broke the previous relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Today's dishes are delicious. Teacher Chang Kai, your cooking skills are really good. Xinyu praised Chang Kai while eating. It's not me, it's Xiaolin who did it. I thought it was just average. Xinyu curled her lips, flipped the dishes a few times with her chopsticks, and stopped eating. It was not until now that Lin Lei understood why Xiaobing, who debuted at the same time as her, won the Best Actress award, while Xinyu became a third-rate star. Chang Kai smiled awkwardly, and in order to avoid a dull moment, he continued to ask Xinyu questions about the movie. Before they arrived, Xinyu became very interested and started talking about the movie with great excitement. Wan Hai was not interested and he helped Lin Lei to clean up the dishes. Xinyu was very excited, but the listeners were very bored. Susie almost fell asleep several times. Okay, let's play some games. We still have things to do tomorrow. Chang Kai was also getting a little impatient. This Xinyu had absolutely no tact. Even if he wanted to lead her, he had no idea where to start. She was completely different from Lin Lei. When they heard about playing games, Susie and Wang Hai woke up instantly. Xinyu walked into the house with some reluctance, and the five of them started playing games. After all, Chang Kai is a host by profession, and he knows countless games. The game we're going to play next is called Darkness. Wang Hai, cooperate with me. Chang Kai closed his eyes and asked Lin Lei to point to an object. With Wang Hai's pointing, Chang Kai guessed what it was. Lin Lei pointed at a cup beside him. When Chang Kai opened his eyes, Wang Hai pointed it out step by step and he successfully guessed what Lin Lei was pointing at. Lin Lei was a little surprised. He clearly saw Chang Kai close his eyes. Except for him and Xinyu, the other three people burst into laughter. This made him even more confused and he wanted to do it again. Then the same process was repeated. Susie completely blindfolded Chang Kai. This time, there was no way he could see what Lin Lei was pointing at. Seeing that he guessed it correctly. After watching this, Lin Lei gradually came to an answer. He moved to the side of the ear and spoke his answer. Very smart, Miss Shin, have you learned it? Chang Kai nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Lin Lei had stated the correct rules. Looking at Xinyu's dazed face, Chang Kai and the other two continued to laugh and demonstrated it again many times. Let me explain. When Wang Hai pointed to a specific object, he must have been referring to a black object. Chang Kai smiled and revealed the answer. Lin Lei had also noticed what Wang Hai was pointing at. At first, he thought it was related to numbers, but gradually he realized that there must be black objects in each round of the game. Combined with the name of the game, he quickly guessed it. When the answer was revealed, everyone thought Xinyu would be very surprised, but she just curled her lips and said, "It turns out it's that simple." How boring. Just because of her words, the whole scene became cold again. Chang Kai disliked this woman more and more, and everyone began to distance themselves from her. Xinyu wanted to talk more about the movie she had made, but the remaining four people made excuses and left the room. Lin Lei was about to leave the next morning. After just one day of being together, he actually felt an urge to not want to leave. There was a camera right next to her, so Lin Lei couldn't do anything. He could only pretend he didn't see her and continue with his work. What are you doing? How can you stay in such a dark place? Xinyu said to Lin Lei with some disdain. Some time ago, Han Baoquan abandoned her, and she blamed all the faults on Lin Lei and Xinyu, so when she saw Lin Lei today, Xinyu deliberately disgusted him. Lin Lei ignored Xinyu and continued with his work. You can't hear me when I'm talking to you? No wonder, you're just like my master. I advise you to watch your mouth. Even though this is a show, it doesn't stop me from giving you a few slaps. Lin Lei said coldly. Xinyu shuddered, thinking of what happened last time at the mall, and left the kitchen angrily. Lin Lei didn't take this matter to heart. Xinyu was just a third-tier actress and was not worth his time and energy. Now that the matter was almost resolved, he went back to his room to sleep. The next morning, Lin Lei got up early. Perhaps because he was in an area with fresh air, he was in better spirits than ever before, even getting up earlier than Chang Kai. As he prepared breakfast, people gradually woke up and came to Lin Lei's side to help. Everyone came downstairs, and only Xinyu was still asleep. Chiang Kai asked Susie to call her several times but to no avail, so no one cared about her anymore. After breakfast, Lin Li packed up his belongings and said goodbye to the three of them one by one. Perhaps it was his unique aura that made the feeling of parting even stronger. Lin Lei and Wang Hai agreed that they would cooperate if they had the chance. After saying goodbye, he left the residential area. In just a dozen hours, he had developed such feelings. He even wondered whether he should live in such a place for a while. As soon as Lin Lei left, Xinyu rushed downstairs, but no one paid any attention to her. Everyone was busy with their work. After filming, Shang Lin said to Lin Lei, "I've already told the higher-ups about Xinyu's situation. What they do is their business. It's just a show, after all. There's no need to take it to heart." "Shan Yu?" She asked nothing. "I'm thinking, it would be great if I could stay here forever." Lin Lei shook his head and said with some regret. "Okay, then I'll tell the higher-ups right now to stop all your work and just stay here." No, I'm just saying. I still have so much work to do, how can I just stop like this?" Lin Lei said hurriedly, having to suppress this thought. Chapter 51 Boring Questions. After finishing the filming, Xiaobing asked Lin Lei about Xinyu's matter. "I finally understand why she has ended up like this. People like this can ruin even a good hand." Lin Lei didn't think highly of Xinyu to begin with, and these things made her even more unpopular. There will be a certain difference between the program's broadcast time and the shooting time, because it still needs to be produced, and the broadcast time is scheduled for 2 months later. Director Lin Chaoxian finally contacted Lin Lei. The film has passed the review and publicity is being prepared. To be honest, director Lin Chaoxian didn't know what kind of box office performance this film would achieve. After all, he had been through so many things, but he knew that it was precisely because of these experiences that he was so satisfied with this film. On the third day after Lin Lei returned to Binhai City, the movie Action was finally preparing for its first roadshow. In the previous publicity on the internet and other media, the expectations for Action were completely lower than those of Sea Fortress of the same period. Although the film boasts actors of Zhang Hanyu's caliber, guaranteeing box office success, the film has been criticized by online media outlets due to the false accusations of trolls. Even before its release, some media outlets have labeled it the worst movie ever. The online comments were all one-sided, and everyone was waiting to see Lin Lei make a fool of himself. On the other hand, although Lin Lei was anxious, Wang Rui still suppressed him. "Just trust my arrangements for this matter. If you step forward now, you will definitely suffer the consequences," Wang Rui said. She had been preparing for this matter for a long time. If Lin Lei acted impulsively, everything would fail. Although he felt very dissatisfied, Lin Lei endured it. On the day of the roadshow, Lin Lei arrived early. This time he was even more nervous than last time. First, he was not sure what would happen. Second, after all, this was his first movie as the lead actor. His identity was different, and his expectations were even more different. The actors arrived one after another. Except for Lin Lei and Zhang Hanyu, the rest of the actors were unknown or young actors who had just entered the film and television industry. They were even more nervous than Lin Lei. They had encountered such a big thing this time. Regardless of how the movie would end, it was very likely that their future would be affected. The director was the last one to arrive. After what had happened in the past few days, he looked about 10 years older, and every step he took towards them showed the vicissitudes of life. "How are you, director? How are you doing lately?" Lin Lei asked with concern. "It's okay. I've been busy lately and I'm a little tired." Lin Chaoxian smiled and said to Lin Lei, "Everyone, I believe you all know what happened to our crew recently, but I can assure you that our film is no worse than anyone else's." Everyone saw the director's actions, and they were particularly moved by these words. The roadshow began and all the leading actors came on stage from backstage. The number of people who showed up was beyond Lin Lei's expectations. He had thought that due to public opinion, there might not be many fans present, but the number of fans and media reporters at the scene was no less than that of the Shadow Roadshow. Little did they know that these people were all hired by various companies. The storm Zhao Jinlan caused in the entertainment industry this time was too big, and countless people were affected. The host was very responsible and asked questions step by step, keeping the process under his control at all times, but unexpected situations still occurred. During the media question and answer session, the reporter arranged by Zhao Jinlan seized the opportunity to ask Lin Lei. "Hello, Lin Lei. On behalf of Entertainment World, I'm asking you a question. With all the rumors about you online right now, have they affected your filming?" Do you think you're worthy of the lead role? The reporter's question was so sharp that the atmosphere instantly became cold when he asked it. Then let me ask you, if a journalist fabricates a scandal about someone without regard for any facts, is he worthy of being a journalist? Linley had been prepared for this. He had already gone through similar questions and answers countless times in his mind. The reporter's face turned red instantly and he wanted to say something, but he just opened his mouth and then sat down with a red face. Linley, there are so many negative comments online now. Aren't you going to offer some explanation? Is it really true? Another reporter stood up and continued to speak to Linley. There are some things I don't even understand myself. How do you think I should explain them? Linley said directly without replying. More and more reporters stood up and asked questions to Linley. The host wanted to pull back the pace, but these people had accepted money from Zhao Jinlan and had to target Linley. Hearing so many meaningless questions, Linley gradually grew annoyed. He cleared his throat and interrupted them. I'm flattered that so many friends are interested in me, but I can tell you all here that most of your questions are meaningless and are nothing more than relationship issues. Let me put it this way, Xiaobing and I have a good relationship, so there's no need for you to worry. If you don't have any questions related to movies, then I won't answer them. Linley suppressed his anger and finished his words with a smile. There were several other reporters following behind who asked similar questions, but Linley did not respond. He did not say another word until the end of the game. You did a great job. If I were you, I would definitely scold those reporters right there and then. After the match, Shang Lin said to Linley angrily. There were a few reporters who were too excessive. The questions they asked had no meaning to the movie and were just some groundless rumors, which made her very angry. Forget it, just bear with it and it will pass. Now everything is focused on the successful release of the movie. I'll leave the rest to Sister Wang Rui. Linley comforted Shang Lin. This farcical roadshow ended and the main actors left one after another. Although this afternoon's activities were successfully completed, their morale was a little low. Director Lin Chaoxian noticed all this and paid for all the actors' meals out of his own pocket. Celebrating the end of our first roadshow, which is the first step towards the release of our film, and thank you all for your support. Director Lin Chaoxian picked up the wineglass and drank it all in one gulp. When the group was having dinner together, Wang Rui suddenly called. Linley, do you have any computer skills? Linley felt puzzled by the rain boots, but figuring the system's exchange library should have everything, he casually remarked. Okay, I'll give you a task. Help me hack into a company's network system and find something. Chapter 52 Hacker. Linley felt somewhat bewildered, not understanding what Wang Rui was referring to. I'll give you what you need. See if you can get it done, or find someone to get it. After hanging up the phone, a few minutes later, Wang Rui sent a network domain name and some codes that Linley couldn't understand. What are these things? Linley frowned. Wang Rui was acting strangely today. He didn't know what she was up to. This was a big deal for now, so Linley said goodbye to the other actors and got in the car back to the villa. If you don't check your phone, you wouldn't know that the tabloid reporters online are going crazy. They are willing to distort the facts to make Linley reveal his true identity, so that he will become angry and embarrassed and burn himself out. Linley smiled. These reporters were obviously irritated by him. This kind of trick was not uncommon in his previous life. Although he had never experienced it before, he was no longer surprised by it. The fans' mood had obviously cooled down a lot. Most of them just didn't understand the whole story at first and just followed the trend recklessly. The activities that Linley and Xiaobing attended in the past few days naturally shattered many lies. What was even more commendable was that Linley's state of mind had become more mature than before. Looking at the network domain name sent by Wang Rui on his mobile phone, Linley became even more confused. What on earth did he want him to do? System, I want to exchange some hacking skills for something. Linley called out to the system. Top, the host's points are insufficient, please keep trying. The system said this in a stiff tone, rejecting him very coldly. Linley looked at the exchange shelf in front of him. The hacker skills listed there were divided into 5 levels. The first level required 300 points. Like the super reply, it was a growth-oriented skill. The difference between the ordinary and growth types, besides the difference in points, is that you have to complete specific tasks before you can grow, which is why it is so expensive. With the few dozen points Linley had now, he couldn't even redeem the first level ordinary hacker skills, so he could only watch helplessly. Didn't they say that there are items with a time limit that can be exchanged? Lin Lei asked, remembering what the system had said before about being able to exchange for items with a time limit. All the limited time commodities that can be exchanged have been provided to the host. Please review them. The system displayed all the items that could be exchanged in front of Lin Lei. The points he had could only be exchanged for second-level hacking skills, and the validity period was only 3 days. Forget it, as long as it works, I don't want to think about so many things now. A piece of code emerged in Lin Lei's mind. He also understood the code that Wang Rui had given him. It was the most important thing to get through the firewall. The system does have one advantage, which is that anything you exchange can be used immediately without any time lag. Back at the villa, Lin Lei turned on the computer he had bought at great expense. During his free time, he had been studying things like composing music. Today, this computer actually helped Lin Lei a little. Second-level hacking skills, when converted into reality, are roughly the level of an ordinary hacker. Lin Lei already understood that Wang Rui's idea this time was to ask him to get something, but with his current level of skill, he didn't know if he could accomplish it. He skillfully turned on the computer and entered the network domain name. Only then did he realize that the company Wang Rui asked him to get something from was actually the media company under Zhao Jinlan. He opened the backstage and started typing on it. Countless pieces of information appeared before his eyes, but he had no difficulty understanding them, as if he had understood these numbers since birth. From Zhao Jinlan's company website, one can directly hack into their company's system. In other words, Lin Lei can directly obtain all the information on Zhao Jinlan's computer in this way. His fingers tapped faster and faster, and beads of sweat appeared on Lin Lei's forehead. Although he had received support from the system, his second-level hacking skills were still somewhat difficult to handle such a huge project. Lin Lei stared at the screen intently, his eyes moving constantly. Half an hour later, Lin Lei clapped his hands and successfully opened the channel to Zhao Jinlan's computer. It was still early, and Lin Lei saw that many employees were still using their computers. Worried that Zhao Jinlan might find out, he turned on the computer's camera, put on headphones, and operated the system in split-screen mode. Remotely controlling the computer, and even before turning it on, there was a password. Although Lin Lei had thought of it long ago, it was still a bit tricky to handle this matter perfectly without being discovered by others. Based on the information at hand, Lin Lei tried the power-on password several times without success. He was observing through the camera to see if there was anything he could use. At this moment, a burst of noise came from the headphones. Lin Lei secretly thought that something was wrong and quickly turned off the computer screen. The next second, Zhao Jinlan's face appeared in the camera range. Lin Lei had never seen Zhao Jinlan before, but she and Zhao Jincheng were indeed twin siblings, and in some ways they looked very similar. Zhao Jinlan turned on the computer and it woke up instantly. She was a little surprised. Didn't she turn off the computer? Although she was a little skeptical, she still entered the password and entered the interface. Lin Lei stared at the screen intently and wrote down the password. At the same time, some sounds came from Zhao Jinlan's side. Unfortunately, the equipment over there was simple, and he couldn't hear clearly what she was saying. Zhao Jinlan opened a folder containing some videos and the like. The person standing next to her was her company's public relations manager. Most of the scandals against Lin Lei during this period were fabricated by him. This is the surveillance video of the hotel where Xiaobing stayed a few days before Lin Lei and Xiaobing officially announced their relationship. Zhao Jinlan opened the video as she spoke. The background of the video was the hotel video of the night when Lin Lei and Xiaobing met. At that time, there were only a few random people walking around in it. 3 seconds later, Xiaobing's figure appeared from one side of the surveillance camera. There was a cocktail party that night, and some investors gave Xiaobing a lot of wine, so her steps were a little unsteady. Xiaobing walked forward holding the wall. The video lasted for 30 seconds. The last scene was her walking into the room and the video ended. The public relations manager next to Zhao Jinlan was a little puzzled. The video seemed meaningless. I know you are a little confused. Wait a minute, you will understand after watching this video. Zhao Jinlan said, and clicked on the next video again. This was the surveillance footage from the next day, showing Lin Lei, Wang Rui, and Xiaobing leaving the room separately. The PR manager was even more puzzled. From beginning to end, there was no surveillance footage of Lin Lei entering or leaving the room. There's no record whatsoever. It's as if Xiaobing created a person like Lin Lei after entering the room. Coincidentally, the official announcement of the two and the start of Lin Lei's activities in the entertainment industry also happened after this. Chapter 53: Unexpected Gains. The public manager was silent, with a thoughtful look on his face. Although I don't know what happened in that room, I can be certain that Lin Lei and Xiaobing probably didn't know each other before. The only explanation is that Xiaobing walked into the wrong room. Under Zhao Jinlan's constant reminders, the public relations manager finally showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. You mean, let me investigate this matter and then make a fuss about it? Zhao Jinlan didn't say anything, but smiled and nodded. As expected of an old person who was always by her side, Zhao Jinlan only needed to give her a little hint and the public relations manager understood what she meant. Let's investigate this matter first. I don't think it's that simple. I'll send you a copy of the video tomorrow. The rest is up to you. After Zhao Jinlan finished speaking, the public relations manager nodded and walked out of the office. Lin Lei held his breath, trying to make out something in his headphones, but the noise was too much, and his voice was blurry. However, when he heard Zhao Jinlan mention herself and Xiaobing, and then saw the two videos, he understood her intention. I have to say that as the boss of a media company, Zhao Jinlan has a very keen sense of smell. She knows something is wrong as soon as she sees it. Lin Lei and Zhao Jinlan broke out in cold sweats after watching the video. He had never thought that someone would actually investigate these matters, but it was no wonder. With Lin Lei receiving so much attention, it was inevitable that someone would notice. Zhao Jinlan's cell phone suddenly rang. She left the computer and answered the call. Lin Lei saw that the opportunity was right and wanted to delete the two videos, but his curiosity made him stop. He also wanted to know how he came into this world. First, copy the video to your own computer, then delete all backups on Zhao Jinlan's computer. With a few clicks, the video will start copying. He was concentrating on copying the video, which was a bit troublesome due to the remote transmission. Lin Lei didn't even notice that the noise in his headphones had disappeared. The next second after the transmission frame disappeared, Zhao Jinlan's two sides suddenly appeared in the camera. Lin Lei held his breath instantly, his heart nearly stopped from the shock. Fortunately, Zhao Jinlan didn't see anything. An investor asked her to meet him, so she hurriedly turned off the computer and left the office. Lin Lei confirmed on the clock-in system that Zhao Jinlan had left the company before he felt at ease to open his computer and completely clear the video backup on her computer. After finishing these things, Lin Lei searched Zhao Jinlan's computer for what Wang Rui had asked him to find, and found some very interesting photos. When I opened the photos, I saw that they were all photos of sleeping men with Zhao Jinlan. There were at least 40 or 50 such photos, and many other indescribable photos. Many of them are traffic stars that Zhao Jinlan had previously promoted, and some of them are still very popular now. Although the content of the photos didn't particularly shock Lin Lei, the number of them was still unacceptable to him. He originally thought he was just looking for some confidential information or something, but he didn't expect to find so many things. Zhao Jinlan even had this quirk of putting all the photos on her computer. In fact, we can't blame Zhao Jinlan entirely. She was hurt in her early years and lost confidence in love since then. That's why she never married and gradually developed these quirks. It took Lin Lei more than an hour to copy these photos. During the downloading process, he kept an eye on the movements in Zhao Jinlan's office. Fortunately, no one came. After successfully resolving all of this, Lin Lei logged out of the system. This evening had been a bit thrilling. Just as Lin Lei turned off Zhao Jinlan's computer, the former public relations manager walked into the office. He saw that Zhao Jinlan was not in the office and her computer was turned off, so he shook his head and left the office. Sister Rui, I've done the job you gave me. You'd better be mentally prepared. Lin Lei called Wang Rui and reminded her to be mentally prepared before looking at the photos. Wang Rui opened the photo curiously, screamed, and quickly closed it. What is this? Didn't you ask me to find it? Lin Lei was a little curious. Wang Rui didn't know what she was looking for? Actually, someone sent me an email today, suggesting that I check Zhao Jinlan's computer and gave me all the stuff. I didn't expect it to be these things, Wang Rui said. This time it was Lin Lei's turn to be puzzled. If it was really as Wang Rui said, then who could this person be? After thinking fruitlessly, Lin Lei hung up the phone. He had spent a lot of energy on these things today, and for the first time in so many days, he felt sleepy. After washing up, Lin Lei went to bed early. At the same time, in Linglong's apartment. This place is completely different from before. During this period, Linglong turned this place into a command center. Ling Long was looking at the news about Lin Lei on the computer, with a half smile on her face and a sense of mystery. Who would have known that Ling Long was just a girl who had just come of age? "How's things going?" Ling Long asked the people around her. "The item has been given. Judging by the time, Lin Lei should have received it," the man beside him said. Ling Long nodded and said, "Just consider it a favor. He's been in a lot of trouble lately, so helping him is like helping ourselves." Ling Long seemed to have guessed the man's thoughts and spoke in advance. The next day, Lin Lei woke up early again, this time sleeping 2 hours longer than before. He still has to prepare for the roadshow today, and those annoying reporters will still target him. For Lin Lei, these people no longer care about the scandals of other artists. Other people in Binhai City also started working. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhao Jinlan walked into the office on time with a cup of coffee. She turned on the computer as usual and drank a sip of coffee, but found that the video she had played before was gone. She was a little surprised and called her secretary. "Did anyone else approach my office after I left last night?" "Except for the PR manager who came in once and then left after a while, no one else has come in." The secretary was the last person to leave the company last night, and she knew everything that was going on in the office. Zhao Jinlan nodded. The public relations manager was on a business trip and didn't come to the company because of the task she assigned. She thought that she had sent the video to her yesterday, so she didn't care about it anymore. Not long after turning on the computer, he received a call from other investors. Zhao Jinlan has been very busy these days and can basically only stay in the company for a few hours a day. Lin Lei spent the entire day in Binhai City's major cinemas, attending the roadshow. Although the only people present were familiar faces and those reporters who were looking for trouble, he still answered questions about the movie very seriously. He didn't want to make any mistakes on this matter. Chapter 54, Birds of a Feather. "Mr. Lin Lei, I'm a sophomore majoring in screenwriting and directing. I'd like to ask you a question. Could you please share your feelings about film?" A female university student stood up from the crowd. She looked a few years younger than Lin Lei and asked. Lin Lei had been completely worn out by the reporters, but when he heard this question, his interest instantly perked up. "It's a good question, much better than other unnutritious questions." Lin Lei couldn't help but mock the other tabloid reporters present. The reporters sneered and glanced sideways at the female classmate in Lin Lei, but they were furious and planned to make a big fuss about this matter. "Actually, making a movie is more like completing a work of art for me. When it comes to art, I always strive for perfection. I'm using this question to promote the movie. We put a lot of effort into making this movie, and I don't think it will disappoint you." The reporters present raised their hands again and the scene became chaotic. "My current situation is actually a bit confusing. I won a lot of awards in school, and I also plan to enter this industry after graduation, but now I am a little confused and don't know what to do. I think the director may have a greater say in this matter than I do." Lin Lei smiled and handed the microphone back to director Lin Chaoxian. "I think you should be down to earth. You are still young and can take your time with these things." Not long after answering the female classmate's question, the roadshow ended. However, this girl left a deep impression on Lin Lei. "Go get me the contact information for that little girl from earlier," Lin Lei said to Shang Lin. Shang Lin looked a little puzzled, and looked at Lin Lei with strange eyes. "What are you thinking?" "I'm just a little interested in her. If she really wants to, I can bring her into the circle." Shang Lin nodded, stopped the girl who was about to leave the venue, and successfully got her contact information. "The girl's name is Ji Lan. She is a sophomore in the directing and screenwriting department of Binhai University. She came here with her classmates today." Lin Lei asked Shang Lin to handle the matter and asked her to talk to Jilan. The roadshow video this afternoon went viral online, especially the few words Lin Lei said, which won him the favor of many filmmakers. Director Zhang Yimou, in particular, also forwarded this video. In addition, when he attended the event with Xiaobing before, fans' evaluation of Lin Lei finally improved a little. Han Baoquan is still hospitalized in Binhai First Hospital. His physical injuries have almost healed, but the psychological pain he has suffered cannot be healed in a short period of time. Apart from calming down, the only other solution was to get rid of Lin Lei. These days, Han Baoquan has been thinking about how to get rid of Lin Lei, the thorn in his side. That person is just a small-time actor. Logically, Han Baoquan doesn't need to pay any attention to him. He can just crush him to death with a single finger. But what he didn't expect was that he was defeated by Lin Lei again and again. How could such a playboy like him accept this? The Han family's power was enough to kill Lin Lei silently, but Han Jingguo was busy with the election and had no time to care about him. These past few days, he had racked his brains but couldn't come up with a suitable method. He put on his clothes, still feeling a little dizzy from the aftereffects of the concussion. With the help of his entourage, he returned to the Han family's manor. As an old and wealthy family in Binhai City, the Han family is wealthy and powerful, and they can buy several manors like this one. As soon as he got home, Han Baoquan poured himself a glass of wine and lay on the bed, completely ignoring the wounds on his body. "Master, someone wants to see you." The butler knocked on the door and walked into the room. "Tell him to get lost and tell him that no one is home right now." Han Baoquan was very unhappy and replied coldly. "Young master, that person specifically asked to see you." The butler said again. "Is there anyone looking for me?" Han Baoquan was very annoyed, but when he heard that the person was looking for him, he stood up curiously. The person who came was none other than Lu Ji. In Binhai, Lu Ji's property can only be considered average. Compared with a powerful family like the Han family, it is nothing. Lu Ji had made many plans before, but the power behind Binhai didn't want to care about these things at all. Through his spy's investigation, he finally found out that there was a grudge between Han Baoquan and Lin Lei. Lu Ji had been holding it in for so long and knew that he could not completely eradicate Lin Lei with his own abilities, so he went to find Han Baoquan. He wanted to take action, but after making inquiries from many sources, Lu Ji learned that Han Baoquan was seriously injured by Lin Lei and was admitted to the hospital. He was discharged today, so he rushed over immediately. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lu Ji understood this very well. Han Baoquan walked slowly into the living room. Lu Ji was sitting on the sofa. When he saw Han Baoquan coming, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Han, you look very good and have recovered well." Han Baoquan was worried about Lin Lei's affairs, but Lu Ji brought up something irrelevant and flattered him directly. "Are you okay? If not, please get out." Han Baoquan waved his hand and asked the butler to see the guest off. Seeing Han Baoquan trying to chase him away, Lu Ji quickly said, "Master Han, calm down. I have something important to tell you. It's about Lin Lei. I have a way to deal with him." Upon hearing about Lin Lei, Han Baoquan stopped and asked the butler to stop. "You mean about Lin Lei? Keep going. I know you and Lin Lei have some issues. I came here this time because I want to work with you. With your strength, we can definitely take down Lin Lei." Lu Ji said with a sinister smile on his face. "How can I believe you just because you have no evidence?" Han Baoquan looked at Lu Ji and spread his hands. Lu Ji chuckled and whispered a few words into Han Baoquan's ear. As he spoke, the smile on Han Baoquan's face grew more and more intense. "I'll leave this matter to you." Han Baoquan smiled and said that since his father could not help him now, he would take care of his own affairs on his own. As for Han Jingguo's advice not to act rashly, Han Baoquan completely ignored it. "With you, Master Han, in charge of this matter, with your strength, we will definitely be able to take down Lin Lei this time." Lu Ji was beaming with joy. He had mastered the art of speaking differently to different people. Even if we can't completely eliminate Lin Lei this time, he has already connected with Han Baoquan. Will it be difficult for him to develop in the future? After complimenting Han Baoquan a few more times, Lu Ji left the Han family manor. Chapter 55 Turning Over. "I didn't expect you to sing?" Director Lin Chaoxian was a little surprised and said loudly to Lin Lei. The first batch of songs from the cover project planned by Lin Wanqing have been released, including the song covered by Lin Lei. Lin Lei himself just found out that this song has been released. Although the work is quite good, the fans who have been incited did not care at all, and the reviews in the comments section are mixed. I don't know where Lin Chaoxian heard this song, but he pulled Lin Lei aside to talk about his connection with the song. About 2 hours later, Lin Lei forced himself to stay awake and director Lin Chaoxian finally expressed his request. "I think we'll let you sing our theme song this time." Director Lin Chaoxian extended such an invitation to Lin Lei. Let us put it this way, an excellent promotional song can bring unexpected effects to the promotion of the movie. There are only a few days left until the movie is released, and this is all Lin Lei has in mind. He is not sure if he can complete it. Don't worry, the lyrics and music are ready. I'm just not satisfied with the singer's performance. I'll let your agent know the details. Record a part for me to listen to first. On the one hand, the singer was not a top singer, and his singing skills were average. He tried many times but failed to satisfy Lin Chaoxian. On the other hand, with that money, it would be better to give Lin Lei a larger share of the box office revenue. Since the director had spoken personally, Lin Lei had no choice but to go to Lin Wancheng and finish recording the theme song. This is a rock-style song, which is somewhat inconsistent with Lin Lei's previous singing style. So when recording, if there is only one wrong note, Lin Lei will ask for it to be repeated. About 3 hours later, a complete song was presented to Lin Chaoxian. Great, that's exactly what I want. Lin Lei looked at the few words sent by the director on his phone. Although he was a filmmaker, he didn't expect that he also had some knowledge of music. This cover project was truly amazing. It immediately took the charts by storm after it was released. The song you sang has become the hit song of that batch. Lin Wancheng looked at the pad and said to Lin Lei, she was calculating in her heart how much money she had made this time. Lin Lei would definitely become the person who led the entire music scene again in the future. A lot of people listen to the songs, but the reviews aren't that good. Lin Lei sighed, recalling the special mission the system had issued earlier. It had become a real source of worry for him during this period. You care so much about such a simple thing. You are such a big star, isn't it normal to be scolded? Lin Wancheng was a little confused. From a small-time Wuda actor, Lin Lei's state of mind has gradually changed as he has gradually transformed into what he is now. Especially since he has such a heaven-defying thing as the system, his state of mind has naturally changed greatly. That is fine. Let me cover the cost of recording the theme song this time. Lin Lei said, preparing to leave. Forget it, we are all friends, and you even signed a contract with us. Let's just forget about it this time. It's just one song. Lin Wancheng stopped Lin Lei. Do you remember that Chen Mo from before? He wants to hold a concert to coincide with the launch of his cover song project. He's already invited you through his studio. Do you want to join? Chen Mo had told Lin Lei before that he had accepted all the missions and now he couldn't refuse them even if he wanted to. Okay, I'll contact your agent to find out the time. There are still 8 or 9 days before the movie is released. Apart from simple publicity and simple training, I don't pay any attention to online reviews. Those things will only affect my mood. The day of the movie's release finally arrived, and Lin Lei also had work that day. Director Lin Chaoxian specially rented a venue and invited audiences to watch the premiere of the movie. This is basically a common method used by all directors. In order to make their movies receive better reviews, they first let some people evaluate them to guide subsequent reviews. This movie is completely different from Shadow. After all, Lin Chaoxian is not from the mainland and is not very familiar to mainland film critics. He is not like Zhang Yimou, and these film critics feel it is an honor to watch his movies. However, the director of He Chang's Sea Fortress has no plans to set a premiere. In order to give the audience a sense of mystery, he will never let anyone comment on it before it is officially released. The audience today, apart from the relatives and friends of the actors and professional film critics, are all ordinary audiences. Because of this, Lin Lei called Xiaobing over. If the movie is not good, I will criticize you directly. Xiaobing said. I'm not afraid of your criticism. What I fear most is that you will burst into tears after watching the movie. Lin Lei said with some pride. He had already watched the entire movie. It was no exaggeration to say that this movie would definitely sweep all the domestic awards. Before going on stage is the most nervous time for directors, as this is the first moment when their work is evaluated by others. I was a little nervous before this time, and I'm still like this after all these years. Director Lin Chaoxian said with a smile while drinking water. Lin Lei understood this feeling. He had felt the same way before performing in his previous life. After the opening, the director gave a 10-minute explanation, which the film critics gave him enough face, but the intention of these audiences was just to watch the movie for free. At this time, Xiaobing was sitting downstairs. Because she had arrived a long time ago, she was not recognized. The movie was released very soon, and the critics didn't take it seriously. To be honest, it was just a job that paid money to do things and help others avoid disasters. But as the movie progressed, the critic's lazy body suddenly sat up straight, staring at the screen intently. Because the movie is adapted from real events, the story is quite traumatic. Moreover, it is not a simple feature film. It is interspersed with emotional and fighting performances, which are extremely vivid. Especially the performances of Lin Lei and Zhang Hanyu successfully explained what walking hormones are. An hour and a half passed quickly, and no audience left the venue until the lights came on again, and everyone's expressions were stunned. Everyone has only one feeling, that is cool. the audience had no expectations for this movie at all. Many people bought tickets for the Sea Fortress the next day, intending to see it firsthand, but this operation was indeed an eye-opener. It's not just the story the movie tells that is so touching, but also the emotions and fighting scenes mixed in it, all of which are perfectly woven together by director Lin Chaoxian to form a work of art. Applause came from somewhere, and the audience instantly understood what I meant. The scene was instantly surrounded by thunderous applause. Chapter 56: Passion and Touching. Thank you all for coming today. Thank you all again. Lin Chaoxian brought the leading actors to the stage and expressed his gratitude to all the film critics and audiences present today. This movie is so touching, with passion and emotion intertwined to form a magnificent chapter. While the show was opening, the audience was still eagerly discussing the details of the plot, while the invited film critics were somewhat speechless. This movie was outstanding no matter from which aspect it was evaluated. Well, now let's invite our director Lin Chaoxian to give his director's statement, the host said at the beginning. I don't want to say much more about the plot of this movie, as everyone has already seen it. I want to say more about the many setbacks that lay ahead before its release. I won't reveal the specific details. Seeing everyone's reaction is already gratifying enough for me. I'd like to thank every member of the crew, especially Mr. Lin Lei and Ms. Xiaobing. Finally, please help promote our film. Thank you. After saying these words, Lin Lei could clearly see tears welling up in the director's eyes, about to fall. He patted the director's shoulder to comfort him. Seeing the director's moving speech, the audience's emotions were also aroused and applause broke out again. Next, the leading actors took turns to speak. When it was Lin Lei's turn, he first bowed. Hello everyone, I'm actor Lin Lei. Seeing Lin Lei's speech, the audience instantly became excited. You know, Lin Lei's acting skills in this movie are remarkable, and his aura is close to that of Zhang Hanyu, who has already won the title of Best Actor. The process of releasing this film was indeed very difficult, but we finally managed to get it released successfully. I would like to thank the entire team and ask everyone to support our film. After a few brief words, Lin Lei concluded his speech. Finally, several film critics stood up and asked questions to the director. Director Lin Chaoxian, I heard that there was an explosion during the filming of this movie. Can you explain what happened? This matter is considered a scandal, and Lin Chaoxian himself knows that someone will definitely raise this question. He was about to answer when Lin Lei stopped him. In this matter, the director was actually unaware of some things. This was actually my mistake. I was quite close to the explosion site, so I was affected. I should apologize to everyone for this matter. I'm sorry for causing you worry. Lin Lei's words were actually very clever. If the director were to answer the question himself, this matter would likely be treated as a scandal and widely publicized. Tomorrow is the normal release date for the movie, and their crew cannot take such a risk again. I do have some responsibility for this matter. Please supervise us and such things will never happen again. Lin Chaoxian bowed to all the actors, and the matter was over. The premiere ended quickly. Seeing the audience quickly dispersing, Lin Lei excitedly ran over to Xiaobing and asked, "What do you think of this movie?" Well, just so. Xiaobing was wearing sunglasses and a mask, so Lin Lei couldn't see her expression clearly, but her eyes were actually a little red under the sunglasses. It's not entirely Xiaobing's fault that she has a low tear point, it's mainly because the movie is very emotional. Some sharp-eyed audience members spotted Xiaobing, and before Lin Lei could say anything, several audience members rushed forward to take photos with the two. Let's leave here first. After taking photos with a few people, the audience who had already left outside also got the news and hurried back. Lin Lei was worried that something might happen, so he took Xiaobing's hand and walked backstage. The director backstage was still talking to some of the main actors. They were all a little surprised when they saw Lin Lei walk in holding a woman's hand. Could it be that the rumors on the internet were true? Before the actors could think further, Xiaobing took off his sunglasses and extended his hand to Lin Chaoxian. Hello, director. When Lin Chaoxian saw Xiaobing, he was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Lei with an unfathomable gaze and shook hands briefly with Xiaobing. When they saw it was Xiaobing, the backstage instantly became lively. Most of the actors have just entered this industry. How can they meet someone like Xiaobing whenever they want? Xiaobing was taking photos with everyone, but Lin Lei walked aside and cleaned up the backstage with the staff. After they were almost done, Lin Chaoxian invited Lin Lei and Xiaobing to dinner. This time, the director's main intention was to thank the two for their contributions to the film. Lin Chaoxian booked the most expensive restaurant in Binhai City, and Xiaobing, who didn't drink much, poured himself a glass of red wine for the first time. On behalf of everyone in the crew, I would like to express my gratitude to you too. Without your support, the release of this film would have been a long time coming. After saying that, Lin Chaoxian tilted his head back and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. It's a bit strange to say this. We are all in the industry, so it's only natural for us to help each other. Xiaobing smiled and said to the director. The three of them were in high spirits the whole night. Because of his happiness, Lin Chaoxian drank a lot of wine and was even staggering when he walked. What was strange was that Lin Lei also drank almost the same amount of wine, but he didn't feel drunk. If you two need to visit me in the future, please ask directly. I will definitely do it without hesitation. Before leaving, the director made a solemn promise to the two. When they left the hotel, since both of them had been drinking, they asked Lu Qing to drive. Good news. The movie is getting very high ratings right now. Shang Lin said happily to Lin Lei, holding her phone. It turns out that every film critic who came to see the movie this afternoon posted a long review on their social media, and most of them expressed their apologies at the end. After all, their influence is still higher than that of ordinary audiences. Under their leadership, the audience launched a heated discussion on action. At the same time, Zhao Jinlan also noticed the film's reputation. These days, she has been meeting with investors to look for investment for the next stage, and has not been in the company much. As soon as he returned to the company tonight, He Chong came to Zhao Jinlan's office with the news. Mr. Zhao, look. He Chong handed the phone to Zhao Jinlan. She flipped through it and her face looked a little bad. I never thought they could pull off a comeback, but this is just one last shot. Once the movie opens tomorrow, Lin Lei's death will be imminent. Zhao Jinlan calmed He Chong down a bit and asked him to go back and wait. Then she called the public relations manager. Chapter 57 Contrast. How are the previous things going? Zhao Jinlan lit a cigarette. This was a bad habit she developed a long time ago. I'm still checking, but with little success. By the way, I haven't received your video yet, said the PR manager. The public relations manager, like Zhao Jinlan, has not been in the company these days. He has been investigating the matter between Lin Lei and Xiaobing, but a long time has passed since then, and it is difficult for him to launch an investigation without alerting the enemy. Today I saw Zhao Jinlan call and asked about the video. You came to the office that day, but didn't take it away? Zhao Jinlan asked curiously. No, I saw you had left before, so I just looked around the office and then left. The PR manager was a little confused. After hearing these things, Zhao Jinlan thought to herself that something was wrong and had a bad premonition in her heart. Only he and Zhao Jinlan entered the office that night. If the PR manager didn't take them away, then who took the two videos? Zhao Jinlan quickly turned on the computer and looked through every corner of it, even looking through her own collection, but she couldn't find the two videos anywhere. Shaowen. In a hurry, Zhao Jinlan called the secretary outside the door in. The secretary hurried in, still not understanding what had happened. Zhao Jinlan asked, Did anyone touch my computer while I was away? No, you have instructed that no one can enter your office unless you ask them to. At this moment, Zhao Jinlan felt a little panicked. If her collection was made public, she would be finished in the company. I can't find some things in my computer. Get the surveillance video from that day and the security guards to seal off the entire company. Zhao Jinlan said quickly. The secretary took quick action, and Zhao Jinlan took this opportunity to take a quick look at her collection. Fortunately, nothing was lost. Seeing that everything was fine, Zhao Jinlan quickly turned off the computer and walked towards the security room on the first floor. The security guard quickly retrieved the surveillance video around Zhao Jinlan's office that day. Several people gathered around the computer and studied it for a long time. Just as the secretary said, only the public relations manager and Zhao Jinlan entered the office throughout the night. There are only a few possibilities now. Either the secretary embezzled the money, but she had no motive, or the public relations manager fled for fear of being punished. Or, someone hacked into Zhao Jinlan's computer and took away all the videos and photos. The technicians checked the network to see if any suspicious individuals had accessed the computer, but Lin Lei had done a perfect job, leaving no trace. There is no way out at the moment. Although the public relations manager has followed her for many years, Zhao Jinlan can only start an investigation. But Zhao Jinlan and the security guards basically turned the entire company upside down throughout the night, but found nothing. The two videos seem to have disappeared out of thin air. The next day was the first day of the holiday. The two movies Fortress of the Sea and Action were released as usual. There were also some other movies, but the main battlefield was still between the first two movies, and the rest were just cannon fodder. Now, you can see promotional posters of Sea Fortress everywhere in the streets and alleys. This movie has been regarded as a classic by many media. As China's first science fiction movie, some people are also paying attention to it. I have to say that the marketing of the Fortress crew was much more successful than Action. Basically, every Chinese person now knows that this movie will be released tomorrow. Our film aims to open the door to China's original science fiction films and break the monopoly of Western countries. The director of Sea Fortress said this with great ambition before the movie was released. Based on the pre-sale tickets from the night before, the box office of this movie has reached more than 60 million, which is absolutely unprecedented in film history. This movie is absolutely a groundbreaking masterpiece. I hope everyone will enjoy watching it and don't miss out on such a great movie. The film critics invited by Zhao Jinlan released their reviews of the movie the day before. In fact, these people had not even seen the movie, but their incitement aroused the audience's desires to the highest point. Every venue was packed, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that people were flocking to it. Everyone wanted to witness the birth of this grand event with their own eyes. When the movie started, everyone couldn't help but wonder what kind of heights the movie would reach, and with such curiosity, the screening began. The movie lasted for an hour and a half. The noise coming from the screening room was huge, but the audience didn't say a word from beginning to end. Until the end, when everyone left, there was disappointment and anger on their faces. This movie is really bad. The plot is cliched, the characters are unclear, and even the science fiction plot that the crew boasted about the most is just garbage piled up with special effects. This is completely different from what the crew of Sea Fortress had promoted before. Such a huge psychological gap made the audience angry and felt that they had fallen into a trap. The most angry people here are probably the original fans who came for the original novel. What kind of garbage is this? How can this be called an adaptation? I hope the original author will sue the director for copyright infringement. So disappointing. This hour and a half was a complete waste. The director seems to have no knowledge of movies. He just piled some special effects and exciting moments together. The effect is as disgusting as a streetwalker with heavy makeup. I don't want to say anything anymore. I feel like vomiting when I see He Chang's face. I want to refund my ticket. The reputation of the Fortress at Sea has plummeted to the lowest point since its release, creating a huge contrast online. He Chang didn't even dare to open his private messages on social media, for fear of being drowned in saliva. On the other hand, although the ticket price of operation is not as expensive as the Fortress at Sea, the number of screenings is very small and the number of audiences who buy tickets is pitifully small. These people basically did not buy tickets for the Fortress at Sea and just watched it casually. Most people just came to join in the fun, only a few critics chose to watch the movie a second time, and a small number of people were attracted by these critics. Until the end of the movie, everyone's blood was boiling and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. It can be said that this movie sublimated everyone's soul. Especially the character played by Lin Lei, whose qualities of both good and evil touched everyone's heart. In the end, he unfortunately died in order to save Zhang Hanyu's character. This scene alone harvested the tears of most of the audience. Slowly, the reputation of the movie Action began to change. It was spread by a small group of people and eventually set off a craze in the entire film industry. Chapter 58 Box Office Growth. The reputation of the Fortress at Sea was a disaster. Although it grossed over 100 million yuan at the box office, it was severely criticized online. Most people were mocking He Chang's acting skills and the director's ability to adapt the film. He Chang instantly became the target of public criticism, with all kinds of fans coming to scold him every day. His fan club no longer dared to respond and disappeared. Although the director is just a new director, the film was adapted by two authors after all. The entire team only produced this thing in the end, and everyone is to blame. Although Action experienced a rocky opening and the actors and director suffered unexpected misfortunes, the film became a dark horse in this period thanks to its plot and the actors' outstanding acting skills. This move can be regarded as a slap in the face of those irresponsible media. The director of the Sea Fortress understood that his directorial career had become bumpy from the moment the movie was released. In fact, when the movie was halfway through, he didn't know how to end it, so he could only bite the bullet and finish it hastily. Looking at the online outcry, he opened his social media and wrote a few words solemnly. Dear viewers, I'm sorry. I know how you feel after watching the movie. I bear a great responsibility for the failure of such a work. I solemnly promise here that the next time I shoot, I will strictly select all aspects. Thank you for your support. After saying this, the director directly scolded the original author and actor Hee Chong. The failure of this movie ultimately lies with the director and Hee Chong. When Hee Chong heard the director's remarks, he was so angry that his nose almost turned crooked. It was obvious that everyone treated him like a treasure during the filming, so why did they target him now that something had gone wrong? He was so angry that he immediately started arguing with the director online. The two accused each other. The director pointed out Hee Chang's bad behavior on the set, such as being a big shot, being lazy, and slowing down the progress. Hee Chong became angry and publicly said that the director had no talent. In an instant, the online quarrel between the two attracted a lot of onlookers. At this time, the director remembered the benefits of Lin Lei, but because of his greed, he chose Hee Chong, who could bring him more benefits. Now he can't rely on anyone, and he regrets it so much. After the movie was released, the number of screenings of Action increased sharply, directly surpassing the screenings of The Fortress at Sea in one fell swoop. There was no way around it, the theater owners were not fools. Since Action was more popular and had a better reputation, why did they choose the rubbish The Fortress at Sea? In this struggle, Lin Lei's status as the biggest winner was a foregone conclusion. After Hee Chong finished his online debate with the director, he became anxious when he saw the reputation of Action rebound. In his opinion, even if his own movie was not so good, Lin Lei's must not surpass his, otherwise he would be the only one who lost in the bet agreement. He called Zhao Jinlan, but no one answered. He called once, twice, and 3 times, but still no one answered. He started to panic. At this time, Zhao Jinlan was sitting in the office. The public relations manager was under her control, but after privately questioning the security guard for the whole night, he still had no idea who took the video. She is now even wondering if there is something wrong with her memory and whether those 2 videos never existed at all. Hee Chang's phone kept ringing, but she just glanced at it and didn't want to pay any attention to it. She picked up a small bottle of medicine on the table. It was medicine for treating bipolar disorder. She hasn't taken medicine for a long time because she has been dealing with some things during this period. Now that she is facing this situation, her symptoms seem to have relapsed. After taking the pills, Zhao Jinlan drank some water. Hee Chang's calls finally stopped coming in. She turned on her cell phone. She hadn't seen the news about today's release yet, so she didn't have the time to care about these things. Before the word of mouth about the movie was released, a huge title caught her attention. The famous female boss and her countless male stars, this title made her feel uneasy instantly. She trembled and clicked on the news, and on it was her collection. Although the photos had been specially processed, Zhao Jinlan could see at a glance that they showed herself in photos with various men. The more she read, the more terrified she became by the shocking facts. The report introduced Zhao Jinlan in great detail and maliciously speculated about his relationship with these people. She turned off her phone and didn't dare to look at anything anymore, but when she closed her eyes, all she could see were the scenes in the photos. With a sudden swing, Zhao Jinlan threw everything on the table to the ground, and the room was immediately in a mess. She messed up the whole room like a madman, venting her inner emotions. About 20 minutes later, after everything that could be smashed in the house was destroyed, Zhao Jinlan sat on a chair, looking very embarrassed. No, I have to leave quickly. Zhao Jinlan finally reacted. If she didn't leave, reporters would definitely come to her house to ask her about her affairs. She packed her things and left. Hee Chong also noticed the report. He was lying on the bed at the time. The moment he saw the photos, he stood up immediately. It was obvious that he was among these people. He didn't know how these people took these photos. These photos spread very quickly, surpassing the matter between Lin Lei and Xiaobing and directly becoming the #1 trending search. Many reporters wanted to interview Zhao Jinlan and get first-hand information, but no one could contact Zhao Jinlan, not even her own brother Zhao Jincheng. That afternoon, he was treating the actress to dinner, but in order to promote the movie and release it, he had spent a lot of money on connections in the past few days, and his money was almost gone. It was time to pay the bill, but he didn't have much money left. He thought of his sister Zhao Jinlan and wanted to get his money back. He made a phone call, but no one answered. The beautiful woman sat in front of Zhao Jincheng, waiting for him to pay, but Zhao Jinlan didn't answer the phone for a long time. As time passed, he became very anxious. What the hell are you doing? Why don't you answer the phone? Zhao Jincheng cursed inwardly, thinking that he would only think of his sister when he was broke or got into trouble. He was still trying to answer the call, but the woman on the other end was getting impatient and kept looking at her phone, wanting to leave. Just as Zhao Jincheng took out his phone and was about to send a message to Zhao Jinlan, two men in uniform walked over. "Hello, are you Mr. Zhao Jincheng?" "It's me, what are you doing?" Zhao Jincheng was a little confused when he saw the two men in uniform. "That's good. We suspect you're involved in a vicious competition. We have some evidence. Please come back with us to assist in the investigation." Chapter 59 Incident. Zhao Jinlan rushed home covered in dust and dirt. Everything happened so suddenly that he was caught off guard. She had turned off her phone, otherwise it would have exploded with calls from many parties. The only thing that she couldn't figure out was how her collection was stolen. She had a vague feeling that this matter was probably related to the disappearance of the video, and the only people with a vested interest in it were Lin Lei and Xia Bing. Right now, she can only suspect and cannot even conduct the most basic investigation. She took out the medicine bottle from her bag in a rage, her hands shaking uncontrollably. She gripped the bottle angrily and twisted it hard, causing the pills in the bottle to spill all over the floor. She knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her nose. At this time, she could no longer control her emotions normally. She took the cup of water and swallowed the medicine, and she felt much better. The cell phone definitely couldn't be used, so she turned on the computer and asked the secretary about surveillance. Although the secretary also knew about the photos, she knew that Zhao Jinlan didn't want others to ask too many questions about these things. She just explained the current situation and then closed the chat box. At this moment, when Lin Lei saw the propaganda on the internet, he realized the severity of this online violence. Because this matter involves too many people and affects too many people, including many popular celebrities who are very influential at the moment, they refused to respond. Reporters are surrounding their doors, wanting to get to the bottom of this matter. These people now hate Zhao Jinlan and He Chong to death. If they hadn't caused this trouble, they could still continue their star career. These people are truly amazing. They're so fearless. Lin Li sighed. Have you forgotten how these people treated you before? Some reporters are just like that. They go wherever the buzz is the highest. You just have to get used to it. Xia Bing said indifferently that she had understood these things long before the Lin Lei scandal came out. It can be said that thanks to Zhao Jinlan, the whole nation's attention is now on her and her male star. No one has time to pay attention to Lin Lei's scandals. Even the criticism of Sea Fortress has decreased a lot. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Wang Rui's studio and Xiaobing's studio jointly issued a statement, which basically said that what happened to Lin Lei before was all false, and if anyone dared to spread rumors in the future, the other party would be held accountable for legal responsibility. This competition, under Wang Rui's complete control, has effectively turned the tables on the two of them. Now, it will be difficult for Zhao Jinlan to turn the tables even if she wants to. Today is the first day of the release, and Lin Lei has received a large number of notices due to his excellent acting skills, including variety shows, advertisements, and all kinds of work. This has made it difficult for Shang Lin, as she has suddenly had so much more workload. Ding, the host has completed the special mission and received a reward of 500 points and can upgrade any skill. 500 points were actually nothing. What was more important was that later, when Lin Li heard about the optional skill upgrade, his eyes widened. All the hard work and abuse suffered during this period were offset in this instant, and I felt instantly refreshed. After comparing again and again, Lin Lei still chose to upgrade to Super Recovery. After all, it would cost more than 6,000 points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. He had to complete at least 12 such tasks before he could upgrade. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to Super Recovery. Lin Lei had a habit, every time he obtained a new skill given by the system, he would want to try it out immediately. He quietly walked to the kitchen, picked up a knife and cut his finger hard. This time, not only did not much blood flow, but the pain was also much less. He put his finger in his mouth and held it for about tens of seconds. When he looked at his finger again, it had returned to normal. Now that he has only suffered minor injuries, it is nothing to be afraid of. Seeing how successful Lin Lei was now, Han Baoquan was almost furious. Now you can see posters with Lin Lei's photos and audio promoting the movie in every street and alley. Even Lin Lei's face can be seen on the internet, which leaves Han Baoquan with no way out. Helplessly, he could only lie in bed. He had been dreaming of Lin Lei every night for the past few days. He had become a nightmare. Just when Han Baoquan was feeling worried, Lu Ji suddenly called. Master Han, my company has offered Lin Lei a job filming a commercial. We can proceed with our plan now. Give him a chance? Han Baoquan didn't understand what Lu Ji meant. I'm thinking of luring him out first, then leading him to a deserted area and attacking him directly. With your abilities, Master Han, you'll definitely be able to capture Lin Lei. Lu Ji had also heard about Lin Lei's affairs. He had been very popular recently, so he decided to take advantage of this opportunity to deal with Lin Lei. He didn't hesitate to use a high advertising deposit to attract Lin Lei. After all, if he dealt with him, he could at least make about 20 times the profit, which was not a big deal at all. Okay, I'll bring some people tomorrow and wait for your instructions. Originally, Han Baoquan should have taken the leading position, but Lu Ji's level was much higher than his, and he was controlled by him involuntarily. Lu Ji hung up the phone, looking down on this playboy from the Han family from the bottom of his heart. He always looked down on people who were lower than him. For some reason, what was originally a matter between Lu Chenyang and Lin Lei has now turned into this. He was confident that he could lure Lin Lei out. The conditions he offered were much more generous than those offered by companies of the same level. His agency would definitely not miss this opportunity to make a fortune. In the past few days, Lin Lei's announcements have increased dramatically. In addition to the normal promotion of the movie, he has to go to at least 2 places for filming a day. Whether it was just running more or not, the most important thing for Lin Lei now was to increase his exposure and reduce the mystery among his fans. Because of this, wherever Lin Lei went, there were always a large group of fans flocking to him, which made him feel proud for the first time. These past few days, Lin Lei had been returning home very late. This was fine if it was a simple matter, but if every day was like a business trip, his spirit would have been exhausted due to the lack of timely replenishment. It's just the beginning now, the tiring time is still to come. Xia Bing said leisurely while sitting on the sofa. Lin Lei sighed. How could he have imagined in his previous life that being a star could be so difficult? You don't have anything to do tomorrow morning, so you can take a day off. There's an advertisement shoot tomorrow night, which may take all night, so be prepared. Shang Lin sent a message. Lin Li sighed and had no choice but to do so. Chapter 60 Rescue. The next morning, Lin Lei got up early. Today was his hard-earned holiday, so he quickly got up, packed up, and practiced the skills he had exchanged earlier. Although he had a lot of work to do during this period, he still did not neglect the most basic activities. Apart from the necessary daily necessities, his room was filled with fitness equipment. Xiaobing was a little puzzled as to why Lin Lei's skin was so good even though he didn't pay much attention to self-care. Maybe it's a physical problem. Lin Li just smiled and didn't mention the system at all. After 3 consecutive days of not knowing day or night, Zhao Jinlan looked extremely haggard. She had no intention of doing anything. The door of her house was closed. She could see the paparazzi walking around outside through the window, but she could do nothing. Now she had no mind to care about anything. Her company was in chaos, and all the major shareholders were making trouble and demanding to withdraw. That morning, Zhao Jinlan had not slept all night. Her spirit was stretched to the extreme, but she was not sleepy at all. She was lying on the bed, her cell phone had been turned off for who knows how long. News outside was spreading like wildfire, but she remained unmoved. There was a knock on the door. Zhao Jinlan knew that someone had been waiting outside for the past few days. She thought it was those nosy reporters coming to interview her again, so she covered herself with the quilt and pretended that no one was at home. But the knocking on the door became louder and more urgent, and Zhao Jinlan felt a little panicked. She climbed out of bed and saw 2 men in uniform standing outside the door. Ms. Zhao Jinlan, hello. We suspect you are involved in your brother Zhao Jinchang's activities. Please come back with us and assist with the investigation. When the paparazzi outside the door saw the 2 men in uniform, they realized that there must be more news about Zhao Jinlan. The cameras turned to the door of Zhao Jinlan's house and started filming frantically. After hearing what the 2 said, Zhao Jinlan also knew that her brother must have been controlled. I know. If you have anything to say, please tell me first. I'll wash up. No need, just help us with the investigation. Don't worry, it won't take you long. Without saying a word, the 2 men controlled Zhao Jinlan and stuffed her back into the car no matter how much she resisted. The paparazzi were instantly in an uproar when they saw this explosive scene. They heard a lot of cars coming from the residential complex where Zhao Jinlan lived, and they all drove away quickly. Zhao Jinlan had been taken away, and there was no point in staying there. The news about Zhao Jinlan quickly spread throughout the entertainment industry. When people heard that she was taken away, they knew that what was said online must be true. In addition to the online scolding, Hee Chom was also affected. He was now upset because of the harassment he received every day due to the movie and the scandal. Many fans found his address and threw things at his door, such as rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves, turning Hee Chang's home into a garbage dump. During this period, he could only stay at his friends' houses and was penniless. The money he had earned before had already been spent on wine and women. He should have been the one who enjoyed great glory this time, but after what happened with the movie, not only did he not make any profit, he also suffered a large part of the losses. What's more serious is that he wants to fulfill the bet agreement with Lin Lei and quit the entertainment industry. He didn't want to sit and wait for death, so he had been trying to contact Zhao Jinlan these days, but he couldn't get through to her no matter what. It wasn't until he saw the news that she had been taken away that he suddenly understood everything. Zhao Jinlan was taken to the police station. She did not take her medicine when she went out today because she was forced. Now she is very emotional. There is no way, the two uniformed officers can only inject her with sedatives. She was isolated, and an hour later, the two people who had brought her in came to the interrogation room. You should know why we brought you here today. I hope you can tell us what you know so that you have a chance to reduce your punishment. But Zhao Jinlan was nervous at this time. She felt that everyone around her wanted to harm her, so she naturally did not believe the two police officers in front of her. I don't know anything. You asked me to come here and I don't understand what's going on at all. No matter how the two men threatened or tempted her, Zhao Jinlan refused to say a word. At this moment, her mouth was harder than anyone else's. Seeing Zhao Jinlan like this, the two men couldn't hold it anymore. Zhao Jincheng told everything and gave away his sister a long time ago, but they couldn't do anything to Zhao Jinlan. Just as the two were about to go out to relax and then go in for interrogation, the leader came to the interrogation room in person and released Zhao Jinlan. What are you doing? Seeing Zhao Jinlan coming out of the interrogation room, the two were a little panicked and asked the leader beside her. Don't worry about this matter. Show me Zhao Jincheng. I will take responsibility for her affairs. The two of them felt a little unwilling. They were so close to the truth, but their leader messed it up. Zhao Jinlan followed her leader out of the police station and came to the hospital. The long period of nervous tension made her constantly anxious, and the fingernails of several hands were bitten off. After arriving at the hospital, Zhao Jinlan was quickly taken over by a nurse. Seeing that her condition was serious, the nurse injected her with a sedative and sleeping pill. In the moment before she lost consciousness, she seemed to see a man in a black windbreaker smiling at her. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Jinlan woke up again. It was already night. She looked around. The surrounding buildings were European in style, and she could even see the moon outside through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. She moved her body, making a noise. There was a black figure sitting by the window. When he heard Zhao Jinlan wake up, he slowly walked over. Zhao Jinlan narrowed her eyes and remembered this man. He was the man in the black windbreaker who smiled at her before her memory became blurred. Don't be nervous, I'm here to save you. He could see Zhao Jinlan's alert look, so he slowed down his pace and put his hands in the air. The purpose of bailing you out this time is to make you useful in the future. As for now, you don't need to know so much. The man in black said this for no reason. Zhao Jinlan felt a little nervous. She moved her body, but found herself tied to a bed in a straitjacket. It's not time for you to wake up yet. I will explain these things to you in person later. The man in black picked up a syringe at hand and injected it into Zhao Jinlan's vein. After a while, her consciousness began to blur and her vision became less clear. Before she fell unconscious, she saw the man smiling at her again. Chapter 61 filming is interrupted. After Zhao Jinlan got into trouble, no one could contact her. The company was in chaos. The employees were clamoring to protect their legal rights, but the shareholders just wanted their money back. A shareholders' meeting is being held in the conference room. Dear shareholders, our company has faced the greatest crisis in its history. 2 of our members have fallen one after another. Now, whether we advance or retreat depends entirely on your decision. A man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s spoke to the remaining shareholders. Who could have known something like this would happen? If I had known I had this money, I would have kept it in the bank, which would have been less risky. I'd withdraw my shares and let us go. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, more people began to express their agreement, and the meeting room became chaotic for a while. Quiet. It seems that this older shareholder has a lot of prestige among these people. As soon as he spoke, these people stopped talking immediately. No one wants the company to be in the state it is in now. For those of us who are left, the most important thing we should do is to make the company develop further and move forward. As soon as this person finished speaking, everyone present immediately lowered their heads and began to ponder this matter. What do you think we should do now? The man who had been shouting before was silent for a while and then spoke to the old man. I do have a good idea now. Let the person I invited today talk about the following matters. After the man finished speaking, the door of the conference room suddenly opened and a very capable figure stood at the door. The person who came was none other than Wang Rui. I have to say that Wang Rui is really capable in this regard. The moment Zhao Jinlan got into trouble, she knew that these shareholders of her company would be ready to turn against her. She had already made preparations and tried to take over her company. Wang Rui is well known in the industry. With her economic company and Xiaobing studio as a guarantor, her credibility is naturally beyond doubt. Wang Rui explained the future blueprint in detail to the shareholders, how to make a profit in a short period of time and get the company back on track. If they agreed, they would get Wang Rui's help. But from then on, these people became Wang Rui's subordinates and became people in the same boat with her. After Wang Rui finished speaking, the old man continued. I believe everyone heard Ms. Wang's speech clearly. She came here solely for our company. I urge everyone to think carefully before speaking. Wang Rui was very keenly aware of these people's concerns. Zhao Jinlan had run away, and they were just worried that they would not get their money back. It had nothing to do with who they followed to make money. Now Wang Rui's appearance could just alleviate these concerns. The shareholders present pondered for a moment, and finally gave in and agreed to Wang Rui's conditions. Wang Rui nodded with satisfaction. Two people walked out of the conference room and came in with the contract. The reason she came today was that she was prepared to get it. These people reacted and signed the contract. This is how the business world is. As long as you can make money, there is no distinction between friends and enemies. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Lin Lei finished his training. His shirt was soaked. He wiped the sweat off his shirt, walked to the bathroom, took it off and wrung it out, and the sweat dripped down. Finished? Coincidentally, Sister Rui said there's a dinner party tonight, shall we join them? Lin Lei walked out of the bathroom and happened to run into Xiaobing. Wang Rui had already taken over all of Zhao Jinlan's assets. She was in a good mood and naturally wanted to treat Lin Lei and Xiaobing to dinner. No, I have a commercial shoot tonight, so you guys should enjoy your meal. The photo shoot for tonight has been scheduled a long time ago, and the other party has already paid the deposit, so we definitely cannot breach the contract. Okay then, go ahead. Xiaobing nodded and said. After a simple dinner, Shanglin called. I didn't expect that I would even wake you up. Shanglin was a little surprised. All the artists she had managed before were exhausted by this time, and they would even stay in bed for a whole day during their holidays. Stop talking. Successful people are already busy. Linley said this jokingly and hung up the phone. After finishing the last bite of dinner, Linley drove and hurried to the shooting location. The location was in a photo studio. This was an advertisement for clothes. Even in the modeling industry, Linley's figure was the best. It's a bit difficult to get around the studio. Before coming here, Linley almost collided with a truck at the corner. Fortunately, his skills were excellent, so he was able to escape death. After barely making it around the corner, Linley arrived at the studio where Shang Lin had been waiting for a long time. Did you notice that bend when you came up just now? Linley asked. I saw it, what's wrong? It's okay. I almost crashed into a truck just now. It was scary. Linley shook his head. As long as Shang Lin was okay, it was fine. The two walked into the studio. The staff nearby had already found the clothes for today's shoot, and the photographer was also adjusting the camera. Everything was ready, just waiting for Linley to start. Linley quickly changed his clothes and talked to the photographer, striking the pose they wanted. While filming was in progress, a man in a suit came in from outside the studio and stopped the ongoing filming. Linley and the photographer were both stunned, not knowing what was going on. You guys rest first. I have something to discuss with Mr. Linley. The man smiled and called Linley out. Who are you? Linley asked the man before him as he came outside, still without changing his clothes. I'm sorry, I'm the project manager for our brand. After signing the contract with you, our entire project department held a discussion and ultimately found a new candidate. I'm really sorry. The man nodded and bowed to Lin Lei. Shang Lin was a little angry. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? There were so many things to deal with after the filming started. Who would pay for the lost time? Just as she was about to argue, Lin Lei pulled her back. It's okay. It's a good thing that you have a better option, but since you breached the contract first, the deposit cannot be returned. Of course. I'm sorry, Mr. Linley. The man apologized to Lin Lei again, and after Lin Lei changed his clothes, he personally sent the two away. Watching Lin Lei driving away from the studio, the man took out his cell phone and smiled meaningfully. Mr. Liu, everything is done. He's on his way out now. Don't worry, he hasn't said anything about this matter and he definitely won't doubt it. Okay, I wish you all the best. After saying that, the man hung up the phone and walked into the studio. Chapter 62 Ambush. What's wrong with these people? They didn't even inform us in advance about ending the filming early, making us make a wasted trip. Shang Lin said angrily while sitting in the car. Don't complain. I'm sure this kind of thing will happen again in the future. Just be more careful next time. Lin Lei was quite open-minded and comforted Shang Lin. This incident was a bit unusual. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the incident when he almost hit the truck at the corner, and he always felt a little uneasy. The car slowly moved forward and soon arrived at the corner, but unlike before, the road was closed in just a few dozen minutes. There was a tripod set up in front, and two cars that had collided were flashing their lights. A group of people gathered in front, and a man in uniform knocked on Lin Lei's car window. Sorry, the road ahead is closed due to something. Please go that way. Lin Lei stretched his head to look at the road conditions ahead. The situation was serious. Both cars had collided badly, and they collided right at the corner. He nodded to the man in uniform, backed the car into the alley next to him. What bad luck! How could something like this happen? Shang Lin continued to chatter away, but Lin Lei fell silent. His keen perception made him feel that something was wrong. Lin Lei was the only car on the entire stretch of road. It was very quiet around him, with not even a streetlight. Only the light from Lin Lei's headlights could barely illuminate the road ahead. He couldn't help but grip the steering wheel. All this made him feel a little uneasy. Just when he was not far from the next exit, two people in front blocked his way. Judging from their attire, these two men looked like thugs. They kept throwing the daggers in their hands into the air, and this repetitive action revealed their identities. What are these two people in front doing? I'll go and ask them to move out of the way. Shang Lin became a little impatient. Seeing someone blocking the road in front, she said unhappily. The car lights were too bright and she didn't see the daggers in the two men's hands. Hold on tight. Lin Lei's voice was a little low. Shang Lin had never heard such a tone before, and it startled her. Seeing the two people blocking the road ahead, Lin Lei's car backed up madly, but after a few steps, he found that there were more people coming from behind. It seems that these people are all thugs, even the sticks and daggers in their hands are of the same type. They forced Lin Lei's car to stop, and he finally realized that he had fallen into a trap. Seeing so many people coming from behind, Shang Lin couldn't help but start to get nervous. How could a small agent have ever seen such a big scene? What's wrong with these people? Shang Lin's voice began to tremble and her speech became incoherent. You stay in the car, I'll go down and check the situation. Lin Lei said this, opened the car door and walked out. Before leaving, he did not forget to protect Shang Lin's safety and locked the car. Brothers, we have no grudges in the past or in the present. I don't know how I might have offended you. I apologize to you all. Please give us a way out. How about that? Lin Lei walked up to the gang of thugs and bowed. You must be Lin Lei, right? I didn't expect you to look just like the rumors said, so delicate and tender. The leading thug stared at Lin Lei with ill intent and gave a lewd smile. Lin Lei was about to say something, but was interrupted by two low, cold snorts from the side. You really don't have any grudge against them, but the feud between us started a long time ago. The voices of the people speaking were very familiar. It was not until they came closer that Lin Lei could see clearly that they were Lu Ji and Han Baoquan. He was very familiar with Han Baoquan, but this was the first time he met Lu Ji. Even so, he had a very accurate grasp of Lu Ji's identity. I never thought you, a bastard, would actually come to my house. What a trouble. It seems the psychological trauma I left on you last time wasn't enough. Lin Lei looked at the shouting Han Baoquan and probably guessed that tonight's incident was related to him. When Han Baoquan heard Lin Lei talk about what happened last time, his legs went weak and he felt like running away. Lu Ji held him down with one hand and whispered in her ear, "Master Han, this time is different from before. We have more people this time, and he is alone. We can only choose to take him down now, otherwise such an opportunity will be hard to come by in the future." Lu Ji kept urging him, and Han Baoquan steeled his resolve. He shouted to Lin Lei, "It's because of what happened last time that I'm going to make things clear with you this time. Be prepared, Lin Lei." Because of Lu Ji's constant urging, Han Baoquan became a little anxious and ordered the gangsters in front to come up and punish Lin Lei. Shan Lin, who was in the car, could hear what the people outside were saying. When she saw their actions, she immediately understood. They were holding solid iron baseball bats and real daggers. She was scared to death at this moment, but she was also worried about Lin Lei's safety. Really? Well, it seems I really have to teach you a lesson this time. Lin Lei narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered at Han Baoquan in front of him. This time, Han Baoquan gave everyone a task. Whoever could cripple Lin Lei would be rewarded with 1 million, and whoever could kill Lin Lei directly would be rewarded with 5 million. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. This amount of money is nothing to Mr. Han, but for these small gangsters, it is their income for more than 10 or 20 years. Now they can get it by just killing a small star. How can they not be jealous? Looking at the people in front of him, Lin Lei stood with his hands behind his back, pretending to be calm. These little thugs were just ordinary people, so it would be easy for him to knock them down. A thug rushed in front of him and swung his baseball bat down, smashing it towards Lin Lei's face. Lin Lei dodged to the left with great speed, and the thug missed his attack and almost fell to the ground. Lin Lei seized the opportunity when his body bent and kicked him in the ribs, sending the thug flying in an instant. Lin Lei has been practicing diligently during this period, and now he is much stronger than the last time he met Han Baoquan. The gangster was kicked out and had 4 ribs broken instantly. The huge pain made his eyes roll back and he lay on the ground with foam at the mouth, unable to move. The hooligans around were so scared when they saw the scene that they didn't dare to move forward. Just as they were hesitating, Lu Ji behind them shouted loudly, "There are so many of us, and he's only one. What are you afraid of? Unite and take him down." Hearing that what Lu Ji said was indeed true, the thugs clenched their daggers and baseball bats in their hands, roared, and rushed towards Lin Lei. Chapter 64 Death of Lu Ji. Dozens of thugs swarmed over, clubs landing fiercely on Lin Lei's back. With so many people swinging their full force, his back hurt and he fell to the ground. These people attacked desperately, exerting all their might. Everyone wanted to kill Lin Lei. After all, there was a huge reward of 5 million. Lin Lei's hair was a mess of blood, and blood flowed from his forehead to the tip of his nose, dripping onto the ground. Although he was in such a mess, he still held on. Seeing that Lin Lei was still conscious, the thugs around him increased their force, and Lin Lei's clothes on his back were torn and covered in bruises. Even so, he was not a normal person. At this moment, he was half crouching on the ground, his body slowly accumulating strength, and he didn't know when he would knock these people down. Seeing Lin Lei's stubbornness, a small-time thug suddenly felt murderous. He clenched the dagger in his hand and stabbed Lin Lei in the abdomen. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. Seeing this situation, the thugs around were stunned. Although they said they wanted to get Lin Lei's 5 million bounty, they were also a little panicked when they saw the bloody scene before them. Qin Bing didn't expect that there would be someone so extreme as to come up and want to kill someone. Qin Bing's real identity is actually a mercenary. Before he was 40 years old, he had been living on the edge of a knife and had seen all kinds of scenes. Later, he was recruited by the head of the Han family and became a personal bodyguard. He had originally planned to let the other thugs deal with Lin Lei. After all, Han Jingguo was approaching the election and had specifically told him not to cause trouble. It was obvious that the gangster was out of control. When he saw that he had stabbed someone, he immediately let go of the dagger and walked to the side tremblingly. The crowd suddenly fell silent. Looking at the blood beneath Lin Lei's body, all the thugs dared not move. I say, if you haven't stabbed anyone before, don't do such a dangerous thing. If you really kill someone, do you think the people behind you can bear the consequences? As Lin Lei spoke, he pulled the dagger out of his abdomen and spoke fiercely. Everyone present was shocked. Lin Lei was so seriously injured, but he was still able to hold on and not fall down. He even had the strength to pull out the dagger in his abdomen. This scene deeply shocked everyone present. Many people have begun to want to retreat, as they don't know what kind of monster they are encountering today. Linley handed the blood-stained dagger to the thug. "Come again, aim more accurately this time and use more force." Linley sneered, staring intently at the thug. Linley's smile seemed to come from hell. Perhaps frightened by Linley's aura, the thug screamed as if he had seen a ghost, picked up the dagger and stabbed again. This time it wasn't so easy. Linley seized the opportunity, grabbed the gangster's arm, twisted it in the opposite direction, and the dagger fell to the ground with a clang. Then, he kicked the gangster away. Seeing this scene, Xin Bing was also greatly frightened. He didn't expect Lin Lei to be so tenacious, like an indestructible cockroach. He could still stand up even after suffering such serious injuries. For some reason, Xin Bing felt a sense of admiration in his heart. "I advise you not to move around anymore. You will die if you continue like this." Xin Ming stood aside and said in a light tone, "It's okay. I won't die until I knock you guys down." Linley smiled grimly and continued to move, targeting the thugs around him. These thugs just beat him so badly, he must fight back. The little thug saw Lin Lei rushing towards him and scurried onto the ground. Now he had only one thought in his mind, which was to run away quickly. Unfortunately, Linley wouldn't give him the chance and just grabbed a small thug and started fighting him. Lu Ji and Han Baoquan, who were standing far away, were both stunned. They had never imagined that Lin Lei, who had previously behaved like a relatively normal human being, was now like a blood-soaked devil. Xin Bing frowned. He hadn't expected this young man to possess such a powerful temper. He tried to intervene and help these thugs, but Linley's force violently repelled him. Now, Lin Lei's speed and strength were several times higher than before due to his anger, and the Qin soldiers and their ilk were unable to get close to him. After 2 or 3 minutes, all the thugs lay down, each of them lying on the ground unable to move. What terrified Qin Bing even more was that Lin Lei ignored the wound in his abdomen and relaxed his muscles. The sound of his bones cracking was terrifying. "Come on, that was just a simple warm-up. Now, it's time for us to really decide the winner." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Lei charged again, seemingly uninjured. Qin Bing felt as if he saw Lin Lei, the god of death, rushing towards him. His inner momentum suddenly weakened, and his hands slowed down a lot. Lin Lei attacked Qin Bing from both sides with his fists. Qin Bing was willing to fight back, but Lin Lei's speed was too fast and he couldn't resist. He had many scars on his body. Taking advantage of Qin Bing's inability to react in time, Lin Lei kicked Qin Bing to the ground. The kick was so powerful that Qin Bing's internal organs were churning. One of them couldn't hold it in and spurted out a stream of blood from his mouth. The battle scene was too brutal. Pampered young men like Lu Ji and Han Baoquan had never seen such a scene. Lu Ji's face was pale, his legs were weak, and he couldn't stop wanting to fall to the ground. Han Baoquan could no longer hold on and had already vomited while holding on to the wall. It's so scary, how could they provoke a person of this level? Qin Bing collapsed to the ground. Clutching his chest, he asked Lin Lei in a hoarse voice, "Who are you? How did you acquire such prowess?" "Just like you said," Lin Lei said slowly, addressing the collapsed Qin Bing. "I'm just a small-time entertainer now." After Lin Lei finished speaking, without waiting for any response from Qin Bing, he raised his foot and kicked her hard on the chin. Qin Bing's upper body flew into the air and she fainted instantly. Seeing that all the people they brought were knocked down, Lu Ji and Han Baoquan had only one thought in their minds, that is to run. Unfortunately, their legs were too weak to move, and before they could crawl out a few steps, they were hit hard on the back by a baseball bat thrown from behind, and fell to the ground. "Mr. Han, it's been a long time since we last met. This time, your trick won't be so easy to pull off." Lin Lei walked closer to Han Baoquan and stepped hard on his wrist. Han Baoquan cried out in pain, his heart filled with despair. Seeing that Lin Lei's target was Han Baoquan, Lu Ji reacted instantly, gritted his teeth, stood up from the ground, and hurriedly ran to the alley entrance. But before he could run out of the alley, he was hit on the knee by a stone that flew from somewhere. He instantly slid on the ground, and the skin on his wrists and knees was rubbed. Just as he subconsciously tried to see where the attack came from, a flying sword flew out from the darkness and pierced straight into his chest. Before Lu Ji could react, he died instantly. Chapter 65 Failure. Lin Lei, who was facing Han Baoquan in the distance, did not notice what was happening at the alley entrance. "I admit my mistake, I admit my mistake. I provoked you this time because I was blind. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Han Baoquan knelt on the ground and kept slapping his face. Facing Linley, who was covered in blood, he was terrified at that moment. Don't you think it's a little late to talk about these things now? Linley looked at Han Baoquan, who was kneeling on the ground, and sneered. I'm warning you, don't even think about attacking me. My father is Han Jinghua, the head of the Han family. You can't afford to offend him. Han Baoquan saw that Lin Lei had murderous intentions, so he raised his head tremblingly and spoke to Lin Lei. Thanks for the reminder. Who cares about your business? Get killed. Lin Lei curled his lips in disdain and kicked Han Baoquan in the chin. Han Baoquan spun several times in the air before falling heavily to the ground. Everything went dark before he could react. Lin Lei's next attack came again, and one foot stepped heavily on his spine. This caused Han Baoquan's eyes to turn black with pain. He wanted to speak, but he could only move his mouth and no words came out. Just as Lin Lei was about to deliver the final blow to finish off Han Baoquan, a familiar voice came from the alley entrance. It was Lu Qing and his men coming over. Shang Lin was a smart girl. She knew that if she rashly asked someone in uniform to come here to deal with the situation, Lin Lei's reputation would be affected. She could only call Lu Qing first and ask them to come and deal with the situation. Lin Lei spat at Han Baoquan. At this point, his strength was almost exhausted. He slowly sat down against the wall, breathing heavily. Lu Qing and the others couldn't bear to watch the rather tragic scene. Lu Qing came to Lin Lei aside, helped him up, and asked anxiously, "Boss, are you okay?" "It's okay, I'm not going to die." "How did you know I was here?" Lin Lei deliberately covered the wound on his abdomen. "It was Shang Lin who called. We rushed here as soon as you took action." "Who are these people?" Lu Qing asked back. "They're just some small-time thugs. I've dealt with them. I've put them aside. They shouldn't be dead for now." Lin Lei moved a few times, causing the wounds on his body to tug at him. A piercing pain shot through his body, causing him to gasp. At this time, Shang Lin finally struggled out of the car. Seeing the shocking injuries on Lin Lei's body, she quickly called the emergency number. "It's okay, you don't have to worry about me. Let's deal with the scene quickly so we can leave here. Otherwise, if too many people gather here, it will be difficult to end it." Lin Lei leaned against the car window and gave instructions to the others. Lu Qing quickly sent someone to observe the surrounding situation and found Lu Ji dead at the entrance of the alley. "Boss, what's going on with this person?" Lu Qing was instantly panicked when he saw the dead man. "Dead? I didn't do anything to him at all." Lin Lei was also a little confused at this time. His main target was on Han Baoquan, and he didn't pay attention to Lu Ji's situation at all. Looking at the flying sword stuck in his chest, Lin Lei pondered for a moment, and then, figuring out what was going on, he shouted into the empty alleyway, "If you're the one helping me, why don't you come out and meet me?" Lin Lei's voice echoed in the empty alley, but no one responded for a long time. At this moment, a stone hit Lin Lei steadily in front of him and rolled to the side, as if in response. Lin Lei nodded. He had suspected that Ling Long and her gang must have done this, and now that he had seen the response, his suspicions were confirmed. After instructing Lu Qing to clean up the scene, Shang Lin drove and planned to take Lin Lei to the hospital. Shang Lin was crying as she walked. She had seen everything those people had done to Lin Lei. She wanted to tell herself to stay calm, but her tears kept flowing. "All right, stop crying. I'm just a little tired, but I'm not going to die yet," Lin Lei said calmly. Super recovery had repaired his body to about 50%. The blood had stopped flowing from the wound caused by the dagger, but his face was pale. To outsiders, his condition was very bad. "Don't sleep, you won't wake up if you fall asleep," Shan Lin said anxiously, and asked Lu Qing beside her to try to cheer Lin Lei up. Lin Lei chuckled, "I didn't expect you to care about me so much. If I die, I'll have put my mind at ease." Shan Lin burst into laughter, wiped away her tears, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed directly to the nearest hospital. Because Han Baoquan and Lu Ji blocked the entire route, now one of them is dead and one is injured. Pedestrians gradually passed by on the road and saw such a tragic scene, and they all called the police. By the time the ambulance arrived, Lin Lei and his group had already arrived at the hospital. The horrific nature of the scene made those who came to investigate gasp in shock. They wondered what kind of vicious person could have created such a scene. "Okay, let's send these people to the hospital quickly and see how many of them can be saved." The leading team leader couldn't bear to watch and said to the team members beside him, Judging from the clothes these people were wearing, they all looked like thugs, so it was probably just an ordinary gang fight. He had wanted to check the nearby surveillance cameras, but the place Lu Ji and Han Baoquan had chosen had no surveillance. They had thought that they could deal with Lin Lei and leave without anyone noticing, but this move was like shooting themselves in the foot. The ambulances left one after another, but it was hard for the uniformed people to stay and clean up the scene. It was a dark and windy night. In Linglong's rented apartment, she was staring at the computer screen, not knowing what she was doing. A man in black opened the door and hurried to her side. "How did the task go?" Linglong asked the man beside her with a half smile on her face. The man in black nodded, and Linglong finally had a slight smile on her face. "Finally, we've dealt with this guy. It's a shame I didn't see him die. Linley really didn't disappoint me. How's he doing?" The man in black wanted to say something but stopped. Linglong frowned and said, "Speak quickly." "He was seriously injured. Not only was he beaten a lot, but he was also stabbed in the abdomen." Linglong nodded. Lin Lei was able to handle all of this by himself. He was indeed very capable. "Forget it, this thing was done very well, go ahead." Linglong shook her head and let the matter go. It turned out that the spy Linglong had planted next to Lu Ji had already brought back the news that Lu Ji was going to work together with Han Baoquan to get information about Lin Lei. Linglong had sent people to follow Lin Lei early on, just to put Lu Ji to death under such circumstances. He could then perfectly put the blame on Lin Lei and have nothing to do with himself. Chapter 66 Discharge. Now that he's dead, I'll be the one to recover his property. Linglong sat back in the chair with a half smile on her face. She sat in front of the computer again and began to operate with her fingers. She was in the process of acquiring Liuji Industry. After most of the night, she finally got things done. From then on, there was no Lu Ji in Binhai City anymore, nor was there any trace of this person's life. The news of Lin Lei's accident quickly reached Xia Bing and Wang Rui. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Lin Lei was sent to the ward. The doctors were almost scared to death by the amount of bleeding he was suffering. The dagger missed Lin Lei's liver by only a few centimeters. If his liver had been injured, coupled with the amount of bleeding, Lin Lei would have died before he could finish dealing with Han Baoquan and the others. Knowing that she was going out today, Shang Lin deliberately put on some light makeup on her face, but after what happened just now, all the makeup on her face was ruined by her tears. "What on earth happened today? Didn't you say you were going to shoot a commercial tonight?" Wang Rui frowned. The injuries Lin Lei suffered this time were definitely not as simple as a fight. They were attacked by someone. Shang Lin choked up and told Wang Rui the whole process of tonight. After hearing these things, she couldn't help but wonder if it was someone from Zhao Jinlan's side who did it. But then she denied this idea. According to the information she received, Zhao Jinlan should be in prison now. Forget it, I can only ask Lin Lei about these things after he wakes up. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, the exhausted Lin Lei finally woke up. Most of the small scars on his body had healed, especially the stabbing area, where new flesh had actually grown. He moved his body, and the piercing pain on his back made him sober up instantly. The people in the ward saw Lin Lei waking up and excitedly came to him, wanting to ask him what had happened that night. "Stop making so much noise. The patient urgently needs rest." The nurse frowned and interrupted the group. "What happened tonight? How did you get injured so badly?" Wang Rui asked softly. "It's Lu Ji and Han Baoquan. They're here to seek revenge." "I'm fine for now." Lin Lei grimaced at the piercing pain in his back. It turned out to be Lu Ji and Han Baoquan. These two had conflicts with Lin Lei before, and Wang Rui had heard about them a long time ago. "Okay, take good care of yourself during this time. I'll have Shang Lin arrange things for you regarding announcements and so on. You don't have to worry about these things anymore. I'll take care of them for you." After saying these things, Lin Lei fainted again. He had exerted too much force tonight, and his body was in a state of extreme dissociation. Seeing that Lin Lei was unconscious, the nurse confirmed his condition and found that there was no problem. Then Wang Rui and her staff left the ward, leaving Xia Bing alone in the ward to take care of Lin Lei. Looking at Lin Lei lying on the hospital bed, Xia Bing's eyes became complicated. She didn't know why, but every move of this man now affected her heart. Seeing Lin Lei's wound so shocking, Xia Bing couldn't resist the impulse and touched it with her hand. Perhaps feeling Xia Bing's touch beside him, Lin Lei's eyebrows moved, but he still did not wake up. A quarter of the time since the contract was signed had passed in a flash. The two had only signed a 2-year agreement. As for the future, Xiaobing had not thought about it at the time, but now, looking at Lin Lei, she fell into deep thought. Thinking of this, Xiaobing slowly fell asleep. Lin Lei woke up around 6 in the morning. After a night of intense recovery, his body had been almost completely healed. Aside from the bruises on his back and the wound on his lower abdomen, everything else had basically healed. He struggled to sit up and pulled out the needle from his hand. The room was a little dim, and he noticed Xiaobing lying on the sofa next to him. He stood up and walked slowly towards Xiaobing. He had been with her for such a long time, yet Lin Lei hadn't noticed how long her eyelashes were. Lin Lei seemed to be attracted by something and slowly approached Xiaobing. Looking at her long eyelashes and delicate cheeks, he couldn't help but move his face closer, wanting to appreciate them better. Just as he was about to kiss Xiaobing, she suddenly moved, startling Lin Lei. Lin Lei's figure leaning back startled Xiaobing. She woke up instantly. Seeing Lin Lei already out of bed, she rubbed her eyes and asked, "Why did you get out of bed? Go back to bed quickly. Doesn't your wound hurt anymore?" "It's okay. I feel much better after this night. Why don't you go to bed and sleep for a while I go and arrange for your discharge?" Lin Lei pointed to the bed, which still had the residual warmth from where she had slept. Xiaobing nodded dazedly and went straight to the hospital bed. Lin Lei looked at Xiaobing with an unconscious smile on his face. All the clothes he wore when he went out yesterday were damaged, and all he was wearing now was the hospital gown provided in the ward. "Excuse me, could you please help me get discharged?" Lin Lei knocked on the dozing nurse's desk and asked. "Which ward are you from?" The nurse raised her head and looked at Lin Lei with sleepy eyes. She suddenly realized that he was the seriously injured patient who had been sent in last night. Seeing that Lin Lei was now able to walk, the nurse couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, but she was still asleep. She listed all the money and handed it to Lin Lei. Lin Lei successfully paid the bill and left the hospital with Xiaobing before the doctor came to work. At 10 o'clock in the morning, when the doctor opened Lin Lei's ward, he found that no one was inside, so he asked the nurse. "The patient came to check out this morning. I saw that he was fine, so I completed the discharge procedures for him." "Isn't this ridiculous? He's bleeding so much, and it's all right?" The doctor didn't quite understand. How could the patient be cured when he had lost so much blood and hadn't even received a blood transfusion? Lin Lei's incident left a huge psychological shadow on the nurse. For a long time, she thought that what she saw was not a human being and did not dare to be on duty in the hospital. Chapter 67 The Truth. "Why don't you stay in the hospital for 2 more days? Sister Rui told you to rest, so just stay for 2 more days," Xiaobing said. She actually didn't know how badly Lin Lei had been injured, so she had no doubts about his rapid recovery. "No, I still have so much to do. There's no need to be hospitalized. I can just rest at home for a few days," Lin Lei replied with a smile. As for Lin Lei, apart from having some difficulty walking, everything else was fine. The second level of super recovery was indeed very effective. Most of the injuries he suffered yesterday had already healed. Lu Ji's life and death did not cause much impact in Binhai City. After all, he was not a native of Binhai, so not many people would pay attention to him even if he died. However, Han Baochuan's situation reached the ears of everyone in Binhai City. Last night, he and Lin Lei were staying in the same hospital, and their wards were very close to each other. The dean knew that this was the young master of the Han family, so all the doctors were called back that night and arranged to see Han Baochuan. After the doctor's diagnosis, Han Baochuan had a comminuted fracture of the spine. It was conservatively estimated that he would never be able to stand up again in his lifetime. After learning that his son was beaten and sent to the hospital, Han Jinghua immediately rushed to the hospital with his secretary after finishing his work. Seeing his son lying in the intensive care unit, he looked gloomy and asked the people around him, "Can anyone explain to me what happened?" Everyone around looked at each other in confusion. They only knew that Han Baochuan went out last night and Qin Bing also went. As for why he was seriously injured and admitted to the intensive care unit, no one knew. "Where are Qin Bing? Where are Qin Bing?" Han Jinghua shouted loudly. Qin Bing was placed in a general ward and he had not yet woken up from his coma. "Call me as soon as you have any news from Qin Bing, and I will come over immediately." Han Jinghua left this sentence and then left the hospital. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Qin Bing gradually woke up from his coma. His memory of the previous night was fragmented. He only remembered that there was a person named Lin Lei, but he had no idea what happened afterwards. Han Jinghua came to the hospital after receiving the news and pushed open the door of the ward with a gloomy face. When Qin Bing saw Han Jinghua, he gradually lowered his head and remained silent. "Tell me, what happened last night? Didn't I ask you to protect him secretly? How could it be?" Han Jinghua asked in a gloomy voice. He understood Qin Bing's strength. Logically speaking, those who could injure Qin Bing in Binhai City all worked in major families, and they would know Qin Bing's identity when they saw him. Generally speaking, they would not cause trouble for the Han family. Qin Bing couldn't hold back and burst into tears instantly. "It's my incompetence. I failed to protect the young master. Last night, the young master was ambushed and ended up in this situation. I was also knocked unconscious. I am useless. I hope the master will punish me." Qin Bing only talked about Han Baoquan being hurt by someone, but he definitely did not mention that Han Baoquan set a trap to hurt Lin Lei. The master and the servant just sat there in silence, not speaking to each other, and the space in the ward seemed to be frozen. After a long time, Han Jinghua sighed and said, "He's usually arrogant and domineering. I knew something would happen one day. I arranged for you to stay by his side so that you could help me keep an eye on him. I've been too busy recently and don't have time to take care of him. But since others have bullied us, we can't just sit there and wait for death." Qin Bing wiped his eyes and asked, "So how do you plan to be a master?" "The election is coming up soon. Once this period is over, I will make the man who ruined Baoquan pay the price." He nodded in front of him. In his impression, Han Jinghua was the kind of person who kept his word. That was why he, a mercenary, was able to follow the Han family all the time. Qin Ming is no longer in danger, but Han Baoquan is still in a coma. Although he is just an illegitimate son of Han Jinghua, he is still a close friend and Han Jinghua cannot ignore him. Han Jinghua arranged for Han Baoquan to have many famous doctors to jointly diagnose his son, and Han Baoquan was sent out of Binhai as a result. During the election season, Han Baoquan caused such a big incident. His opponent got the news from somewhere and hyped it up, causing Han Jinghua's support rate to drop a lot. Both sides made him anxious and Han Jinghua was also very busy. In a manor in Binhai City, Zhao Jinlan woke up. She had been sleeping for 2 days and 1 night. The drug injected into her by the man in the black windbreaker was very strong. She woke up from her bed. Her straitjacket had been taken off. The room she was in was very empty, with only this bed. Looking out through the glass outside, she didn't even know where she was. "You're awake. Are you feeling better?" At this time, the man in the black windbreaker walked in from outside the door, and Zhao Jinlan became alert instantly. "Don't panic, didn't I explain to you? I'm not here to harm you." The man in black smiled and spread his hands to show that he was fine. "Why did you bring me to this place?" Zhao Jinlan asked the man. "Take the meal and medicine first, I will explain to you later." The man was holding a plate of breakfast in his hand, which was steaming hot and looked as if it had just been made. Zhao Jinlan hadn't eaten or drunk anything for more than 3 days. She was very hungry and couldn't help swallowing when she saw the breakfast on the plate. The man in black placed the food in front of him, and he couldn't wait to eat it. 3 minutes later, Zhao Jinlan finished the meal in no time. It was the most ungraceful breakfast she had ever had. Actually, this matter is complicated to explain, but it's not that complicated. The man in black sat down on the edge of the bed and began to tell the story. Binhai City is controlled by a group of powerful figures. They know everything about Binhai City, including you and the people you're targeting. Simply put, your role is to restrain those on the other side and limit their expansion. This is also to protect the entire Binhai City. Zhao Jinglan seemed to understand but not quite, and looked confused. Remember what you asked your PR manager to investigate? You just need to remember that your current job is to investigate these matters. I will equip you with everything, don't worry. Zhao Jinlan nodded. She was not the kind of hopelessly stupid woman. The fact that she was rescued from a difficult situation meant that she still had value that could be used by the other party. By the way, your brother was sentenced to 27 years in prison for taking the blame for you. My condolences. The man said to Zhao Jinlan behind him before picking up the plate and leaving the room. Chapter 68 Concert Rehearsal. Wang Rui has been very busy recently. He has been busy acquiring all of Zhao Jinlan's properties these past 2 days and has not slept well for 2 days in a row. Speaking of which, although Zhao Jinlan's place is a mess, their development potential is still far beyond Wang Rui's imagination. Let us put it this way, even if no one supports Zhao Jinlan's company to operate independently, it can still last for more than 10 years. News reports of Zhao Jincheng being sentenced can be seen everywhere in the news. Because of the agency behind him and the use of capital to engage in a series of unfair competition, he was sentenced to a total of 27 years. As for what happened to Zhao Jinlan, Wang Rui never heard from her again. Could it be that Zhao Jinlan was rescued? But the crime he committed was obviously more serious than his brother's. There was something wrong with this matter, Wang Rui thought to himself, but at the moment he didn't have any more energy to investigate the matter, so he had to give up. Compared with Zhao Jinlan, He Chang's experience was even more miserable. In the past few days, the parties involved in all the endorsements he took decided to terminate the contracts. The movie The Fortress at Sea was also urgently withdrawn from the shelves due to plot reasons. He had a verbal battle with the director that went on for several rounds online and ended in vain. He has not slept well for several days because of the severe criticism from fans online. It was not until he saw the news that Zhao Jincheng was sentenced that he finally realized that he had been deceived. But things have come to this point. No one will ask him to act now, and no one will talk to him about cooperation. A popular young actor has fallen. Lin Lei knew something about He Chang's situation, but his focus was now entirely on work, so the gambling agreement was forgotten. After a short rest at home for a few days, Lin Lei resumed work. In addition to Sean Lin's normal support, there was also a long line of cars behind him to ensure Lin Lei's safety. Ever since Lu Ji's death and Han Baochuan's injury that sent him away from Binhai, Lin Lei had lived a peaceful and tranquil life. He had been busy with work during this period, and the system had been constantly issuing tasks to him. Although the points were not many, Lin Lei worked hard to complete them and accumulated a lot of points. Chen Mo's concert was officially put on the schedule. Lin Lei learned the location of Chen Mo's concert 3 days in advance, and she was invited to participate in the rehearsal. The day before yesterday, Lin Lei was still shooting a commercial all night, and the next morning he rushed to the concert venue without stopping to perform with Momo. The venue for this concert is set to be the largest stadium in Binhai City. The venue can accommodate about 45,000 people. Although there are many people, tickets for Chen Mo's concerts are usually hard to come by, and this time is no exception. They were sold out in just 2 hours after they were released. Lin Wanqing used her connections to get 2 tickets for Xiaobeng, and the 2 women made an appointment to watch the concert tonight. It was already around 10 o'clock when they arrived at the venue. The scene had been almost set up. Chen Mo was communicating with the band on the stage. When he heard that Lin Lei had arrived, he hurried backstage to greet him in person. Teacher Chen Mo is indeed a big name in the music world. His concert is so grand. Lin Lei couldn't help but feel a little envious. He also fantasized that one day he would also be able to hold a concert of such a large scale. Look at what you said. You were promoted by your peers. You've been taken care of over the years and have gradually reached your current position. As a respected senior, Chen Mo's humility is indeed worthy of Lin Lei's learning. Since you're here today, I want to tell you the details of the concert. Chen Mo said to Lin Lei in a somewhat mysterious tone. Chen Mo's plan was that while he was changing his clothes, Lin Lei would start playing the piano solo first, Xiao Xian would perform a piece to attract the audience's attention, and then Chen Mo would come on stage from the side and the two would start singing together. In this way, Chen Mo paved the way for Lin Lei and greatly reduced his own exposure time. I absolutely can't do that, teacher Chen Mo. This is your concert, and I can't steal your limelight no matter what. Lin Lei was a little flattered. This was the first time someone had taken such good care of him. I'm old now, and I still have to train some new people. The purpose of this concert, to put it bluntly, is to introduce you to everyone. Chen Mo said with emotion. He has been in the music industry for more than 20 years, and his health is no longer as good as before. Even if he wants to sing, how long will it take? This concert is actually his farewell ceremony to the public, just to leave a deep impression on everyone before leaving. Once this is over, he will bid farewell to the music scene. Lin Lei tried to dissuade him again and again, but he still couldn't resist Chen Mo's stubbornness. No one could defeat Chen Mo on this matter, so he had no choice but to agree. The two sat down and talked for a while, and then Chen Mo returned to the stage to perform. Lin Lei was not idle at this time either, and came to the stage specifically to listen to the songs sung by Silent. Chen Mo can indeed be considered a veteran in the music industry. His songs are all classics that touch people's hearts. There were some songs that were so emotionally charged that even though it was just a rehearsal, Lin Lei was almost completely absorbed in them and couldn't help himself. An hour later, Chen Mo finished most of the rehearsal and began to prepare to collaborate with Lin Lei on the song tonight. The piano in Lin Wanqing's studio has been borrowed by Chen Mo. Since only Lin Lei can play it now, it might as well let it play its role. Although he hadn't touched the piano for several months, the moment Lin Lei touched the keys, he felt as familiar as if he were a friend he hadn't seen for a long time. After a simple tuning, Lin Lei began to play. The rich sound flowed out from the piano, echoing throughout the stadium. As Lin Lei was playing, the entire venue suddenly became much quieter. All the staff members stared at the stage, staring at Lin Lei. Lin Lei meticulously carved each note as if he were completing a work of art. Everyone present was moved. They had never expected that Lin Lei could play such a beautiful piece of music. After the prelude ended, Lin Lei deliberately left a blank and waited for Chen Mo to come out. The two of them were a perfect match and the singing broke out from the stage. Chen Mo's decision this time was very wise. With his and Lin Lei's joint performance, this song was even better than before. After dealing with all of this, Chen Mo simply moistened his throat. Audience members continued to enter the venue and the concert was about to begin. Chapter 69 Mysterious Guest. Because of Lin Wanqing, she and Xiaobing first came to the backstage and greeted Chen Mo and Lin Lei, who were preparing to perform tonight. "Teacher Chen Mo, I wish you a great success in this concert," Lin Wanqing said. "Thank you. I'm in good shape today, especially with Lin Lei assisting me. Everything will be fine." Chen Mo was full of confidence. Judging from the collaboration between the two on stage just now, today's concert will definitely go down in the history of music. While Lin Wanqing was chatting with Chen Mo, Xiaobing secretly came to Lin Lei's preparation room. Lin Lei was in his preparation room, humming a song to the accompaniment. Tonight was his first time officially stepping onto such a large stage, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous, fearing that he would not perform well in this performance. Seeing Xiaobing walk in, Lin Lei quickly turned off his accompaniment. "How are your preparations for today? Will your injury affect your singing?" Xiaobing walked in and asked with concern. "Nothing serious. I'm feeling okay today, just a little nervous." Lin Lei told Xiaobing everything he felt. "There's no need to be nervous about this kind of thing. You're such a good singer, you'll definitely be able to do all of this. Be confident." Xiaobing said these words with her head down. For some reason, there was silence between the two of them, and no one knew what to say. At this time, Lin Wanqing knocked on the door and walked in. "I knew you were here. What were you two talking about? The concert is about to start. Let's go back first." Xiaobing nodded, the words coming to her lips, but she didn't know how to tell Lin Lei. Lin Wanqing could see that Xiaobing was hesitant, so she took the initiative to say to Lin Lei, "Work hard tonight. Don't let our studio staff down." Lin Lei nodded, smiling as he escorted the two men out. In reality, how could Lin Lei not know Xiaobing's every move? It was just that he was somewhat affected and didn't know how to express it. After the two women left, the big screen in the preparation room received a signal. It showed a live recording of the concert, from which one could clearly see Chen Mo's every move. Lin Lei turned on the instrumental and memorized the lyrics again. 3 minutes later, the opening music sounded and Chen Mo came on stage to start the first song of the evening. Lin Lei also stopped immediately. Tonight, Chen Mo was wearing bright clothes, giving her a youthful look. She started the show singing and dancing, and her energy was no less than that of her youth. Lin Lei smiled. He was sincerely happy about the silent performance tonight. Chen Mo faced all the attention from the audience skillfully. He first thanked them for their support over the years and treated them as cordially as old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. That being said, Chen Mo does have some potential to be a host. As the songs were played one after another, the audience were ignited again and again. They seemed to have returned to the past, and the emotions and tears in their hearts were spread throughout the entire venue. Xiaobing and Lin Wanqing were having a blast. Under Silent's command, the entire venue even started a human wave, and wherever they went, they were under Chen Mo's control. Lin Lei was in the preparation room, watching with excitement. It turned out that this kind of artist did have unique potential, otherwise how could he have remained in the music scene for 20 years? As time passed, Lin Lei was almost ready to go on stage. My dear friends, tonight's concert isn't just about reminiscing about the past with you all, it's also about introducing a new talent. This new talent is a very talented newcomer I recently discovered. Let's welcome tonight's special guest. After saying this, Chen Mo walked off the stage, leaving the audience looking at each other in bewilderment. Chen Mo did not tell the audience that there would be a mysterious guest tonight, and everyone was guessing who the guest's true identity was. Could it be that this is a friend from the industry who had a falling out with teacher Chen Mo before, and the two of them are working together again? No, I think she looks like Mr. Chen Mo's ex-girlfriend. Everyone started talking at once, speculating on the identity of this mysterious guest. The piano was still on the stage. Lin Lei put on his in-ear monitor and walked from the backstage to the stage. The entire venue was dark, and no one noticed Lin Lei walking onto the stage. Just as everyone was discussing, a spotlight shone directly on Lin Lei, who was standing in front of the piano. He instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Wanqing and Xia Bing cheered when they saw Lin Lei appear. Just as everyone was puzzled, Lin Lei began to play the piano. The fans were astonished, but when they heard the prelude of the song clearly, they immediately burst into cheers. They were indeed fans, as they could guess what song was being sung just by listening to the prelude. Lin Lei played the piano with neither arrogance nor servility. The sound of the piano, accompanied by cheers, resounded throughout the venue. This heavy piano sound was wrapped in emotion and slowly flowed into everyone's heart. Some sharp-eyed audience members had already recognized that it was Lin Lei who came on stage, and some began to applaud in surprise, but most people were still a little stunned. Soon the prelude ended, and when it came to Lin Lei's blank space, Chen Mo appeared from the other end of the stage. The two of them opened their mouths and sang together. With just one glance, the fans instantly felt the same way. Everyone was intoxicated, with crystal tears flowing from the corners of their eyes, and they couldn't say a word. Chen Mo spoke first, and his magnetic voice instantly resounded throughout the entire stadium. The fans were instantly mesmerized, with expressions of satisfaction on their faces, and their eyes slowly became blurred. Xia Bing and Lin Wanqing were also very surprised. Chen Mo's condition this time was much better than the previous recording time. However, what they were most looking forward to this time was Lin Lei's performance. Lin Lei did not disappoint them. Under such circumstances, he overcame his nervousness and did not play a single wrong note on the piano. As the song progressed, Lin Lei sang the climax and the fans' eyes lit up. They were deeply moved by the strength of this mysterious guest. Especially during the climax, Lin Lei's fingering was strong, laying the final foundation for the performance of this lyrical song. When the song ended, the audience burst into warm applause and cheers. Everyone, I'm very sorry to introduce my guest tonight in this way. Let's once again give a round of applause to this young man, Lin Lei. After saying this, Chen Mo took the lead and started clapping. The fans shook their heads. They had received quite a few surprises tonight, especially the one from Lin Lei, which was arguably the biggest. Some of the fans knew Lin Lei's reputation and knew that he had covered Chen Mo's song. They all thought that Lin Lei was a singer who was promoted by the mixer, but after listening to him live today, they found that Lin Lei did have the talent. Chapter 70 Ding Shang. As the last song ended, Chen Mo waved to the audience, and all the fans began to bid him farewell reluctantly, shouting loudly, "One more song." But Chen Mo didn't stay for a moment and walked straight to the stage. He was also afraid that he would have to stay on the stage for any longer and would not be able to leave these fans. After stepping down, Chen Mo took the initiative to hug Lin Lei. Our collaboration on this song tonight was such a success. I really hope to have more opportunities like this to continue singing with you in the future. For some reason, Chen Mo's mood dropped when he saw Lin Lei. It was clearly something worth being happy about, but he began to feel a little depressed. Teacher Chen Mo, if you don't mind, I can be your guest throughout your concert tour. Lin Lei said sincerely. This sentence rekindled Chen Mo's inner desire, and it could be seen that the fire in his eyes was rising. Really? Lin Lei smiled and nodded. Chen Mo was a little excited and didn't know what to say for a moment. Respect is mutual. Since Chen Mo was so caring towards Lin Lei and even specially introduced him to his fans, Lin Lei must not let him down. After the concert ended, it soon sparked heated discussions online. It was not only because of Chen Mo's singing voice that had remained the same for decades, as if it took people back to the past era, but what was even more surprising was the performance of the mysterious guest Lin Lei, who even seemed to overshadow Chen Mo. These two people performed so well tonight. From the moment this song started, my tears never stopped flowing. I miss it so much. Lin Lei's rendition of this song is definitely more advanced than teacher Chen Mo's. Those who came to the scene were still not satisfied, while those who failed to get tickets expressed regret, saying that they could not see this grand event, as if they had lost something important. About half an hour after the concert ended, Lin Lei posted on his social media, "Mr. Chen Mo, if you don't mind, I'll be the regular guest of this tour." Chen Mo replied with a few emojis, which was considered as his agreement. The interaction between the two on social media has aroused the response of the majority of silent fans, who are deeply looking forward to Lin Lei's performance to be more exciting. But just when the two of them were at the peak of their careers, a music critic set his sights on him. In a detached house in Binhai City, a man is listening to music and enjoying his time alone. Just then, his agent sent him a video of the song that Lin Lei collaborated with Chen Mo tonight. "What do you think of this song?" the agent asked in a message. The music critic frowned. He hated being disturbed at this time. He clicked on the video reluctantly and started watching it. The whole song is quite complete, and the chorus is also very good. The music critic replied. "That's all, you don't want to talk about anything else? What else is there to say? Chen Mo is just a singer who relies on his old reputation. As for this newcomer, I don't see any shining points in him. These can only be called average." The music critic curled his lips, typed the following message on his phone and sent it to his agent. The agent simply replied with a thumbs up emoji, and the music critic turned off his phone and continued to enjoy the music. This music critic is named Ding Shang. He is a music critic who is not well known. He has no works and his job is not very good. He didn't know that this video tonight would actually be the beginning of his and Lin Lei's future interactions. Lin Lei was having a celebratory banquet with Chen Mo and the band. The concert had indeed received outstanding response and sparked widespread discussion online. The fans' reviews were unexpectedly good. "You've been a great help tonight. I suggest that we all raise our glasses to toast Lin Lei." Chen Mo picked up the glass first and said a few words to cheer things up. This scene made Lin Lei feel a little shy. He waved his hand and finished the wine in his glass. Halfway through the banquet, Chen Mo suddenly whispered to Lin Lei, "I don't think so. Why don't you give up your film career and focus on singing full-time? Your talent is definitely enough to dominate the music scene." Lin Lei hesitated. It wasn't like he hadn't planned to do this before. After all, the system's capabilities were so incredible. Just like singing, he had already worked much less hard than others. Lin Lei pondered for a moment before finally expressing his thoughts. "Forget it. I think I should focus on the entertainment industry for now. After all, I come from this background. Besides, if I rashly enter the music industry, how will you survive in the future, Mr. Chen Mo?" Lin Lei's words caused everyone present to burst into laughter. "You kid, you haven't even finished your apprenticeship yet, but you're already thinking about starving your master to death." Chen Mo shook his head and said with a smile. The meal was very pleasant. It was the most interesting party Chen Mo had held in the past 6 months. For some reason, he had never been interested in songwriting during this period. He has been in the music industry for over 20 years and has dominated the music scene for such a long time, but there is no newcomer to replace him. He feels a little bored. Who knew that there would always be a light at the end of the tunnel? This cover plan was also an idea proposed by her agent. She was more of a forced move, and the agent had good intentions and wanted to use this to inspire Chen Mo to create songs. In fact, Chen Mo had already made plans in his mind. As soon as this cover plan and tour were over, he announced his retirement from the music industry. But he never expected to meet a talent like Lin Lei. Especially the performance tonight, it inspired him with a creative passion that he had never had for a long time. He seemed to have reached a new state, and he had never had such a desire for music in his heart. It seems that the matter of quitting the music industry needs further discussion. After the group had dinner, Lin Lei agreed with Chen Mo on the time for the next concert and then said goodbye to Chen Mo and the band. "How did you feel about the performance tonight?" Lin Lei asked Xia Bing with interest as they returned home. "It feels just so-so. It's not like I haven't heard you sing before. This is definitely not going to be your best performance." Xia Bing curled her lips. She hadn't done this intentionally, she had simply lied because she was afraid of Lin Lei's pride. In fact, when Lin Lei was singing that lyrical song, Xiaobing secretly wiped away tears in the audience. "After all this talk, you're still just a keyboard warrior. If you're capable, why don't you sing one for me?" Lin Lei pretended to be angry and rolled his eyes at Xiaobing. "I'm not a full-time singer, so what's the point of you telling me? Let's make a bet. From now on, if you can write a song that reaches the heights of any song you've sung before, I lose." "Okay, what do you want to bet on?" Just bet on an agreement. Xiaobing thought for a moment and said casually. Alright, then, it's your word. Lin Lei nodded, and the bet came into effect. Xiaobing didn't expect Lin Lei to actually take it seriously, but she changed her mind and let it go. Lin Lei just sang well, and if he really had to compose music, he probably didn't have the ability to do it. Chapter 71 First Creation. After returning to the villa, Lin Lei locked himself in the room out of anger and did not say a word to Xiaobing during that time. No way, you're angry over such a small thing? Xiaobing said in disbelief. She had only made a joke and had not expected Lin Lei to have such a big reaction. Lin Lei remained silent and closed the door. You really have the temper of a child. Just don't say anything. I'll suffocate you to death. Xiaobing was also a little angry at this time. She went back to her room in a huff. The two of them were silent again. Back in his room, Lin Lei's anger suddenly dissipated. Thinking back to what Xiaobing said, there was indeed nothing wrong with it. He was just a singer and didn't have much knowledge of writing. Perhaps he had been touched in a sore spot tonight, and he became somewhat angry and humiliated. System, I want to exchange something. Lin Lei called out to the system. He intended to exchange for a set of music composition skills. Due to the continuous notifications he received in the past period of time, he now has almost 3,000 points in his hands, and he quickly found the skills of a music producer. Exchange. Lin Lei now had quite a few points, and having more money meant he was more powerful. A huge amount of knowledge began to flow into his mind, and a complete system appeared directly in front of him. He began to organize the things on his computer. The next morning, Lin Lei got up and began to prepare for the day's work. As usual, he was responsible for breakfast for both of them, but when he went out and saw Xiaobing, he pouted and pretended not to see her. Xiaobing also acted like a child, and the two of them just ignored each other. Lin Lei's singing talent was finally discovered. During this period, Lin Lei was very busy. In addition to commercials, variety shows and movies, he also took on many music-related TV programs. According to Lin Lei, he only wants to achieve some success in film and television. Singing is acceptable, but it is not his main business. Ever since director Zhang Yimou told him these things, he has always kept them in mind. There's a show here called Crossover Singer. It's about inviting people from other fields to sing on stage. I think it's suitable for you. Do you want to participate? Shang Lin received a new notice from Lin Lei and excitedly called him to tell him. After understanding the general process of the entire program, Lin Lei decided to participate. After all, this program seemed to be tailor-made for him and was very consistent with Lin Lei's current position. The filming is scheduled to start in a week. There are no requirements for this program, except that Lin Lei sings the songs he wants to sing. The rules of this platform just met his current requirements. He was just about to write a song to fulfill the bet he had made with Xiaobing. Now, in addition to his normal work, Lin Lei spends his free time lying in his bedroom writing songs. The creative process is extremely difficult. Although he now has the ability to be a producer, he has not had any inspiration recently. He had been racking his brains over what kind of song he should write, but to no avail, he could only sulk in solitude. Forget it, I'd better go out and find some inspiration. He opened the door and walked into the living room. Xiaobing was curled up on the sofa, playing with her phone. Seeing Lin Lei come out, she snorted and turned her head away. The two of them had been in this state for a long time, and Lin Lei was no longer surprised. He went straight to the refrigerator door and took out a can of soda. Maybe it was the carbonic acid that stimulated him. If the bet was to win Xiaobing, then why not write a song inspired by her? Thinking of this, Lin Lei was inspired and immediately returned to his bedroom to start preparing to write a song. In the more than half a year that he had been with Xiaobing, the two of them had lived together through every little thing. Lin Lei wrote down everything he wanted to say to Xiaobing, as well as his thoughts on this bet. Lin Lei planned to write this song as a disguised apology. Lin Lei spent the entire afternoon in high spirits, and just like that, he finished a song. He looked at the document on the computer and couldn't help feeling excited. Lin Lei's competition song was ready. He recorded a demo and sent it to the producer of the show. However, the program producer was in no mood to pay attention to Lin Lei at this time. He was discussing cooperation with Ding Shang. Teacher Ding, we have a music variety show here, and we would like to invite you as a music critic to help us evaluate it. The producer said to Mr. Ding sincerely. Ding Shang took the guest list from the producer and curled his lips in disdain. It's not impossible for me to go, but you have to prepare the remuneration and guarantee me enough playing time in each game. Ding Shang raised his head and said lightly to the paper producer. Don't worry, we have already made arrangements for these things. As long as you can go, everything will be fine. The two shook hands and agreed to the performance. The producer left the place where the two met and wiped the sweat off his face. If he had no one to use him, he would not have asked Ding Shang to participate in the show. Soon it was time for the program recording. Lin Lei was a little late because of work that day, and everyone was waiting for Lin Lei's recording. What kind of person is this? He can actually make the whole crew wait. Is he still an actor? He doesn't even have a sense of time. It's hard to imagine how he can survive in the entertainment industry. The director stood by with a smile on his face, trying to calm Ding Shang's emotions. This man was notoriously sharp-tongued. If the program crew didn't treat him well, who knows what he would have done by saying nonsense on the internet. Lin Lei stumbled into the studio and said to the judges, "I'm sorry, I had some activities today, so I'm late. Please forgive me." No one had any objections. After all, it was work, and they sometimes got delayed because of things like this. But Ding Shang, who was standing by, said somewhat displeasedly, "I don't know how some people survive by not even observing the time." Although this sentence did not mention anyone by name, it directly hit Lin Lei's face. Lin Lei smiled at Ding Shang. He didn't know this music critic before. Maybe that was just his personality. He didn't want to make enemies with him. After a brief rehearsal, the director started recording directly. Due to the particularity of this variety show, the participating guests did not know each other coming to the show before, and were not allowed to communicate with each other during the performance, so Lin Lei did not know who had come to the scene. The actor Lin Lei present had also heard of this. He usually worked with several actors during filming and could be considered an old acquaintance. Soon it was Lin Lei's turn and he went on stage to sing. The tone of this song is very light-hearted. Lin Lei deliberately wrote it to be very sweet, and the melody itself is quite relaxing. After the prelude ended, Lin Lei began to speak slowly. Chapter 72 Worthless. He had a smile on his face, and his gentle voice immediately matched the melody, making the atmosphere of the whole song even sweeter. This song talks about the conflicts and frictions between two people. The strong emotions in Lin Lei's singing moved most of the judges and actors present. When the song ended, everyone felt that they had not yet finished listening. The host walked onto the stage clapping his hands, his eyes filled with uncontrollable joy. This song describes the trivial things between two people and expresses the boy's admiration for the girl. If you don't have personal experience, this feeling cannot be expressed in any way. The whole song sounds very melodious, and the lyrics are catchy. I heard that this song was recently written by you, Lin Lei. Is there anything you want to tell us about it? When the music critics on the judging panel heard that this was a song Lin Lei had recently written, their eyes widened. What kind of genius must one be to be able to persist in creation while working in the film and television industry? Actually, I think everyone can hear what I want to express in this song. In life, when two people have friction and conflicts, how to maintain the relationship between them is inevitable. I think this is what we need to learn, and this is what I want to express. As Lin Lei said, he would not have been able to write this song without Xiaobing's help. At the same time, he also wanted to use this incident to break the existing deadlock between the two of them, put aside his competitive thoughts, and make Xiaobing happy first. Then I would like to ask, what was your inspiration and original intention for composing this song? Said a music critic. Actually, the inspiration for this song came from a conflict that I'm still deeply affected by. Some things are inconvenient to talk about here, so I just want to use this song to apologize to her. As soon as Lin Lei said this, the guests present looked at him with eyes that were waiting for a show. Everyone knew that this song was written by him for Xiaobing. A voice came from somewhere, and then the whole audience started to boo. Lin Lei smiled and rubbed his head a bit sheepishly. This song is my first songwriting. There are still many details that I need to learn from the seniors present here. In fact, I still have great prospects for the film and television industry, but please rest assured that I will continue to work hard on songwriting. The music critics asked Lin Lei questions one after another, the gist of which was to ask why he was so outstanding and could create such a popular song in such a short period of time. After a discussion among several music critics, Lin Lei was actually called a genius by them. When he heard the word genius, Ding Sheng on the side suddenly chuckled and sneered. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly turned cold, and all the music critics were looking at Ding Sheng, wanting to see if he had any different insights. Genius, that title is way too exaggerated. I don't think it's necessary. The melody of this song is simple, and your performance was very delicate and artificial. Don't you think it's a bit exaggerated? Ding Sheng scowled at Lin Lei and pointed out the problems in his song. Lin Lei knew this was not a good person when he heard it. From the moment he entered the scene, this person had many problems and kept making faces at him. However, he was the youngest person present, so he should listen to what his seniors said. The whole performance looked very stiff. I think it should be more lively and not just a performance. I also think some of the wording in the lyrics is questionable. The song as a whole is okay, but the cheap feeling that can be seen everywhere makes it really not a wonderful work. Ding Sheng spoke a great deal. Lin Lei listened to the first few sentences and tried to accept them, but the rest of his words left him somewhat confused. Ding Sheng's music review was interspersed with attacks on Lin Lei himself. Lin Lei reluctantly listened to the end of his speech. He now had many questions in his mind for the music critic. Mr. Ding, I have a few questions for you. If we don't consider this a performance, then what should we call it? Lin Lei asked. I think it should be more vivid and natural. If we only see it as a performance, the whole system becomes rigid and the natural expression of emotions is not so good. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Of course, this is a performance. If it wasn't a performance, why would we spend so much time preparing for this recording? A music critic at the side couldn't stand it anymore and retorted to Mr. Ding. It doesn't matter. What I said just now was just my personal opinion. Ding Sheng waved his hand and said without any emotion. You just belittled my music. This is indeed my first time writing a song, and there are still many shortcomings. I've already said that I respect you seniors, but I don't feel any respect from you. Lin Lei narrowed his eyes and asked his second question. Respect is mutual. I think you have made great achievements in the film and television industry, and I admire you very much. But in terms of the musicality of the songs, I think you haven't done well enough. That's all. This is just my own opinion. Ding Sheng said again. Due to the unpleasant conversation between the two people, the scene suddenly became much colder. All the music critics also don't understand why such a good song becomes worthless in Ding Sheng's mouth. Seeing this, the host hurried back to smooth things over. In fact, each of us has the right to express our own opinions, just like this song written by Lin Lei. They are all expressing their own thoughts, and there is no right or wrong in ideas. Let us thank Lin Lei again. Lin Lei bowed to the stage and headed backstage, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This is obviously my first creation, so even if there are indeed many shortcomings, there is no need to say so. Remembering the bet he had made with Xia Beng, Lin Lei asked the photographer for the footage of his performance on stage and sent it to Xia Beng. Xia Beng received the message, but never replied. Chapter 73 Clumsy Tricks. After the recording was over, Lin Lei greeted all his fellow actors, but he couldn't understand what the music critic Ding was thinking. He was very confident in what the system gave him. The only possibility was that the music critic was biased against him, but he couldn't remember how he had offended him. The production team wanted to treat every actor to a meal, but Lin Lei used the excuse that he had work to do and left the filming location first. I hurried back to the villa and opened the door, only to find Xia Bing curled up on the sofa, secretly wiping away tears. After seeing Lin Lei enter, Xia Bing seemed somewhat panicked. Why did you come in suddenly without even knocking on the door? Xia Bing got up from the sofa, feeling a little at a loss. Sister, I've been living here for more than half a year, and I usually don't even knock on the door when I come back. Lin Lei said with a smile, looking at Xia Bing with a gloating look. Why, you cried while watching my song. Go, the song you wrote is indeed very nice, but I didn't cry because I was moved. I cried because I saw an article online that was so wonderful. Xia Bing flatly denied that she was crying. It was indeed because of the song Lin Lei wrote for her, but she did not want to show weakness in front of Lin Lei under such circumstances. I've already written this song. Don't you have to fulfill your promise to me? Lin Lei looked at Xia Bing with a wicked smile. Xia Bing wiped away her tears before she remembered the bet she had made with Lin Lei. Isn't it just an agreement? You tell me, I can do it now. Xia Bing was somewhat unwilling to accept the loss this time. For so many days, Lin Lei had just let her sulk by herself and completely ignored his feelings. She was still more or less angry. Perhaps after listening to that song, Xia Bing had completely forgotten the contract they had made. At this moment, she was Lin Lei's girlfriend, without any impurities. A promise. Let me think about it, Lin Lei said as he slowly walked towards Xiaobing. When Xiaobing wasn't paying attention, he threw her onto the sofa. Xiaobing's eyelids trembled slightly, and her eyelashes could clearly sense Lin Lei's breathing. The two of them were very close, and could feel each other's warmth. Xiaobing's face instantly turned red, and Lin Lei saw all of this. I'd better think about this agreement again. Lin Lei smiled and got up from his bed. He just wanted to tease Xiaobing. Xiaobing also opened her eyes. She felt a little disappointed when what she had expected in her mind did not happen. Lin Lei hummed a little tune and returned to his room, leaving Xiaobing, whose face was flushed, sitting alone on the sofa in a disheveled state. After Lin Lei left, the production team sat together to discuss today's recording of the show. Teacher Ding, I think your music review this time is very unique and has your own special taste. I hope you can also show such unique insights in the next performance. The producer walked up to Ding Shang with a glass of wine and complimented him. Ding Shang nodded. Actually, what happened to Lin Lei today was just an accident. If he hadn't arrived late, leaving Ding Shang with a very bad impression of him, he wouldn't have bothered to say these words. However, he also learned the appeal of this song program from the producer. This seems to be a way to get rid of people's previous preconceived notions about me. Mr. Ding was inspired and was considering his next path in the entertainment industry. 3 days later, it was the day the program was scheduled to be broadcast. This program can be regarded as an innovation in music programs. All the audiences are waiting to see how this crossover singer will go. There are indeed some actors with outstanding abilities, which amaze the audience. The thought flashed through everyone's mind, it turns out that these people are not only good at acting, but also have such amazing singing skills. Especially after listening to Lin Lei's performance of this song, the idea of this song became more prominent. Oh my god, is this Lin Lei? This song is so beautiful. My idol. I told you that you are the most capable. Come on, we believe in you. After hearing that Lin Lei wrote this song for Xiaobing, everyone was completely fed up with the love. Just when all the audience thought that the matter had ended with Lin Lei's perfect performance, Ding Shang's comments suddenly came into their ears. The performance was stiff, the emotions were revealing, and the tenderness was artificial. Similar words kept coming into the audience's ears. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him? I guess this is a fake music critic that the production team dug up from somewhere. I don't know if he has the ability to hold that position. Indeed, you have the right to express your opinion, and so do I. I just want to express my contempt for you. In an instant, the discussion of crossover singer reached its peak. Everyone was condemning Ding Shang's disrespect and even doubting whether this music critic really understood music. Ding Shang looked at the angry fans online and couldn't help but laugh. He edited his social media for a while and posted this message. My dear music fans, I know you must be furious. As I said on the show, this is how I feel about that song. Has society become so bad that you can no longer listen to the truth? As soon as this statement was made, it attracted condemnation from fans from all walks of life. There was a lot of scolding on the internet, and the popularity of the keywords king of cross-border singers, Ding Shang, and Lin Lei continued to rise. Mr. Ding, how can someone like you be qualified to be a music critic? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Can you make a song? Instead of just talking nonsense here. Mr. Ding picked out this comment and quoted it on his social media. Indeed, I'm just a music critic, but like you said, if I want to evaluate the quality of a refrigerator, do I need to become a refrigerator? Do you really have to force people to express their opinions against their will? What's wrong with this world? Lin Lei had actually taken notice of Ding Shang's reply, but he simply didn't bother to care. He created just for his own pleasure and didn't think about anything else. But Ding Shang's tricks became more and more clumsy, and he couldn't stand it anymore, so he replied a few words online. Teacher Ding, I don't know how I've offended you. This song is my first, but if you talk about its musicality, I think this matter will be fruitless. You and I have different educations, so naturally, our perspectives differ. It is indeed as Lin Lei said. Ding Shang may think that folk and classical music are better, while what Lin Lei got from the system was the creation of pop songs. The two are not consistent, and other opinions are of course acceptable. Chapter 74 Impossible Creation. However, Ding Shang indiscriminately criticized Lin Lei's song, saying it was worthless and not worth listening to. This made Lin Lei feel no respect from him at all. I'm just expressing my personal opinion, Lin Lei. I reiterate, I deeply respect your achievements in other fields, but on this point, I'm just expressing my personal opinion. Ding Shang kept repeating the phrase my opinion, as if Lin Lei had him by the throat, preventing him from speaking the truth. This also made Lin Lei very angry. How about this, Mr. Ding? I'll spend 10 days creating an album. If it performs well, I won't ask you to apologize to me. I'll just say sorry to my song. Seeing Lin Lei's seriousness, Ding Shang couldn't refuse and accepted the challenge. I don't think you need to tell him these things. You're not a professional singer, and he's just a small music critic. Neither of you is qualified to speak about musical authority in this matter, Xiaobing said to Lin Lei pointedly. I'm just a little dissatisfied. He belittled my songs so much. How many songs has he listened to? I just want to ask for some respect. Xiaobing could actually understand Lin Lei's thoughts. It was like a movie that he had carefully created, but no one had seen it yet, and it was criticized by a film critic as worthless and he was not respected. This was indeed a very infuriating thing. Lin Lei accepted the challenge, which was exactly what Ding Shang wanted. In this entertainment industry, as long as you are famous, whether it is good or bad, you can bring a lot of attention and fame to the person involved. Since my current reputation is not good and I don't want to be as timid as most music critics, I might as well continue to develop according to this personality. You've received a lot of notices recently, all of which are music programs. The agent said to Ding Shang. As long as I can guarantee exposure, it's fine. It would be best if I can make some money. As for the rest, I don't really care. I say, are you really going to take this bet with Lin Lei? The agent said to Ding Shang with some trepidation. Lin Lei's abilities were well known in the industry. He was worried that Ding Shang's cash cow would be ruined. You're an amateur, aren't you? A real singer needs at least a year and a half to prepare an entire album, including recording. Lin Lei is now saying that he can prepare an album in just 10 days. Do you believe him? Ding Shang looked at his agent with some disdain. He wasn't worried at all about whether Lin Lei could write a song, he was more worried about not being able to gain more attention. Even if I give him 2 months, he might not be able to finish the album he promised. He's just being childish. He wants to get back at someone because he's been wronged. It's human nature. I don't blame him. Ding Shang waved his hand and spoke nonchalantly, as if all the mistakes were made by Lin Lei. After the show was broadcast, Lin Wanqing even had a special discussion with Lin Lei. I don't support you doing that. After all, Mr. Ding is not someone you can easily mess with. No one in the entire circle wants to mess with him. Lin Wanqing was just trying to give some good advice. She actually knew quite a few people in the music circle and had some understanding of these things. No matter what anyone says about this matter, it's useless. I'm not trying to prove anything. I just want to get back the respect I lost. Lin Lei had made up his mind, and seeing this situation, Lin Wanqing was at a loss to persuade him any further. As for that album you mentioned, is there anything I can do to help you? I can handle the album myself. You guys can help me take a look at which of these songs can be included in the album. This time it was Lin Wanqing's turn to remain silent. From her professional perspective, it was impossible for Lin Lei to create an album in just over 10 days. She had previously helped artists produce albums, and the fastest recorded time was 3 months, and that was when the creators maintained a high level of inspiration. Although she admitted that Lin Lei was very talented in music, Lin Wanqing still didn't believe that he could maintain such high inspiration and creative mood. In 10 days, I'm afraid I can't even finish the simplest arrangement. Seeing Lin Lei like this, Lin Wanqing didn't know what to say, so she just wished him good luck. Originally, Lin Lei had no desire to create at the beginning, but after being inspired by Ding Shang, he now has a lot to say. After all, he is a reborn person, and he has a clear understanding of everything in the two worlds. Although he still makes mistakes, no one is perfect. In terms of life experience, his life experience is definitely much richer than Ding Shang's. In addition to announcements and normal work these days, Lin Lei writes songs in his room whenever he has the chance. After going through all these things, Lin Lei became more open-minded about creation and wrote down everything he wanted to say during this period in the song. After working day and night, on the 9th day, Lin Lei sent all the demos of the songs to Lin Wanqing and asked her to help check them. Is this your work? So fast? Lin Wanqing felt it was a little unbelievable. To complete the arrangement and demo production of the song in such a short time was simply an impossible task. And according to Xiaobing, Lin Lei did not have any stock of songs, which means that he completed everything within 9 days. She was not doubting Lin Lei's hiring of a ghostwriter, but questioning the quality of the ghostwriter. At such a fast pace, the quality cannot be guaranteed. With this attitude, Lin Wanqing opened each of Lin Lei's demos and began to listen. But what shocked her was that every piece of work contained Lin Lei's thoughts, including the choice of music and lyrics, which were all catchy and melodious. Compared with the song he had written for Xiaobing, it was much better. This was simply impossible, yet the demos of several songs were placed right in front of him without any mistakes. Who on earth is Lin Lei? Lin Wanqing began to wonder. She still couldn't understand how Lin Lei managed to do all this. She was even a little frightened by this. You wrote all this yourself? Are you sure you didn't hire someone else? Every song here is about my real life. How could I possibly hire someone else? Besides, I don't have the energy to do that. What Lin Lei said was true, but Lin Wanqing would never believe it. Chapter 76 Charity Gala. However, he was still very surprised at how Lin Lei was able to write this song in just 10 days. Now that the evidence has been presented, I am willing to change my words. This incident is indeed true, and I am willing to apologize for your music. But please remember, you have no right to silence someone. What I said was based on the discussion of musicality. He admitted that Lin Lei could complete an album within 10 days, but he still refused to admit his mistake and maintained his arrogant and conceited attitude. Ding Sheng's response brought the heat of this incident to a new level. Most of the onlookers wanted to see how Lin Lei would end up, so they kept clamoring for Lin Lei to reply. Just when Lin Lei was about to reply to Ding Sheng, Wang Rui stopped him. This guy is a stickler for mercy. The more you pay attention to him, the more attention he'll get. Don't reply to this anymore. It's meaningless no matter how many times you reply. Wang Rui explained that she had seen Ding Sheng's responses over and over again, and she quickly saw through this man's tricks. Ultimately, he would never apologize to Lin Lei, so no matter how angry Lin Lei was, he wouldn't take it seriously. Lin Lei nodded and hung up Wang Rui's phone. Admittedly, this incident made him very angry. Ding Sheng angered himself again and again just to get more attention. He was just using himself as a springboard to achieve the first step to higher attention. He is indeed very angry now, but regarding this matter, he only made a brief recovery on his social media, roughly explaining the situation, and never responded again. Ding Sheng waited for a long time, but only received a statement like this from Lin Lei, and he couldn't help but feel proud. That's what I said. He's just a singer who debuted lately. He really has no chance of winning against me. Ding Sheng couldn't help but feel proud. Not long after, he got a call from his agent. You responded very well to this matter. They no longer dare to make any move. At the same time, their company has sent someone to warn them not to slander their artist again. However, in my opinion, this is a disguised plea for mercy. The agent is very excited now. He is happy to have a golden music critic like Ding Sheng. His vision is absolutely correct. In the future, Ding Sheng will definitely become one of their company's biggest cash cows. After this, although Lin Lei's album topped the charts without any objection, with Lin Lei's help, Ding Sheng received a lot of attention, and even a music company wanted to sign him as an exclusive music critic. No matter how fans evaluate Ding Sheng, to some extent, he has achieved success. The person most affected by this incident was Lin Lei. Since then, although many people have invited him to appear on their shows, he has never agreed to such requests again. He now just wants to focus on the film and television industry and put music aside for the time being. The National Day schedule passed quickly. The early withdrawal of the Fortress of the Sea and the exposure of the affair between Zhao Jinlan and her brother and He Chong made action leave the movies of the same schedule far behind. The previously filmed Longing for Life also started broadcasting at this juncture. During the show, Lin Lei's cheerful and warm personality, his hard-working spirit, and his best cooking skills were displayed, which won him a large number of fans. As for Xinyu, who participated with him, his economic company saw that her fame had been declining recently and wanted to help her out, so they arranged for her to be the heroine of a movie and inserted her into the program at all costs, but she did not cherish it at all. Not only did she speak outrageously on the show, but she also acted like a big shot, which went against the original intention of the show. After discussion, the program team decided to edit out all the footage of Xinyu and only keep the footage of Lin Lei. As for the movie she promoted right after appearing on the show, it was no match for action and flopped at the box office early on. I will not do music for the time being, but I still can't neglect my work in television. Now the film and television industry is regarded by Lin Lei as the foundation of his career. Thanks to Cheng Kai, he appeared on the show hosted by Chang Kai again, The overall response was quite good. The negative impact caused by the conflict with Ding Sheng some time ago was gradually eliminated. On this day, Xiaobing was notified that she was going to attend a charity gala. This kind of gala would invite some celebrities, auction some things, and then take a cut of the payment to donate to poor areas. As usual, Xiaobing would definitely attend such an opportunity, and today was no exception, except that Lin Lei was with her, so she had to ask for his opinion. I received an invitation to a charity gala. Do you want to go with me? Xiaobing asked Lin Lei. I was feeling very upset recently because of Ding Shang, so I took this opportunity to go out and relax. It would also be nice to see the world. Please ask the organizer for another invitation for me. I also want to go and see the world. The charity gala is scheduled for 7 o'clock tonight and will be broadcast live. There will be countless celebrities from all walks of life attending, so it will definitely be a grand event. There were still 7 or 8 hours until the party started, so Lin Lei prepared his dress for tonight. He had wanted to wear a simple suit, but Xiaobing stopped him. There are so many people here tonight, why are you wearing this? Xiaobing asked in confusion. Lin Lei looked at his suit. There was nothing on it. He was a little confused as to why Xiaobing reacted so strongly. Xiaobing held her forehead. This Lin Lei was indeed a straight man. He still didn't know what this charity gala meant to him. Forget it, I'll go help you choose some clothes. Without waiting for Lin Lei to react, Xiaobing took her directly to the largest shopping mall nearby. Xiaobing is indeed a shopping veteran. She has membership in several famous luxury stores. Xiaobing put on some disguise and took out the identity card from her bag. The clerk immediately understood what she meant and asked Xiaobing to sit down and poured her some wine. Then, under Xiaobing's instructions, he took Lin Lei to try on clothes. I have to say that Lin Lei is indeed a clothes rack. With his tall figure and strong body, all the clothes in the store look good when he tries them on. He has a unique temperament. Xiaobing was stunned as she watched Lin Lei continuously walk out of the fitting room. This man clearly possessed boundless charm, yet he was completely unaware of it. Chapter 77 Strange Xiaobing. Are you sure these clothes look good on me? Lin Lei tugged at the tiny collar of his shirt. He felt uncomfortable, almost breathless. Don't pull it, these are pretty good looking. Xiaobing snapped her fingers and wrapped up all the clothes Lin Lei had just passed through, 4 or 5 of them. There's no need for so many things. I have enough clothes. Lin Lei was a little confused. He didn't understand why so many things were needed for a small charity gala. Listen to me, my judgment is absolutely correct. When saying this, Xiaobing's eyes were evasive, and it was unclear what he was avoiding. Although Lin Lei saw everything, he didn't say anything. He just silently picked up his handbag and walked out of the mall with Xiaobing. Back at the villa, they both made their own preparations. Lin Lei felt that he had nothing to prepare. He didn't even put on some light makeup. He got dressed and went straight to the living room to prepare dinner for Xiaobing. As soon as Lin Lei walked into the kitchen, Xiaobing came out. The evening gown she wore today had a strong design and a hollow back, and she also wore light makeup on her face. For some reason, Xiaobing was so enchantingly beautiful at this moment that Lin Lei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What do you think? Is my opinion correct? Xiaobing walked into the living room and asked. Lin Lei nodded in a daze, not daring to look Xiaobing in the eye. After dinner, Lin Lei drove Xiaobing to the charity gala. Just as Xiaobing said, many celebrities will come to this charity dinner, and many luxury cars will be parked outside the venue. Judging from the license plates alone, these people must be either rich or noble. Under the moonlight, Xiaobing seems to be even more beautiful today. Just as Lin Lei was lost in thought, Xiaobing came over, took Lin Lei's arm, and smiled at him. Let's go? Lin Lei nodded, putting away the panic and shyness he hadn't felt in a long time. After all, in his 2 lifetimes combined, he had only ever had one girlfriend, Xiaobing. Walking into the venue, he found that this event was even grander than the last award ceremony he attended. The venue was decorated magnificently, and people of all kinds were wearing formal attire, talking and laughing in the hall. Before the formal evening party began, there was a buffet dinner with various foods and drinks placed on the tables for the guests to choose from. Xiaobing handed the invitation letters to the waiter at the door and walked into the venue. Among the crowd, Lin Lei saw actors he had worked with in the past, as well as many business celebrities. In fact, this gala is not pure. It does contribute to people in poor areas, but there are also some people with ulterior motives who want to use this charity gala to gain attention. Everyone comes here for different purposes. Xiaobing then explained to Lin Lei the purpose of the entire charity gala. What about you? What is your purpose in coming here? Lin Lei tilted his head and asked Xiaobing. Seeing Lin Lei's serious expression, Xiaobing suddenly blushed. In fact, Xiaobing's decision this time was a spur-of-the-moment one. Ever since the last incident with Lu Chenyang, Xiaobing had been intentionally or unintentionally showing off Lin Lei's presence on various occasions, as if announcing to the outside world that she was already taken and didn't want anyone to bother her anymore. This was also the idea Xiaobing had when she chose clothes for Lin Lei tonight. Of course, I met up with some friends I met before. If it weren't for this charity gala, I probably wouldn't see them again for a while. Lin Lei uttered an "oh" and nodded. As he slowly approached the venue, he saw Xiaobing and Lin Lei, and many people greeted them. I can see you have quite a wide network of contacts. Is that half-bald old man just now also your friend? Lin Lei jokingly said. How is that possible? We just had a brief investment cooperation before, so we are not very familiar with each other. Xiaobing glanced at Lin Lei and said. At this time, a waiter came over to the two of them with a wine tray. Lin Lei picked up 2 glasses of champagne and handed them to Xiaobing. Xiaobing was looking around as if searching for something, but she came back to her senses when she saw the champagne glass handed to her by Lin Lei. What are you looking for? You've been looking around since you walked in. Lin Lei asked curiously. At this moment, Xiaobing seemed to have discovered something, smiled with surprise, and waved over there. Lin Lei followed Xiaobing's gaze and saw a group of women, about the same age as Xiaobing. They were also waving excitedly at Xiaobing. Those are my friends over there. Let's go say hello to them. Xiaobing was about to pull Lin Lei away, but he refused. You go first. My stomach is a little uncomfortable and I want to go to the bathroom first. Xiaobing nodded, released Lin Lei's arm, told him to come back quickly, and walked straight towards the group of girls. Lin Lei narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched Xiaobing leave, thinking to himself, I'd like to see what she's up to. Lin Lei came to a bar, which was quite secluded. From Xiaobing's perspective, Lin Lei's presence was completely invisible. He ordered a drink from the bartender and sat there observing every move below. Xiaobing walked into the group of women and hugged one of them for a moment. The woman's name is Chen Wenjing. Her real identity is the eldest daughter of the Binhai Cheng family. She and Xiaobing met because they both had a common pursuit of luxury goods. One time when they were shopping, Chen Wenjing and Xiaobing both liked an item. The bag was very stylish, but the store only had one in stock. Since Xiaobing was a few months older than Chen Wenjing, she gave the bag to Xiaobing, and that is how they met. You came quite early today. Where is your boyfriend? Chen Wenjing said to him. He went to the bathroom for something and will be back soon. Xiaobing explained, nodding to Chen Wenjing's friends around her. Stop it. It's still unclear whether your boyfriend is real or not. It's not that he didn't come with you tonight, and you made up an excuse. Chen Wenjing stared at Xiaobing with a sharp gaze. Lin Lei's identity was indeed difficult to reveal, and Xiaobing absolutely could not reveal the contractual relationship to anyone. But here, Chen Wenjing discovered some clues, and she was still a little flustered. I really didn't lie to you. He just left for a while because of something. If you don't believe me, I'll introduce him to you when he comes back. Xiaobing said. Why are you so nervous? I was just joking with you. Chen Wenjing pinched Xiaobing's waist, which was completely free of fat, and said with a wicked smile. The two of them fought each other and had a lot of fun. Lin Lei saw this scene and realized it was just a normal joke between friends, nothing suspicious at all. He put down his wine glass and actually went to the restroom. Chapter 78 Su Luo. Chen Wenjing played with Xiaobing for a while, then felt bored and started rolling the dice. Chen Wenjing knew that Xiaobing couldn't drink much, so everyone only drank a little bit, just for fun. The noises of these people talking and laughing were particularly loud, and soon attracted the attention of some interested people. A man saw Xiaobing and his expression instantly became excited. Without thinking, he walked towards this side. Miss Xiaobing, I didn't expect to see you here. It's such an honor. The man said with a smile to Xiaobing, who was playing games. The man's name was Su Luo. He was the only son of the Binhai Su family. He had been in love with Xiaobing for a while, but Xiaobing had never been very friendly towards these suitors. Ever since he expressed his love to Xiaobing has been avoiding him on purpose, and the two have never had any chance to meet again until today when he met Xiaobing. Seeing Su Luo approaching, the smile on Xiaobing's face disappeared instantly and his expression became serious. It was really unexpected that Lin Lei happened to run into Su Luo at this critical moment. She raised her head, smiled, and said nothing. "What is this thing you guys are playing? If you don't mind, can you take me along?" Su Luo moved closer to Xiaobing and tried hard to squeeze in. He had heard that Xiaobing had a boyfriend before, but at this moment, there was no man around Xiaobing. Su Luo boldly guessed that the boyfriend might not have come. "Su Luo, can't you see we're playing a game? You're not welcome here, get as far away from me as possible." Chang Wenjing of course knew about Su Luo and Xiaobing. She stood in front of Xiaobing and said to Su Luo. Su Luo was naturally embarrassed. She wanted to pursue Xiaobing, so what did it have to do with Chang Wenjing? "Chang Wenjing, stop meddling in other people's business and get as far away from me as possible. If you're short of men, just tell me and I can introduce you to a few." After saying that, Su Luo showed an obscene smile on her face, and the followers behind her also laughed. "You're talking bullshit. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Just look at your dog-like appearance. Do you think you're worthy enough to sit with us? Chang Wenjing is indeed the eldest daughter of the Chang family, and she has a very aggressive personality. You're looking for death." Su Luo slapped Chang Wenjing in the face, and she instantly fell down on the sofa in the booth with her face red and swollen. Seeing Su Luo's behavior, the people around him started shouting, "How can a man hit a woman?" The whole scene instantly became chaotic. Su Luo was clearly irritated by Chang Wenjing. His friends also wanted to attack her. Xiaobing helped Chang Wenjing up and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Chang Wenjing cursed. As the eldest daughter of the Chang family, she was not brought up to be scared. Besides, the Su family was as powerful as her Chang family, so she was not afraid of Su Luo. Chang Wenjing stood up and, regardless of her status, the two of them wrestled with each other. But she was a woman after all, and could not compare to Su Luo in any way. The situation was a little out of control for a moment. As a spoiled young man, how could Su Luo have ever suffered such humiliation? When the two were fighting, Chang Wenjing was at a disadvantage. Just when he wanted to slap Chang Wenjing again, his hand was raised in the air, but was stopped by another hand. "Brother, aren't you ashamed of a grown man hitting a woman?" The person who spoke was Lin Lei. When Su Luo came near Xiaobing just now, Lin Lei had already walked out of the bathroom. He witnessed how Su Luo beat Chang Wenjing, and he saw every detail clearly. He was afraid that Su Luo would do something bad to Xiaobing, so he hurriedly walked towards them and stopped Su Luo. "Who are you? You dare to meddle in my affairs? If you meddle again, I'll deal with you too." Su Luo raised her hand, intending to punch Lin Lei. But he had never practiced before, so he was no match for Lin Lei. Lin Lei grabbed his arm and immobilized him. Then he swept Su Luo's legs and she fell heavily to the ground with her legs spread out. The people around her laughed when they saw this scene. He was in big trouble now. "Humph, you overestimate your own abilities." Su Luo scrambled to her feet from the ground, glaring angrily at Lin Lei. "Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business?" Su Luo roared loudly, and the people behind him were also staring at Lin Lei with a fierce look. If the two of them said something wrong, a conflict would break out. "Me? I'm Xiaobing's boyfriend." As soon as Lin Lei said this, Chang Wenjing's eyes lit up instantly. "So this is your boyfriend? He looks really nice." Chang Wenjing said quietly to Xiaobing. "Stop it, how's your injury?" Xiaobing looked at Chang Wenjing with a reproachful look. She had planned everything, but she hadn't expected Su Luo to be so shameless as to attack a woman. Chang Wenjing was taking the blame for her. But Chang Wenjing waved her hand and said, "These are just trivial matters. Tell me how you managed to get such a good boyfriend." Xiaobing rolled her eyes at him and simply stopped talking. Su Luo knew that he had run into a tough opponent today. Looking at the smiling Lin Lei in front of him, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he wanted to fight Lin Lei here. Just then, the organizer of the party came up to the few people with a smile on his face. After all, these people are all celebrities. No matter from which perspective, it would not be good for him to offend any of them. Please consider this as a gesture of giving me some face and stop causing trouble here. After all, the entire Tonight event is being broadcast live, and it would have a bad impact if it got out, said the organizer. Lin Lei smiled but said nothing, staring intently at Su Luo in front of him. A bodyguard in black rushed up from behind Su Luo and whispered something in his ear. He snorted coldly and said to the people around him, "Let's go." The people around left, and the whole scene suddenly became quiet, and the crowd was not so crowded anymore. Damn it, Su Luo hits really hard. Cheng Wenjing rubbed his face, which was hit red by Su Luo, and cursed. Are you okay? Lin Lei hadn't arrived yet. The person below shook his head. This wouldn't be the first time this had happened. If Lin Lei hadn't been there, who knows what would have happened tonight. You must be Xia Bing's boyfriend, right? Hello, my name is Chen Wenjing. I'm your best friend. Chen Wenjing extended her hand and greeted Lin Lin first. Lin Li nodded and shook Chen Wenjing's hand as a greeting. What was that move you just made called? It was so cool. Chen Wenjing spoke to Lin Lei with great interest and placed a glass of wine in front of him. Chapter 79 Shield. Nothing, it's just that guy was too weak. Lin Lei said lightly. For a moment, he felt a little uncomfortable. There were so many people around, and he didn't know what to say. Cheng Wenjing kept bringing up topics, but Lin Lei showed no interest. Has your boyfriend always been so aloof? Cheng Wenjing leaned close to Xia Bing's ear and whispered. Talk less, the party is about to start. Xia Bing said a little uneasily. Sitting here, Lin Li suddenly came to his senses and said to Xia Bing, Are you just going to use me as a shield tonight? Xia Bing blushed and quickly denied it, but Lin Lei had already seen her panic. No wonder you look a little strange today. Thinking of Xia Bing's strange look before, Lin Lei finally understood. I already told you it wasn't my intention. I just wanted to buy you some clothes. Xia Bing blushed and shook Lin Lei's arm. I don't have a problem with that, but next time something like this happens, you should tell me beforehand. Lin Lei interrupted Xia Bing and continued, Otherwise, if there's another suitor like that next time, I won't be able to handle it. Xia Bing blushed and twisted Lin Lei's waist. The group chatted and laughed. What happened just now was just a small episode, and Cheng Wenjing didn't take it to heart at all. A few minutes later, the party officially began. The host walked onto the stage in a gorgeous outfit. This charity gala was indeed a huge investment. Even the costumes were much more gorgeous than those at other galas. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our charity gala. The hostess kept talking non-stop. Lin Lei listened with great interest. Chen Wenjing kept talking to Xia Bing, and the two of them kept whispering. We'll use an auction this time. A percentage of all the accumulated donations will be donated to people in impoverished areas. If you have no objections, we can get started. After the opening remarks, the female host pushed aside the items and slowly pushed up the first item of the day from the backstage. It was a calligraphy and painting. This lot is a painting by the famous calligrapher Mr. Zhonglin. I believe Mr. Zhonglin is famous, so I don't need to introduce him too much. The starting price of this lot is 3 million, and each bid must not be less than 100,000. Those who are interested can start bidding now. The female host said to the audience with a smile, and the auctioneer was next to her. Xia Bing wasn't particularly interested in these paintings and calligraphy. But Lin Lei was different. In his previous life, he had persistently practiced calligraphy, believing it could improve his character. Lin Lei raised his bid twice and bought the painting for a whopping 8 million. You're crazy. You're spending 8 million on this calligraphy and painting? Mr. Zhongli and I have been on a show before, so we're quite acquainted. If you want it, I can easily get it for you there. Xia Bing said to Lin Lei in disbelief. Listening to Xia Bing's words, Lin Lei seemed to remember something and suddenly spoke. You still remember the agreement we made before, right? From now on, don't ask me what I buy. Xia Bing rolled her eyes in anger, but Cheng Wenjing's eyes lit up. In her eyes, Lin Lei was extremely majestic, and she liked men like that. After all, we're attending a charity gala, so it can be considered a good deed. Besides, spending 8 million to buy such a painting isn't a big loss. Lin Lei then explained, and Xia Bing stopped talking in anger. The next few items were all products of modern industry, and Lin Lei had no interest in them. During this period, someone offered help and raised funds through crowdfunding at a price of 400,000 yuan. Xia Bing participated in it as a way of expressing her gratitude. It's not that she can't afford the remaining items, she is just not interested in them. As the auction continued, time came to 9 o'clock in the evening and the last item was presented to the guests. This is a necklace weighing 3 kilograms, inlaid with countless diamonds. The largest diamond in the main body is blue in color and is affectionately called the Tears of the Yama by the craftsman. The starting price of this Tears of the Yama is 30 million, and each bid must not be less than 500,000. Everyone is welcome to bid. This is the item with the highest starting price in this auction, so its value is naturally self-evident. As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. 31 million, 3,200, the bidding sounds came one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the price of this item soared to 40 million. Do you like this thing? Lin Lei asked in a low voice. Xia Bing said. I do like it, but I don't think it's necessary to spend so much money on something like this. Besides, I have a lot of jewelry, so I don't need this one. Xia Bing said. Before she could finish her words, Lin Lei immediately raised his sign. What are you doing? Xia Bing was a little flustered. Since you like it, then buy it. You've bought so many clothes tonight, you're going to want me to find a way to repay you, right? Lin Lei smiled. No, this thing is so valuable, I definitely can't take it. Don't worry. In my opinion, you're the only one worthy of this. Lin Lei looked at Xia Bing with a firm gaze, ignoring her dissuasion. Hearing Lin Lei say this, Xia Bing was somewhat delighted, but she still wanted to dissuade him. However, because of their previous agreement, she hesitated to speak. Time passed quickly, and the price of this item had risen to 50 million, but the speed at which the price was updated had not slowed down. Su Luo, who shared the same idea as Lin Lei, was also one of the main bidders. He thought that if he could buy the necklace and give it to Xia Bing as a gift, her impression of him would definitely change significantly. He was thinking too much. Just because hitting a woman was such an unmanly act, Xia Bing would never agree to his pursuit even if she died. 70 million. Mr. Su has already bid 70 million. Is there anyone else who wants to follow up? Asked the female host. There are only a few people left in the audience who are bidding. 70 million yuan for a necklace like this already exceeds its intrinsic value. Everyone here is a smart person and will never do such a loss-making deal. Just as the auctioneer was about to make the final bid, Lin Lei made another bid. 75 million. Everyone present immediately focused their attention on Lin Lei. He was quite famous, and everyone present understood why he bought this item. Only Su Luo gritted his teeth. In his eyes, he and Xia Bing were the perfect match, and everyone else was just a light bulb. 80 million. This was all he could spend, and he had almost spent it all just now trying to show off. In fact, there were people planted by the organizers in this auction who deliberately raised the price, and Sura was foolishly fooled by them. Now he could only take a gamble. Lin Lei couldn't afford to pay more than 80 million. However, Lin Lei stood up and motioned for the staff to give him a microphone. I think there's no point in just bidding like that. I'll just raise the price to 100 million. Chapter 80, spending a huge amount of money. 100 million. Now our Mr. Lin Lei has raised the final price of this item to 100 million. I wonder if there is anyone here who can offer a higher price than that. The female host said in surprise that the price of this necklace was about 50 million. Lin Lei had almost doubled the price to buy this necklace, which really made her a little amazed. Su Luo on the side gritted his teeth. He didn't have much money left. He had some pocket money every month, and he worked in his family's company, so he usually had some money, but this time, the amount he spent was indeed a bit excessive. It was too late to call home for money now. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Lei bought the item away, unable to do anything. The auction price was too high. This necklace was definitely not worth that much money. Xia Bing kept rejecting the necklace and asked Lin Lei to give up the auction. This auction is all about the excitement and the process. Do you remember the agreement between us? Lin Lei smiled, put his hand to his mouth, and made a hushing gesture. Xia Bing moved her lips but said nothing. Chang Wenjing, who was sitting next to them, was a little crazy. Lin Lei actually spent 100 million to buy a necklace for Xia Bing. She was also imagining when such a person would appear and spend a lot of money on her. 100 million yuan was already the highest price for this necklace, and no one present made an offer to buy it. 100 million once, 100 million twice, 100 million 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. Lin Lei for winning the item again. The female host excitedly said to the audience after swinging the hammer 3 times during the auction. The last item to be auctioned was an antique vase. Lin Lei was not interested in such things. After all, the finale item cost so much money, so he did not proceed with the final auction. He doesn't have enough money on him now, so he needs to exchange some cash from the system. During this period, he accumulated a total of 3,000 points. He previously spent 700 points to exchange for the skill of making music, and now he needs another 1,000 points to exchange for 100 million cash. System, help me exchange 100 million cash. Linley called out to the system and said. If it were before, Linley would never have exchanged points for cash, as cash was the least cost-effective transaction here. But now it's different. Rather than saying that the necklace really suits Xiaobing, it's better to say that Linley has come to terms with it. Points are easy to redeem, but such opportunities are rare. Ding, congratulations to the host on the successful exchange. The system prompted that all the cash had been transferred to the bank where Linley withdrew money last time. He took out the business card that the manager had given him from his wallet and called the number. It was already 9 o'clock, and according to the normal working schedule, the bank had closed, but Linley was the highest level member here after all. Seeing that it was Linley calling, the manager quickly picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Linley, I wonder what's the matter that makes you call so late? The manager said politely. Please help me take out all the cash in the safe and deposit it into my card, Linley said. After checking, the manager discovered that an unknown account had added 100 million in cash to Linley's safe. He quickly took action and transferred the entire amount of cash to Linley's black gold card in 20 minutes. Linley received the notification of the arrival of the money and thanked the manager. That's what I should do, Mr. Linley. I hope to be of service to you again next time. The manager hung up the phone. With the host's final closing remarks, the whole evening party was about to end. While Linley was calling the manager, Chang Wenjing secretly talked to Xiaobing. Sister Bingbing, I really envy you for having a boyfriend who gives so much to you. No, do you want this kind of payment? You're spending twice as much on something for nothing. You're even more of a spendthrift than me. I can't afford this kind of payment anyway. Xiaobing said unhappily. How much jewelry could he buy with the extra money? Xiaobing felt a little distressed. In this way, he was treated as a fool by the organizer for nothing. No matter what, this is also a sacrifice, right? I'm just afraid that I won't be able to find such a good man in the future. Chang Wenjing sighed and complained. Don't worry, you are still young and you will definitely meet someone better in the future. Xiaobing comforted Chang Wenjing. There's only a few months difference between us, why are you acting so grown up? Chang Wenjing pouted and said, why not introduce your boyfriend to me, and then I can have him too? Chang Wenjing's words were, of course, a joke. Okay, I can ask him for you and see if he's willing. Xiaobing pretended to be angry with a pouty face. I'm just joking with you, you're such a tough guy. The two looked at each other and suddenly laughed for some reason. Thank you all for coming, see you next year. With the female host's closing remarks, the evening party came to an end. Linley bought 2 items at the auction, and now that the party was over, it was naturally time to settle the bill. He took out his bank card, and everyone noticed the black and gold card. Anyone who can spend 100 million to buy a necklace is indeed very wealthy. After the payment was made, the organizer carefully framed the item and handed it over to Linley. Linley left the venue feeling quite satisfied. This was his first time attending an auction, and he had a pretty good understanding of the various intricacies involved. Xiaobing and his group were waiting at the door. When they saw Linley come out, they greeted him and asked him to come over. Before Linley could even walk down the stairs, he was surrounded by people at the door. They were the people Su Luo had brought with him. What for? Do you think you didn't embarrass yourself enough just now and want to do more? Linley looked at Su Luo in front of him and said sarcastically with a half smile. Thinking about what happened just now, Luo was so angry that his teeth were itching. Linley actually made him look bad in front of so many people. He had to avenge this. Stop talking nonsense. Linley, I know who you are, but I'm afraid you don't know me. Let me introduce myself to you. My name is Su Luo, and I'm the eldest son of the Su family. Just when Su Luo was feeling elated and wanted to see Linley's panicked expression, the man in front of her lowered his head and walked past with an expressionless face. Stop, did I let you go? Su Luo yelled. In the past, no matter who heard his identity, they would wisely give him some face, and he would naturally get what he wanted. However, Linley did not give him any face at all. Another reason why he came to cause trouble was to snatch the things back from Linley and give them to Xiaobing. You said you had to introduce yourself formally, but I didn't say I had to listen. Who you are means nothing to me, and I don't really care. After saying these words, Linley continued walking forward. Chapter 81, Intercepting. Stop him. Su Luo roared, ordering her followers to surround Lin Lei. All of Chang Wenjing's group of women, except Xia Bing, were terrified. Lin Lei was only one person, while Su Luo and her group had so many people. How could they possibly fight back? Sister Bingbing, do you want to call someone? Chang Wenjing asked, holding the phone tightly in her hand. No need, just tell your little sister and watch. Xia Bing stood aside and said lightly. Just now, I was speaking to the organizers inside. Now that we're outside the party venue, can we have some sparring? Su Luo said proudly, looking at Lin Lei. He had dozens of followers around him, but Lin Lei was alone. Are you sure you want to spar with me, alone or all at once? Su Luo was being too long-winded, and Lin Lei was getting a little impatient. He just wanted to put the necklace around Xia Bing's neck himself. There's such a good thing going on. Let us do it together. Su Luo was ecstatic after hearing this. She didn't know whether Lin Lei was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, as he actually asked everyone to come together. The followers around Su Luo raised their fists and rushed towards Lin Lei. No, I think we should call some people, otherwise the gap in strength is too big. Just when Chang Wenjing and the other girls thought Lin Lei was going to be beaten, they suddenly saw an incredible scene before them. Lin Lei threw the auction item he had won into the air and knocked down the oncoming follower with his fist. The moment the two items reached their highest point and fell, he attacked another person. After tossing the two objects back and forth a few times, Su Luo and his followers inexplicably collapsed at the entrance of the venue. Although Lin Lei left quite late, there were still many people waiting at the entrance. Seeing Lin Lei display his skills, everyone stood aside, watching the show with anticipation. The result was that Su Luo was knocked to the ground as if she was being teased, and fell flat on her face. Everyone around laughed. They recognized that this was the young master of the Su family, the one who had beaten the woman in the venue just now. Chang Wenjing and the other women didn't dare open their eyes to look at the scene in front of them. After a while, they only heard continuous wailing. They bravely opened their eyes, only to find that there were more than a dozen men lying in front of Lin Lei. Chang Wenjing's jaw dropped in shock, but Xia Bing, having seen Lin Lei's abilities before, said calmly, "See? I told you there's no need to call for help." Chang Wenjing made another phone call in a daze, asking her people not to come. Your boyfriend is really quite capable. I remember he was a martial arts actor. He's a good fighter and has a lot of money. You've really found a treasure this time. Don't mention this to me. Did you see that little box in his hand? He's mad. Xia Bing pointed at the necklace in Lin Lei's hand, still a little angry. How's it going? Do you still want to compete now? Lin Lei tossed the two objects into the air, took them back in his hands, and smiled at Su Luo. You're cheating. I'm not even ready for this fight. Su Luo yelled. He hadn't even seen Lin Lei's movements clearly before he and his followers were already lying on the ground. Although he didn't know what trick Lin Lei had used, he was certain that Lin Lei was cheating. Well, tell me how we can compete so that you will be willing to do it. Lin Lei said with a smile. Let's have a one-on-one duel. If I lose, I will willingly give this thing to you. Su Luo said. Lin Lei nodded, but before he could get ready, Su Luo took a package from his arms and threw it towards him. It should be quicklime, but in Lin Lei's eyes, Su Luo's trick was too clumsy and too slow. He dodged one step, and Su Luo's little trick was instantly thwarted. Quicken lime? You're the one who came up with such a simple trick. Lin Lei scoffed, and the onlookers around him let out a burst of meaningless laughter. This kind of hidden weapon can only be used against ordinary people. For someone of Lin Lei's level, slaked lime is completely useless to him. Su Luo's face flushed instantly. He rushed towards Lin Lei in anger, punching him repeatedly. But Lin Lei seemed to see through his attacks, dodging them accurately every time. Not only did he dodge perfectly, but he also left some small blows that annoyed Su Luo. I can't stand it anymore. What's the point of you dodging all the time? Fight me fair and square. Su Luo was obviously enraged. He had fallen into Lin Lei's trap. Want to have a fair fight? Fine, then I'll give you this opportunity. Lin Lei moved instantly, and before Su Luo could see clearly, his arm was grabbed. Lin Lei twisted the joint in the opposite direction, and Su Luo was instantly restrained by him. He grabbed Su Luo's arm and pressed Su Luo to the ground. Well, are you convinced now? After saying this, he suddenly exerted force on his arm, causing Su Luo to grimace in pain. I give in, I give in. It's my fault. I shouldn't have provoked you. Seeing that Su Luo had surrendered obediently, Lin Lei didn't want to get involved with him anymore. He picked up the items he had just placed on the ground and planned to leave. Lin Lei, just wait for me. Even though I lost this time, you're still not worthy of Xiaobing. Su Luo covered her shoulder and spoke loudly. It seems I really need to teach you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lei moved to Su Luo's side like a ghost. 2 crisp slaps were heard, and Su Luo received a slap on each cheek. These 2 slaps are to teach you how to be a good man. Learn these things well, and then come and compete with me. After saying this, Lin Lei turned and left, leaving Su Luo and his guards lying on the ground. You're so handsome. I didn't expect you to have such great kung fu skills. Where did you learn this? Can you recommend something to me? Chang Wenjing said excitedly to Lin Lei, her eyes sparkling. I'm a martial arts actor by profession, so these are considered basic skills. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Lin Lei smiled and turned to look at Xiaobing. After opening the outer packaging of the necklace, the tears of the Ama appeared perfectly in front of them. I got it back. Let me help you carry it. Without further ado, Lin Lei chose to give the necklace to Xiaobing herself. Seeing so many people around, Xiaobing felt embarrassed at first, but Lin Lei was quite skilled and took it with him directly. Does it look good? Xiaobing looked down and asked Lin Lei. I have to say, I have excellent taste. No one else is worthy of this necklace except you, Lin Lei said with a smile. Chapter 82 Perfect Jazz. Xiaobing rolled her eyes at Lin Lei. Although her hand was still caressing the necklace reluctantly, she continued to chatter away. You're just starting out, so it's better to save some money for your own development. Spending 100 million on this necklace has already exceeded its original value. It's totally not worth it. Lin Lei looked at Xiaobing and shook his head. In this world, nothing is worth it. As long as you like it, it's worth it no matter how much money you spend. Lin Lei's words were subtle, yet Xiaobing blushed to the roots of her ears. The people around also exclaimed in surprise, envious of Xiaobing for finding such a good boyfriend. Chang Wenjing stared at Lin Lei infatuatedly. Lin Lei's appearance made her more certain about what kind of person she wanted to find. He was very conflicted and didn't know what to do. Su Luo got up in a panic at this time. Seeing Lin Lei and Xiaobing showing their affection in front of her, she clenched her hands so tightly that her nails were about to dig into her flesh. Lin Lei's slaps weren't that heavy, but they severely damaged Su Luo's pride. No one had ever dared to treat him like this since he was a child. Seeing Su Luo stand up, Lin Lei quickly protected Xiaobing behind him and said to him, "Why don't you get out of here now? Do you want another slap from me?" Su Luo clenched his fists and subconsciously took a step forward when Lin Lei raised his palm into the air, pretending to hit him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Luo turned around in panic and stumbled away. So you're just a coward. Tell me, why do you always attract people like this? Lin Lei dusted off his hands and said to Xiaobing with a smile. Maybe that's what charm is. Most people want it but don't have it. Xiaobing feigned anger and rolled her eyes at Lin Lei. I really hope a rival for my love will appear. That way, my game will be a bit more fun. Lin Lei raised his arms and said with a look of longing. Xiaobing took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention and twisted Lin Lei's waist. It's still early. Should we find a place to play again? Someone in the crowd suggested. It is indeed too early now and there is nothing to do if I go back. Lin Lei was not very familiar with these people and did not want to go at first. However, since Xiaobing and Chang Wenjing had not seen each other for a long time, he wanted to take this opportunity to chat more. He had no choice but to go along with Xiaobing's wishes and go to a nightclub with them. This group of people either came from prominent families or had powerful families. There was not a single ordinary person among them. Among all of them, Lin Lei was of ordinary status. But what Lin Lei did tonight really shocked these second-generation people. The venue they rented tonight was a relatively large nightclub in Binhai City, where Chang Wenjing and others had a fixed private room. A few people called the waiters outside in and opened all the good wines that were stored here and placed them on the table. There are several singers singing on the stage in the front. They are the golden resident singers in this nightclub, and there is a whole band behind them playing music. Although the lights here were dim, the waiters had long since trained their eyes to be sharp and could identify people in such an environment. They were very surprised to find that among the visitors tonight were even Xiaobing and Lin Lei. Chang Wenjing signaled not to reveal Xiaobing and Lin Lei's identities to anyone, otherwise the door would definitely be broken down in this small nightclub. When they came up, they just chatted briefly, listened to the folk songs sung by the band, and drank quietly. But after dozens of minutes, a sudden rock song ignited the hearts of everyone present. The people singing on the stage were singing wildly, and the whole place was instantly ignited. Everyone started dancing together, and the previous barriers disappeared in an instant. Xiaobing hadn't been to such a place for a long time due to work, so she took advantage of this opportunity to take off her usual restraints and relax. Lin Lei nodded, tapping his feet on the ground to keep time as he drank his wine quietly. The atmosphere here was truly lively. After the song was finished, everyone sat down to rest. I think this is a good time. Why don't you go up and sing a song? Xiaobing suddenly thought of something and invited Lin Lei to come up on stage and sing a song for everyone. Lin Lei shook his head. Under the circumstances, he didn't really want to show up in public. But the people around him refused to give in. They had heard of Lin Lei's singing talent before, and today was the perfect opportunity to see him in person. Of course, they would not give up. They called the manager who was present and asked him to communicate with the band and prepare to let Lin Lei perform a song on stage. Unable to resist the crowd's enthusiasm, Lin Lei reluctantly walked out of the box and made his way to the stage through a special channel. Although this band is not big, it has everything you need, including all kinds of musical instruments. The band's pianist, after consulting with the manager, had left the stage and was standing aside to watch. Lin Lei sat down at the piano, tried a few notes, and when he felt it was okay, he began to play and sing. This was a piece of jazz music. It was the theme song from Lin Lei's favorite movie in his previous life. In this situation, he couldn't help but think of the song, and he sang it out. Lin Lei first showed off his piano skills, attracting the attention of all the nightclub customers to the stage. After a brief performance, Lin Lei slowly began to speak. His magnetic and languid voice captivated everyone present. Everyone in the box was even more shocked. They were quite knowledgeable, but they had never heard such a sound anywhere else. At first, there was only Lin Lei's voice, mixed with the piano. After a few words, the other members of the nearby band immediately understood and joined in the playing. The whole scene is as beautiful as in a movie. Under the influence of alcohol, his eyes were a little blurry. Lin Lei on the stage looked so handsome in his eyes. Lin Lei's voice, mixed with the sounds of piano and saxophone, intoxicated everyone present. This time, thanks to the venue, although he made a few small mistakes, the performance was still perfect. The men and women present unconsciously leaned together and began to dance gently to the sounds of Lin Lei singing. The atmosphere in the entire venue became somewhat slow and lazy. Lin Lei also enjoyed singing at this time. It was not for any other reason, but simply because he wanted to make music and sing, which made him very intoxicated. Soon, as Lin Lei's singing ended, the piano music slowly stopped. Everyone present was stunned for 3 seconds before realizing that the singing was over. The audience hadn't heard enough, but they certainly wouldn't let Lin Lei leave like that. Everyone was shouting, "One more!" Chapter 83 New Movie. After the song was over, Lin Lei hurried off the stage and returned to the box. Fortunately, I left quickly, otherwise I would have been in trouble. Within a few minutes, some sharp-eyed audience members had recognized the person on the stage as Lin Lei, and they took photos and videos and posted them on their WeChat moments. As soon as the door of the box was opened, everyone cheered, welcoming Lin Lei back. This song is so beautiful. How did you do it? Can you teach me when you have time? Go away, go away. Is it possible for ordinary people to learn this skill of the great star Lin? Everyone present laughed, raised their glasses, and toasted Lin Lei, except Cheng Wenjing, who hid aside. At this moment, her heart was extremely complicated, and she had sobered up a lot from the alcohol she had just drunk. Lin Lei is so talented, has his own achievements in film and television, and treats his girlfriend so well. It is hard for Cheng Wenjing not to be moved by such a man. But on one hand, there is the man she is attracted to, and on the other hand, there is her best friend for many years. I guess there is no need to explain which is more important. Perhaps due to the atmosphere, Lin Lei felt a little hot, so he took off his coat and sat next to Xiaobing. The atmosphere was already lively, and he became familiar with everyone and started playing the dice game. Xiaobing sat next to him, directing him to roll the dice with a beautiful smile on her face. Only Chang Wenjing sat aside, as if she was ignored by the whole world. A careful friend noticed that something was wrong with Chang Wenjing and came to ask him. Are you okay? Aren't you usually the one making the most noise in this kind of situation? Why are you so quiet today? It's okay, I just drank a little too much and I feel a little dizzy. I'll be fine in a while. Chang Wenjing shook her head and let them go play by themselves first. About an hour later, it was already late and they both had work to do tomorrow, so they had to leave first. Before leaving, Linley filled his cup with wine and said to everyone, I feel it's fate that we're all gathered here today, and I'm very grateful for your care for Xiaobing. This glass of wine is mine on Xiaobing's behalf. Let's toast to everyone together. After saying this, Linley downed the entire glass of wine in one gulp. Seeing Linley's generosity, everyone else also drank up the wine in their glasses. Miss Chang, thank you for taking care of Xiaobing for so long. Xiaobing is not very good at drinking, as you know. I will drink this glass of wine for her. Lin Lei refilled his cup and walked over to Chang Wenjing. Chang Wenjing instantly became nervous and her face turned a little red, but the lights in the box were dim and no one noticed anything unusual. Lin Lei finished his words and drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Chang Wenjing drank the wine in the glass carefully, not daring to look Lin Lei in the eye. Lin Lei didn't notice anything, but Xiaobing beside him was a little suspicious, but she didn't say anything. Everyone, see you next time. We're leaving now. After Lin Lei contacted Shang Lin, he stood up and prepared to leave. I had just left the box and was about to go to the lobby, but the manager found the two of them. Mr. Linley, your performance just now was certainly impressive, but the hall is packed with fans and has been blocked by our security. I think you should go through the back door. It turned out that Lin Lei's song had just been posted online and had instantly caused a sensation. Many people wanted to come to the bar to catch a glimpse of Lin Lei's beauty, and the hall was already crowded. If it weren't for the numerous security guards in the nightclub, the private room of Lin Lei and others would have been trampled to the ground by now. Perhaps the lobby manager's actions were too obvious, and some sharp-eyed fans in the lobby had already seen the two of them. They shouted Lin Lei and everyone began to rush towards them frantically. After all, there were only a few security guards, and they could not stop such a large number of fans. After a few seconds, the defense line set up by the security guards was breached. This is going to be a bit troublesome, Linley said to himself. He suddenly grabbed Xiaobing's hand, and the two of them ran frantically towards the back door. Xiaobing held Lin Lei's hand tightly, not daring to let go. When I opened the back door, I found Shang Lin's car parked behind. Get in the car quickly, I'll take you away from here. Shang Lin opened the car window and shouted to the two. Lin Lei opened the back door and let Xiaobing get in first. At this time, the crazy fans had slowly rushed to the back door, and he also got in quickly. Shang Lin stepped on the accelerator, and the two left the nightclub. Tonight was truly thrilling. Lin Lei raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his face, but he discovered that his hands were locked tightly with Xiaobing's, and they hadn't separated yet. Xiaobing also noticed the two people's interlocked hands and reacted instantly, letting go of Lin Lei. Next time something like this happens, don't show up in public. If you really get blocked, it's still unknown whether you can get out today. Shang Lin lectured Lin Lei, and he could only nod and bow beside her. Back at the villa, tonight's events were indeed quite enjoyable. Not only did I teach my love rival who showed up halfway a lesson, but I also got to know Chang Wenjing and the others. It was really great. The haze of his previous online battle with Mr. Ding has been swept away, and he is now in a high mood for creation. Have you had some conflicts with Chang Wenjing a long time ago? I saw her behavior tonight, why is it so strange? Xiaobing suddenly remembered Chang Wenjing's last move and asked Lin Lei with some confusion. Is it strange? Today is the first time I met her. We didn't have any close relationship before, and I didn't say anything to her alone tonight. Lin Lei recalled everything that Chang Wenjing did tonight and didn't see anything strange. Xiaobing also shook her head, not knowing what went wrong. As soon as he returned to the villa, Lin Lei received a call from Director Zhang Yimou. Director, it's you. It's been a long time since we last met. How have you been lately? Lin Lei was a little happy when he saw that it was Zhang Yimou calling. You've been doing pretty well lately, your fame has skyrocketed. Now even a director like me doesn't know if I can hire you. Director, you're joking. If you need me for anything, I'll definitely be happy to help, Lin Lei said with a smile. Right now, there's something I need you for. I have a new script that's about to start filming, and I'd like you to play the leading male role. Although the investment isn't huge, it's a great opportunity for you. I'll send you the script first, so take a look. Lin nodded in agreement. This was certainly a good thing, so why wouldn't he accept it? The director hung up the phone and then sent the script to Lin phone. Chapter 84, Love Under the Hawthorn Tree. This is not a modern drama. The time and place are set in China 30 or 40 years ago. It expresses the simple and honest love story of the hero and heroine against the backdrop of that time. Director Zhang Yimou did not lie to Lin. The image of this protagonist is indeed somewhat similar to him. After a brief reading, Lin decided to shoot. The night sky in Binhai City tonight is darker than usual. It might be about to rain. Su Luo, who had been beaten up by Lin before, was now sitting in the largest nightclub in Binhai City. He had booked a private room and there were countless fine wines on the table, but he was in a depressed mood and had no interest in watching his female companions dancing in front of him. "Mr. Su, how about we have a drink together?" A female companion beside him said to Su Luo in a pretentious manner, holding the glass in front of him, and said with a smile. Su Luo didn't really want to drink, so he shook his head. However, the female companion's repeated dissuasion made him a little angry, and he knocked the cup in the female companion's hand to the ground. "I said I don't want to drink. Get out of here." This was the first time Su Luo got so angry in a nightclub. Everyone around her was scared. Seeing that something was wrong, several female companions hurriedly left the box and retreated outside. "What's wrong with this Su tonight? She's so angry, as if someone owes her money." "Really? Didn't you see his face? If he didn't have some filthy money, who would come here to coax him and take it out on us, the king of weapons? He's really shameless." Several women complained and left the box, but their words were heard by a man who just passed by. The man stayed beside them for a while with an expressionless face, then turned and entered Su Luo's box. Su Luo didn't even raise her head. She heard a sound at the door and shouted loudly. "I told you all to get out. Didn't you hear me?" The man whispered, "It's me." Su Luo raised her head instantly and said, "Come in." "What happened? Why are you so angry?" "It's that female celebrity I had my eye on before. Because of her, I made a fool of myself at the charity gala today." Su Luo's face was gloomy. It was obvious that Lin made him unhappy tonight. "I thought it was something serious. Women are like this. Don't let it ruin everything," said the man next to him. "Are you teaching me a lesson? You are still a little lacking in quality." Su Luo looked at the man next to him and said to him with a sneer. The man half knelt on the ground, stretched out his hand, and said to Su Luo, "I dare not." Su Luo sighed, waved her hand, and asked him to stand up. "Go and help me find out what this Lin who's with her is doing. I need to know his movements immediately so I can take action." The man wanted to dissuade her again, but seeing that Su Luo had made up her mind, he didn't know what to say. He turned around and left the nightclub. Lin told Shang Lin about the script, and Shang Lin arranged all his schedule for the next few days. It can be said that it is a blessing for Toden. During this period, Lin appearance fee has risen to hundreds of thousands per time. Although compared with Xiaobing, the number is still insignificant, it is also the first step for a person. After learning that the filming location was in the southern region, where the climate was not considered cold, Lin packed some things and planned to rush to the airport to meet up with director Zhang Yimou tomorrow. At 2 o'clock in the evening, the man returned to the nightclub. "I've already done a lot of research on that young artist you mentioned. He'll be heading to the southern region to film some things in a few days. We can then set up a trap for him on the cross-sea bridge he'll have to pass through, and lure him into it." "That's easy to say, but what should we do?" Su Luo snorted coldly and said to the man. The man leaned close to Su Luo's ear and whispered a few words to Su Luo. Su Luo was overjoyed and nodded. "That's it." During this period, the relationship between Lin and Xiaobing has also warmed up a lot. Ever since Lin spent 100 million yuan to buy that necklace and showed off his love in front of everyone, the interactions between him and Xiaobing have increased, intentionally or unintentionally. "You're going to the airport tomorrow. I happen to have nothing to do, so I'll take you there," Xiaobing suggested. Lin wanted to refuse, but when he opened his mouth and saw Xiaobing's expectant eyes, he nodded and agreed to let her go. The next day, Lin personally drove Shang Lin and Xiaobing to the airport. Because Shang Lin is the agent and needs to go with Lin, Shang Lin will be fully responsible for food, clothing, transportation and accommodation during this period. Shanglin, please keep an eye on him for me. Don't let him do anything bad outside during this period. Xiaobing said to Shanglin on the way. On the way from Xiaobing's villa to the airport, you need to pass through a cross-sea bridge. It is 8 o'clock in the morning, which is when the cross-sea bridge is most congested. Looking at the endless stream of cars ahead, Linley sighed. He wasn't sure if he could catch his flight today. I've never seen this cross-sea bridge so crowded at this time before. Why are there so many cars today? Shanglin said anxiously. Being on time is a virtue that an agent should maintain, and she was a little anxious about not being able to fulfill her contract normally. It's okay. Director Zhang Yimou and I have a good relationship. Even if I'm a little late, he won't say anything. Lin Lei calmed the two women down and didn't take the matter to heart. Just as they were about to leave the cross-sea bridge, the car in front of Lin Lei suddenly stopped. Lin Lei honked the horn several times, but the man in front remained unmoved. What's wrong with the car in front? The light is green, why isn't it moving? Xiaobing leaned over and honked the horn several times, but the car in front didn't move. This was a bad premonition that suddenly emerged in Lin Lei's heart. Ever since he had the system, he always had some premonition in his heart before something bad happened. As expected, several people suddenly rushed out from the cars behind him, holding sticks and running towards Lin Lei's car. Lin Lei saw the movements of these people in the rearview mirror and locked the car door in a flash. You two, sit down quickly. Lin Lei turned the steering wheel, adjusted the direction, and stepped on the accelerator. Several cars nearby were instantly pushed aside by Lin Lei's car, creating a path. The men behind him saw Lin Lei trying to escape and naturally refused to allow him to do so. However, the car was going too fast, so they simply hit it a few times with their sticks. Chapter 85, Chase. The man smashed the rear window of the car, but could only watch helplessly as Lin Lei and the others left. Seeing that Lin Lei and his men were about to use the cross-sea bridge, several people hurried to chase them. These people were the ones Su Luo had called. This is a good opportunity to stop Lin Lei. If he is allowed to leave this cross-sea bridge, it will be extremely difficult to take action against him again in the future. Seeing that they could no longer catch up with Lin Lei, the people behind him suddenly lifted a few motorcycles from their car, jumped on them and started chasing him. The whole bridge became extremely chaotic. Holy crap! Is this really possible? Lin Lei cursed inwardly when he heard the roar of a motorcycle from behind. He had already eliminated Lu Ji and Han Baoquan, and he didn't know who else in Binhai City could seek revenge on him. Suddenly, he thought of Su Luo who had offended him at the charity dinner that day. No problem, it must be him. After walking out of the cross-sea bridge in a thrilling way, there is still some distance to the airport. This distance becomes extremely difficult to walk because of the terrain of Binhai City. Compared to this, the motorcycle behind me is traveling at the speed of light. Lin Lei's forehead was covered in sweat as he swung the steering wheel, but the motorcycle behind him was gradually closing the distance between them. Eventually, the motorcycle finally reached Lin Lei. You two, fasten your seatbelts and sit tight, Lin Lei said in a deep voice. After Xiaobing and Shanglin fastened their seatbelts, Lin Leijia turned the steering wheel and, relying on the inertia of the motorcycle body, turned the motorcycle to the right. In an instant, the motorcycle, along with the rider and the car, crashed heavily onto the ground nearby. The fuel tank exploded due to the violent impact, and flames splashed everywhere. The rising gust of air also affected the body of Lin Lei's car, and the steering wheel involuntarily turned to the left. Reminded by his companion's injury, the motorcyclist nearby instantly gained experience and turned to the side, while simultaneously striking the window of Lin Lei's car with the stick in his hand. The window on Lin Lei's left shattered with a clang, the shards carried by the wind into the interior of the car. Lin Lei had some small scratches on his body, and he began to bleed slightly. This really irritated Lin Lei. These people's desperate behavior made him very angry. After all, Xiaobing and Shanglin were sitting in the car, so of course he had to protect them. The motorcyclist on the left had already regained control of the vehicle and was about to attack Lin Lei again. But when he swung the stick in his hand towards Lin Lei suddenly reached out and grabbed the stick, pulling it hard. The man on the other side clearly hadn't anticipated Lin Lei's speed. He fell uncontrollably towards Lin Lei's bike. Lin Lei turned the steering wheel slightly, and the motorcyclist fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. In an instant, only one of the three motorcyclists who came to chase Lin Lei was left. The motorcyclist over there sought his two injured companions and didn't dare to approach Lin Lei anymore. He just threw some things at Lin Lei's bike. This motorcyclist was not easy to deal with. Lindley looked at the stick in his hand and suddenly an idea came to him. You drive, Lindley said to Xiaobing, who was in the passenger seat. Xiaobing hadn't recovered from her shock yet, but when she heard Lindley's voice, she subconsciously took action, gripping the steering wheel and staring straight ahead. The glass beside Lindley had been smashed, so he easily poked his head out of the driver's window, picked up the stick in his hand, and threw it at the motorcyclist behind him. The motorcyclist obviously hadn't expected Lindley to do something like this. He wasn't wearing a helmet, but Lindley's throw was quite accurate, hitting the motorcyclist directly in the face. In an instant, the motorcyclist's face was distorted, and the motorcycle under him was out of control, falling to the ground and sliding heavily. When Lindley came back and shook Xiaobing's hand, he felt only a chill. He lowered his head and began to control the car. Xiaobing had never experienced such a shock before. She stared blankly at the road ahead until Lindley started talking and came to her senses. How are you? Are you two okay? Shan Lin's mental endurance had improved significantly after the previous attack, and she shook her head at Lindley. Xiaobing, who was standing nearby, finally came to her senses and shook her head after Lindley called out to her several times. Who are these people? Xiaobing said in a daze. What are you talking about? It's just those ex-boyfriends who are pursuing you. Lindley smiled, trying his best to ease the current situation. Okay, don't blame yourself too much about this. They came here just for me. As long as you two are okay, it's fine. Hurry up and call Chang Wenjing and ask her to come here and deal with it. Ever since the last incident, Lindley realized that Chang Wenjing was not afraid of Su Luo. Lindley had no way to take action here and could only let Chang Wenjing handle it first. There were no more pursuers behind him, so Lindley drove the car steadily to the airport. However, the shattered windows and the countless scratches on the car scared the surrounding passengers, and they all looked sideways at Lindley. Alright, hurry up and go. I've already called her and she'll be picking me up soon. If you don't leave now, you'll miss your plane. Xiaobing urged Lindley to get out of the car quickly. I'd better wait a while. If those people really catch up with you and leave you alone, wouldn't that ruin everything? Lindley said. No matter how Xiaobing explained that she was fine, Lindley still refused to give in. He didn't feel relieved until Chang Wenjing and her men arrived at the airport. Those people of Su Luo are really cruel. I never thought he would play this way before. I didn't expect he would even resort to the method of hunting us down. Chang Wenjing trotted to Xiaobing and said to her. We don't know either. We were attacked right after leaving the villa. It's really inexplicable. While Xiaobing and Chang Wenjing were talking, Lindley came up to them. Thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, we don't know how we would have escaped. As soon as Chang Wenjing saw Lindley's face, her eyes began to wander and she began to feel nervous. I have some work that requires me to leave Binhai for a while, so I'll ask you to take care of Xiaobing during this time. Lindley stretched out his hand, intending to shake hands with Chang Wenjing. Chang Wenjing stretched out her hand like a frightened rabbit, shook it briefly, and then pulled her hand back. Chang Wenjing acted a little strange, but the plane was about to take off, so he could only turn around and speak to Shang Lin beside him. You don't have to come with me for this shoot. Sister Rui still has some work to do in Binhai City, so she won't be able to take care of Xiaobing in time. During this time, you can help me take care of her in Binhai City. Let Lu Qing come with me, and she can also protect my safety. Shang Lin was about to retort, but Lindley glared back at her, so she had to give up. After making sure everyone was alright, Lindley hurried into the terminal, waved to Xiaobing behind him, and boarded the plane. Chapter 86 Li Chun. Su Luo did not sleep all night. This matter was planned very suddenly. He was worried that something might go wrong, so he did not sleep and waited for news. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the man from before broke into his bedroom. How is it? How is it going? Su Luo asked anxiously. The man sighed and shook his head. How could this happen? Wasn't this thing agreed to be done? But now it turned out like this. Su Luo was a little angry. The man had made such a sincere promise in front of him before, but now he failed. This case could have been solved, but Lindley miraculously escaped the pursuit of the three of us motorcyclists and escaped. Later, Chang Wenjing of the Chang family stepped in and put an end to the pursuit. Su Luo's face darkened as she slapped the bed hard. Damn it, Chang Wenjing and Lindley, those two bastards. They've ruined my plans time and time again. I'm going to teach them a lesson next time. I advise you not to have any idea of attacking Chang Wenjing. Although we don't have any big grudges with the Chang family now, once we want to do something, it will still be difficult to implement. The man next to him said to Su Luo. Then what do you think we should do? Am I being bullied for no reason? Su Luo's eyes were red. The grievance he suffered hurt his heart deeply. Let's wait and see how this matter develops. As for that female star, do you really want her? Said the man. What do you think? Su Luo said to the man with a gloomy face. The man nodded and left the room. After several hours of flying, Lin Lei finally arrived at his destination. The name of this city is Shizhou. Although its economic development is not as good as Binhai, it also has the largest film and television base. Many excellent films were born here. Lin Lei had heard of this place a long time ago and had long wanted to see it. This time, he was invited by director Zhang Yimou to play the leading role, so he took this opportunity to see the world. The injuries he had sustained in Binhai had long since healed, but Lin Lei's clothes were scratched by the glass and looked a little tattered. He first drove to the hotel designated by the director, changed his clothes and prepared to meet up with the crew. He was a little excited the first moment he saw the director. It felt like meeting an old friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time. At this time, he also understood why Xia Bing was so excited to see the actors whom he hadn't seen for many days. Director, it's been so long since we last met. You're still as charming as ever and look in great spirits. Lin Lei said to Zhang Yimou with a smile. You've been making quite a bit of noise lately. Didn't you take my words to heart? Zhang Yimou said with a somewhat angry look. Lin Lei knew that he had caused quite a stir a while ago, so he quickly explained to the director. Forget it, you don't need to explain. I also know that young people nowadays are like this, always thinking that the grass is greener on the other side. But I still have to warn you that you can't abandon your original career. After all, this is the foundation of your life. Director Zhang Yimou shook his head and said. The director's teaching is correct. I will definitely pay attention to this aspect in the future. Lin Lei nodded. Zhang Yimou is like his father, constantly teaching him what he should do. He is very grateful in this regard and listens to his words. Come on, I'll take you to meet the leading actor. Director Zhang Yimou smiled. Lin Lei had seen this movie in her previous life and knew something about the heroine. They thought it was still the same as before, corresponding characters in a parallel world, but this time something had changed. Director Zhang Yimou took Lin Lei to the front of a university and told him to wait there. The lead actor this time is a college student? Lin Lei said to Zhang Yimou with some doubt. Just wait a little longer. I'll let her out now. Director Zhang Yimou smiled and didn't explain. About 20 minutes later, a woman walked out of the campus. This woman is similar to the leading actress in the previous life in terms of figure, age, and clothing, but her face is completely different. This is Li Chun, the female lead of our movie, Lin Lei. Say hello to him. Director Zhang Yimou called the woman to his side and said to Lin Lei. Lin Lei was somewhat surprised, not because of the woman's age, but because this time was different from before. Why do you look a little surprised? That's right, I should have prepared you mentally for this matter. It's okay. My name is Lin Lei. Lin Lei shook his head and extended his hand to the woman. Li Chun. The woman nervously shook Lin Lei's hand. She had heard about Lin Lei before, but she had never expected that the male lead this time would be Lin Lei. Stop just standing there and watching. Let's find a place to talk about the script. Director Zhang Yimou saw that the two were a little embarrassed, so he called them to a cafe nearby and sat down to talk about the script. The director ordered 3 drinks, and everyone sat down and started discussing the script. Since the background takes place in a previous era, our conditions this time won't be very good. Plus, the funding isn't that abundant, so I plan to finish it in 2 months so you can still go back. Director Zhang Yimou was talking. Lin Lei already knew some of these things. Li Chun was nodding beside him, as if he was listening attentively in class. Lin Lei smiled. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. This time, you two are going to play the role of a young couple from that time. How to perfectly portray that feeling of shyness between both parties is what you should work together to achieve. Lin Lei and the other man nodded, and director Zhang Yimou began to explain the characters and part of the plot. Lin Lei had some experience in his previous life, and coupled with his acting skills and his understanding of the entire script, he had already understood what the director said. But after all, he was the director, so he still had to listen to what he said. Lin Lei had been sitting for a long time. When he wanted to stand up and stretch his legs, he noticed that Li Chun was looking at him. The woman noticed that Lin Lei was also looking at her, and she instantly withdrew her gaze, rubbing her neck awkwardly. This little girl is quite interesting, Lin Lei thought. He had been away from campus for a long time and hadn't come into contact with such an innocent person for a long time, so his eyes unconsciously wanted to drift towards him. In the remaining minutes, the director gave some explanations and answered some questions. Chapter 87 Filming. This shouldn't be your first time filming a movie. I've seen you in director Sang's movie before, and I think you acted very well, Li Chun said sincerely. Before Lin Lei could say anything, Zhang Yimou spoke first. Don't underestimate this kid. I admire his acting skills. He rarely makes mistakes on set, and he nails every detail in one take. Isn't that amazing? Li Chun looked at Lin Lei's face, which was filled with shock, and he couldn't even close his mouth. How do you do all this? I feel like I'm having some problems with acting. Don't worry, you'll be able to do it after a while. Acting isn't difficult. The key is to experience it, Lin Lei said casually. If it were really as easy for anyone to act as he does, the world's film and television industry wouldn't have developed to its current state. It's nothing. You two can take a rest first. I'll go back and set up the scene. We'll start shooting tomorrow, Director Zhang Yimou said excitedly. Director Zhang Yimou first sent Li Chun back to school, and while in the car, he talked about these things with Lin Lei. How about it? Is the actress satisfied this time? Director Zhang Yimou said with a smile. If we're talking purely from a cinematic perspective, I think she's the most suitable candidate. If it's from my point of view, director, please stop making a fuss, Lin Lei said to Zhang Yimou while sitting in the car. You are really a loyal and righteous man. I was right about you. Director Zhang Yimou smiled with satisfaction and moved his gaze forward. After returning to the hotel, Lin Lei began to pack all his luggage. After all, he would be staying in this place for 2 months, so he had to make some preparations. It was evening and he was just about to go out to eat something when he suddenly received a call from Lu Qing. It turned out that ever since Lin Lei left Binhai City, Shang Lin had been discussing the matter of coming to Shizhou with Lu Qing. For the rest of the period, Lu Qing would temporarily take on the work of agent. Boss, Miss Xiaobing's matter has been handled. Shang Lin will accompany Miss Xiaobing. Although Boss Wang Rui cannot show up for the time being, he still sent someone to protect her, Lu Qing said on the phone. That's good. You've already arrived at the airport, right? I'll pick you up now, Lin Lei said to Lu Qing. After walking outside the hotel, Lin Lei took a taxi to the airport. This is Lu Qing's first time in Shizhou. He has been a bodyguard for such a long time. This is his first time traveling as an agent. Pad. Any task on it seems a little new. Don't worry, there's no need to be nervous. I'll teach you some things in the next 2 months. Just relax. Lin Lei patted Lu Qing's shoulder and told him not to be nervous. Lu Qing nodded, still feeling a bit nervous. He could be a bodyguard, but under the current circumstances, it would be a bit of a stretch for him to be a manager. Back at the hotel, Lin Lei booked a room specifically for Lu Qing, and all his expenses during this period were covered by Lin Lei. After packing up, the two of them sat down to eat something at the dinner table. Lin Lei told Lu Qing all about tomorrow's schedule. Lu Qing looked flustered, but he finally wrote it down. The next morning, Lin Lei took a taxi to the shooting location. Today he asked Lu Qing to rent a car so that it would be more convenient for future travel. Lin Lei walked into the crew. Li Chun had not arrived yet. The other crew members were getting ready. When they saw him coming, they greeted him. Lin Lei responded and started putting on makeup and making preparations. Because this film requires the actors to be real and simple, they only put on some light makeup to make the whole scene look more natural. The clothes they chose were from 30 or 40 years ago and looked a bit worn out. However, Lin Lei didn't think it was a big deal. He had worn worse clothes before. Li Chun arrived here only after Lin Lei had packed up everything. Director, I'm sorry, I had something going on at school and I'm late. The weather was a bit cold, and Li Chun's face was red from the cold, looking a bit pitiful. It's okay, we'll wait for you. It doesn't matter. Just go put on your makeup first, and we'll start after you come out. Zhang Yimou really has a way of treating newcomers. He is not harsh but patient and encouraging. This is also the reason why he can gain Lin Lei's trust. Before entering the dressing room, Li Chun glanced at Lin Lei briefly, and her face turned even redder. Lin Lei was a little confused. About half an hour later, Li Chun walked out of the dressing room. This scene is about the first meeting between the hero and heroine. Lin Lei, remember to show that sunny and lively look. Before filming began, the director specifically called out to the entire crew. Lin Lei nodded. He had already studied the script a bit, so he had a good idea of how to express emotions. Following the director's order, filming began. In the first scene, the heroine Jingqiu is a high school girl who went to the countryside and was assigned to live temporarily with a farmer's family. Sun Jianxin, played by Lin Lei, is also a child living in this family for some reason. Lunchtime was approaching, and the family had not seen Sun Jianxin for a long time, so they sent 2 people to look for him. The next scene is the first time the two met. The female character played by Li Chun was walking slowly along the riverbank. The child in front of her was leading her forward slowly until she saw Lin Lei. She was stunned. Although this was what the script required, when she actually saw Lin Lei, she couldn't help but be stunned. That kind of realistic performance could not be performed according to the script. Seeing the sunlight shining on Lin Lei's face, she was indeed a little moved. Her eyes began to flicker and she felt a little shy. Lin Lei didn't think it was a big deal, but as the plot progressed, he followed the 2 people who came to look for him home. The 3 of them walked along the river bank for a while, and the director didn't call cut until they were out of the shot for a long time. As expected of Lin Lei, you nailed it in just one take. Both of you performed very well in this scene. Do you want another take? The director said to Lin Lei through the intercom. Lin Lei nodded. He felt he still had room to improve, so he added another one. The filming these past few days had been the same as usual, and Lin Lei actually felt a little bored. It was the same scene every day, facing a similar village in these worn-out clothes. The last few times he filmed, the scenes were different, and the exciting plots were all very novel to him. But this play is a very simple and plain movie. Chapter 88: Falling into the Water. If it weren't for the different kind of passion that acting brought him, he would have had enough of this place long ago. There's no way around it. This is a test that an actor needs to go through. He's aware of these things and has no complaints. Lin Lei's scenes had been completed in one take these past few days, but Li Chun would blush unintentionally when filming opposite Lin Lei, affecting the entire filming process. The director was not overly critical of the incident, but whenever something like this happened, he would hide behind the monitor with a smirk on his face. Acting is actually not as difficult as you think. All you have to do is feel it with your heart and express your true feelings. Lin Lei originally thought that Li Chun was still lacking in energy and had difficulty controlling these things, so he taught her. Li Chun nodded and listened carefully, but her face turned a little redder. The investment in this movie is not much, and director Zhang Yimou did not intend to make it into a blockbuster. After all, the tone of the script is just to show simple emotions. 3 days later, they are about to shoot the next plot. The character Jingqiu played by Li Chun is going back to the city, and Sun Jianxin played by Lin Lei is going to the city to pick her up. The two encounter some things when they come back at night. Since the story takes place at night, no lighting is needed. The 2 people filmed the second half and then edited it together. It is impossible for them to really walk back to the countryside from the city. At the director's command, the camera pointed at the 2 people and started filming. 2 people were walking on an empty country road. There were no lights around, but there were faint spots of light in the distance. It seems that I can't walk tonight, so I can only stay in the house in front for a while. There is a shallow beach in front, but the water next to it is very deep. The character played by Lin Lei wants to pull Jingqiu to cross the river together, but is rejected by Jingqiu. In desperation, Sun Jianxin picked up a branch and took Jingqiu across the river. Under this circumstance, the 2 people's hands got closer and closer, and finally they threw the entire tree trunk together, and Sun Jianxin also successfully pulled Jingqiu's hand. As the filming progressed, Lin Lei and Li Chun slowly held hands. Li Chun's face flushed instantly, but Lin Lei couldn't see anything in the darkness. The 2 walked for a while and the director successfully called cut. For some reason, Li Chun's legs felt weak and he suddenly fell to the side. When the filming ended, Lin Lei had already let go of her hand. Seeing her fall to the side, he subconsciously wanted to grab her, but just a little bit, Li Chun fell into the water. The water nearby was very deep, and Li Chun didn't know how to swim, so he was frantically calling for help. The crew was instantly panicked and didn't know what to do in this situation. Lin Lei, who was closest to him, was also a little anxious. He immediately thought of jumping into the river to save people, but he was also a landlubber and didn't know how to swim at all. System, help me redeem a swimming skill. Hurry up. Linley called out loudly, stripping off all the clothes he could, urging the system to hurry up. The system presented the redemption items before Linley, but he didn't have time to look at them. He randomly selected one that would cost 500 points, and without a second thought, he jumped into the river. The icy river water rushed into Linley's body for only a moment. Then he felt that being in the river was exactly the same as being on land. It must be that the system's exchange took effect. He hurriedly swam in the direction of Li Chun. Li Chun was calling for help in Hanoi. Fortunately, the clothes she was wearing were not too thick and did not absorb that much water. Linley grabbed his hand, swam quickly to the shore, and pulled one of his hands up. In just 3 minutes, Li Chun experienced the entire process of falling into the river and being rescued. His mind was a little confused, and in panic he choked on some water and was coughing non-stop on the shore. The director and others had also run over at this time, covered Li Chun with a blanket, and kept wiping the water off his body. "Are you okay? Is everything okay?" asked the director. Li Chun paused for a moment, gave the director a pale smile, and said, "I'm fine, I just drank a few sips of water." Linley followed Li Chun and went ashore soon after. It was already November, the transition between autumn and winter, and the weather was very cold. The icy river water made Linley shiver uncontrollably. He took the blanket handed to him by the staff and wiped the water droplets off his body. "What happened just now? Why were you so careless?" Linley asked in a somewhat blaming tone. "I don't know what happened just now. I just slipped and fell into the water." Li Chun's eyes were panicked for a moment, and he lied to Linley. "If this happens again, be sure to protect your own safety," Linley warned again. Because Li Chun accidentally fell into the water, the previous shot could no longer be used, and the director asked the two to start over again. When they reached the shallows, Linley deliberately tightened his grip on Li Chun's hand. Feeling the warmth from Linley's hand, Li Chun felt his face flushed. Fortunately, at that place, Linley did not let go of Li Chun's hand. Li Chun also did well this time and did not fall into the water. The shooting here was perfect. The shooting is completed, and today's mission ends here. On the way back to the city, Linley discussed this matter with Lu Qing. "That little girl is a bit clumsy and it's obvious that she can't act very well," Lu Qing said. "She is indeed a newcomer. Let us adopt an open-minded attitude towards this kind of thing." Linley sighed, suddenly remembering what he had just exchanged with the system. "System, what did I just exchange?" Linley called out the system and asked. But the moment the system appeared, he was stunned by what he exchanged. "Master-level swimming skill? What is that?" Linley was momentarily bewildered. He remembered that before entering the river, he had chosen to redeem a temporary second-level swimming skill, but now it had become permanent. He was at a loss as to what to do. Based on the level of danger at the time, the system automatically determined that the host's exchanged items were insufficient to cope with the current danger, so the highest option was selected by default, costing a total of 2,000 points. Chapter 89 Points cleared. Never mind. Since 2,000 points were able to save someone, it has served its purpose. Linley sighed and found another angle to comfort himself. This kind of thing cannot be exchanged, so I can only swallow this loss in silence. During the remaining days of filming, Li Chun always talked to Linley intentionally or unintentionally. She was not as silent and reserved as before, and gradually opened up a conversation with Linley. After all, Linley had saved his life and could be considered his benefactor. If he continued to treat him with the same attitude as before, it would probably not be very nice. After all, they were of the same generation, so there wasn't much of an obstacle in the conversation between Linley and Li Chun. Linley's words always made Li Chun laugh. During this period, the two lived together all the time, and except for sharing bedding, they were together all the time. They actually developed a special feeling for each other. However, Linley refused to acknowledge these things. After all, that kind of thing had already happened between him and Xiaobing. It was impossible for him to have any other thoughts about another woman. He had to take responsibility. As the filming continued, the final shooting time of the entire drama finally arrived. The character played by Linley was transferred to another hospital for treatment because he was infected with leukemia. The character played by Li Chun just learned the news and rushed to the hospital to see him. The two said their final goodbyes. For today's scene, Linley had to use a lot of props. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, and his identity could only be identified through his eyes. You'd better get this scene through in one take. Don't make any mistakes. I don't want to be tied up in bandages for 7 or 8 hours. Lin Lei said to Li Chun before entering the dressing room. That's good, at least it keeps you warm. After Li Chun finished speaking, he smiled and slapped Lin Lei in the face. He felt so relaxed, as if they were friends who had known each other for a long time. Lu Qing stayed on the set the whole time. Whenever something happened, he would always smile foolishly and had no intention of complaining to Shang Lin. After all, Xia Bing didn't tell him anything. Lin Lei had been made up and bandaged, but he could no longer speak or move. He was simply carried onto a fake hospital bed. Today, Jinqiu changed into a bright red dress, which was a gift given to him by Sun Jianqin before. Today's scene is one of the easier ones. After this, we'll have completed most of our mission. But no one should slack off. Stand guard until the end. Zhang Yimou spoke to the staff through the intercom. In fact, this was the biggest test for Lin Lei. As a person who couldn't move in bed, he couldn't move, and he had to express the emotions that the director wanted. All of this was very difficult. Li Chunchun put on her makeup and came in to see how Lin Lei was doing. Seeing how embarrassed he was, she couldn't help but laugh. Unfortunately, Lin Lei couldn't speak, so he just gestured to Li Chun with his hand, asking him to shut up. The tacit understanding they had developed during this period of time made Li Chun shut up instantly. Begin. After the director said this, many people instantly gathered in the ward, all of whom played the roles of Sun Jianqin's relatives and friends. Li Chun ran in from outside the camera. For this, she moved around a little more outside to create that feeling of panic. Under the guidance of the people around her, she walked into the ward. This was her first time acting in front of so many people, and she was a little nervous. This time, Lin Lei was not by her side to guide her, and she was a little at a loss. The first thing she said when she entered the door was wrong. Cut, a little nervous, let me do it again. Zhang Yimou said into the intercom. Li Chun looked at the people around her with great apology, and bowed and nodded to them and said sorry. The people around her understood that she was a newcomer, so they let it go. She returned to her seat and prepared to start again. But for several times, she couldn't find how to express this emotion. Although the director gradually became a little impatient, he was a newcomer after all, and it was his first time filming such a scene, so he had to be a little patient. In this situation, Lin Lei had no other options. He was just a patient lying on the hospital bed and could only try his best to cater to the emotions. It was absolutely impossible for him to be the same as before. Although he wanted to help Li Chun as much as possible, he also knew that this was a necessary path for Li Chun to become an actor, and he had to complete it himself. You have to put yourself into that kind of emotion. Imagine yourself in that role. Your boyfriend is dying. Would you feel bad? Director Zhang Yimou finally couldn't control his suppressed emotions anymore, and there was a faint tendency for him to explode. After saying these few words, Li Chun didn't dare to say anything else, and his seriousness was much stronger than before. Tears welled up in his eyes. Seeing Li Chun like this, Zhang Yimou felt a little distressed and said to her, "All right, be more serious and get back to your seat. Come on, let's get started." Li Chun nodded, wiped away the tears in her eyes, and went back out into the corridor. Lin Lei, if she can't do it, remember to give her some more guidance and help her. Director Zhang Yimou finally relented and said to Lin Lei. In fact, even if Zhang Yimou hadn't said these words, Lin Lei had already wanted to help Li Chun, but he didn't know how to help Li Chun. Just like a peerless martial arts master, he knows where the problem lies, but he doesn't know how to solve it. With the director's order, the scene started shooting again. Jinqiu trotted past the ward outside. The entire corridor was quiet and only her footsteps could be heard. As soon as she entered the door, all the actors looked directly at Li Chun, but she was not afraid this time. After the director's teaching just now, she finally got rid of that shy feeling and boldly tried to perform in front of people. Sun Jianqin's father also appeared at this time. He first got to know Jinqiu and expressed that his son wanted to see her. Only then did Jinqiu realize that Sun Jianqin's condition had worsened and he was even dying. He did not leave but just wanted to see her. Jinqiu came directly to her bedside, looking at Sun Jianqin, who was only breathing his last breath, with some anxiety. The people around them began to say, "Hurry up and call him, let him know you're here, just like you usually call him, call him." However, the two of them have not yet decided on how to address each other. Even because of Jinqiu's shyness, she has not yet thought of how to address Sun Jianqin. Jingqiu could only cry bitterly and could do nothing. Chapter 90, Parting of Life and Death. At this time, Jingqiu was so weak and helpless. Facing the death of her beloved, she didn't know what to say. As the people around her kept talking, tears were welling up in Li Chun's eyes. She had successfully immersed herself in the role. Her current mood was exactly the same as Jingqiu in the movie. I'm Jingqiu. Open your eyes and look at me. I'm Jingqiu. Li Chun spoke to Lin Lei lying on the bed with tears in her eyes. These words were originally her lines. Under Li Chun's interpretation, these lines sounded very sad. All the people who were talking just now were stunned. During this period, they actually didn't need to say any lines, but this period of silence was more to express their recognition of Li Chun and their shock at her acting skills. As Li Chun continued to shout, Lin Lei also got into the whole role. Although Sun Jianxin was dying and had used up all his strength, he still forced his eyelids to move slightly, and tears slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes onto the bandage. The whole scene looked very sad and beautiful. Lin Lei's performance was as perfect as ever, even the emotional expression of the dying man was very smooth. This went on for a few minutes before the director finally called for a stop. But Li Chun's crying still didn't stop. Lin Lei sat up and hugged Li Chun tightly. Both of them immersed themselves in the role and couldn't help crying. When the people around saw this scene, they felt both distressed and happy. They felt distressed to see the love between the two people in the movie eventually come to nothing, while they were happy for Li Chun. As an actor, she was finally qualified for being able to handle such acting skills. Ding, host, please be careful. Your brain waves are abnormal. Please adjust them in time. If the adjustment fails, the system will automatically take compulsory measures. It was not until the director came to their side that the two of them gradually stopped crying. This is the aftereffect of Lin Lei's Oscar-winning performance. In this situation, he can't even distinguish himself in the play and outside the play. If it weren't for the system's prompts, he would have been lost in acting long ago. Li Chun sobbed as he looked at Lin Lei in front of him. Seeing his ugly face covered in bandages, he suddenly laughed. The staff present burst into applause one after another. Only then did Lin Lei release Li Chun, whom he was holding tightly in his arms. Li Chun also reacted and her face turned red. You did a great job. Your performance in this scene is simply textbook level. It shows us very well how emotions explode. Zhang Yimou rushed to the scene and encouraged the two actors who contributed their acting skills. No, I was able to do all this with the help of the director and Lin Lei. Li Chun said with a slightly flushed face. Okay, let's end this. I officially declare that most of the filming of the movie has been completed. I will treat everyone to a celebration dinner tonight. With a command from director Zhang Yimou, all the filming was completely over. After Lin Lei removed his bandages and all his makeup, he ran into Li Chun, who was already dressed in formal attire. Li Chun recalled what had just happened. She felt a little shy and didn't know what to say to Lin Lei. Congratulations! You've successfully taken the first step towards becoming an actor. Don't be too proud. You still have a long way to go. Lin Lei patted Li Chun on the shoulder and said to her. Li Chun nodded. This was the greatest encouragement Lin Lei had given her in all these days. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Lin Lei seemed to be deliberately distancing himself from her, intentionally or unintentionally, which made her not know what to do. While the director was packing up the equipment, Li Chun stayed on the set, waiting to leave with the staff. Lin Lei first went back to the hotel to pack up, and then Lu Qing drove him to the venue of the celebration banquet. Director Zhang Yimou had already prepared for the celebration banquet. This time, under Lin Lei's guidance, he and Li Chun's scenes were basically finished in one take, without any mistakes. This also greatly saved filming time and a considerable amount of money. Zhang Yimou simply took out the money and treated the rest of the group to a meal. The fact that we can sit here and have dinner today is all thanks to Lin Lei and Li Chun's acting skills. Let's applaud them again for their wonderful performances. After director Zhang Yimou finished speaking, all the staff present began to applaud. Lin Lei felt okay, but Li Chun blushed and couldn't raise her head. This was the first time she had been recognized like this. During this period, Lin Lei talked with director Zhang Yimou for a long time about the movie. For this movie, I can say that half of my thoughts were spent on you, director Zhang Yimou said. This made Lin Lei a little confused, and director Zhang Yimou gave an answer immediately. Although you're quite famous now, you're still a long way from being able to truly carry the world on your own. The reason I asked you to be the male lead in this movie is because I hope you can get on the right track through this movie. Although you can't immediately take on the lead role, I think you shouldn't be far behind. Director Zhang Yimou was also working very hard at this time, and he put a lot of effort into Lin Lei. Lin Lei opened his mouth, not knowing what to say to the director. The director had taken so much care of him that it would not be excessive for him to hand over his life to the director at this moment. Alright, I know what you want to say to thank me, but that's fine. I actually really enjoy the process of mentoring newcomers, especially seeing someone like you so well-rounded. If you become famous in the future, please don't let me down. Director Zhang Yimou smiled and continued. You two will definitely work together again. When you do, you will surely achieve great success and have a bright future. When saying this, Li Chun and Lin Lei couldn't help but look at each other. For a moment, they felt like they were electrocuted and looked away. But Li Chun couldn't help but want to observe Lin Lei, and his eyes kept drifting towards him. After filming, she felt a special feeling for Lin Lei. However, every time she tried to express this feeling, Lin Lei didn't care at all, which made her feel discouraged. The meal ended quickly, but the staff had not had enough fun. The hard life during this period made them physically and mentally exhausted, and they needed to relax. Since it was the last night anyway, Lin Lei simply went to the karaoke bar with the staff. The lights in the karaoke bar were dim, and several staff members were scrambling for the microphone and singing. Lin Lei smiled and sat aside, holding his glass of wine. He was very tired during this 1.5 months. Due to the shooting environment, whenever he entered the village, he had to do something to help the local residents, so the shots in the movie are all real. Now he just wants to take a break and watch the staff have fun. Chapter 91: Disappearing Feelings. Li Chun was drinking a drink nearby. She was just a college student who had not yet entered the society, so she avoided contact with things like alcohol. Director Zhang Yimou had already left and handed the remaining money to the assistant director, and reminded them to be careful and not to play too late. But at this time, the carnival atmosphere was echoing around everyone, and they had long forgotten what the director had told them. At this time, Li Chun was sitting next to Lin Lei, and the two of them didn't know what to say. What kind of music do you like? Li Chun actually asked Lin Lei a question for the first time. This was the biggest concession she could make. I usually like all kinds of music. After all, I have some creative ideas in this area. Lin Lei took a sip of wine and said to Li Chun. Li Chun's appearance was quite inconsistent with the occasion tonight. Li Chun usually dresses very simply, but now it seems a bit out of place. Li Chun nodded, and the two fell into silence again. Now, why don't we let Lin Lei sing a song for us? The assistant director suddenly suggested, looking at Lin Lei sitting on the sofa. The staff around him also instantly remembered the existence of such a famous person as Lin Lei. For a moment, the voices of his singing suddenly became louder. Everyone around was waiting for Lin Lei. Why is this happening again? Lin Lei felt a little helpless. He came here originally to have a good rest, but he didn't expect to be dragged out again. Everyone is having such a great time tonight, and I don't want to spoil the fun, but I'm a little tired. Can you sing a song? Lin Lei asked the staff. The staff nodded frantically. Lin Lei and Shen Mo's concerts were always hard to get tickets for, and they were so happy that they could enjoy the same level of treatment here. The karaoke bar was full of old songs. After watching it several times, Lin Lei only knew the song he performed with Chen Mo. This time there was no piano, only a low accompaniment coming from the speakers, but it did not affect Lin Lei's performance at all. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone around him became immersed in it, and the scene instantly became much quieter. Li Chun, who was sitting on the sofa, was a little dumbfounded. She had only heard from her roommates that Lin Lei's singing skills were very good, but she had never had a chance to verify it. The first moment she heard this song today, she actually felt a little moved. She misunderstood, thinking that Lin Lei was finally taking the initiative. She saw a bit of initiative in Lin Lei, but she didn't know that the reason Lin Lei chose this song was simply because he knew it. As she continued listening to the song, Li Chun's eyes became a little moist. She understood the emotions expressed in the song and couldn't help but feel moved. After just one song, the staff around started cheering wildly. Although this concert was not as good as the last one, it still moved the hearts of the listeners. Thank you everyone, I'll stop here for now. Lin Lei nodded to the people around him, and after saying these words, he returned to his seat. How was it? The song I sang today was pretty good, wasn't it? Lin Lei looked at Li Chun complacently, hoping to get a look of shock from her face. Li Chun was indeed shocked, but from her expression, Lin Lei unexpectedly saw tears in the corners of her eyes. No way, I have such a great ability that I can actually make you cry? But to be honest, I'm not surprised. It's not the first time that someone like you cries so easily. Lin Lei smiled and joked. At this moment, Li Chun suddenly hugged Lin Lei with such force that even Lin Lei was caught off guard. The people around were originally in a lively and celebratory atmosphere, but due to Li Chun's sudden action, everyone present was stunned and looked at the two of them. Everyone knew about Lin Lei and Xiaobing's affair, even Li Chun had heard of it, but in this situation, her feelings had reached this point and she absolutely could not let go. Li Chun hugged Lin Lei with a flushed face. Her lips moved, and she only said the first word before being interrupted by Lin Lei. Let go quickly, do you know what you are doing? This move had already taken a lot of confidence from Li Chun, but upon hearing Lin Lei's calm and composed voice, she immediately let go of her. I already have a girlfriend. Sorry, you should leave your feelings for her here. Lin Lei looked directly into Li Chun's eyes. To be honest, he had similar feelings at the end of the scene. However, the system's reminder brought him back to reality, and he still couldn't accept it. Before Li Chun made this move, Lin Lei had been hesitating about how to say this matter, but now he flatly rejected Li Chun, for her development and for his own sake. The people around were quiet, and everyone was looking at the two of them cautiously. If nothing else, let us go out and get some fresh air. Lin Lei led Li Chun out. If she were left alone in this karaoke bar, she wouldn't know how much criticism she would receive. The surrounding staff also reacted instantly and livened up the atmosphere again, and everyone pretended nothing had happened. Lin Lei contacted Lu Qing and asked him to come over quickly. Beside him was Li Chun, who looked a little uneasy. Lin Lei cleared his throat and said to her, "Thank you for your care during this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to finish filming this drama so quickly." Li Chun just stared at his head, fiddling with the corner of his clothes nervously. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened tonight. As Lin Lei spoke these words, Li Chun felt increasingly disappointed. Lu Qing had just been nearby, and the car had slowly driven up to Lin Lei's front. Congratulations on starting a new career as an actor. Keep up the good work, that's what I want to say to you. I hope we have the opportunity to continue working together in the future. Take care. Lin Lei patted Li Chun on the shoulder. Li Chun raised his head, forced a smile, and said, I understand. Take care, too. Lin Lei nodded, got in the car, and without looking back at Li Chun, he left. Chapter 92 Returned to Binhai. Lin Lei finally flew back to Binhai from Shizhou. During this month and a half, he had experienced a lot. In addition to playing the leading role in a movie for the first time, he also personally rejected a girl who was interested in him. If it were the Lin Lei of his previous life, he would have agreed to Li Chun without hesitation, but in this life, he was destined to do great things, and he could not be held back by these things. On the other hand, he did have feelings for Xiaobing, and he couldn't escape the situation between them, so he had to make up his mind and let Li Chun down. After all, the system had already confirmed Xiaobing's identity, otherwise, it wouldn't have given Lin Lei the task. Lu Qing was extremely exhausted during this period. During his time in Shizhou, he had no chance of getting a good night's sleep and even woke up earlier than Lin Lei. Sometimes, when I was catching up on my sleep in the car, I would be awakened by the slightest movement nearby. I would have to get up to check, worried that someone was coming to attack me. It was really torturous. But it's good now. The two of them finally returned to Binhai. This matter is over and he can go back to being his bodyguard. As soon as he got off the plane and left the terminal, Lin Lei saw Xianglin and Xiaobing, who were waiting for him with a bouquet of flowers. Seeing Lin Lei's return, the two women waved excitedly. How is it going? Are you getting used to staying there? Xiaobing handed the flowers to Lin Lei and said to him. There's really no place in this world I can't stay. The flowers are quite fragrant. Lin Lei sniffed the flowers and said with a smile. He then continued, have you been doing nothing in Binhai recently? Has that bastard Su Luo come to harass you? What could happen to me? The notices and other things have basically been completed. Xianglin has been following me closely during this period, and he has no chance to act at all. In addition, Shang Wenjing is by his side, so he dare not continue to act. Xia Bing said excitedly. Lin Lei nodded. Ever since the previous incident, he had roughly guessed what Su Luo was up to. He was targeting him, so he wouldn't take any action against Xia Bing. You have all been living well during this period, but you have tortured me so much. Lu Qing said bitterly while carrying large and small bags. During this period, his figure became increasingly thinner, his eye sockets became sunken, and he looked visibly weaker. How is it? It's not easy to be an agent, right? Shan Lin took the luggage from Lu Qing and said with a smile. It's really not easy. I haven't even had a good night's sleep in a month and a half. Boss, you have to treat me to a big meal, otherwise it will be difficult to calm the resentment in my heart. Lu Qing said to Lin Lei. Okay. Let us go get something to eat later. I'll treat you. Lin Lei picked up the food and prepared to leave the airport. Don't worry, you came back at the perfect time. Sister Rui's new company is about to open. There will be a lot of people attending the opening ceremony tonight, and she has invited you as a guest. Wang Rui took over Zhao Jinlan's company and established a new company. The opening ceremony will be tonight. To be honest, if Lin Lei hadn't found Zhao Jinlan's weakness, Wang Rui wouldn't have been able to take over all of her assets so quickly. Alright then, after we're done tonight, let us go eat together. I'll treat you. Lin Lei smiled as he loaded the food into the car and turned to speak to the receptionist. I heard from director Zhang Yimou that the lead actress this time is a newcomer. What do you think of the girl? Did you yell at her? Xia Bing asked Lin Lei on the way back. Lin Lei's hair stood on end in an instant. A woman's sixth sense was indeed quite accurate. Just when Lin Lei was about to speak, Lu Qing suddenly spoke. Of course not. The entire crew and the boss are very considerate of the newcomer over there. But from my point of view, she is clumsy and can't be a good actor at all. Lin Lei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Lu Qing had returned the prize and told Li Chun what happened in front of the bar last night. It's actually nothing to say, nothing happened between the two of them. It's true that it's difficult to coach newcomers, but after we finished filming the last scene, she has taken her first step as an actor, and I'm quite pleased. Lin Lei said with satisfaction. It was not until now that he understood what kind of feelings director Zhang Yimou had for him. You're the only one who's happy about this. You'd better take care of yourself first. The last sentence still managed to irritate Xia Bing. She turned her head away in a jealous mood and ignored Lin Lei. The car arrived at the villa quickly. Shan Lin had already known the news and had prepared clothes for the party. Xia Bing and Lin Lei also changed into clothes. Only Lu Qing was left without a formal suit. Let us do this for now. I'll lend you a suit. Don't let it get stretched out. Lin Lei took out a suit and said to Lu Qing. After some preparation, several people went to Wang Rui's company's headquarters. Tonight's ceremony was indeed grand. After Wang Rui took over all of Zhao Jinlan's properties, the funds in her hands became even more substantial. She had more money to hold this evening party, so it was even more luxurious. The venue is set on the first floor of Wang Rui's agency. All investors and shareholders will be present, and artists under Wang Rui's agency will also be present to perform. When I walked into the venue, Wang Rui was greeting guests. Sister Rui's business is booming. Why are you so busy tonight? Lin Lei smiled and said to Wang Rui. That's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to achieve what I have today. You're the biggest contributor. Wang Rui waved her hand and said to Lin Lei. I see so many artists in the venue today. I wonder if they'll ask me to perform on stage tonight. I haven't prepared anything. Lin Lei said with some concern. Of course. As our agency's top artist and our face, how could you not put on a show for us? Don't worry, we won't overtax you. Wang Rui smiled, reassuring Lin Lei. Actually, it's nothing. He now has a lot more ideas about creation and is no longer afraid of singing. Today's party was similar to an annual meeting, with a cocktail reception in the middle for guests to chat, and Lin Lei would perform on stage during the intermission. Who are the guests tonight? I'm quite excited. Lin Lei asked Wang Rui next to him. Unexpectedly, Wang Rui chuckled and revealed only 2 words, secret. Lin Lei was a little confused. Afterwards, the guests arrived and the party officially began at 6:30 p.m. Chapter 93 on stage. Dear investors and shareholders, welcome to our company's opening ceremony. After going through so many hardships and obstacles, the company has finally reached a new level of success. I would like to thank every shareholder and investor who has supported us. Without you, I would not be able to achieve this level on my own. Wang Rui walked onto the stage and smiled. She acted as the host and spoke a few words. The people below began to applaud. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Lin Lei and Miss Xiaobing. Without their unwavering support and assistance in my work, I definitely wouldn't be able to persevere. Wang Rui changed the subject and moved on to Lin Lei and Xiaobing. The applause at the scene suddenly became thunderous, and half of the applause was for the two people. Lin Lei smiled and waved to everyone. I never thought Sister Rui was so eloquent. I even helped her with her work. I just helped a little bit, how could I be as powerful as she said? Lin Lei smiled and said to Xiaobing beside him. What else do you think? Sister Rui was a gold medal agent before. Besides, just accept what Sister Rui said. Don't lose her face. Xiaobing said. Next came the speeches of the shareholders. They were mostly just official jargon, and Lin Lei had little interest in listening, instead conversing with Xiaobing beside him. Okay, now let's move on to the second item of the opening ceremony. We would like to invite China's most famous calligrapher, Mr. Zhonglin, to come on stage and write a calligraphy for our company. Everyone, applaud. Everyone in the audience was amazed. As a very famous calligrapher in modern Chinese history, Mr. Zhonglin's fame was known to everyone. Today, Wang Rui was able to invite Mr. Zhonglin, which was beyond everyone's expectation. Lin Lei looked at the people in front of him with great interest. At the last charity gala, he had bought a painting by Mr. Zhonglin for a high price of 8 million. He had always wanted to see what this old man looked like. Old man Zhonglin had a traditional white beard. He walked onto the stage and bowed to everyone. He really looked like a master with an immortal air. The applause from the audience never stopped. Mr. Zhonglin walked to the front of the stage, picked up a brush dipped in ink, and started writing. The people below cheered, which was enough to show the status of Mr. Zhonglin in their hearts. Just look at Mr. Zhonglin, he shook his shoulders and danced on the stage for a while, and about 3 minutes later, 4 big words appeared directly on the rice paper on the table. Wang Rui directed 2 etiquette ladies to open the calligraphy and painting completely. 4 big words were written on it, good luck in opening the business. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became lively, and everyone stretched their heads to catch a glimpse of the middle-aged man's handwriting. We are very grateful to Mr. Zhonglin for coming here in person and writing a letter for our company. We also thank Mr. Zhongli for his support. Let's applaud again. Wang Rui walked onto the stage with a smile and said, This old man Zhonglin does have some valuable things. I think it was worth spending 8 million to buy his calligraphy and paintings last time. Lin Lei said as he clapped his hands. I was talking about that. I get angry when I mention this. Didn't I tell you last time that I have some friendship with Mr. Zhongli? I can just borrow a piece of calligraphy or painting from him directly. Forget it. I don't like to owe favors to others. Lin Lei said with a smile. But unexpectedly, this sentence touched Xiaobing's bottom line. Xiaobing was a little angry and ignored Lin Lei anymore. Lin Lei was baffled, and the 2 men began to sulk again. The next segment was the artists' performances. Although most of Wang Rui's artists were very talented, the people sitting in the audience were all older investors. They were not interested in these things and only applauded politely at the end. This situation continued until Lin Lei appeared. Everyone, please be quiet. This is our company's top artist. Please give Lin Lei a warm round of applause and sing a song for us. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. They had no idea who Lin Lei was, so they simply followed the crowd's lead and began clapping. Lin Lei walked from backstage onto the stage, cleared his throat, and spoke briefly. I'm very happy to be able to attend Sister Rui's company opening. Actually, what Sister Rui said just now was serious. I didn't help in any substantial way. All my performances tonight were impromptu without any rehearsal, so there may be some mistakes. Please forgive me. Lin Lei's sincerity won the favor of most people present. Lin Lei cleared his throat again and directed the musicians to begin the accompaniment. Many people present actually had no hope for Lin Lei. They thought that he was just an artist and it was good enough if people could barely listen to his songs. But when Lin Lei spoke, everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect that such an unknown artist could have such a beautiful voice. Because tonight, Lin Lei chose a classic old song. He believed that such an old song would have a certain advantage among the mostly older crowd. As expected, everyone's initial shock gradually turned into ecstasy, and they continued to immerse themselves in Lin Lei's singing. As soon as the song was finished, everyone in the audience burst into thunderous applause. Who is this guy? He's amazing. One more, one more. It's so short, I can't get enough. These people never thought that an unknown artist could perform this song completely. It was really amazing. Linley felt a little embarrassed by the unanimous praise from everyone present, but he hadn't prepared any other songs, so he could only wave goodbye and go backstage. Although the performance was good in theory, it still caused dissatisfaction among some people present. Su Luo actually also attended the opening ceremony of Wang Rui's company tonight. The Su family was actually also a potential investor of Wang Rui, but the head of the Su family really didn't have time, so he sent Su Luo to attend the banquet. Su Luo had heard that Xia Bing's agent was Wang Rui. He had long thought that he would meet Xia Bing at this banquet, so he decided to come to the scene. He arrived at the banquet very early, and he noticed Xia Bing the moment she walked into the venue. However, standing next to her were Lin Lei, Shang Lin, and other random people. Thinking of what happened at the auction before, he suppressed his impulse. Lin Lei, sooner or later I will snatch Xia Bing from you. Su Luo secretly swore at this time. When the banquet began, his seat was right behind Lin Lei and Xia Bing, and her eyes never left Xia Bing. Chapter 94 Mr. Zhong Lin. During this time, Lin Lei's intimacy with Xia Bing made him feel a little jealous, and jealousy drove him crazy. Until now, he still didn't understand why Xia Bing chose an unknown little artist like Lin Lei instead of a rich second generation like him who was handsome and wealthy. With such doubts in mind, he heard Wang Rui praising Xia Bing and the other person. He's still trying to help. Look at his condition. How can he be of any help? Su Luo said sarcastically from the side. Don't be so loyal. Tonight is someone else's place, so it's not easy for us to act. The man who had been following Su Luo before also arrived with him. Su Luo nodded. He was here tonight to see Xia Bing, and he couldn't let Lin Lei ruin everything. Before Lin Lei began singing, he sarcastically said to those around him, "How good can a song sung by such an unknown little artist be? Just listen to it with reluctance, and don't make sarcastic remarks, or he'll be embarrassed." In reality, he was creating public opinion to embarrass Lin Lei. But when Lin Lei opened his mouth for the first time, he was stunned. He had never heard such beautiful heavenly music before. Although Lin Lei's performance was outstanding, he was completely afraid to admit it. With this kind of singing, my chicken can sing better than you. Su Luo continued to insist, attracting the attention of others around. Okay, stop talking. He will definitely affect your mood tonight. The man continued to dissuade. After Lin Lei finished his performance, it was time for intermission. The cocktail party prepared nearby also officially began. The guests from the company started chatting. Su Luo also wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to Xia Bing. There were many people present. Xia Bing had cooperated with many of them before. She took Lin Lei to meet with several investors. Xiao Xia, is this your boyfriend? The song he sang tonight was really good. He is really a handsome man. A male investor said to Xia Bing. You're too kind. This is just what we as artists should do. Lin Lei had a professional fake smile on his face and mechanically repeated his lines. Lin Lei had nearly uttered this line so many times at the banquet that he repeated it every time someone praised him. Lin Lei and Xia Bing, let me introduce someone to you. This is Mr. Zhong Lin, a famous calligrapher in our country. An old man stood next to Wang Rui. It was Zhong Lin who had just been writing on the stage. Miss Xia, how are you? Zhong Lin said with a smile, stroking his beard. Mr. Zhong Lin, I didn't expect to see you here. It's been 4 years since our last cooperation. Time flies, and you are still in such good health. Xia Bing said with a smile. Yeah, time flies, and I'm getting old. Who is the person next to you? Zhong Lin sighed, then turned his gaze to Lin Lei next to him and asked curiously. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Lin Lei. He is the one who just went on stage to sing the song. Xia Bing said kindly. He really sang the song just now. He looks to be in his 20s. He is really young and promising. I can't do that. Zhong Lin smiled and lamented his age. Mr. Zhong Lin, there's no need to say that. I took a picture of one of your works at a charity gala before. I think your calligraphy is very good. You are worthy of being the most famous calligrapher in our country of China. Lin Lei smiled and took the opportunity to walk up to Zhong Lin and flatter him. I didn't expect that this young man also likes calligraphy. It seems that he is quite knowledgeable about it. Zhong Lin said with a smile. It's not really research. Compared to Mr. Zhonglin, I'm just writing casually. Besides, I haven't learned calligraphy and writing for a long time. I don't know if I can still write now. Lin Lei waved his hand and said with a smile. This was just a formality for him, but unexpectedly, Zhonglin heard it. Have you practiced calligraphy before? Well, Xiaorui, prepare some paper. I want to see this young man's true level. Elder Zhonglin suddenly spoke, catching Lin Lei off guard. Before Lin Lei could refuse, Wang Rui nodded and directed the staff nearby to bring Lin Lei the 4 treasures of the study. That's not a good idea, old man. I absolutely don't want to show off my skills in front of you. Lin Lei wanted to refuse. How can this be considered showing off one's skills in front of an expert? I just want to see your strength and have a discussion with you. What? You don't want to communicate with me because I'm old? Zhonglin pretended to be angry. Lin Lei looked at the 2 women beside him for help, but they had no other options. There was no other choice but to dip his brush into the ink and prepare to start writing. The story between old man Zhonglin and Lin Lei instantly resounded throughout the venue. Many people gathered in front of the stage, waiting to see how Lin Lei's handwriting looked. Su Luo had been standing by and observing Xiaobing's position, but he never had the chance to seize the opportunity to come to Xiaobing and show his courtesy. Now that Lin Lei had been suddenly invited onto the stage, he suddenly felt that the opportunity to mock Lin Lei had finally arrived. Who was it? Turns out it's just that good for nothing, Lin Lei. I didn't expect you could even write. In front of Master Zhonglin, isn't that just showing off your skills? I advise you to go home and get some sleep. Su Luo spoke loudly as she walked to the front of the stage, attracting everyone's attention. When Lin Lei heard this familiar voice, he also raised his head and saw that the person coming was Su Luo. Su Luo, I didn't expect it to be you again. It's really like we'll meet each other every day. Lin Lei said with a sneer. Tonight, he was the host by status, and he didn't want to have any conflict with these people. I'm telling you, you've been holding it in there for so long, can you actually write? If you can't, get off now and stop embarrassing everyone. As soon as Su Luo said this, the people around her started talking. Lin Lei was a little angry. He put down his brush and wanted to step down and teach Su Luo a lesson. Why are you so impatient when you're talking? You're so angry that you're embarrassed. With this kind of mentality, how can you survive in the entertainment industry? Hurry and get back home. Su Luo laughed wildly, and at this moment he had the upper hand in public opinion. Lin Lei was very angry. His eyes glanced at Wang Rui, who was standing next to him. Wang Rui shook her head, signaling him not to be impulsive. Lin Lei took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to hit him. Chapter 95. Something unusual happened. Who said I can't write? It's just that I haven't written in a long time, so my body is not used to it. Lin Lei smiled and explained to the people around him. You haven't even been able to fart for such a long time. I think you can't write at all. You want to show off in front of Mr. Zhonglin? Come down quickly and don't embarrass yourself. Su Luo shouted loudly, and the people around him began to echo him. Don't be anxious, everyone. I'm just showing off my skills in front of Master Zhonglin, and you're putting pressure on me. I'm so nervous that my hands are shaking, and I want to be able to write well, right? Lin Lei explained with a smile. The people around nodded, agreeing that Lin Lei's words made sense. Stop talking nonsense. Let me see if you have any reason to escape. Su Luo snorted coldly and gritted his teeth. System, help me exchange the calligraphy skill. I want it to be temporary this time. Because Lin Lei had been careless and had wasted so many points the last time he redeemed his swimming skills, he was more cautious this time and made an agreement with the system before redeeming them. This temporary second-level calligraphy skill only requires 50 points. Although he has almost no points left now, he can still come up with 50 points. After a simple exchange, the familiar knowledge structure flooded into Lin Lei's mind again. After dipping his pen in ink, he straightened his wrist. Regardless of how his handwriting looked, this posture actually caused old man Zhonglin to nod continuously. Taking a deep breath, he began to write and draw on the table. People around him kept moving forward, trying to see what he was writing. Lin Lei wrote the 4 characters "Congratulations and get rich" in one go. After finishing writing, he took a deep breath and placed the brush on the table. Well, these 4 words are written with powerful strokes, and they reveal a spirit that suits your temperament very well. Young man, it seems that your attainments are no less than mine. Zhong Lin's eyes were shining. Lin Lei really made him shine. In front of Mr. Zhong Lin, I'm always just showing off my skills. I dare not act rashly in front of you. These 4 words, congratulations and prosperity, may be a bit vulgar, but they are my best wishes to boss Wang Rui. Lin Lei smiled and turned the topic to Wang Rui. Lin Lei's handwriting was very good, causing the people around him to exclaim in amazement. This unknown little artist actually had the skills of singing and writing calligraphy at the same time. The people around him couldn't help but be amazed. Lin Lei's outstanding performance really slapped Su Luo in the face. He thought Lin Lei would make a fool of himself this time, but he didn't expect that he would solve the problem perfectly and successfully write the words. This Lin Lei, how come he knows everything? Su Luo, what else do you have to say this time? Lin Lei sneered, raised his finger, and shouted. Su Luo moved his lips, but couldn't say anything. He had no choice but to retreat to the side and leave. Xia Bing had also seen it a long time ago, and Su Luo just watched him leave with disgust on his face. There was a reason why Lin Lei chose the second-level calligraphy skill. In fact, it was entirely possible for him to write like Grandpa Zhong Lin. However, on the one hand, he did not have enough points now, and on the other hand, he did not want to lose face for Mr. Zhong Lin under such circumstances. A young man in his early 20s could actually write better than the masters who have practiced for so many years. Who wouldn't be suspicious? Young man, are you interested in continuing to study with me? I can pass on all I have learned throughout my life to you. After writing these words, Zhong Lin came to Lin Lei and said to him with a smile. If Mr. Zhong Lin wants to teach me, of course I'm willing to learn. But I'm still an artist and I have my job. Let us talk again when there's a chance, Lin Lei said. Being an artist is the fastest way for him to accumulate capital now. If he were to become successful in calligraphy, how long would it take? Old Master Zhong Li shook his head regretfully. Lin Lei was a promising calligrapher. In his opinion, with a little training, he would surely achieve the same accomplishments as him in the future. I didn't expect you could write calligraphy. You truly are a true all-rounder. Xia Bing walked over to Lin Lei and whispered to him. How could I write? Didn't you see the words above are all crooked? Mr. Zhong Lin is really exaggerating. Don't forget, I'm an actor. Although I've never written calligraphy, I've never seen a pig run before I've eaten pork. Lin Lei whispered to Xia Bing, trying to dispel her doubts. The cocktail party was almost over, and Wang Rui took the stage again, ready to end the party. Our evening party is almost over. I believe everyone has a general understanding of our company. Next, we will definitely bring the company to a higher level through our own efforts. Thank you everyone, the party ends here. Wang Rui took a bow and the evening officially ended. Let's go, let's call Lu Qing to go get something to eat. Lin Lei called Wang Rui and Xia Bing, and just as they were about to leave the venue, Su Luo suddenly came up. Mr. Lin Lei, I'm deeply sorry for what happened earlier. I was just joking tonight. Please don't take it to heart. Su Luo said to Lin Lei with a flattering smile. What do you mean? I'm going to apologize right after I finish talking about this? Lin Lei sneered. He found Su Luo in front of him very ridiculous. It was all a misunderstanding before. I came here to apologize to you in person this time. I mean it with sincerity. Tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, I've set up a welcome dinner for you. Let's have a good chat about what happened recently. Su Luo simply handed over a business card. Lin Lei took it and took a quick look at it. This was the largest hotel in Binhai City. Why should I listen to you? Is there anything else we can talk about? Lin Lei asked. Look, I really want to make peace. If the two of us can work together to develop, the entire Binhai City will be ours. Since you don't agree, then forget it. Su Luo pretended to be disappointed, then turned around and wanted to leave. Alright, I promise, we'll see each other tomorrow night. Lin Lei waved his hand towards Su Luo and said. It's such an obvious scam, can't you see it? I kept pulling at your clothes just now to tell you not to agree. Xia Bing said from the side. This looks like a hongmen banquet, and you actually agreed to it. I really don't know what's going on in your head. Wang Rui also started to lecture him. It's okay. I know this is the hongmen banquet, but it's hard to say who is Xiang Yu and who is Lu Bang. Besides, even if he really wants to harm me, with his limited background, what can he do to me? Lin Lei smiled. After Lin Lei left, Su Luo's flattering smile instantly turned into a sneer. Linley, tomorrow night will be your death. I will make sure you never come back. Chapter 96, The Hongmen Banquet. Su Luo's plan to host a banquet for Lin Lei was actually the plan of the man next to him. Lin Lei is the biggest obstacle on your way to achieving your goal. We now have 3 strategies: treat him to a meal, behead him, or keep him as a dog. The man listed 3 options and placed them in front of Su Luo. Do you mean the Hongmen Banquet? Su Luo lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then continued. Yes, no matter what Lin Lei means, we can only act within our own territory and control him. No matter what he does, he can't escape our grasp, the man said. Su Luo nodded. Let's do it this way. So, this is what happened at the banquet just now. At this time, Lin Lei brought 3 women and 1 man and drove to a restaurant where he and Xiaobing often ate. Everything for tonight will be on my shoulders. Everyone, just enjoy your meal. Thank you all for your help. Wang Rui spoke before Lin Lei. These people have helped him a lot during this period. In fact, she had this idea before, but it had never been realized. Now, taking this opportunity, she must reward everyone. Sister Rui, this is not very fair. We agreed that I would be responsible for this. Lin Lei said to Wang Rui with a smile. Let's wait 2 days if I want to treat you. I've had this idea before, but you were all busy with work at that time. Now I finally have this opportunity, so let me do it this time. Wang Rui said with a smile, lowering her head. They chatted for a while, and for some reason the topic turned to Lin Lei. You shouldn't have agreed to Su Luo just now. He is a cunning and treacherous man. Who knows what he could do to you? Xiaobing said to Lin Lei with some concern. Before Xiaobing could speak, Wang Rui beside her continued, You're still a little reckless in your actions. This is clearly a Hongmen feast. He wants to trick you. How could you agree so easily? Several people were talking at once, disturbing Lin Lei's mood completely. Stop. Lin Lei halted the conversation and continued, Actually, I don't care about what he said. I just want to see for myself what tricks he can pull. Besides, I can easily debunk his schemes. You say it so nicely, but what if someone really does something bad to you? What if you can't escape? Wang Rui, who was indeed thoughtful, retorted. Let Lu Qing wait outside to pick me up. If anything happens inside, you guys can rush in. That should be fine, right? Lin Lei said. Everyone present was speechless instantly. Lin Lei was not the type to listen to advice, and this time he insisted on having his own way. Xiaobing and Wang Rui had a bad feeling in their hearts. The meal lasted 2 hours, and then Lin Lei and Xiaobing returned to the villa. The next morning, Lin Lei took a rare half-day off. He had just finished filming a movie and now he needed some time to rest and get back to his previous life. This time he suddenly discovered that life with a system was so boring. He could achieve the same level of accomplishment that others would only achieve after 10 or 20 years of hard training by simply exchanging some things. Naturally, Lin Lei did not enjoy some of these things and therefore found them extremely boring. Now, apart from fitness, the only things that can bring him passion are acting and composing music. This morning, Lin Lei had locked himself in his room since waking up. He kept writing lyrics. He had been feeling quite inspired lately, and he had turned them into notes. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Lei stretched and prepared to attend Su Luo's party tonight. He listened to all of Wang Rui and Xiaobing's opinions, but he thought that someone like Su Luo could not pose a threat to him, so he relaxed his mind. However, he still did not dare to let his guard down at this moment, and put the green scorpion dagger that he had exchanged from the system before into his trouser leg in case of emergency. Lin Lei was wearing ordinary clothes and walked out to the hall. Xiaobing had just gotten up and when she saw Lin Lei dressed like this, she knew he was going out. Are you sure you want to go to the banquet tonight? It's better to forget it. Xiaobing said dissatisfiedly and worriedly. Since I promised him, I must be there. If I don't go, he will only laugh at me, Lin Lei said. Then let him laugh. We won't lose anything anyway. Lin Lei shook his head. He didn't want to lose face in front of Su Luo. More importantly, he wanted to see what Su Luo was up to. Xiaobing is in a complicated mood and doesn't know what to say. Alright, you don't have to say anything. I'll take care of my safety. Wait for me at home. Lin Lei smiled. After saying this, he touched Xiaobing's head, and Xiaobing's face turned red again. Lin Lei didn't give Xiaobing any chance to speak. He got in his car and left immediately. He first took Lu Qing to his side, and Lu Qing gave him a pair of invisible headphones. If anything happens, we can communicate through this thing. This time it will definitely be dangerous, so please don't let anything happen. Lu Qing said seriously. What could possibly happen to me? Relax. I just want to see what tricks this kid can come up with. Linley smiled, stepped on the accelerator, and sped towards the venue for tonight's reunion. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Linley arrived on time. The interior of the manor is extremely luxurious. Su Luo chose this place because it is the place that all the major families in Binhai City would choose when entertaining guests. Basically, the guests received here are all rich people, and ordinary people don't even know the existence of this place. Linley was driving with Lu Qing and the others. Before going in, Linley dropped them off outside the manor and only let Lu Qing go in with him. Bringing so many people in might arouse Su Luo's suspicion. The car slowly drove into the manor. Su Luo had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Linley coming here, he immediately came over and opened the car door. Mr. Linley, I didn't expect you to be so punctual. Come up with us. We have someone who will arrange the driver and car for you. Su Luo was still as attentive as last night, licking Linley tirelessly. Linley snorted coldly, not giving Su Luo any face at all. He knew that this matter must be no simple matter, but he was not afraid and walked in through the main gate in broad daylight. Lu Qing was arranged to stay outside. Before entering the hall, Linley deliberately stroked his ears. Chapter 97, Being Tricked. What that meant was that Lu Qing should always pay attention to his headphones. While in the lobby, Linley deliberately said he was thirsty and asked the waiter next to him for a bottle of mineral water. Su Luo saw it all, but didn't say anything. She continued to lead the way attentively, bringing Linley to the banquet hall. The entire manor adopts European-style architecture, and each room inside is very grand, which fully reflects the scale of the place. What they need to do is to make the atmosphere here match the status of every guest present. Linley took the bottle of mineral water he had asked for from the staff and sat directly in the guest of honor seat. Su Luo attentively pulled out a stool for him, looking like a gentleman, completely different from his previous arrogant and domineering appearance. There were several waiters standing in the room. When they saw Su Luo coming, they immediately came forward to ask. Master Su Luo, the guests have arrived. Shall we serve the food now? Is there even a need to ask? Can't you see my distinguished guest is right in front of me? Hurry up and put all the best ingredients in the store on the table. Be quick. Su Luo instructed several people. Is the wine tonight still the same as before? Bring up the best in your store and serve my brother Linley well tonight. Each of you will be rewarded handsomely. Su Luo said loudly, the smell of a rich second generation lingering on her body. The more abnormal Su Luo's behavior was, the clearer Linley became. He was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, watching Su Luo's performance quietly. The waiter pushed the dining cart and placed the dishes on the table. Each dish was served with silver tableware, which looked very luxurious. The sommelier came in front of everyone with a bottle of Lafite. Although it was not from 1982, Lafite from this year was also very expensive, and one bottle was worth at least hundreds of thousands. Just as the sommelier was about to pour Linley some wine, Su Luo interrupted him. Brother Linley, I don't know what kind of wine you like. This is the highest standard in this store. Are you satisfied? No, I drove here tonight, so I won't drink. Linley flatly rejected Su Luo's invitation. He was not sure if there was anything else added to the bottle of wine, so he didn't dare to drink it at all. Don't be like this. This is the first time we've gone out to eat, can't you give me a little face? Su Luo pleaded bitterly, which further confirmed the doubts in your heart. After repeated persuasion, Linley still refused to drink, so Su Luo gave up. The food was served very quickly here. From the time Linley entered the room and sat down, it took no more than 10 minutes for all the dishes to be neatly arranged on the table. Master Su Luo, all the dishes have been served. Please enjoy your meal. Su Luo nodded and waved his hand, asking the waiter to leave the room. He picked up the wine glass on the table and raised it towards Linley. Brother Linley, everything that happened before was my fault. Tonight, I want to express my sincerity to you, and I also want to apologize for my previous misdeeds. Su Luo's expression was sincere, and if it weren't for her strange behavior before, Linley would have almost believed it. It's okay, just do it well later. Linley was just playing along. With a smile on his face, he picked up the bottle of mineral water on the table, drank a glass with Su Luo through the air, and took a sip of water. Great! I feel it's a great honor to be able to dine with someone like Brother Lin Lei. As she spoke, Su Luo urged Lin Lei to start eating. Lin Lei was unsure of the ingredients in the dish, so he took a few bites and then declined, saying he had no appetite. For some reason, he always felt that the food tonight was a bit salty, and he couldn't help but drink a few more sips of water. As time passed, about 10 minutes later, he felt his eyes getting dizzy and even had the urge to fall asleep. Brother Lin Lei, I came here tonight because I have something important to discuss with you. Su Luo said, picking up the wine glass and slowly moving towards him. Just sit there and don't move. After Lin Lei said this, he suddenly realized that his tongue was not working properly and his body felt heavy. Oh no, it's obvious that I've fallen into Su Luo's trap. Seeing Lin Lei's current state, Su Luo reacted instantly. He picked up the wine glass, and the arrogant and domineering look from before reappeared on his face. Lin Lei, do you really think I'd be so kind as to treat you to a meal? I thought you'd just give in and not come, but I didn't expect you to be so forthright as to attend this Hongmen banquet. I really don't know what's going on in your head. Su Luo fiddled with Lin Lei's head with one hand. Lin Lei wanted to stand up and punch Su Luo, but he could do nothing at this moment and could only let him do whatever he wanted. Before, I was wondering why Xia Bing would fall for someone like you. Now I'm even more certain of what I'm thinking. Xia Bing must be blind to choose someone like you. Su Luo spoke more boldly, and his hands' movements gradually became bigger. Lin Lei's consciousness was a little fuzzy. He didn't know what had happened. He clearly didn't eat much of the food Su Luo gave him, so why did she find him? Su Luo seemed to have the ability to read Lin Lei's mind and answered his questions. Lin Lei, you're still wondering how I tricked you. Let me tell you. Actually, I didn't tamper with the wine or food tonight. I only tampered with the bottle of water. I made the food a little saltier, just to get you to drink more water, you idiot. Su Luo was laughing wildly with joy at this moment. He even wanted to dance with joy. This was the first time he had successfully tricked Lin Lei, and this joy made him cheer for joy. Lin Lei forced himself to stay alert, listened to all of Su Luo's words, thought about it, and finally understood everything. After all, this was Su Luo's place, and she must have discussed it with everyone here. This was an obvious trap, and even the rope was placed right in front of Lin Lei, but unfortunately he turned a deaf ear to it. Lin Lei was surprised that someone as naive as Su Luo could come up with such a trick. No, Su Luo is not such a delicate person. It can be seen from his usual behavior that he must have someone assisting him behind the scenes. The reason why Lin Lei was able to follow Su Luo's instructions this time was entirely due to his arrogance. Okay, there's no point in saying so much now. Is there anything else you want to tell me about your last wishes? Oh, right, I forgot. You can't talk now, so just go to hell. After Su Luo finished speaking, she immediately threw the wine glass in her hand to the ground. Several men in black, holding sharp knives, rushed out from the doorway and stabbed directly at Lin Lei. Lin Lei couldn't make a sound at this moment. The invisible earphones in his ears were no longer effective. He now has only one way out, which is to wait for death. Chapter 98, Seeing the Flying Sword Again. Just as the men in black were about to stab Lin Lei with their daggers, two flying swords were thrown in from the window at the critical moment and pierced the chests of the black men in front. These men in black obviously did not expect this kind of attack. The ones in the front fell to the ground and died instantly. Su Luo was also greatly shocked. Even if the people Lin Lei had brought with him were waiting for him outside, he was now unable to say a word in the house. How did those people outside know the news? The man in black in the room kept looking at the situation outside, fearing a sudden attack from the other side. Listen up, everyone outside. Lin Lei is in my hands now. If you dare to launch another surprise attack, I will kill him immediately. Su Luo suppressed her fear and shouted to the outside. But after he finished speaking, no one responded outside for a long time. Lin Lei's consciousness was now extremely hazy. He only saw two flying swords. The two men in black instantly fell to the ground and passed out. Go to the window and see what's going on outside, said a man in black under Su Luo's command. The man in black over there was holding a dagger and approaching the windowsill cautiously. Just as he was approaching the windowsill, a flying sword attacked again and wiped him out directly. In an instant, the whole room was in chaos, and flying swords came from all directions, attacking directly towards the man in black and Su Luo. Su Luo had no skills at all and could only dodge continuously. She was even scratched by the flying sword in the process, leaving several cuts on her body. He greased his feet and hid under the table. The two men in black were not so lucky. They were far away from the table and were pulled by Su Luo, which slowed down their pace. They were stabbed in the heart by the oncoming flying sword and died instantly. In just 10 breaths, all the men in black who were in the room fell down. Damn it, Lin Lei, you're in this state now, how can you still escape from my grasp? Anyone outside, hurry up and get in. It's dangerous inside. Su Luo was furious. He didn't understand why, even though Lin Lei was unconscious, he could still command the guards to destroy the net of heaven and earth he had laid. If we fail to capture Lin Lei this time, there will never be such a good opportunity again in the future. Su Luo had made a lot of preparations this time. As soon as he gave a command, the people outside the door rushed in instantly. Some of them were dressed similarly to the previous men in black, some were dressed as bodyguards, and some were even wearing staff uniforms. The moment they broke into the banquet hall, several people in black cloaks broke in through the window outside, and the two sides immediately confronted each other. Don't worry about anything else. Whoever can kill Lin Lei for me will be rewarded with 5 million. Su Luo shouted while hiding under the table. As soon as the guards he had prepared heard about the reward, they immediately started moving, and 7 or 8 of them rushed towards Lin Lei. The black-robed men were not willing to be outdone. They picked up their flying swords and started fighting with the black-robed men. Although Su Luo's guards were quite skilled in martial arts, they were still no match for these black-robed men. 2 or 3 minutes later, these men in black fell to the ground with a flying sword stuck in their chests, and they were no longer breathing. Su Luo subconsciously wanted to escape from this dangerous situation. While several people were fighting, she crawled out from under the table and tried to get away. He knew that Lin Lei had not been killed yet, but he could only pin his hopes on these few guards. But the black-robed men would never give him this opportunity. They used a flying sword to block his way. The flying sword was extremely accurate, just a few millimeters away from Su Luo's eyes, almost penetrating his temple. Actually, Su Luo's psychological endurance was much worse than Lin Lei's. The moment the flying sword came towards him, he covered his chest with his hands, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Hearing the loud banging sounds coming from inside the house, more people rushed in from outside the door. These were the guards prepared by Su Luo. When they saw the man in black robe, they immediately reacted and rushed towards them with great momentum. Although the black-robed man's kung fu was quite good, there were dozens of people in front of him, while they only had 5 people. In terms of numbers alone, they were still no match for him. One of the female voices said to the remaining people, "Let's go." One of the black-robed guests carried the still unconscious Lin Lei on his shoulders and escaped from the guest room through the window he had just entered. These people were indeed quite skilled in martial arts, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the moonlight. Seeing Su Luo lying straight on the ground, the bodyguards ignored Lin Lei, who had already escaped, and knelt on the ground, constantly calling out to Su Luo. After 3 minutes of these people taking coercive measures and constantly pinching Su Luo, they finally woke Su Luo up. "Where is this?" Su Luo was so frightened that she lost consciousness and her memories became fragmented. "Master, you're in the guest room right now. We agreed to deal with Lin Lei tonight, but you passed out, and we had a hard time waking you up," a bodyguard said to Su Luo, sweating profusely. "Now that you mention it, I remember. Where is Lin Lei?" Su Luo asked anxiously, remembering the incident with the black-robed guest. But everyone present lowered their heads, and no one dared to answer his question. "I'm asking you a question. Tell me where Lin Lei went?" Su Luo stood up, grabbed the bodyguard by the collar, and shouted angrily. "I failed to do my job well and Lin Lei ran away. Please punish me, master." The man knew that Su Luo was very angry, so he lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything more. Su Luo was about to explode with rage. Lin Lei had escaped such a good opportunity tonight. He was so angry that he took it out on the bodyguards. "What the hell are you doing here? You can't even take care of a mere Lin Lei. What good are you? They're just a few black-robed men, right? If you can't even handle them, what use are you to? Get out! Get out!" Su Luo said loudly that his only ability was to boss everyone around after something happened. These bodyguards had long been fed up with Su Luo's behavior. They had clearly let Lin Lei go for his own safety, but now he completely ignored these people's situation and started scolding them. How could these people be happy? Hearing Su Luo driving them away, they became unhappy and left the guest room one after another. Lu Qing was outside the parking lot. Several people were guarding him. He was trying to figure out how to break through the encirclement and meet Lin Lei. Chapter 99: The Black Robe Guest. But in an instant, all these people left, and Lu Qing got out of the car with some confusion. Lu Qing happened to see the black-robed guest carrying Lin Lei out of the guest room just now. In the faint moonlight, Lu Qing saw Lin Lei's identity clearly and was instantly panicked. He thought it was Su Luo's doing, so he quickly contacted Xia Bing and Wang Rui, and followed the black-robed man along his route. The men in black robes ran for a while, about 10 minutes, until they were far away from the hotel, and then they gradually stopped. "Everyone, I think you can put me down now. I've recovered now, so you don't need to carry me anymore." Just as the black-robed men stopped, Lin Lei's voice suddenly rang out, startling several of them. Before the man carrying Lin Lei could react, Lin Lei turned around and fell directly to the ground. "I don't think I need to elaborate on your identities. Lu Ji's death must have been related to you," Lin Lei said confidently. Before he fainted, he saw the flying swords as they flew towards him and the places where they penetrated into the chests of those people. He was roughly certain that the black-robed guests this time should be the same group of people who appeared when Lu Ji died last time. As for why Lin Lei was able to wake up so quickly, it was partly due to his body's powerful recovery ability, and partly due to the system's considerable assistance. Lin Lei had already woken up halfway through the journey, but he held off on speaking because he was waiting for his body to recover. "I'm very grateful for your repeated help. However, I don't quite understand why you keep staring at me. I'm just a small artist, not of much value." Lin Lei was baffled. These people had appeared at the perfect moment, clearly gazing at him from the shadows. He had no idea what it was about him that was so captivating. He guessed it might be a system problem, but no one knew about the system on his body except himself. He was very confused as to what these people saw in him. Several black-robed men were silent for a while, and then a woman's voice rang out. "Lin Lei, I have to say you are very smart. You are indeed the person I have my eye on." Lin Lei felt that the voice was very familiar. Before he could say anything, one of the black-robed men took off his hat. That person was Linglong. It turned out that Linglong had been secretly sending people to observe Lin Lei. As soon as there was danger tonight, he rushed over immediately, arriving just before the man in black could assassinate Lin Lei and successfully rescued him. "It's you! Why haven't I been able to find you for a while? Where have you been?" Lin Lei asked puzzledly when he saw that it was Linglong. This woman had so many secrets that Lin Lei was extremely curious. "Where I went is none of your business, but thanks to you, I have escaped Lu Ji's control. I came here today to discuss something else with you." Linglong smiled but didn't answer Lin Lei's question. "What do you want to tell me? Why are you spying on me all this time? What's your intention?" Lin Lei frowned impatiently. Linglong gave him a very bad impression. "Now that I have control over Lu Ji and all of his industries and strength in Binhai, I want you to work with me so that I can become more and more powerful." Linglong was quite frank and spoke frankly to Lin Lei. "I refuse." Lin Lei spoke naturally. Linglong was stunned. From her point of view, Lin Lei had no reason to refuse. "I'm just a small artist now. I have my main job in my life, so I can't delay my career for your dream. Also, please stop staring at me again and again. I don't have what you want." Lin Lei said coldly, feeling that Linglong had offended him. Linglong stared at Lin Lei with a pair of deep eyes. The two sides were on the verge of a fight, as if they were about to come to blows at any moment. Lin Lei was not afraid of them. He was able to capture Linglong last time. His strength had greatly increased during this period. He was not afraid of the 5 black-robed men in front of him at all. After a long moment, Linglong actually began to laugh softly, leaving Lin Lei somewhat puzzled. "Lin Lei, you're truly an interesting person, worthy of being the man I fancy. I'll let this matter go, but you still have to repay the favor I saved you tonight, right?" "Of course. I never like to owe favors to others," Lin Lei said with a straight face. "That's it for now. If I need you in the future, I'll naturally ask for you." Linglong took advantage of Lin Lei's unpreparedness and swung out a flying sword. Just as Lin Lei dodged, she and the remaining black-robed men quickly fled the place. Lin Lei's health had now recovered to its peak. He reached out and grabbed the flying sword. When he turned around, Lin Lei and the 2 black-robed men had already run away. "What a strange woman." Lin Lei looked at the receding figure, put away the flying sword in his hand, and placed it on his body. "When I turned around, I saw Lu Qing getting closer and closer to this place. Boss, are you okay?" Lu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Lei standing before him unharmed. It's okay, how did you know I was here? Lu Qing told Lin Lei everything about what he had just seen, the black-robed man, and how he had carried Lin Lei here. Lin Lei nodded. You're good at tracking even though you didn't arrive first. Su Luo did have some conspiracy tonight, but it's probably been dealt with. Don't take it to heart. Let's go back to Binhai City and make plans later. After saying that, Lu Qing took Lin Lei away. Upon hearing the news that Lin Lei had been kidnapped, Wang Rui and Xia Bing instantly became nervous. They knew that nothing good would happen to Lin Lei if he met Su Luo. While Wang Rui was organizing people to rescue Lin Lei returned to the villa. Where did you go? Why did Lu Qing say that you were kidnapped? What exactly happened? Xia Bing kept asking questions, looking very anxious. It's nothing serious. I just ate and went for a walk with some friends. There's no need to be so nervous. Aren't you nervous yet? I almost thought you wouldn't come back. Xia Bing said to Lin Lei angrily, almost crying. Are you worried about me? Lin Lei leaned close to Xia Bing's face and said with a smile. Don't worry. It's useless to worry. Just do whatever you want. Xia Bing felt embarrassed when Lin Lei guessed her true intentions, so she went back to her room in a huff. What happened tonight should be considered a lesson for you. Don't think you can do anything. You are still just a small artist. Wang Rui's words served as a wake-up call to Lin Lei. If it weren't for his arrogance, so many things wouldn't have happened tonight. Alright, this one happen again, Lin Lei said. Chapter 100 Qishan. He did make a lot of mistakes tonight, and it was understandable that he was tricked by Su Luo. It cannot be said that he was completely unexpected. He was prepared, but because of his arrogance, he almost made a big mistake. Okay, I won't say any more about this. Think about it carefully. I'm leaving now. After sending Wang Rui out, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Lin Lei comforted Xia Bing with a few words and then went back to his room to sleep. Su Luo was so frightened by the flying sword that he fainted and his head hit the corner of the table. A big bump appeared on his head. He was sitting in the guest room with an ice pack on his head. The man who was with him before rushed into the banquet hall immediately after hearing the news. I heard that the matter was exposed tonight and you failed to catch Lin Lei. What happened to you tonight? Why are you in such a mess? The man came to Su Luo and said. What did you do tonight? Su Luo's face was gloomy, and she kept applying an ice pack to her forehead. Something's going on at the company. Didn't I tell you everything about tonight? I thought everything would be fine. You're still talking. This is our best chance to capture Lin Lei, and now you're telling me something's going on at the company and you can't be there in person. Which is more important, this time here or what's going on at the company? Su Luo's voice continued to echo in the guest room, causing the surrounding glass shattering. The entire room was destroyed by these people and seemed a little hollow, and even an echo could be heard. Don't forget, it was me who was hired by the Su family, not you, Su Luo. The mission assigned to me was only to look after you. I have no obligation to help you complete these tasks. You must understand this clearly. Su Luo's words became increasingly louder, and the man began to become impatient. After the man finished speaking, the whole room fell into silence. If the opportunity is gone, I can create another one for you. Isn't it just a small star? I promised you this, and I will definitely do it for you. After a long time, the man spoke. I hope you can keep your promise this time and don't let me get away with it. Su Luo said coldly, and no longer paid any attention to the man, but started to treat her own wounds. The night passed peacefully, and the next morning, in a hospital in Binhai City. Lu Chenyang, who had been silent for a long time, packed his luggage with his stiff hands. Today was the day he planned to go home. Because of the glass fragments, his Achilles tendons were broken and he had to undergo a major surgery. Although he can still use his hands, he definitely can't play the piano anymore. Because it was his own behavior to break the vase, the insurance company did not pay any insurance compensation to Lu Chenyang after investigating the matter. This incident can be said to be a case of losing both the wife and the army. He was staying well in the hospital when he suddenly received the news that his brother, Lu Ji, had died. How could it be? How could he die so easily? Lu Chenyang was a little shocked. He couldn't believe it at first, until someone found him and identified Lu Ji's photo. He finally came to his senses. He didn't understand. How could his brother, who was like a father to him and had been laughing at him a few days ago, suddenly die? In the eyes of other families, the Lu family only has Lu Chenyang as their child. Because of the time when Lu Ji left home, everyone has long forgotten that there is such a person as him. But in Lu Chenyang's eyes, they have always been brothers, and the help Lu Ji gave him was even more than the help from his family. When he was studying abroad, whenever he didn't have enough living expenses, Lu Ji couldn't stop laughing at him, but he always gave him a lot of money. When he returned to Binhai City, Lu Ji also used his connections to give Lu Chenyang some help. Although Lu Ji was very mean to others, he still cared very much about his fellow brother. After all, they are brothers, so Lu Chenyang still remembers this favor and plans to repay it in the future. When he knew that Lu Ji wanted to avenge his hand, a lot of hope arose in his heart. He knew that his brother was much stronger than himself and would definitely be able to snatch Xiaobing from Lin Lei. But strangely, he never received any news from Lu Ji since then. It was not until now that the news of Lu Ji's death reached his ears. His thoughts seemed to be in the clouds, and he felt a little lightheaded. His hand has been cured, and even if he continues to stay in the hospital, it will only be a waste of resources. He can no longer pursue a career in piano, so he can only return to the Lu family and inherit his father's property. However, the news of Lu Ji's death came so suddenly that he couldn't accept it for a while. Lin Lei, it's this Lin Lei again. All this must be related to him. This name made Lu Chenyang hate it so much that his teeth itched. He wanted to skin Lin Lei alive and eat him alive. Without Lu Ji's help in Binhai, Lu Chenyang is now alone. He also tried to contact the people around Lu Ji, but he couldn't find anyone, as if Lu Ji had disappeared out of thin air in Binhai. There was no other way, he could only return to his hometown of Qishan and use the power of his family to slowly investigate the matter. Before leaving Binhai, he specifically looked for an old friend and asked him to help keep an eye on Lin Lei's recent movements. These people were all his former band friends. After knowing that Lu Chenyang's hand was disabled, they felt very sympathetic towards him and agreed to his requests. Be happy. Even though my hands can no longer play the piano, we will meet again in the future. In the future, I will appear in front of you with a new attitude. Lu Chenyang responded with his signature smile, turned around and waved at them, then walked into the boarding room. But as he turned around, his smile, which was as bright as the sun, instantly became sinister. If I ever return to Binhai, I'll make sure this Lin Lei dies. Lu Chenyang handed the boarding card to the ticket inspector. When the security officer saw his scarred hand, he was stunned for a moment, but still nodded to him with a polite smile, indicating that he could board the plane. Along the way, Lu Chenyang felt that the passers-by around him were looking at his hands with strange eyes, which made him very uncomfortable. He deliberately put his hands in his trouser pockets so that no one would notice. After several hours of flight, he finally returned to his hometown Qishan. Qishan City, as one of the most prosperous cities in the central region, has very beautiful scenery like Binhai City, and the tourism industry here is quite developed. The Qishan Lu family can be said to be one of the wealthy families behind Qishan, and Lu Chenyang was born here.